Welcome to the best Revit tutorials on YouTube. Yes, I said it, the very best. So if you are new to Revit and you're a beginner and you really want to learn Revit, this is the right video for you, so don't leave. In today's video, I'm going to be teaching you Revit by using a hotel. So we are going to design a hotel together. A 100-room hotel from the design stage, the drafting stage, the conceptual stage. I'm going to show you everything. So we're going to design from start to finish, and we're going to model it in Revit to details. So you are going to use it to comprehensively learn Revit and how to use Revit practically. Because on the internet, you might see many Revit videos, unless my video, of course, but you might see many Revit videos that may not show you this way to use Revit in context of the design you're doing or how to use it to design. You just see tutorials giving you specific information on specific topics, but in this video I'll cover everything. Of course, it's an 11 or 12 hours video, but I will assure you it's definitely worth it. So, and if you are new to the channel, if you are one of my previous subscribers, you may have seen some of my videos and I've been getting some comments that my videos are too fast in my tutorials. So I actively tried to resolve that issue. I tried to slow down, take everything step by step, so even newbies can pick along and get the steps all the way till we finish the project. So in this video I assure you that it's going to be very comprehensive, it's not going to be fast, and you are going to grab as much information as possible. Just as usual, if you are not new to my channel, I usually drop the project file, and in this project file you are going to get the finished project of this model. So you are going to be seeing the hotel, the final result of the hotel in a Revit project, but it's going to require you to drop a token for the channel. It's a way of supporting the channel. But by the way, I'm also going to leave a free template file. So this template file, I'm going to show you how to transfer templates from project to project. So once you click on the link of this template file, you get the template file. Then you just open it and transfer the template from the template file to the project you're working on. So you have all the tools to execute the exact same project I'm going to be modeling in this tutorial. So that said and done, we are going to talk about what Revit is. So Autodesk Revit is a BIM software. So what does BIM means? BIM stands for Building Information Modeling. So what this basically means is that as you are modeling with the software is going to be able to extract information from the components of what you are modeling. For instance, if you model a wall now, the Revit can calculate the amount of blocks you need to construct that wall. So all this gives you an advantage in the construction industry because it translates information from your architectural work to practical uses in later stages of the building process. With that said and done, and me with all these things I've said, we're not going to waste any more time. We're going to be jumping right into the main content of this video. But before we do so, I want to remind you to make sure you subscribe to our channel, hit the like button. Don't forget to also hit the notification bell so you get notified once we release more Revit tutorials like this. So with that said, let's get right into the main stuff. Alright, so if you have installed Autodesk Revit, the first thing you're going to see is an interface, something like this. Okay, so if you haven't done any project in Revit, you're not going to see all this because all this represents the recently done project I've done. So if you have recently done a project in Revit, it's just going to show you an archive of them so you can easily access it. It's just a user-friendly interface. Okay, so if you go over to this side of the panel, you are going to see some tabs. You are going to see the open tab, you are going to see the new tab, you are going to see families, open and new. So if you want to create a new Autodesk Revit file, you are just going to click on new. So once you click on new, you are now going to see something like this is going to pop up. So what it shows is that it shows the template file. So what is a template basically? A template is like a platform of work. For instance, if you have Microsoft Word on your system, if you click on new, you are going to see some options whether you want this type of letter format. So it's going to give you some things in place for a specific type of letter. So a template is basically that. So it gives you like a platform to work on something, so it will make work easier and faster. For instance, you can have a new project that if you use the Revit default template, it's not going to come with anything. You're going to start creating everything from scratch. But if you have your own template, it's going to make things faster. So in that template, you must have created your wall types, your window types, and all of those sorts. So that is basically what a template is. So for now, I'm just going to click on this drop down. Instead of Imperial Multidiscipline, I'm going to select Metric Multidiscipline. And why I'm selecting Metric Multidiscipline is the part of the world where I work, we use the metric system. So if you work in places like UK, France, I think they use the metric system too. So Metric Multidiscipline is for you.
So it basically means you are going to be working in centimeters, millimeters, and meters. But if rather you are in places like the USA where they use the imperial system, you can use this imperial multidiscipline. So you are going to be using the imperial values to work. So you are going to make sure that this create new project is checked on. If you want to create a template file, you can create on project template, but that one is some advanced stuff. We don't need to do that. We just need to create a basic project. Okay, so once you click on it, it's going to create a new project. So depending on how fast your system's processor is, it can take longer, but I don't think it's by much. So if you create a new project in Revit, you're going to see something like this. So when you first approach Revit, don't be overwhelmed by all these tabs here. So it's very simple. So first off, we are going to start from this tab over at the right side. Depending on which position you are, it can be left, can be, but just the project browser. If you follow my mouse, you're going to see where I'm highlighted. So this project browser contains how you can navigate through the project. As the name implies, a browser, a searcher. So if you are looking for any view, you are going to go to this tab here. So in this project browser, if you want to look for your floor plans, your sections, your elevation, all the drawings we are going to be creating, we are going to be using this to access them. So let's go over to the opposite side, which is the properties panel. So the properties panel is basically, it describes the property of what editing you are working with. For instance, if I click on this reference line, you are going to see this properties panel is going to change, showing some properties that are pertaining to this reference plane. Okay, so that is what properties panel does. If I create a wall now, and if I click on the wall, the properties panel is going to show me the characteristics of that wall. So let's go to these top tabs. Okay, so we are going to start from this first layer of top tabs, not these micro ones here. Alright, so we have the architecture tab. Okay, we have the file tab. So if you click on this file tab give you opportunity to save as. It can also give you, you can even open recently open documents. You can print, you can export, you can close the file. So this is what the file tab basically does. So you have the architecture tab. Under this architecture, it has tabs related to architecture mostly. So you have the wall, the door, the window, the components, the columns, the roofs, the ceilings, the floor, just basically architectural components. This is where you create them, this is where you can manipulate them and all those stuff. So you go to this structural tab. So this structural tab, we are not going to be touching much of this because this is an architectural Revit tutorial, not really a structural Revit tutorial. But the structural tab basically covers the beams, the structural walls, the structural floors, the braces, the truss systems, and all the foundations and all those stuff. Then we have the steel system. So it's still part of the, it's still like an extension of structural, but it helps you with more sophisticated steel works. We have the precast system, the same thing, sophisticated, more sophisticated structures. We have the systems. So this includes the pipe systems, the vent systems, and all those stuff. You have the insert. So this insert tab is very important. It's basically how you bring in files, other Revit files, link other Revit files, or even link AutoCAD files. Or if you're importing any different kind of file from different softwares, this is where you go to. So you now have the annotate tab. So the annotate tab is basically the drafting tab, where you have tools like measurements, dimensions. Let me click on escape. I don't want to start touching anymore first. Then you have the spot elevations, just basically annotations to annotate the things you have worked on. This is what the annotations page does. So it should also have some advanced stuff like the region where you can draw some shapes, illustrative shapes. It has the color fields where you can indicate rooms with colors and all those graphical stuff that is going to make your work look very nice. So let's go to analyze. So in this analyze, we have some schedule and quantities. It's basically analyzes, you know, Revit is a BIM software. So with BIM, we work with a lot of information. So this basically gives you control and ability to analyze those information in your project. So this is the massing and site. The massing and site basically gives you two major aspects of Revit. You have the massing, which is to create parametric shapes or more complex geometric shapes that working in Revit, basically just using the basic tools in Revit might not be able to do for you. So you go to massing to get it. It also have Topo Solid for landscape and topography. If you want to create more complex landscapes, if you want to import it, this is where you go to. Site components, parking, property lines for imputing the coordinates of site. all those stuff, nice stuff. So you now have the collaborate tab. So in Revit also gives you opportunity to collaborate. So it means by collaborating, I mean two people can work on the same Revit project simultaneously. But that is another tutorial for another video, but this is just a possibility you should know using Autodesk Revit. So you have the view tab. So this view tab controls the properties of your view. It controls the things you want to see. It controls, it also gives you shortcut to access some views which you can use. So this manage tab is basically from advanced stuff. If you want to work with some interface related issues in Revit, you can go to manage tab. If you want to create new line types, if you want to transfer project templates, you can this manage tab is for you. So the add-ins, you can create this convert area format depending. So these are just some advanced stuff. So you now see this extra tab. You can see D5 render. So D5 render is a real-time rendering software. I have many tutorials on D5 render, so you can still check them out. So what I did was I installed the D5 render to Revit plugin. So when I installed it, you are now going to see this tab appear in my Revit. So it's where I used to export Revit files to D5 render, and the same thing for Lumion. And the modify is basically your modification to, if you are doing annotation or even modeling, the modify just helps you overall. So if you go to this tab, these are some shortcuts from this file tab. So you can just see print here, you can see align dimensions. These are just shortcuts that can help. Okay, so now I've explained all these things. I'm sure you'll be like, you might not have even been keeping up with all the explanations, which is very fine, because this my tutorial video is a very practical video. I just wanted to give you a brief run through of all these tabs in Revit to show that even though it might seem very complex, it's something that is reachable. So now, as you can see, as I said before, we use the default Revit template. But what this means is that we are going to start from the very start, and it's going to slow us down. So what we are going to do is I'm going to open another Revit file, and I'm going to transfer the template from that file to this one. Okay, so with that, the same Revit file, I'm going to leave it. You are going to be able to access it for free. The link is going to be in the description below, so you can access the Revit file. I'm going to call it template file, so you can access the template file. Then once you get the template file, you're just going to follow the steps I'm going to show you now to transfer the project template. So let's go. So let's start by opening the project we want to transfer the template from. So we're going to go to file, we're going to click on open. So this is now going to open our file explorer. I'm going to quickly navigate to where I kept the file I'm going to use. So if you click on the link to download it, you are going to see this zipped file. So you just download it. It's going to come with the project file you need. So you are just going to open this folder, and you are just going to select this Revit Mini. That is the main project. Not all these other ones are families. So I'm just going to click on open. Okay, so once this is done, you can see this is already a complete work. I did a tutorial video on this building, so you can check that out. But in this video, we are going to be doing something a bit different, so you can still, it's also good you stick to this video. So we are going to go back to our project now. So as you can see, once I opened it, it opened another tab here. You can see where my mouse is. So by this tab here, this is where you can. So now I'm looking at this tab now. This tab is basically a shortcut to interfere in. Once you open two projects simultaneously in Revit, you can access the views you have opened in those projects through this tab. For instance, once I open that project, I access the ground floor. So once I click on this, I go back to the project's ground floor. If I click on another floor now, another level here, with this tab here, you are going to see another tab is going to pop up here. So if I want to go back to that first tab, I'm just going to click on this. So if you go back to this one here, so this one is the first and initial one. It's just the new project we open. So what we are now going to do is we are now going to transfer template from this project to this one. And how are we going to do that? We are going to go to this manage tab here. We are going to click on manage. Then we are now going to click on transfer project standards. Then we are going to click on copy from. You are going to see is because if you have like 3 projects open in Revit, if you click on this drop down, you are going to see the 3 of them. But since we only opened another one aside from this one we are transferring to, you are only going to see it. Then you are going to see all these things are checked on. Personally, I'll just say you should leave all of them checked on, so it's going to transfer every single thing. So I'm just going to click on OK. and it's going to transfer. And I'm going to click on override, so it's going to override the same types of components that are already loaded in with this default Revit project. So we're just going to wait a while for it to be able to complete. So remember, I said this project file, the link will be in the description, is going to be accessed for free, no dimes attached to it. So now the project has been transferred. If we click on, let's say, architecture now, we click on wall, for instance. If you click on this drop down, you are going to see some walls that don't used to come with default Revit project. You are going to see this wall 225 and wall main. So this just basically shows that I've brought in some new walls and I've transferred the project. Okay, so now we have done this. We can go over here and click on X here to close this, and just click on X here to close this. So we have closed that duplex project. So some people might have been thinking that if I transfer the project template, I'm going to automatically see the building here. No, it doesn't work like that. A project template is, like as I said, is going to give you a working base. So as we progress in this project, you're going to see the working base I'm talking about, because all the floors and all the walls I may need, I'm going to be easily going to get them since I've already transferred the project into this file. Okay, so now let's start working proper. So before we go into the main designing of a hotel, we are going to set up this Revit file. So we are going to do some basic stuff. So the first thing I'll always do is I'm going to go to this sheet here, this sheet under this project browser. I'm going to go, if you click on this minimize, it's going to close, like as if you are closing a drawer. It's going to close the drawer, but if I click on this plus, it's going to show everything. So now I'm just going to click on this first sheet here. I'm going to hold shift on my keyboard. Once I hold shift and I click on the last one, it's going to select all of them automatically. Then I can click on delete. Okay, so you're wondering, why am I deleting the sheets? They're just distracting to my eyes. I don't want to be seeing them. When it reaches time for us to create sheets, I'm going to show you how to create new sheets in Autodesk Revit without any much problem. So now we are now going to go to this plug, because currently you can see that we are in something. They wrote L1 here. So I'm going to explain this thing systematically now. So this L1 is a level and this L2 is a level. So what are levels? Levels are horizontal planes. You get, in a building you have levels, like those horizontal planes that are referenced by measurement. For instance, in a house you have the foundation, you have the natural ground, that is the one you're matching on. You now have where you casted your floors to. Let me just use basic terms, your floors to. That is another level. You now have where your windows stopped. That is another level height. You now have where the first floor is, or the upper floor, the suspended floor. That is another level. So all those vertical reference points are levels, but they are also horizontal planes, because at that reference point, if you cut it into two, like if you cut it like you are cutting a knife, cutting it horizontally, and you look at it from the top view, that is why we are seeing these floor plans. I don't know if you understand. So if you are familiar to architecture, you should know that a floor plan is a horizontal section. So these levels are basically those horizontal sections in a nutshell. Okay, I pray you understood all this explanation. So now we don't need this L2. We are going to create our own levels. So the reason why I can't even delete L1 is that in Revit cannot allow you delete all the levels. So we are going to start from this L1, edit it, then create our subsequent levels. So we are just going to click on this. Okay, instead of clicking on it on plan, we are going to modify it from the elevations. So now if you go over around this project browser, you are going to see the architectural, you are going to see the floor plans which we are currently seeing. We are going to see the floor plan, bracket site plan, you are going to see the ceiling plan, you are now going to see this elevation bracket building elevations. So I'm just going to click on this plus icon and I'm going to select any of this elevation. Then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this L2 level here, click on it, and I'm going to click delete, and it's going to show this is going to delete all the view floor plan. So you can see that these levels are corresponding with these plan views here. So you can see it's going to delete all of them in both the architectural, mechanical, plumbing, and all those stuff. Then we're going to click OK. We don't need it. So now we are now going to go to this level now. So this is L1. We don't want it to be L1 because we can always give our levels the custom names you want to give them. So once you want to give this a name, we are just going to click on it, double click on it, and call this 01 NGL. So once you click on this, you are now going to see, so this is a number now. This is a number, is showing 0. So this 0 means in this project this NGL is at 0. That is the natural ground level, and that is what I suggest. But we are now going to create subsequent levels. And to do that, we are now going to go back, click on this architecture tab. Then we're now going to click on this level here. You're going to see this level icon. We're going to click on this. So you're going to, before you start doing anything, you're just going to be okay. We are just going to click on this properties panel, click on this drop down icon here, then select this 8mm head. So this 8mm is just a graphic setting to each level you are creating, and you are just going to give it graphics by giving it that indicating head showing is a level. So now we have clicked on it. You are going to see this highlighted blue dimension is going to be highlighting, and it's going to serve as a guide to help us place where the height of this level. So this is a hotel. Of course, I like a hotel having a grand entrance, so I'm going to give it a DPC of 1 point, or let me just give it a DPC of 900mm. So 900mm is 0.9 meters. So I'm just going to click here, then I'm just going to drag this and try and match this here. So once I do this now, you are going to see that it's going to appear on this floor plan. L3 has appeared here. But one issue we have is, even after we change this NGL to this L1 to NGL, it didn't change on this L1 architectural. So I'm just going to right click on rename. Then I'm just going to call this 01 NGL. So another thing you might be asking yourself is, why am I attaching these numerical values to the names of this level? The reason why I'm doing that is, if you put numerical values and you arrange it according to numerical values, it's going to arrange, the levels are going to arrange in a sequential level. Because normally levels in Revit, the way Revit recognizes levels in terms of placing them for view is by their alphabetical order. So if you, for instance, if I put NGL here and I put first floor here, okay, F comes before N, so you are going to see the NGL, the first floor name is going to appear before the NGL. So I don't want all those kind of things. So I just want it to be following the sequence of numbers. I don't know if you understand. So I'm just going to double click on this again and call this 02 DPC. And it's going to ask you, would you like to rename corresponding views? And you're just going to click on yes. So now we are going to click on levels again, and we're just going to place a third level. So now this level we are going to be placing, we are now going to be thinking a bit architecturally now. So this is a hotel we are designing, and in a hotel you have the ground floor. The ground floor is not where the bedrooms are going to be in most cases. The ground floor usually contains things like support facilities that are going to service the luxury demands of the hotel and their needs, like a restaurant, a hall, and all those kind of stuff. Okay, so now we are going to make, for this we are not going to make the headroom of this ground floor the same with the headroom of subsequent floors. So in order to accommodate some of those needs like a multi-purpose hall and all, we are going to make the headroom a bit higher. So I'm going to be making the headroom 4.2. So instead of just clicking, now I just hovered and the dimension is showing 4.2 instead of just leaving it at 4.2. Another thing to consider is, in Revit, when you are creating levels, you need to consider the floor depth. For instance, if you create a first floor level and you impute a thickness of, let's say, 150mm, if you impute that thickness, the 150mm is going to offset downwards, so it's going to eat into the 4.2 meter. So while instead of just putting the 4.2, you are going to add the potential floor you are going to add, which is 150. So instead of 4.2, we are going to be adding 4,350, that is 4.35 meters, and I'm going to click enter. So I'm going to place this here, and I'm going to name this 04 first floor. Okay, so now I've given this name. I'm going to click yes to rename corresponding views. So now I've given this name. You can see this is 04 first floor. You are now asking, why did I give this instead of 03, like sequentially as I said? Why did I give this 04? The reason why I gave this 04 is that I'm still going to create another set of intermediate levels between each of the floors, and those intermediate levels is going to be for the lintel levels. So that is why I'm just giving a one numerical value gap. So you are just going to see it later after I finish creating the main levels. So you can see the NGL, DPC, and first floor. So now we are going to create another level. We are going to click on level again. So this time the subsequent floor of the hotel, like I said, we are already going to be thinking architecturally. So we are going to give the headroom of the the suites of the hotel. So the headroom of suites doesn't need to be too tall, but although it might need to have some height, because if you are using something like a single unit air conditioning system, you need an offset or a space from the ceiling where you can pass the vents. So instead of giving it the standard headroom of 3 meters, we are going to be giving it 3.6. so we're also going to be adding the factor of the floor. So we are going to be giving this at 3750. That is 3.75. Then we are going to click on enter. So you can see we're already considering future potential issues. So we're now going to name this 06 second floor. Okay, then we're going to click this, and I'm going to click yes, name corresponding. So what I can do to make things faster is I can click on this level here, then this modify tab is going to highlight automatically. So it's going to, Revit automatically gives us options for more control. So I'm now going to go over to this set of tabs. I'm going to select this one that looks like this, and it's called the copy tool. So I'm just going to click on it, and I'm just going to click on a point here, and I'm now going to go to displace my mouse to the point where I want it to copy to. I'm not going to click or hold anything. I'm just going to click once. Then once I reach the desired position, which is here, it's going to highlight automatically. Then I'm just going to click again, and it's going to copy. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on escape, and I'm just going to go and rename this. So I'm going to rename this as 08 third floor. Okay, so the hotel we want to do, I actually want to make it 5 floors in total. So okay, I think 4 floors in total. So it's going to have, okay, rather, sorry, 5 floors in total. So it's going to have 4 suspended floors. Okay, so we're just going to click on this. We're going to click on copy. Click here, click copy again. Then we can click, if this multiple is checked on, you can copy multiple times. Let me hit Ctrl Z and take it again. So I'm going to click on this one. I'm just going to go click on this copy tool. Now this multiple is checked on. I'm just going to click on this point. I'm going to scroll up. Once I reached my highlighted desired point, I'm going to click again. I'm going to scroll up. Once I do the same thing, I'm going to click here. Okay, so now I'm going to click on escape. Then this is the 3rd floor. So I'm going to call this 10 4th floor. So now we have gotten up to the 4th floor. We can count 1 2 3 4. So okay, 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so I think the 4th floor is the highest. Then we can call this ceiling. So I think this 1 2 3 4. Okay, 4 suspended floors. Then I'm now going to call this 01. Okay, sorry, I'm going to call this 12 ceiling level. Okay, so now this is done. I'm just going to click on this. Instead of 3.7550, since we are not putting any slab, at least foreseeably, on this ceiling level on this highest floor, we're just going to make it back to 3.6 meters. Okay, so now this is done. We are going to start creating some extra levels. So the next 2 levels I'm going to be creating are the roof and parapet level. Okay, I just like creating these 2 roof levels because at the initial stage of my design, I might not be too sure of the kind of roof I'm going to use. So I'm just going to make provision for any roof I make. So I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm just going to click on this point. Then I'm going to, you can see this highlighted dimension here is already showing, so it can help me, it can guide me in the dimension I want to displace the 2 levels. So I'm going to place this at 600 above this. Then I'm going to go here, click on this. Okay, let me Ctrl Z. So another thing you can do while creating levels, if you see 2 levels that are close like this together and you are not comfortable with how close they are, you can just click on one level. You can see this zigzag icon here. You can just click on it, click on this point here and hold it, then drag it. So now we have done this, we are just going to go over here and we're going to name this 13, and we're going to call this roof level. Click on it. Then we're just going to do the same thing again. We're going to click on this, click on copy. Then we're going to copy this by 1.8 meter. Then I'm just going to click on this and name this 14 parapet level. Alright, so now we have named this the parapet level. We have created the main levels. So now I'm going to talk about those ancillary levels I said I'm going to create earlier. So lintels are very important in this kind of project, because this kind of project you need a lot of organization if you are designing a hotel. So for lintels, what the purpose of creating lintel level is, some people don't do it, but I always suggest you do it. So the purpose of creating lintel levels is that if you are placing some components like curtain wall, you have a level you can set the parameters to stop at when you want to stop it at that level. For instance, you have doors now, and in a hotel like this, you know that most of the doors are going to be 2.4 meters. So you are just going to copy one of this level and set it at 2.4 meters. Then we are now going to name it 03 lintel 1. So we are just going to click on this, hold Control, because I want to show you how to do some things and make things faster in Revit while working. So we are going to click on this level now. You are going to hold Control, just follow me, click on this. Once you hold Control, you can select multiple projects. Hold Control again, select this third one. Make sure your hand is still on Control. Select this fourth one. Then release your hand from Control. Then you are just going to click on Copy. Click on this Copy tool here. Click on this point. Then move it. Click once. Then move without holding anything till 2.4 meter. Then click again. So you can see that this has automatically created levels in between, because I copied the 4 of them at once. So what this level does is that you are going to see that it follows the naming, the nomenclature of this first lintel level I created. So what you can do now is to click on this name and just change it to, instead of 03 now, this is 4, so this now becomes 5. So this here becomes 6, this here now becomes 7. So this here now becomes 9. And okay, I forgot to create one, so I can click on this one, click on copy, pick this point here, and then okay, I've already, okay, there is a level there, sorry. So this now becomes 11. Let me just rename it. Okay, so now we have created all the levels. You can see all the levels have a number attached to them. So this number indicates their distance from this 0, that is this natural ground level. So it's very important. Another thing you also notice if you're observant is that in these floor plans, you can see that the floor plans are only showing NGL, DPC, first floor and second floor. It's not showing all these levels you've created. How are you going to do that? This brings us to the View tab. So you are going to click on View. You are going to click on Plan Views, then you are going to click on Floor Plan. Then you are just going to click on one here, this lintel 1 that is still missing here. We are going to hold Shift, select it up to this parapet level, then just click on OK. Then all of them, they are going to show here. So now let's go back to the NGL where the main stuff begins. So now we are going to be seeing some things, and let me just briefly explain them. So this is your crop region. It basically crops how the view extends. In recent Revit versions, they usually used to attach it to this scope box, but preferably I don't like working with it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select these reference lines. I'm going to right click, and once I hold Control and select highlight everything, I'll click on Control. I'm going to left click here and select both of them. I'm just going to hover around it, make sure I'm hovered around what I selected. Right click, hide in view. Hover around this hide in view. You don't need to click it, just hover around it. This will pop out. Then click by category. So it's going to hide those two reference planes in this view. For now, I'm going to delete this section because I don't need it now. I'm still going to show you how to create sections in Revit. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on delete. So it's going to show view section. Section 1 will be deleted. I'm going to click on OK. So now these are spot elevations. So these spot elevations here actually governs your elevations. So if I draw something inside within this box here, you are going to see that these spot elevations are like cameras, are like camera views for our elevations. So we don't need them to be showing in this view. We are not going to delete them. They are very important. So I'm just going to highlight one of them like this. Once I highlight it, right click, hide in view by category. So I'm going to do the same for this. Right click on it, right click, hide in view by category. Then I'm just going to select this north direction. I can delete this. Okay, so now we have a box here. So now what we're now going to do is we're now going to go over to this properties panel here. We're going to click on this scope box and change it from view overall. We're going to click on it to none. Then we are just going to click on this no clip. We are going to clip it to clip with outline. Then we are going to click OK. So now we have basically set our first level, our first plan view we are going to be working with. So we are going to hit Ctrl S because that is another very important thing. We haven't saved this project, so it's going to open our file explorer. Usually to open the last place you accessed with Revit Revit application. Then once it's open, you are just going to give this project a name, and I'm going to name this Hotel Tutorials. Then I'm just going to click on save. So another shortcut for save is Ctrl S, so that could be quicker, but you can just do it the manual way if you want. So alright, so let's start designing a hotel. So the first thing you need in a design is a brief. Okay, so I'm just going to click on this. Okay, let me hit Ctrl Z. So I'm just going to click on this crop region and extend it, extend this, extend this. I need a bigger field of view. So now we are going to start give ourselves a break. So I'm just going to go to annotate. So you can do this with your paper and pen, it doesn't matter, but let me just do it with Revit and use it as an opportunity to teach you how to create text in Revit. So if you didn't notice, I went to this annotate tab. Let me click on architecture and go to annotate again just to show you. So now I'm just going to click on text now. So this text is basically a text. We are just going to be using it to be writing out what we want to do. So you can just click on this edit type in this properties panel and increase the size. Let me just go over to this text size and make it 6. So it's going to be big. So now I'm just going to write somewhere and zoom in. So we want to design a hotel. Okay. So in this hotel, we are now going to decide how many rooms, or how many suites rather, do we want in this hotel. So let's say 100 suites. 100 suites hotel. Okay, so once we have established that we need 100 suites in this hotel, we are now going to be talking about what other facilities are we going to be creating in this hotel. Okay, this is a good information, but let's say we are going to need a resort. Okay, not really a resort kind of facilities, but we're going to need supporting facilities. And by these supporting facilities, you can get more, but let's just work with these basics. We need a reception. I can click on enter. We need a restaurant. We need a records office. We need an admin office. We also need a multi-purpose hall. After a multiple, okay, I didn't spell it well, so I can hover around here and just click at this point and correct it. Then I can click back at this point, click enter. So we also need, okay, for some reason enter is not working. Okay, it's working now. So after a multipurpose hall, we need a kitchen. Okay, with this restaurant, I'll click on this back. I can click on enter here, and I'll also add we need a bar too with the restaurant. So we need a kitchen. After a kitchen, we need store. After store, we need delivery bay, so where trucks can come and deliver goods for the hotel. So with this records office, okay, I've already mentioned we need an admin office. Okay, we might also need a display room, a display shop or display room in close to the reception. We're also going to need an ATM, possibly close to the reception, so people can do some transactions. I think we will need a small entertainment hub around this bar, so we can call a lounge, a waiting lounge. Then I think after the kitchen and delivery, we need a staff cloakroom, where people come in can prepare. Staff cloakroom. Then we also need, even if it's a small one, we need a staff lounge. Okay, so I just came up with this brief now for my experience in designing hotels. So if you feel there are more important spaces that should be in this hotel we are going to use for this tutorial, you can put that in the comment section below. So we can all learn from that. Okay, so why I took my time to establish this brief is that once you are doing something, you need an aim and you need at least a guide. So bringing all these spaces here is going to serve as somewhat of a guide to what you are going to be doing. Okay, so let me just click on it and just move it to just a good position here, somewhere here. I think it's good. So we can see the 100 suites hotel, 100 suites supporting facilities. Okay, let's talk about some outdoor facilities too. So I'm going to click on this and I'm just going to copy this here. The reason why I copy this is so I can easily edit it. So I'm just going to put outdoor facilities. Okay, so what are the outdoor facilities do we need in this hotel? We are going to need a parking, of course, because there are a lot of people coming, potentially 100 people. So we are going to be needing about 100 parking space, public parking space. Let me specify. Okay, then we're also going to need about, for the staff parking, we can give it them, let's say 5, or let me just use, I think 5 should be enough, or let me just use 7 to balance it. 7 staff parking. Okay, and note that this public parking space will include disabled. So I'm going to put bracket, hold shift, okay, hold shift key, click on bracket key on your keyboard. Then I'm going to put including. Okay, I'm going to turn on my caps lock again and I'm going to say including, so it's going to be consistent. Including disabled. And note that while designing any public building, it's very important that you make provisions for the disabled. So we are going to be prioritizing creating our ramps and making the ramps accessible, the spaces in the project accessible to the disabled population. Okay, we consider them too and we love them. So I'm going to click on enter now. So apart from this parking lot we are trying to create, we should also create pedestrian, because it's not everyone that has a car. So we're going to produce pedestrian routes. Then we're also going to provide some, okay, I think pedestrian route is okay. Then let's just say outdoor recreation. Let's get to the fun stuff. Outdoor recreation. You can say outdoor bar. And we can now say pool and pool launch. Okay, so now we have outlined all these spaces. The next thing we are going to highlight is we are going to give this design a site, a hypothetical site. You know, this is a tutorial video, so it's not like this is a real life project. But in a real life project, know that they may not give you the luxury of a lot of space on ground. They might just give you a small space and expect you to design the whole world inside, but it's all good. So for this tutorial, let's give this a somewhat big space, a somewhat spacious environment. Okay, so now we are just going to give this, let's say 75 meter. Okay, let me just say 75 meter site size. Okay, know that we may increase this side depending on how it's coming out, but let's just work with 75 by 125 meter. 75 meter. But 75 I think is enough and it should be sufficient by, let's say, 125 meters. So our site is a hypothetically perfect box, which is not possible actually. So now just to create some more graphical stuff, we can just select this. Okay, so now we have selected this text. We can click on this edit type, so we can click on duplicate. So we're just going to click on OK. Then we're just going to give this a smaller size. Let me just give it 4. So it's going to look more architecturally organized. So you can click on this one and change it back to this initial one. Okay, so now we have our brief set. Now the first thing we're now going to do is we're now going to outline our site. So this is not a site plan, of course, but it's just basically outlining the site. So we're just going to go to annotate. We're going to click on this detailed line. Then in this detail line is now we are going to click on this modify option. So you are going to see different type of tools to create lines. You can also see the option to select the line types, but for now we are going to be working with 10 lines. So now I've selected this tree, I'm just going to select this tool here, and I'm going to draw a line by clicking on one point, left click. Once you click escape, let me do it again. Click on detail line, click on line, click on this one point. Then once you have clicked on one point, you can now impute a value of it. So you can put 75,000, that is 75 meters. Click enter. Okay, I think the length should be the 125 meters, so I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. Then I'm just going to click on one point here, click on this point and call this 125,000. Okay, then the length is going to be 75 meters, 75,000. Click on enter. Then I'm now going to draw this line and join it here. Okay, so this box now is our site. Another thing we're going to do that is important, I'm going to go over to this icon here. This shows reveal hidden elements. So this is going to show all those elements we hid earlier. So I'm just going to click on it. The reason why I'm doing this is that I know this elevation point is very important, this elevation point. So I'm going to adjust it in accordance to this site, or I can adjust the site in accordance to it. So let's do both. So I'm going to hover. You can see I can select these hidden ones that are highlighted red, and I can select these ones that are not hidden, that is not highlighted at all. So I can select, click on one of this line, hold Control, click on the second, hold Control, still hold Control and click on all of them. Then we're just going to click on this move tool instead of copy. Then we're going to click on one point, left click on one point, then try and place it to the center. So we can just do it again, click on one point, it will centralize it somewhat. Okay, let me just do something like this and place this here. Okay, so this our site is somewhat centralized. Then we're now going to adjust this elevation point. So the thing why I want to adjust this elevation point is that if we work with them like this as it is now, we might be, our elevation point might be within the building, so it will not be getting the elevation shot of the building very well. So it's always good you put it outside your site. So I'm just going to select it here, then hold Control and select this one too. So once you select both of them, you have selected everything. Then we're just going to click on this move tool and move it here. Then just to confirm that everything is set well, we're going to click on this. Once this line here is showing, okay, it means the elevation is set well. So we're going to do the same for these other elevations. Hold Control, move this, click on this, hold Control, move this, click one first, hold Control to click the second one and move this. Okay, so now everything is set. Then we can go over to this icon here and click on close reveal hidden element. So we have our site well placed, we have our hotel and 100 suites. So now we can start designing. So let's just move this a bit out of the site here and just move it at the side. So we're going to be seeing this while we are designing and creating spaces. Okay, so another thing to take note of is the scale. So you can see this view scale. You can change your scale anytime you want, from scale 1:100 to 200. You can see once we change it to 200, the text is like the text grew bigger. What it means is that scale 1:200, these texts are supposed to appear bigger. So let's just change it back to 100 for now. So now we are going to start. The first stage in designing a hotel is, of course, the zoning. Okay, so in the zoning, you are now going to start indicating where the major parts of the building or the major parts of the projects are going to be. But while doing that zoning, you are going to decide the shape of your hotel shape. So the shape of a hotel is very important, and those shapes are decided by the rooms. So typically, as you have seen in movies, hotels are usually arranged with rooms at the sides and a central lobby, which is what works a lot of the time. So it's a very good solution. So what this means is that if you are creating something like this, let me just do a line work and do something like this. You are going to keep this kind of layout in mind while choosing the shape of your hotel. So hotels can come in a variety of shape. It can be the H shape, it can be a block shape, it can be a general normal rectangular shape. But in the case of this video, in order to maximize, and what I feel may maximize the potential of this site, we are going to be using an L-shaped hotel, which is what a lot of people use. So we're just going to join a line at just a relatively good dimension with our visual prowess, and we're just going to draw it and draw something like this. So once we've drawn this, now we know this is a hotel. So we now start having some little planning considerations in mind. Firstly, we're going to click on this line. We are going to make sure each side of the hotel has the minimum of 6 meters off the fence. So this 6 meters is like the minimum distance, the minimum offset from a fence in most places, especially in places like Nigeria. Let's be specific, but it just helps. So we are now going to click on this, and we're going to adjust this, and we're going to drag this, click on this and drag this. So it's always important when designing this kind of hotel, you need to leave one side of the building to be accessible by big vehicles. So those vehicles will now serve as what is going to service it. So once you are planning your spaces already, it's always good to design from the site. So you are going to plan how the normal people, that is the normal vehicular movement, will come into the hotel. You are now also going to plan how big vehicles like trucks that are delivering food for the hotel are going to come into. If you have two roads adjacent to each other facing the hotel site, it will be easier for you. But if you have one single road accessing the hotel, you are going to find a way to place the entrance in a way that is going to accommodate both service and usual vehicles. But the only good thing is that service vehicles don't come a lot of times, so it doesn't really pose a much threat. All right, so looking at this now, we have brought out the conceptual form of what we want the shape of the building to be, which is very crude and still very preliminary. So we are going to go to annotate, and we're going to start doing a spatial or preliminary zoning. So we're just going to be outlining some major parts of this site, because it's always good to plan your building from the site, which is important. So firstly, we are just going to hover around this. So once we click on annotate, you click on detail line, you click on modify, you are going to see all these tools. So these tools are detail line tools you can use to get whatever thing you're looking for to sketch. So now you can now see, once you hover around a particular line, you're going to see a blue dimension. So this blue dimension is like a guide, so you can just, as you're moving it horizontally or vertically, the blue dimension will come out to give you a guide. So I think I've said it before, but let me just highlight it again. So we are going to be drawing a line from 1.5 meter to the site, and we're going to draw it straight. So we want the main entrance of this building to be at one side. The reason being that we want one entrance to both service the public use, and we also want one entrance to service the service use. So we're just going to draw another line here, and we are going to be making the main entrance route to this site a 10-meter route, because I think 10 meter will be sufficient. Then from this 10-meter point, we are just going to draw it up to 3.6 or 4.2 to just draw a gatehouse, because this is a quite big hotel, so I think a more elaborate gate will do very good. So with this gatehouse, we can also extend it to about 15 meters, because with the gatehouse can come the generator house, so where they can keep power listing generators and maybe even a battery room for solar panels. So it's good to just keep that in mind. Then you're going to draw another line extending here, and this line is going to be 8 meters. Okay, instead of a line, you're just going to draw 3 meters. So this 3 meter actually represents a green area, so it's going to be like a green buffer, so we can now create a turning radius at this point, so cars can turn conveniently. So I'm just going to extend it to this point. I don't need to give it a random I don't need to give it a specific dimension rather, so it has to be random. So now I can just go to this tool here. You can see it, fillet arc tool. I'll just click on it, then I'll click on this line and click on this line, so it's going to create an arc out of it. So if it's too close, or if the arc extends more than what the line can handle, it's not going to create. So let's try it again. Okay, the same issue happened. So let's just click on this, and we're going to just extend it to 3.6 meter. Then we're now going to go to detail line, and we're just going to click on fillet arc. Then we're just going to place it randomly first. Then we're going to click on this arc line, and we're going to change this to 3 meters. So now we have a perfect turning radius here, so we can still draft another line. So now we can draft a line up to 8 meters here. So this 8 meter now represents where the passage be, and this passage will now link to the entrance, because in this L-shaped building, it's usually ideal to put the entrance of the main building somewhere here. So remember that this is not a detailed sketch, so I didn't even need to use this fillet arc, but this is just going to help us. So we're going to draw a line down here. So this line is going to represent the main access for the service people, or for the service vehicles. Then we're going to draw another line from here joining to this. So this is now going to form a box round. So I can click on this tool here. This is called the offset tool. So what it does is that it offsets an item you select by a certain distance you give it. So if I click on this offset tool, I'm just going to go over to this offset value here, and I'm going to change it to the value I want. In the case of this, I want it to be 8 meters off the main building. So I'm just going to click on offset. Then I'm going to click on offset here and click on this line, and you can see the line is going to offset. Another thing too that is very important while using the offset tool is to make sure that you checked this copy on. So checking this copy on is very, very important, because it dictates whether the line is going to distort or in kind of displace rather than just make a duplicate that is displaced. So we're just going to click on this tool here. This is called the trim tool. So what this does is that any two lines that are extending or not joined to each other, I can bring them together. You can see I will just click this one and click this one, and it's going to bring them together. I'm going to click this one and click this one, and it's going to bring them together. So I'm going to click on escape and click on delete to delete this line demarcating them. So we already have an idea that this is going to be a parking. So this is going to be a drive-through, and this point is now going to be a drop-off. So what we can now do now is we can now use some more annotation tools to indicate some of this. So we can also create another parking here by drawing a box simple to this point. So this just indicates the spatial zoning before we start doing some more detailed stuff. So to make this more elaborate graphically, we can now go to this annotate tool, and instead of using detail line, we can now use field region. So in this field region, what we are first going to do is we are going to create our own custom field region for what we want to do. So I'm going to click on edit type here under this properties panel. Then I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm just going to call this 01, and I'm going to call this parking region. Okay, so now I'm just going to click OK here. Then I'm going to click on this foreground fill pattern. I'm going to click on it, and I'm going to change it, scroll up and click on this solid fill. So this solid fill is like a solid fill, as it says. It's a base fill, so you can now edit the colors if you want. So for this parking, we can just make it blue. I can make it, let's say, light blue somewhere here. Then I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click on this, and I'm just going to find the color I put here somewhere here. I think this is okay. Okay, so I can just, what I can do is to click on cancel. I can click on this again. Then after I click on this, I can just click it and just click add. So I'm going to click on original. Okay, apparently let me just try and set it again and just set it manually. So I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on this and just try and match it. So after I've done this, I'm just going to click on apply. I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm just going to use this pick line tool. So you can see this green line here. This green line is to pick already existing lines as reference points for the profile you want to draw. So in this field region, you are going to need to draw a closed profile. By closed profile, for instance, if I click on this pick line tool and I pick here, pick here, pick here and pick here, you can see that I've drawn 3 lines, but this is not closed. If I try to click on finish, it's going to show that Autodesk Revit cannot, lines must be in closed loops. So I'm going to click on continue. Then I'm going to click on this our regular old trim tool. Then I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this here. So I'm going to click on this box tool. So this box tool is a simple way of drawing around the box. So instead of just drawing the 4 lines, you can just click on the end of the beginning of the box, one corner of the box, and click the second corner. So we are going to click on finish. So you can see this now, and it's looking good. We know that this is our parking area. These are our parking zones. So this is the main building. So the next zones we are going to highlight is, we are going to highlight the staff zone now. So this staff zone is where the vehicles dropping maybe raw materials and goods for the kitchen can drop it. This also includes where the staff is going to park. So we are just going to name that the staff zone. Okay, so I'm going to go to annotate again. Then I'm going to go to region. Then I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm just going to call this 00 staff. So after doing this, I'm just going to click OK, and I'm just going to click on this and change the color. So now for this, I'm just going to change this color to brown here. I'm going to click on this again, click on this custom, change it to brown here, and I'm going to click apply. I'm going to click OK. Then I'm just going to draw this profile manually, and I'm just going to draw it from here up to this point here. So this is now the staff or service zone. So we have the parking zone, the service zone. So now we are now going to outline our recreation zone. So this recreation zone includes facilities like an outdoor bar, a pool park, a pool where you can have a pool party and all those stuff. So it's a very important amenity of a hotel, and it's important you do it in a very nice place. So I personally think that it will be good in this point here, because I'm planning on making it accessible from both the from the inside of the building. So you come through the reception and go to the back lounge where they have the pool to relax and enjoy yourself. So I'm just going to go to region, field region here. I'm going to call this edit. I'm going to duplicate this, and I'm just going to call this 00. I'm going to call this recreation area. So after naming this recreation area, I'm just going to, let me spell it correctly. So I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on this. Okay, I'll still maintain this. I'm now going to click on this foreground color, and I'm going to change this to green. So I'm going to change it to this shade of green. I'm going to click on this and change it to this shade of green. So after doing this, I'm going to click apply, and I'm going to click OK. So now I'm just going to click on this box too. I'm going to pick this point here and pick this point here. So this is now our recreation area. In order for us to remember these things very well, we can add some text to them so we'll remember. So I can just click on text here. So under this text, I can go to this part here and just click on it and name this parking. So this text is too small, so especially for this scale. So what I can do is to click on this text here, click on edit type, duplicate, then I'm just going to name this 01 annotation text 1. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm now going to change this font size to, let's say, 12, and I'm going to change the font, text font, to Bebas Neue. So Bebas Neue doesn't come by default with a system. You need to download the TRT file or TTF file. I think it's TTF, not TRT. So once you get the TTF file, you install it, and it's going to be in most of the apps of your system. So I'm going to click OK. So you can see this parking. This is not just any parking. This is the public parking. Then after I do this, I'm just going to click out, click on this. You can see this 4-way gizmo here, so you can use it to move it around freely. Then you can click on this copy tool, click on it and copy it to another part. So we can even copy the same text to this side. It doesn't mean that this is what we are going to be using, but what it just means is that it's just to make things faster. So we're just going to call this service area, services. Then we're going to click on copy and call this recreation. Okay, so now this is done. Now we can now go into the next stage. So in designing a hotel, it's very important to know this principle. Although this doesn't work in every part of the world, and every architect will not tell you to do this, but personally I feel this is a very reliable method in designing this kind of structures. So as I mentioned earlier, this structures is going to consist of 5 floors. So one thing you used to know about this kind of buildings that have repetitive floors is that the repetitive floors are the main focus, because they are the things that are going to that height. So they are the ones that will need more structural consideration, and they are the ones that will need more planning consideration. So they are basically the priority of the design. So if you are doing that kind of design, it's very important that you start designing from the typical floor. Some people may argue this, but this is my own opinion, and this is the way I feel it will be easier for you to do to get a functional design. So we are just going to go to this first floor, but the only thing we are going to do now is we are going to do something a bit interesting. So everything you have done here, we are just going to highlight it, and we are going to go over to this icon here. This is now copy to clipboard. It's not your regular copy. So you see that if you notice, this copy is used to copy projects within a view. That is what this normal copy is meant for. But if you want to copy things through views or into even another project, you are going to use this copy to clipboard. So once you click on copy to clipboard, you are now going to click on paste, and we are going to click on align to selected views. Then we are going to look for our first floor, floor plan, first floor, 04 first floor. If you follow this video very well to this point, you will have all these levels the way it is here. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So now it's copied to the first floor. The reason why I copied it to the first floor is just so we'll just be seeing directly all these things we have done here on the first floor. So we will not need to be switching back and forth with the views. So as you said earlier, I was currently in the NG at that time I was talking before, but I just double clicked on the first floor and I've gone to the first floor views. So the thing about the first floor is that unlike the NGL, we have not hid some of these elements here. So what we can simply do is to hide it again in this view. Then we're going to click one point, hold Control, select this view icon here, right click, hide in view by category. Then we're going to do the same for this scope box here. We're going to hold Control, select this, select this, select this, and select this. Then we're going to right click, hide in view by category. Good and fine. So now we are going to start designing the first floor. So in designing a hotel, remember I told you that the suites are the most important thing. We are going to start from designing one unit of suites, and for this I will now bring you into creating walls in Autodesk Revit. So while creating walls in Autodesk Revit is very straightforward, you just simply need to go to architecture and you click on walls here. So these walls, I'm just going to explain something. So this is a basic generic wall 200. That is what basically comes with Revit typically, but we will need to edit this wall in order for it to match our desired properties. So if you click on this drop down, you are going to see different kind of walls that is to come with Revit. But because of I transferred project from an already existing file from our project template file, you see that there are some extra walls here that I've created in that template that still appear here, which is the advantage of creating templates. So I'm just going to select this 012254, but I'm still going to show you how to edit and create your own wall. So to do that, you are just going to click on edit type, then you are just going to click on this duplicate icon, then you are just going to call, let's just call this 000 sample wall. Then I'm just going to click on OK. After doing it, you have a lot of things to edit in this wall, but the main thing you should focus on is this structural edit. So you are just going to see this edit icon here and you are going to click on edit. So after doing so, you are going to see the thickness of the wall, you are going to see the structure. You can insert new layers of the wall by clicking on insert. Another layer will come out. You can add a thickness to that layer like 10 millimeters. Like if you want to add plaster, you can change it from structure, click on this drop down and change it to finish. But we don't want to do that, but I just showed you how to do that just in case. You can even add material to the thing you want to change. So if you click on that 3-dot icon, you can always go here and change the material if you want, the same way with the main thickness of the floor. But let's close this for now. I'll still go touch more on that later. So I'm just going to click hover around here, hover at the edge of this column here, or this row, sorry, then click on it. Then I'm just going to click on this delete icon here. So we are left with this our original structure. So you can see that in this structure we have the structure one, you have this material called my white. You can see the thickness of the wall, which is 225. This is just a basic 9mm block wall in tropical regions, particularly in Africa. So if you go to other parts, there are more complex walls with different layers, but in Africa here we just use the basic, in most parts we just use the basic 225 wall, that is 9 inches wall or 6 inches wall. So we are just going to click on this icon here. We're going to see this my white wall paint. Is just my favorite nomenclature. I like naming my materials so if you want to create a new material for it, you can always right click, duplicate, and just call this, give it a new name, 01 wall paint. So after giving it this new name, if you want to change this material it's currently in, you can click on this icon here. So once you click on it, the asset light browser of the materials will come out. So you can go to appearance, which is the one I suggest. Then you can go to paint. After going to paint, you can now choose whatever color you want. You can just click this paint here and it's going to appear white. Apply and click OK. Then we are just going to click OK. So I've showed you how to create walls. I'll click OK. So this wall is ready in our Revit inventory. So now we are going to go back and click on this drop down and select this main 225 wall, because that's what I want to use. So once you have selected the wall, the next thing to do is to set the constraint. So let me take time to explain what constraints are. Alright, so now we are now going to set the constraint. So you are going to start from this base constraint. So this base constraint represents where your wall will start from on the vertical axis. So what I mean is basically the floor where your wall will start from. If it's starting from a lintel, you can set it at that. Then you now have the top constraint, which deals with where your wall will end. So typically if you just open a new Revit file, the top constraint is usually unconnected. So we're just going to click on this drop down and we're going to set it to the next floor after first floor, not the lintel 2, the next floor, which is the second floor. So after you do that, automatically this top offset that was 6,000 something will disappear since you have set it to 0. So you know that your walls are extending from first floor to second floor. Okay, so now we are just going to start drawing walls. So by drawing walls, another thing to keep in mind is this wall location location line that is currently set at wall center line. So you can change it to different options, but I like this wall center line because it draws the walls from the center of the wall, which makes it streamlined and easy. So I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to start drawing. So I'm going to draw the wall here. Okay, this project is super big. I didn't even know it was big like that. Then I'm just going to draw it to around here, draw another wall here, draw another wall here, and draw another wall here. Okay, so now I think that this point here, I don't need all these field regions again. So I think visually I can just mark out where what is what. So I'm just going to delete, select 4 of them, zoom to the edge, go to and just hold Control and select all of them and delete it. So we already know where the services are. If we go back to NGL, we can still see them. So let's go back to first floor. So now I've drawn a simple box with these walls. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to wall again and I'm going to click and draw another box. So I'm going to click here, and click here and click here. So let me explain what this is. So this box now basically represents a room space, and this second box represents the toilet. So in a hotel design, you need a room space, a toilet, and a walk-in closet. So walk-in closet is that space where you go, you change your dress, you have your wardrobes, you sit down in the mirror, do your makeup or do your brush your hair and all those stuff. So it's just a space for all those stuff after you finish taking your bath or showering. So we're just going to click hover around this. Once it highlights this triangle, it means you have selected the middle of this element, which you are. So we're going to pick it and pick here. So after we do that, we're now going to click hover around here and click on this point and draw another wall to this point. So this is going to represent a ducting system. So what is a ducting system? You know, in this kind of buildings, they are dealing with a lot of suites, and these suites come with toilets, and toilets come with pipes. So if you leave those pipes to just, if you don't make provisions for them, the pipes will just be exposed on the surface of the wall, which is going to spoil the design. So we don't want that in a design we are going to be doing, and we want to do it very well. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to use the align tool. So the align tool is just to push to, is just a shortcut to help us push this wall back within this, the constraint of this line boundary we drew. So I'm just going to click on AL on my keyboard, L for lemonade. So you know the L I'm talking about. So I'm just going to click on this line here and click on the surface of this wall. You are going to see it is going to highlight even on the plan, and you just click on it, so it's going to align. So I'm just going to do the same. I'm going to click on escape, click on AL again, click this line and click here. So now we are going to start adjusting the size of this room. In as much as we want the room to be spacious and comfortable for the guest, we don't want to waste space, because in a hotel every room is made to make money. So if you are making rooms too big, it's not going to make the profit the hotel owner wants. So we're going to click on it and we're going to reduce this room width to 3.6. Let's start from 3.6. Okay, so after 3.6, we're now going to click on this toilet and we're going to be reducing it to 2.4. So 2.4 is an actually big toilet. We can reduce it to 2.1, which I think is sufficient for a toilet. So for this bedroom, I think 3.6 is okay, and this is 2.1. I'm going to reduce it to 1.8. So I think this is now good. So now we also want to reduce some thickness of walls. So these walls that are internal, especially these walls demarcating the toilet, they don't need to be 9 inches walls. That is 9 inches block walls. They can make them 6 inches. So with that, we are now going to make a duplicate of this wall. So we can hold Control, select these 2 walls. Then we're just going to click on edit type. Then we're going to click on duplicate, and we're just going to call this 01 wall instead of 2254. We're going to call this 150mm wall. That is 6 inches. Then I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm going to click on edit, and I'm going to change this to 150 now. So I'm just going to click OK, apply, and click OK. So you see the wall sizes have reduced. So now another thing we are going to do is we are now going to click on this wall here. We are going to edit this dimension. We are going to change it to 2 point. Okay, before we even do that, let me hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to click on this overall dimension. Since this dimension is not showing the reference from this point to this point, you can always click on this box here, this point here, and just drag it till you reach the place where you want it to reference. Like that is the edge of this wall here. Then we're now going to reduce the size. So I'm going to be reducing the size of this hotel to, let's start from 4.2. Okay, so I think 4.2 is okay. So now we are now going to try and manage the space we have within for this toilet. So I'm going to click on this duct here. Instead of 600mm, I'm going to change the duct to 450. So I think 450 should be able to house this pipe, the major pipes of this convenience. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change this to 1.8 meter. So the rooms are 1.8 by 1.8, the toilet of the room. So I can click on this wall and I can drag this wall back to this point. So it's going to show unconnected on. So I'm going to click on join elements, then I'm just going to drag it and fuse it here very well. So now we have a small. Okay, so what I can do now is, just for generosity, I can click on this wall, then I can push it by 300mm. So the rooms will be 4.5 meter. So the toilet will have a bit more space. Okay, so now this is done. We have a room space, we have the toilet sized well, we have the duct. So now in order to kind of okay, before we go to that stage, let me just slow down a bit. So now let's enter and start placing doors. So placing doors in Revit is very simple. You are just going to click on doors here. So with these doors now, if you click on this drop down, you have option to select the doors that came with Revit. Unfortunately, if you transfer templates, things like doors and components will not automatically just transfer to this new project. So we need to open that project and copy them manually into this project. So once you copy them and paste them, automatically it's going to be in the inventory of this project. Alright, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to open the file as stated. I'm going to open this template file. So I'm just going to be copying some walls, some doors, and possibly some windows, and even some components depending on what I want to do. So I'm going to go over here. So we have two types of doors in this project. This is the D1, meaning the major door, and this is the D2, meaning the minor door. So instead of copying these doors, because doors used to attach to a host, which is the wall, so it's always important that if you want to copy doors from one project to the other, you need to select the walls in which the doors are placed on. So I'm going to click on this wall here. I'm also going to click on this wall that is hosting this door too. I can also add some extra things I want to copy, like I want to copy this window, so I can just select this wall to hold Control and select it. Then I can select some basic components like this shower and this WC. I can also do the same here. Select this mat, select this TV, select this bed head, go over here, select this center, and maybe select this couch just in case, select this TV console. Then I think we are good to go at that. So after doing this, I'm just going to simply go to hover around copy to clipboard. So remember what I told you, that with this copy to clipboard, you can copy from one project to the other as far as you have opened one Revit file. Like the one Revit tab is open, then you can, once you open two projects in that Revit tab, you can now switch in between them. That is when you can now use the copy into clipboard. Then we're going to go to first floor, this first floor again, and we're just going to go to modify. Once we click on this modify, we're going to click on paste, and once we click on paste, we'll now click on paste from clipboard. Then we're just going to paste on anywhere on our screen. We don't need to place it directly on these walls here before it causes some interference. So I'm just going to place this here. Okay, so now we have all these things here. So now what we are going to do is, remember I told you that once you bring in something from another file to a file in Revit, it's going to save into the inventory of Revit. So by doing that, we can now easily delete all these things without any consequence. It doesn't mean that what we copied is in vain. So another thing, I was just looking at this bedroom space and I was really considering the size, but since this is 3.6, I think we might just increase it a bit. So, or rather, let's just leave it at 3.6. So let's start by placing doors. As I said, earlier before. So we are going to go to architecture, we are going to go to doors. Under these doors, we are going to click on this drop down icon. Then you are going to see those two doors we copied, D1 and D2. So D1 is basically the main door and D2 is for the toilet. So I'm just going to click on this D1 and I'm going to place space. Once I hover around it, you are going to see it's going to be only attaching to the wall. If I go to a space outside the wall, it's going to show it's not attaching to anything. But if I go to a wall, it can place. Then if you want to change the direction of the door, I can click on space on my keyboard to change the door swing. Then I can place this here. So after doing this, I'm going to click on this drop down again, click on D2, then hover around here and place this here. So now we have done this. Another thing to note is that if you want to see, if you look at this door swing now, we are not seeing the hinges of the door. So it's important to see those details when working with Revit. So we're just going to go over to this visual styles here. If you didn't see it, we're going to go to this detail level, click on it, change it from coarse to fine detailing. Then you're going to be able to see the hinges. So by this, we can click on this and we can click on move and select this edge here and just move it to this wall. So another thing, due to the thickness of this wall, if you want the graphics of Revit to be set in a way that temporarily set in a way that you can easily see it, you can click on TL. What this TL does is that it turns off the thick line, so it only makes it 10 lines. So by making these 10 lines, it's easier to work with and seeing everything you're doing clear and crisp. So instead of putting this door here, I think it's best we actually put this door at this end here. Then we can click on this zigzag icon facing this horizontal part. So we are going to switch the direction. So we can click on move and just click on move and move this to this point here. Then what we are now going to do is we are now going to put some beds, because it's important that while working on this hotel, you work with furniture. So we are going to go to components. Remember those components I copied from that project, they are also inside this file now. So we're just going to put on this regular bed. We can click on edit type to change the size of the bed. This is 1.8 by 1.8 meter, which is a big bed. So, and I think it can enter this space comfortably. So I'm just going to click on it and I'm going to click on space and I'm going to place the bed head here. So now I've placed the bed head here, I'm also going to make provisions for a balcony. So for this hotel we want to do, I want it to have a balcony. So the balcony is very important. It's where people can just come out and get a nice view. So I think it's very important in a hotel. So I'm going to go to annotate and do some line work first. So by doing this line work, is going to help me get how deep, or the projection of the balcony, or just basically a preliminary design for it. So for this balcony, I want it to come out like a bracketed hood. You'll see what I mean shortly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a line, and this line will be 900 millimeter off here. Then I'm going to draw another line from here. The line will start from here up to 600 millimeter. Then I'm going to cut it off here at 2 to 5 millimeter. So after doing this, I'm just going to go over to this wall here. Normally this is going to be a duct, and we're going to put a duct grill here so people can be able to access this duct. But I'm going to take some of this space in order to make the balcony's walls as big as possible. So I'm going to hover around here where the dotted line meets this line here and this line here. So once I'm at this point here, I'm going to draw a line here up to 600. Then I'm going to draw a line here. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to draw another line here. Then I'm going to extend another line from here to 225. Please follow this thing as I'm doing it so you will not get lost in the process. So I'm also going to draw another line here. These lines are just temporal lines. I'm still going to delete it. These lines are just serving as guides for what I want to do. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on doors, and I'm just going to place a door, this D1 door here. I'm going to place this here. Click space and place this here. Okay, so this is going to be the balcony door. Okay, so now it's actually taking space of the bedroom, so this is kind of problematic. So what I can do is to click on it, and I can just change the swing to this angle, so it's going to open outward even though it's not proper. So another thing I can do is to change it to this D to make it a smaller door, change the swing here and adjust this a bit and move this here. So after doing this, I can also move this, click on this bed and just move this bed to this edge here. So it's going to flush exactly with this wall. So because of this, what I want to now do is I want to put a TV console here. So I'm going to go to component again. I'm going to click on this drop down icon and I'm going to scroll down. I think I have a TV console somewhere here. Okay, let me just search entertainment, EN. So you see the thing, entertainment center. So I'm going to click space and I'm going to just try and place this somewhere here. Okay, I'm just going to place it a bit so it's going to also flush with this place. Even though the bed is here, the TV console can be here. Then I'm going to click on AL, align, and I'm going to select the edge of this wall and select this here. So this is done and good. So I'm also going to go to components. I'm going to click on this drop down icon. I'm going to click on this. Okay, let me not enter the toilet design for now. So I'm going to scroll down. Then I'm going to look for this rock here, and I'm going to place another rock here and click on space. I'm going to reduce this dimension of this rock. Remember, all these components, you can get it once you get the template file. So I'm going to change this width to 2.4, and I'm going to change this depth to, let's say, 1.8 or 1.5. Then after doing that, I'm going to click on space and I'm going to try and place it at this center point. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm also going to place a center table here. Let me just type table. So I'm going to put this coffee table somewhere here. Okay, so we have a comfortable bed space. So now we are now going to go and design the walk-in closet. So for this walk-in closet, we are going to see if we can achieve an L-shaped walk-in closet. So by L-shape, it means you are going to use some of the, you are going to create a cabinet here where it can serve for drawers. Then we will now create a dressing desk here. So this dressing desk can now serve for let's say if you want to do your makeup and stuff preparation. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. Then I'm going to draw a line from here up to 2.1 or 2.2, so it will just flush here. Then it's going to extend up to 600. Then I'm going to also be wary of this dimension because I want to make sure that there is enough space here. I think this 1050, so this 1 meter, so I think it can serve. Then I'm just going to draw a small drawer table here of 450 millimeters. Then I'm just going to place this here. So this is going to serve as the main wardrobe, and this is going to serve as the makeup drawer with a mirror hanging here. So for this, we are going to go and try and get some new components. But while we are waiting to get those new components, we can still do some graphics work here by drawing a line across this, indicating that this is a wardrobe. Okay, so now let's go back to this wall balcony here, and we're going to start drafting walls for this balcony. Like I said, I want to create something a bit unique. Okay, so I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to walls now. So for these walls, I want to create a different color of wall. So I don't want to use the same basic white wall. So I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm just going to call this 01. I'm going to call this dark wall 225. Then I'm going to click OK. Then I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to click on this white material, my white. Then I'm just going to search for any dark material, dark colored paint. If there is no anyone, okay, I have this my dark wall paint, so I'm just going to click on it, click OK, click OK, click OK. So we have created this kind of wall. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to make sure the base constraint is set at first floor and the top constraint is still set at second floor. Okay, then we're going to click on this wall center line. Then we're going to change it from wall center line to finish face exterior. Then we're just going to hover around there and try and pick this point here. So you can see the wall, as I set wall face exterior, is picking from the exterior of this part. So I'm just going to pick it. So if you tweak this stuff, it's something that could help you. So I'm going to pick here too, pick here too, and pick here too. So before we move any further, we are going to go to our 3D view and see what we have done on 3D. All these things we have done, you are going to see it now. And so to access 3D view, you are going to click on this, go over here to this default 3D view icon here. Then we're just going to double click on it. Then you're going to see. So if you want to see the thing very well and see the colors, you can click on this drop down, this icon here, change it to fine, click on this and change it to shaded. Then if you click on this box here, this box is like a control gizmo where you can choose it to control how your 3D is going to rotate. So if you want to rotate to the front, you can just click on front. If you want to get this angle, you can click on this top angle. If you want to get this side, you can click on this, and it's just going to be, if you want to control it freely, you can just click your you can just left click on your mouse and hold, then rotate it. That is just the simple thing. Just left click, hold, hover around there, left click, hold, and rotate it. Okay, so let's just rotate it to a good position. So now you can see the room we have created. If I rotate it very well, you're going to see this bedroom. If you want the pivot point to center around this small thing we have done, you can always click on this icon here, then click on this center, left click on this center, hold and drag this thing that is like an atom to this point here. Once you have dragged it, you are going to click on X, so it won't be showing, but what it has done, it has made the pivot point to be at this point. So if you are rotating it, it will be easier for you. Okay, so now you can see this thing we just did. Now this is not a complete balcony because we don't have a floor yet and we don't have a dwarf wall. So we're now going to create a dwarf wall, and we're going to create another dwarf wall on top to make this a single comprehensive unit. So I just wanted to show you this 3D to show you how what you do on plan affects what you do in the 3D. So you can see that as we have done this, it's appearing in 3D. Just you can see the console, the bed, the mat, which is coming out. This is why Revit is very wonderful. So let's go back to this first floor, and we're going to go to wall. So in this wall now, we are going to now create a dwarf wall. So a dwarf wall is simply a wall that is not very tall. Is maybe a wall that rises by 1 feet or 300 millimeters. So what you are simply going to do, some people usually just go, if they want to create dwarf walls, they will simply change this top constraint to unconnected and put the value of 300. But me, I don't like that approach because I like working with levels and I like setting everything to be constrained to a level. So instead of unconnecting it, we can just do some mathematics and minus a number to remove from this 3750. That is the distance between the first floor and the second floor. So it's going to give us 300 millimeter above the first floor. So now if you do some mathematics, we are just going to try and minus, let me say minus 3,450. Then once we do that minus 3,450, you are going to see it's going to be 300 millimeter, which is the dwarf wall we want. So it's just basic mathematics. So we're going to draw it and join it here. Okay, so now if you go back to 3D view, you are just going to see what we've done. You are going to see the dwarf wall. So what is just left is to click on this, click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, click on align to selected levels, and just click on second floor. So it's going to copy this same thing to the second floor, which has just perfected it. Okay, but see the issue now. You can see that this thing is resting on top of the second floor. So the reason for this design is we want some continuation here. Okay, so this is, I'm going to do like a kind of jump in this design, okay, because I'll be going into some facade design with this, but just stay with me. So what we are going to do now is, remember that this is a suspended floor, and in a suspended floor, if you go to this first floor, I'm planning on, in this design, this place will run down. These walls here will not be cantilevered. It's going to run down to the ground floor. But this balcony is going to be cantilevered. And once you are cantilevering a balcony, especially in architectural project, not especially, just in architectural project, you need to consider a provisions for beams. Okay, so beams are horizontal structural elements that transfer load to columns, or some people will know them as pillars. So if you go to this 3D, in Revit, you can use your walls to mimic those provisions for those beams. For instance, now, in each of these floors, beams are usually located on the peripheral walls because that is where it's easy to transfer load from. So we are just going to select this, hold control, select this, hold control, select this, and also select this wall here. Then we're going to go to this base offset and we're going to click on minus 450. So this minus 450 means this wall is going to drop by 450 millimeter, which gives enough provisions for beams. So I'm going to do the same thing for here, and I'm just going to put this as minus 450. Okay, so now we are done with the balcony. We are going to go back to this first floor, and we're going to try and start designing the toilet. Okay, so one thing about designing toilet is you need to put, there are three main components of toilet: the WC, the shower, and the sink. Okay, so for this shower, you also need to put a shower head. Okay, so what we are going to do now is we are going to open another project where we have a shower, but this one is not going to be from this template project. This is just another folder I think I used to create a project from personal reasons. So I'm going to copy some components from there. But know that it's only the template project I'll be leaving for you to access. So other components, you can get it from websites like Beam Object and all. Alright, so I'm just going to click on file. I'm going to click on open to open the project. Then I'm just going to go to the folder where I think I kept the project. So I'm just going to open it. So This is just a duplex I've worked on before, so you can see the 3D renders. If you want to be able to do a 3D render like this, check out my D5 tutorial course. So I'm just going to go to this ground floor. So in this ground floor, I'm going to be copying some components. Like I like this dining. I don't know, I may not need it throughout this hotel, but let me just click on it, hold Control, select these bar chairs. Then I could just click on this sink here, select this gas cooker too. Then I'll go here, select this shower tray and select the shower. I think I already have the WC, so I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I could just go over to this first floor again and hit Ctrl V to paste them. So it's going to show some stuff, but it's nothing major. So now I've pasted all of them. I can just select all of them and delete this. So now let's go back to designing the toilet. So like I said, there are 3 aspects. Okay, so one important thing I forgot to copy was the sink. So I'm also going to go over, okay, go to the first floor. Actually, funny enough, I didn't even place sinks in this project. So I'm just going to close this and I'm going to look for sinks. I think there are sinks already embedded in this project. So that is the first thing I'm going to look for. So I'm going to click on components. I'm going to click on this. Then I'm just going to type sinks to search for sinks. So I'm going to see, okay, they have this private sink. Okay, I think this one is good. Then we can just click on place on vertical face, which is place on walls. Okay, place on a face or place on work plane. So I can just hover around and place this somewhere here. So once I've placed this somewhere here, okay, this is actually too big. I can click on this and just delete this. Let me go and try and open another project where I think I might be able to get a sink. Alright, so as usual, I'm going to click on file. I'm going to click on open. Then I'm just going to open this project. I think this one. So this is another of my projects I've designed before. So I'm going to be seeing whether I can get some nice components from there. So I'm just going to go to the ground floor, which my hypothesis was correct. So I'm just going to click on this sink and I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. Then after I click on it, I'm going to go back to the first floor. I'm going to hit Ctrl V to paste it. Then I'm just going to paste it somewhere here. So now we have our sink. Now we are now going to place our WC. So normally in older designs, people usually place the WC at the wall that is exposed to the outside, but I don't think that is necessary, especially when you want to consider a proper design and maximizing the space benefits of this space. So we're going to go to components and we're going to click on WC, search WC. Then after we click on search WC, we're just going to place this WC here. I think it's good at this point here, so it's enough provision allowance from the sink. Then we're going to click on this and we're going to now select the shower tray. So once we select the shower tray, we're now going to click on it. We're going to click on space. Once we click on space and we place it here, we can now edit the size because we want it to fill this whole toilet. So we're just going, not the whole toilet, the whole width of this toilet. So we're going to click on edit and we're going to change this depth to 1.8. So once we have this, we can click on move and move this to this point. Then we can go to architecture components again, click on this and just put this shower column here, and we can just hover around it till we get to the middle, click on spacebar and place this here. So we have our full WC. So we have the walk-in closet, we have the main toilet, we have the bedroom, for the we have the balcony, which is nice. So the next thing we're just going to do for this balcony, we are going to place some railings. Okay, so this railings is very simple to do. You are going to go to architecture, you are going to click on railings as you can see it, but we don't want to use this normal rectangular handrail, so we're going to click on this drop down and we're going to click on minimalist railing. Note that if you transfer the project template from the template file, you are going to see this minimalist railing. Even in that video I showed you guys how to create it yourself. So I'm just going to go over here and I'm going to use this modify simple line tool. I'm going to put the offset to be 300 millimeters, since they have a dual for rising 300 millimeters above the respective floor. So I'm just going to pick this point and pick this point. Note that you cannot draw two different profiles or two different lines for a railing, because if you click on finish, it will only show Autodesk cannot allow it. So we're just going to click on continue, delete one of them, and we're going to click on finish. So now we are just going to go to 3D view. Don't mind that error sound. You are now going to see the railing here. Okay, so let's go back to DPC. So before we start entering window, I want to do ground and first floor. Before we start entering window, I want to do something quickly. So I want to create some grill panels for this duct. Okay, so the grill panels are very important because they are how people are going to work. If maybe there is a piping issue, they can go to the floor where there is a piping issue, open the grill and work on it. So for that, we are going to go to annotate first, do some line work, go to detail line and draw a line from here to here, another line from here to here. If you have reached this point in this video, you should be already accustomed to using this detail line very well. Okay, so after doing this, we are going to go to architecture. We are going to go to component. Okay, not architecture and component. We are going to go to architecture. We are going to go to walls. So in this template now, we have a grill panel cutting wall system. Okay, or we don't even have. So we are just going to go and copy it from the template project and paste it here and see how it's going to fare in. So we are going to go to file. We are going to click on open. We are going to be opening this minimalist project, I think. Okay, it's not even here, so I'm going to close this for now. I'm going to go to file. Okay, I'm just going to go to recent and open this Revit mini. So we are just going to open it again and see if you can copy those docs. So we are going to go over. Okay, I don't think in this file I have the docs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, of course, copy it from another file. So I'm going to go over to this one that I've done before. So I'm just going to copy it from there. I'm going to go to the ground floor. Then in this ground floor, I think I have some ducts, so I can see this one here. So it's a cutting wall system named grill panel. I've actually made a dedicated video of how to create your own grill panel system, which is very easy. Ducts are like metallic shades that are used to cover or conceal those ducts for pipes. So you can also use it as a design element, so it will make your work more organized. So we're just going to click on this copy to clipboard. And we're going to do, so what I'm going to do is that in the template file I'm going to be uploading, I'm also going to copy this there, so it's not going to be an issue. So you're also going to see it here so you can use it. So I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm just going to go back to the main project, which is the hotel. It's asking us to save. I'm going to click on cancel for now, but I'll save shortly. It's very good that if you're working with Revit, it's important to be saving your project. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl V and click OK and placed it here. So after I've pasted it here, I'm just going to click on delete because it's now embedded in this project. So what we are going to do now is we're going to click on these walls. So I'll use this opportunity to introduce you, even though it's not the best time, but I think it will still work. So I'm going to introduce you to cutting wall systems. So with cutting wall systems, of course, it's meant to be cutting walls you are meant to create. But since there are a lot of things in construction industry that Revit does not give maybe dedicated provisions for you to create them, a lot of them will use cutting wall systems to do them. Example are like cladding panels and grill panels. So I was able to set in the video where I did a tutorial on cutting grills, creating cutting grills. I was able to do a detailed step-by-step method in creating these cutting grills with cutting wall panels. But for now, we are just going to use the already created one. So I'm just going to click on this grill panel. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to set this base offset, because this base offset has to be 300mm above the base. So okay, the thing didn't agree because the top constraint wasn't set well. So I'm going to set this top constraint to second floor. So we have this base constraint here, and this base constraint we are going to click on base offset now, and we're going to add this base offset to be 300mm. So after making this 300mm, we are going to make this top constraint minus 450. So we are giving allowance for the potential beam running through. So once we do that, we are just going to pick this point here and pick this point here. So we are going to create a cutting wall grill system. So if you go to 3D, you are going to see the duct here. So this has already created duct. So now we have done this, we are now going to enter windows and cutting walls. Okay, so there's a reason I didn't just say windows, because normally it's windows we are meant to use. So windows is very simple to place in Revit. The same way you place doors, if you go to architecture, click on window, you can just place a window here and it's going to place. You can place another one here. And if you go to 3D, you are going to see those windows which are here. But in the quest for looking for windows to specific designs, I don't really always suggest using windows. too much. This is the reason why. If you can create your own windows to the custom needs of each of your projects, is very fine and wonderful. But the easy method I usually use curtain walls to serve as windows. So by this, it is going to give me versatility that any kind of window design I want to use for any given project, I can manipulate the curtain walls I use to serve as those windows. The major disadvantage with this is that when you know Revit is a BIM software, so each of the components in Revit detects them and gives information about them. So it won't be very good if Revit, the things you intend as window, Revit is indicating is detecting them as curtain wall system. It won't be proper like that, so it's not going to maximize the benefit of Revit in that aspect. But in terms of modeling proficiency and speed, I would recommend you use it. But if you want if you want to use Revit more as a BIM software and you want to be very thorough with the whole BIM process, I recommend you use normal windows. If not, you even create your own custom windows. Okay, so I'm just going to click on architecture, I'm going to click on walls, then I'm just going to click on this normal non-defined curtain wall. So we are now going to edit this curtain wall. So I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to call this window curtain wall, or window CW. So after calling this window CW, let me just adjust the name. I'm going to click on OK. So now I'm going to make sure this is automatically embedded checked, this function is exterior checked, the curtain wall panel system is custom system panel glaze checked, the joint condition is non-defined checked, the vertical layout is none, good, the horizontal layout is none. Then we're going to just set the border mullions. So we are not going to set the interior mullions, we're just going to set, or we can still even set everything. So we can just change everything to this main mullion. So this main mullion, if you transfer the template from the template file, you're going to see this main mullion is a mullion I created before. So these are the advantages of using a template file. You see how everything is faster compared to if I'm going to start creating everything from scratch again. Okay, so I'm just going to select this main mullion, I'm going to select this, I'm going to select this, and I'm going to change this to this. Then I'm going to click apply, I'm going to click OK. So now I'm now going to be setting the constraints of this curtain wall window. So instead of setting this to the top constraints to the second floor, I'm going to set it to this lintel too. That is why I created that lintel level. I created that lintel level so I will not need to be doing a lot of offset. So I'm going to place this at 0, and I'm going to leave this at, so the window height is going to be 2.1. Then I'm going to draw a large window here up to this point. Then after drawing this large window, I can maybe control it to, let's say, make it 2.4. Okay, I think 2.4 is sufficient. So the reason why I made this window big, let me go to 3D, is because of this is a single window of this hotel. So I want the window to be as big as possible. If possible, I would have preferred if the window encompassed everywhere, and I use curtain wall embedded doors to just place in this, which is actually an option I may consider. So let's try it out. So I'm going to click on this, I'm just going to click on this door, and I'm going to delete this door. Then I'm just going to click on this curtain wall, and I'm going to drag this to this end. Then I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to change this base offset to 0. So it's going to be a glaze system all through. So for this top offset, I think I can click on it, I can increase the height of this. Instead of using this lintel level, maybe the lintel level may serve the toilet. Then I'm going to put it to second floor, put this offset to -450. So we are using curtain wall glazing throughout, although we'll need to put some shading device here to control the lighting, but that will even make it more beautiful. So I'm just going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to this curtain grids. So this curtain grids is a way to divide your curtain walls in Autodesk Revit. So we can just, once you hover around one axis of the curtain wall, you are going to see a blue dimension is going to come out as a guide. So it's currently showing 900. Remember that we want our door at this point to be 750, so we are going to place it. Even though you don't place it accurately, it's very fine because you can always adjust it. For example, if I click on escape now, I'm going to hover around this mullion here. I'm going to click on tab, select this until I select this grid line. You can see this dotted line, not the mullion. So let me do it again. I'm going to hover, click on tab till I select those those dotted lines highlight. Then I'm going to select it. I'm going to click on this dimension here. Then I'm going to change it to 750. So after doing so, I'm just going to go to this curtain grids again. I'm going to just place another one here. Then I'm going to place another one at this level here. So it's going to be at the lintel level. then I'm going to, instead of using this all segment, I'm not going to put one segment. So this one segment is just for peculiar cases, so I'm going to place one here. So this one is going to serve mainly for the windows, so I'm just going to click on this and click on add or remove segment. So I'm just going to click on this segment to add here, click on this segment to add. The reason why I did this is so this place will be free for a curtain wall embedded door. Okay, so now we are going to now talk about bringing in curtain wall embedded doors and curtain wall embedded windows. So if you go to your first floor again, if you try and click on door here and try and place a normal door here, let me just see, click space and place it, it's going to show an error. So it's going to, you have to delete the element. So if you go to 3D now, it's going to be looking weird as it is now. So I'm just going to use Ctrl Z and I'm going to show you how to embed curtain walls, embed doors and windows into curtain walls. But to do that, you first need to import your curtain wall embedded doors and curtain wall embedded windows, and they can only be found in a Revit library. So if you have any Revit library, wherever you got it from, they usually come with a curtain wall panel folder. So in that curtain wall panel folder, you're now going to see those things. Alright, so now what we are going to do is we are going to open that our template file again. So I'm just going to click on save to make sure I've saved this project. So after doing this, we are going to go to this 3D view. So instead of going from plan and copying, we are going to be selecting two curtain walls. So you can see this one has a curtain wall embedded door along with some curtain wall embedded windows. So just to confirm that, you can go to first floor and you can just see it, the curtain wall embedded door with the windows. So what we are simply going to do is we are going to select this curtain wall here. We're also going to select this curtain wall. Then we're going to click on copy to clipboard. So once we've done that, we're now going to go back to this main file we're working with. So I'm just going to hit Ctrl V on a random place on the floor. So I'm just going to place it, make sure it's placed outside this main structure. Then after I've done this, I'm going to go to 3D and I'm going to delete the two curtain walls. So now this is deleted. The same principle I told you about component, it doesn't mean it's gone totally. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to, from this 3D view, we are going to rotate this. Then we are going to hover around this curtain wall here. Then we are going to hit on tab key on our keyboard. Click on tab. Once you have the panel is highlighted and is highlighted as blue, you now left click on it. Then once you have left clicked on it, you are now going to go over to this pin icon and click it to unpin it. Then you are just going to hover around this properties panel, click on this drop down icon, and you are now going to select single glass door. So this is a curtain wall embedded door. So if you go back to the first floor, you can now see it's going to just arrange accordingly. Then you can click on this zigzag icon to make sure it flushes with this door. So you can see how nice this is looking, and it's looking very wonderful. So now we are going to go back to this 3D view and we're going to be putting some curtain wall embedded windows. So what we are going to do is the same way we put this curtain wall embedded door, we are going to hover around this panel here, tab it and click left click to select it, then click on tab again. We are now going to hold Control before we select the second one and select the second one. So once we are done selecting the second one, we are going to release the Control, then we are going to hit tab again. Once the third panel is highlighted, we are going to hold Control before we now click left click to select it. Then the same way, we are going to click on this unpin to unpin it. Then we are going to click on this drop down icon and we are going to change this to this curtain wall embedded windows. So you can see the name is Windows Curtain Wall Metal Aluminium something thickness or whatever. So now this is done. Now we now have the curtain wall embedded, the curtain wall and the curtain wall embedded windows. So we are going to go back to this first floor and we're going to be creating some curtain wall windows for this toilet. So personally, people usually used to create narrow small windows for toilet, but I like long but slim, or wide but slim windows for the toilet. So instead of just making it narrow on one side, so I want it to be high and still wide at the same time, so you can throw in enough light while still maintaining privacy. But the truth is that this our duct will still give it privacy regardless of how big or small the window is. But let's just do it. So we're going to click on this our normal curtain wall architecture wall, select this curtain wall, windows curtain wall. Then instead of setting the base offset to 300, we are going to set the base offset to 1.8 meter this time. So the total height of the window is going to be 600. Then we are going to select one point and select another point. So for some reason it didn't show. The reason why is that our cutting plane in this plan view is too low. So by cutting plane, remember I told you that a floor plan is a horizontal section. So in Revit you have the ability to set the height of the horizontal section, which is the plan in of itself. So we are just going to go under this view range here in this properties panel, click on edit. Then we are going to go to this cut plane and change the height from 1.2 to 1.9. so the cutting plane is going to be higher and you are going to see things placed much higher on the view. So now you can now see the cutting wall we created. So what we are going to do from this plan view, we can still use the cutting grid. We are going to click on cutting grid and we're just going to add a grid to the middle. Then once we have added a grid, we are going to go to 3D. We are going to see, if you click on this cutting, if you click on this wall here and click on HH, that is the shortcut for temporary height. We click on this grills, click on HH, we are going to be seeing the window properly. So what we can do now is to click on tab, select this panel, release the click on tab again, left click, hold control before you select it to select two at once, unpin them, click on it and change it to curtain wall embedded windows. Then we are going to click HR to unhide everything with temporary heat. So now I think we are completely designed this unit of this suit here. So this is a typical suit of this hotel, which I feel is very important you design first before even designing any other thing in the hotel. So once you make sure the furnitures are well set, you make sure the floor is well and the toilet is well, you are good to go. So now what we are going to do is we are going to add a room tag to this. So in Revit there are many ways to add names to annotate things in Revit. You can use the normal annotation and you can just click on this text. You can select any text of your choice. Let's just use this default one and name this bedroom or regular suit as it is supposed to be. But this text is just a text. It doesn't have any beam implication, like it doesn't have any information attached to it. So now let me show you the proper way to annotate rooms in Autodesk Revit. So I'm just going to click on delete and delete this text. So I'm going to introduce you to the rooms in Revit. So room is a way of creating actual rooms that are recognized as room spaces in Autodesk Revit. So to get it, you need to go to architecture, then you're just going to go under these rooms. So under these rooms, the same way in walls you set your base constraint and your top constraint, you have a level and an upper limit in the rooms. So the upper limit is synonymous to the top constraint. That is the higher level where the room is going to encompass and stop. So we are going to set it at first floor since we are at we set it at second floor since we're at first floor. So I'm going to click on this adjust limit. Then after I've done this, I'm going to make sure the limit offset is set at 0. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to place this room tag here, and I'm going to place another one here, and I'm going to place another one here. So now we have placed this tray. Now you can see the issue with this tray now is that this room tag is too big. It has this annoying number attached to it that honestly we don't need, because we just need the room name and the room area. So what we can do for this is we can select this, right click, select all instances in visible view. Once we have selected all the tags, we are going to click on this drop down icon and set it to room tag with area. But even so, even after setting it to room tag with area, it's still looking big and it's still encompassing the whole space. So what we can do now is to edit family. So once we edit family, we are going to go under views first. We are going to go under visibility. We are going to go to annotation categories, and we are going to click on show annotation categories and click OK. So after we have done this, we are just going to go to this line first. We are going to click on tab. Once we hover around one and it's highlighted blue, we are going to click on tab for the others to be selected. Click on it, left click, then we are going to click delete. So this text, we are going to delete this one too. I don't need this number. The volume, I don't need it. I'm going to delete it. So this main text, I'm going to click on it. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to duplicate it, and I'm just going to click OK. I don't even need to give it a special name. Then I'm going to change the text font to my desired text font, which is Bebas Newer. One of my favorite. I highly recommend it. It's a very matured, uniform formal text. Then I'm going to change the text size to 2.4. Then I'm going to click apply, and I'm going to click OK. So you can now see the text is just better now. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on move and drag it down to somewhere here. So now for this area, we don't want this area text to be big. So we are going to click on edit type. So we are going to change this from to Bebas Newer, so it will be uniform with the one on top, and we're going to change the text size to 1.5, so it will be small. And we're also going to change the color too and change it to red, and we're going to click OK. Click apply and click OK. Okay, so now we are just going to click on move. Use this move to click on this and move it upwards here, and we can just use the navigation key on our keyboard and just manually adjust it a bit. So another thing, we can just click on this point here and drag it so the room spacing, the room name won't get too wide and get too long. So we'll just leave it like that. So I think adjusting it like this is okay. Then I'm going to click on load into project. I'm going to make sure we selected this our hotel tutorials file. I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click on no. I'm going to click on override graphics with existing version and parameter. So now you can see this is looking much better. You can see the room name, you can see is now balanced inside this space. So now what we are going to do is we're now going to go here and we're going to start renaming each of these suites. So we're just going to call this, once to rename it, you are just going to hover around this room tag here and just click on it 2 times. Then we're going to call this regular or standard suit. Let me just give it a name. Standard suit. So after we have done the standard suit, we are going to name this bedroom /WC. Then after that, we are going to call this balcony. Okay, so now we have created all of this. What we are now going to do is we are going to mirror it here, because it's good that if you are arranging these suits, instead of arranging them like sequentially that you now start, it means that they will have a lot of toilet duct and it won't be proper for a design. So it's good you mirror it, so you know that per each 2 suits they have a single toilet ducting system, which is who is going to be here. So let me just explain what I mean practically. So we are just going to highlight everything from this point here. After we've highlighted it, we are just going, okay, you are going to left click. Let me just take it again. We are going to left click from this point, hold and drag. So once we've left clicked and hold it and dragged it, we are just going to do it to encompass the whole thing. Then we're going to hold shift key on our keyboard. Things like these lines that we don't want to mirror, we're going to click on it. It's going to deselect it. Click on it. It's going to deselect it. And we're also going to deselect this middle wall because we don't want to mirror it. We are just going to, we only need one middle wall here. Then I'm going to hover around here and I'm going to see this tool called mirror draw axis. So we're just going to click on it and I'm just going to pick this point here and draw a line. I don't need the line to be measured. I'll just draw it anyhow and just click again. So now you can see we have created 2 suits now. So our job now is to arrange these suits in repetitions in a way that once we arrange them, you can see how much number we can get on this line in of itself, because I want the hotels, the typical hotel design to be very simple and straightforward. So it will be a single hotel lobby along with these rooms at the site. Okay, so what we are now going to do is we are going to start copying. So what we can do now is we are going to select everything here up to this TV here. We are not going to select these lines here. As usual, I'm going to hold shift, deselect this. Then I'm just going to click on copy. And I'm going to pick this point here and copy it to this point here. So currently we have 2 now. So looking at this, I think we may still be able to have 1 more, because if you look at the hypothetical distance, if we have 2 of these, let's do some analysis now. So currently, if we go to annotate now and we go to align, we have a dimension here to here of 6.76 meter. So now I'm just going to do another line. So this line is going to represent the lobby. Let's say the lobby is going to be 1.8 or 2.1 meter. I think 2.1 should be fine. Then I'm also going to draw another line that is another 6.7 meter. That is mimicking this set of suits I've created if I mirror it to this side. So it's going to be 6075. So what it now means now is I'm just going to go to annotate, I'm going to go to dimension, and I'm going to dimension this whole wing now. So I'm going to know what is the size. So this is 14.25. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to annotate, go to detail line now. Then I'm going to pick from this point now and draw a line from here and make it 14 meter, 250,000. That is millimeters. So I'm now going to draw it here. So apparently it means that this I may be able to still achieve another set of rooms here while still maintaining this seamless or this simple layout. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to highlight again, highlight everything here up to this point here. Then I'm going to hold shift to deselect this. I'm also going to hold okay, I don't need to deselect anything again. Then I'm going to just click on this normal copy tool and I'm going to copy this here, click on this point and click on this point. So hopefully, okay, I don't think it reached. So now this is good now. So what we can now do now is we are now going to do some mirroring. So this mirroring we are going to do is going to be all these suits here. We are going to mirror it to this wing. So we are going to have suits on this side, suits on this side, forming the stereotypic hotel lobby. So what we are now going to do is we are just going to highlight everything here. Once we highlight everything here, we're just going to go to filter and we're going to make sure we didn't, okay, I'm going to click OK. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to deselect some lines. I'm going to hold shift to deselect this line. I'm going to hold shift to deselect this. I don't think I can deselect the other line here, but I think even if we mirror it, we can still delete it later. Then I'm going to click on this mirror tool here. Remember I drew a line representing this lobby, so this triangle here is highlighting the center of that line. So once I click on the triangle and I just mirror it to this point here, click on it and drag it perpendicular to it, I'm going to mirror all these spaces here. So if you go to 3D now, we are going to see the set of rooms we are creating, or set of suits rather we have been creating. Okay, and so far it's looking nice. So what we're now going to do is we're going to go back to first floor. So now we have this. Now we now know that the next thing now is to mirror it perpendicular to this whole wing here. So we are going to have set of suits in this wing and we are going to have set of suits in this wing. So you may be thinking, how are we going to carry this whole things we have been doing here and bring it to this other wing? So let's just, before we mirror it to this other wing and I show you how to do that, let's just take a glance and look at how this form is working. So we have a central lobby, we have a room here, you walk a distance down, we have another room here, another room here, another room here, which I think is nice. And we have the central ducting system in between them, another ducting system here, another ducting system, making it 3 major. So currently on this wing we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we have 12 rooms on this wing. So the aim is potentially if we can get 12 rooms on this other wing, or even probably like 12 rooms plus 4, let's say 16 rooms on this wing, it will be much better and we'll be able to achieve as much rooms as possible. So that is nice in of itself. So what we're now going to do now is we're going to highlight everything here. We're just going to click on these lines here and delete this first. Alright, so we're just going to highlight everything here. Then after highlighting it, we're just going to hold shift by left clicking. We'll click left click and just click and drag. So once we have selected everything, we're now going to hold shift and deselect some things by left clicking, holding the same way we selected it. We're just going to select the ones we want to deselect. So after we have selected what we want to deselect, we are going to go over to this mirror tool here. This mirror is called mirror draw axis. So we're just going to click on it. Then if you want to mirror this thing to adjacent to perpendicular to the perpendicular wing, we're actually going to hover around there, click on this point and draw a line 45 degrees to where we want to mirror it to. So once we do that, it's going to mirror everything perpendicularly. So let's wait for it. So now this is done. We have mirrored this here and is aligned on this line. So what we're now going to do is we're going to click on move and we're going to move this to this point here. And once we move this to this point first, it's going to show lines are too short. We're going to click on delete element. We don't need it. So we're just going to click on move again and we're going to move this 6 meters off this line here. So we're going to give provisions for the entrance. So after moving this 6 meter off, we are now going to click on unjoin elements, and we're going to just delete some of these lines. So we know that these are the two major wings of the hotel, and we will now have to start designing some like some core spaces here. So this space, in this space, we are going to have to design a staircase and elevator design that is going to go all the way through all the floors. We're also going to add some emergency staircase for each of these wings, so it can also serve for emergency and in some cases services, so the people servicing this hotel can go through all the spaces. So to do that, we'll now have to go to the ground floor, that is the NGL. So remember, I told you that we are going to be designing from the typical floor first, which is important. So we are going to see how this designing from typical floor relates to other parts of the building. So firstly, let's just go back to first floor first and do some things. Okay, remember that I told you that in this duct we are going to be running ducts, and this duct is going to contain all the toilet pipes that are coming through these toilets on this row, because remember that we are doing the hotel up to 4 floors. So all the pipes that are coming at this point is going to follow this duct. So it means the thing with ducts is that each of these ducts will have to go from the top to the ground floor. So it's not just going to stop at this first floor, it's going to go to the ground floor. So what we are going to do now is we are just going to go to NGL now, and once we go to NGL, okay, so there was something I did. Let me just click on change, reset it back and show you how I did it. So there's something they call underlay. For instance, we're in this NGL, but we are obviously not seeing the first floor. So in order to see the first floor while still being in the NGL, so we can simultaneously work on the NGL while seeing things on the first floor, we'll go over to this properties panel. We are going to go to the tab called underlay. You are going to see it in the properties panel. Then you are going to go to this range base, click on this drop down icon and set it to first floor. So okay, the range base, you are going to set it from NGL, and you are going to send this range top level to first floor. Once you do it, you are now going to click on look down, and you are just going to, okay, you are going to click, instead of look down, you are going to click on look up, and you are just going to place it here. Okay, so if it isn't still visible, we are just going to click on this and change this to second floor. Click on this range base and change this range base to ground floor. So we're just going to be seeing everything there. So now you can now see all the walls, you can see all the things down this first floor. So this is going to serve as our guide while designing the ground floor. So the first thing to do is we are now going to go to architecture again. We are going to go to walls. So in these walls, we are going to be selecting our regular 2254. So I'm just going to select this 2254 here, and I'm going to click on reset constraint. Then I'm going to set the base constraint at NGO, and I'm going to go to this top constraint and set it at first floor. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to draw a wall. Okay, I'm going to click on escape, make sure I'm selected at 2254 like this. Then I'm going to make sure this location line is set at wall center line. Then I'm just going to draw a wall here, draw it to here, draw this wall here, draw it to here, and draw it to here. Remember that I used a 150mm thick wall or a 6 inches thick wall around here. So I'm just going to click on this drop down and select this 150, then draw it to here to join here. Then I can still go back, select this 2254 and draw it a center one. So it's just going to be exactly like that. So now I'm just going to click on control to select this, left click, select this, select all of them. Then I'm just going to simply copy them. So I'm just making like a preface for the design of this first floor. So I'm just doing the necessities. Those are these ducts here I'm doing, because I know that the duct must run from top to ground. So so once you have placed them already on the ground floor, you're now going to start designing around them on the ground floor before we now go into the reception. So I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to go to annotate now. I'm going to click on detail line. So I'm now going to draw a line from this point here to this point, which is the central corridor. Then I'm just going to select all of them. I could just click on control, left click, and just drag it this way. Left click to hold control, drag it this way. Left click, hold control, drag this way, and just click on this mirror to draw axis. Select the center point here and just draw it perpendicular, so it's going to mirror. So the same thing we just did now, the same mirroring we did on the first floor, we're just going to hold control again, select these other ones, then we're just going to click on mirror, and we're just going to mirror it from this point at 45 degrees. Then we are just going to click on move, and we're going to adjust the position of this to this point here. Okay, so now we have duct here. We have the duct walls running on this floor. So if we are planning anything on this ground floor, we are going to include it while in our plan. So now let's go to this main entrance now. So in this ground floor, remember that we outline some spaces we are going to be needed. In the supporting facilities, we have the reception, we have the display room, we have the restaurant, and we are going to walk and zone all these things. Remember that from the overall site zoning, you can see that the building is already smaller than we even anticipated. But from the overall site zoning, we zone that the service areas will be here. So it's always good to keep in mind that things like the kitchen and laundry is going to be on this wing, and the of administrative facilities of the hotel. So let's first draw some outline walls. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to wall, this 225 wall, then it's going to run from ground to first. So I'm just going to draw a wall from this point here to around this point. Then I'm just going to draw another wall from here to around here. So what this wall is going to serve us, this is just going to outline the major wall. Then I'm going to draw another wall here to this point here, and I'm going to draw another wall here up to this point. Okay, I can even draw it from here up to this point. So now we have done this, we can now go over to this underlay here, click on this, and we are going to change this to none. So we are not going to be seeing this for now. So this is what is currently existing on the natural ground level. These are the ducts here. So we are just going to try and be working with this. So now we have the outline. We have where the entrance is supposed to be, which is around here. So we are just going to start going back to annotate, and we're going to be doing some line work. So we'll have an idea of the design. So let's start by clicking on this line work. We are going to draw like an entrance porch here. So for this entrance porch, I would like it to be, I'll draw a straight line to this point, 6 meter, another straight line here. Then I'm going to down draw a diagonal line crossing here. Then I'm just going to click on trim this here, and trim this here. Then I'm going to go to annotate, I'm going to go to detail line, I'm going to draw another line up to, because I'm going to create a ramp here. So I want the ramp to be around 15 meters long, so it will be able to accommodate for the change in height. Or rather, since the DPC is just 900, it's going to be about 11.5 meters long. That's 11,500 millimeters. Then the ramp is going to start from here. So the ramp starting from here, I'm now going to make the major entrance start from this point. So I'm going to click on offset here. I'm going to set the offset value to be 300 millimeters. Then I'm just going to click on offset here. So this is going to be like the main entrance steps for the building. So note that I've not yet modeled this. These are just line work, so it's just to help me articulate what I'm going to do while I start modeling, because I like using lines to sketch. So I'm just going to click on this trim tool and trim here, so it's going to be just smooth. So we have the major entrance here, we have where the entrance door will be. So another thing I can do is to go to annotate now, just to add more character to this and make this entrance grand. I can go to this point here, draw a line to this point here, that is 6.8, then pick a center line here and just make it diagonal from here. So by doing this, I may now adjust the position of this wall. So if people come through this building, come to this building, they can meet a central access door here, where the main access door will be. So what we can now do is to go to architecture, click on walls. Then we're going to draw a wall, set this wall center line. Instead of wall center line, set it from finish face exterior. So we're just going to pick this point. Okay, if it doesn't work, we're just going to pick from here and pick from here. Then we can just simply click and trim this. So what this means basically is that, okay, on these higher floors it may continue like this, but it doesn't necessarily mean to. So if you go to this icon here and go to our 3D view to see what we have done, you can see that the hotel shape is already coming out. So we already have something like this on the ground floor. We already have these suits. I've not yet copied the suits to the subsequent levels because I just want to design the ground floor before I now decide to duplicate these typical floors across each floor. So we are going to go back to this DPC here and NGL, sorry. So we are now going to go back to line work again because we want to articulate some things. So we are going to go to detail line. So the first thing we have to do is we have to add a reception. So a reception is a space that if someone comes into the hotel, the person is supposed to see it. So we are just going to draw a line from here and draw another line from, let's make this 5.4 by 5.4. So this is a box, or instead of making it 5.4, we can just align it with this one. So I'm just guessing that here may be where the staircase and elevator is going to be. Then I'm going to go to detail line again. So I'm now going to click on this, and I'm going to maybe put the receptionist stand somewhere here. So I'm going to go over here once again. I'm going to go to this underlay, and I'm going to change it to first floor again, because I want to be seeing this wall, so I'll know that any walls I'm doing inside, even, you know, another important thing about this kind of buildings is that after you run the typical floor, it's always good that if you are planning the first floor, the ground floor, you try to align the walls on the ground floor to the walls on the typical floor, so it's going to structurally make sense. So when you run columns from those typical floors, it's not going to have issues or much issues budgeting with the activities on the ground floor. So that is also important. Okay, so I'm just going to go to detail line now, and I'm just going to, since I want the reception to start from here, I can go here and just, instead of using these lines, let me just use walls instead, so it will be faster. Click on this and change it to wall center line. I can go and draw a wall here and another wall here. So let's say this will now serve, this space will serve as the reception. I don't know how clearly you are seeing this, but I'm just drawing a wall. I was turn off the underlay. So now this is done. Now we now have a receptionist here. So once you come into the hotel, you should be able to see the receptionist, and this is the stairway and the vertical transport. So now this is done. We are now going to create another space here. So we are going to create a space here called we are going to create the restaurant. So I want the restaurant to be in a way that you can easily, okay, so I'm just going to, all right, so what we can now do now is we are just going to draw another set of walls here. So we are just going to hover around till we get this center line here, and we're going to draw a wall here. So we have this as our staircase wall. Another thing to take note of while doing this is that in this kind of buildings, after recommended after the span of 30 meters, it's always good to introduce an expansion joint. So, and it's good if we introduce an expansion joint at the early stage of the design, because if you don't do it at this early stage, it's going to be difficult for you when you have already gone so far. So for this design, we're going to be introducing an expansion joint here and another expansion joint here. So it's going to be like, so what is an expansion joint overall? So an expansion joint is like a construction part of a building, is a part of a project that gives allowance for expansion and contractions due to change of temperature. So you know, heat, all these building materials, temperature, the temperature change or the climate in the climate usually affect them. So sometimes they can expand and they can contract. So these expansion joints just kind of give an allowance for the expansion and the contraction, so it's not going to cause damage to the building. So it's very important. So usually the expansion joint is usually like a gap, a small gap in the structure. So it's around the gap in the structure is usually around 25 millimeter from each of those walls. So we are just going to copy a wall by 250 millimeters. So by copying this here, is going to create that expansion, that 25 millimeter gap forming the expansion joint. So we are just going to drag this wall back here, and we can also escape and just drag this wall back here. So we know that this is our expansion joint, and we're going to do the same for this side here. So I'm just going to go to architecture, click on wall. So expansion joint doesn't necessarily mean that two walls must cross the space. It's just going to mean that even though you don't want to put walls in that space, you can put, it means that the structural part of the space is, they are going to have, instead of one beam running through there, they are going to have two beams. Instead of two columns running through there, they are going to have, instead of one column running through there, they are going to have two columns. So it's just mainly targeted towards the structural aspect of the building, not necessarily that the walls must be double. But doubling the walls is just I'll kind of say a way of easily putting it in mind. So but it's not really necessary that it must have double walls. So it's just depending on whether you want to still enclose the space or whether you don't want to do it. So let it not restrict you. So I'm just going to copy this wall here. So after doing so, you have already established we have two perspectives. So in this space now, I'm planning for this space to be our major stairway, this space to be the receptionist. So what I can do now, since an expansion joint is here, I can just click on this and drag this a bit. So it's going to give an offset from this expansion joint. I want to leave this space open because this is going to be where the receptionist are. I don't want it to be locked up with walls. So remember what I said about the expansion joints and walls. The walls aren't really compulsory like that or necessary. So I'm just going to delete these lines here so the lines won't be obstructing. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go to architecture. So I'm going to do some graphic settings because since we turned on this underlay and we have not set any graphics on this floor plan, we are kind of visually, if you are looking at the screen, you kind of be getting confused because you are just seeing the same thin lines and white. The wall doesn't have any hatching. Same with the underlaid floor. So we are just going to click on VV on our keyboard. So we are just going to do some graphics touch up. So we are going to see what we are doing more clearly. So I'm just going to scroll down to where we have walls. Under these walls, I'm just going to go to under this row under this column called patterns. So I'm going to make sure I'm under patterns and at the same time in the wall section. So I'm going to click on patterns and I'm going to change this pattern no override. Click on this drop down and change it to solid fill. Then I'm going to give it a color. I'm just going to give it a dark color. I don't need it to be too dark, but dark enough. So I'm going to click on OK, click apply and click OK. So now you can now see the walls that are actually on this natural ground level are appearing with that dark fill pattern. So it's giving us a more graphical distinction from the walls in the underlay. So I just did it so everything I'm doing here henceforth to be clearer. So I'm going to click on wall again and I'm going to still be drafting more spaces. So this space here is now going to be a waiting lounge where people can chill while they are waiting for someone in the reception. Then there's now going to be a restaurant here. So by this restaurant being here, anybody that came to the hotel can come here and have a nice food. So I'm going to extend the restaurant to this point. So even though this is an expansion joint, I don't need to put these two walls here. I'm just going to make sure that when I'm placing columns, I know that two columns will actually be here. So I can just delete this for now and I can just drag this here. Okay, so now we have a big restaurant somewhere here. Another thing I want to do is I may drag this back here a bit to this point here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to create a link from this reception or from this concourse, general concourse on the ground floor, to the back of this building, because at the back of this building is where we have the outdoor recreation, where we have the outdoor restaurants and also the pool area. So that one is also very important as well. So it's just going to give this balanced link. So I'm going to draw another wall from here, making sure I aligned with this wall here. Remember what I told you about the structural consideration. So once I do that, I'm just going to drag it and drag it to this point here. I'm going to click on unjoin elements. So this space now is now going to serve as a public convenience for this reception. So this reception area, people are going to wait, so they need a place where if they are feeling pressed, they can go to with much privacy. So I'm going to draw another wall here, and we're just going to quickly design a convenience here. So in this convenience, we want a male and female convenience. So what we are going to do is we are going to create a lobby for them, a general lobby to the convenience. Then we're going to create private lobbies for each of the respective gender toilets. So I'm going to click on walls. So instead of this using this normal white 225 wall, I'm going to be selecting this 150 wall because these are toilet spaces. Then I'm going to create the first lobby here. Then I'm going to divide this here, create the second lobby here, and just create one so I'm going to be creating two types of toilets. So one toilet will be for the physically challenged and one will now be for the normal unphysically challenged. So we now have one toilet, one disabled toilet, each for the male and female convenience. So this lobby, micro lobby here, this smaller lobby is going to serve for the male, or this smaller one inside is going to serve for the female. This other one here is going to serve for the male. So it's just a way of designing it properly. So we're just going to drag this wall back to join with this point. Then we're going to click on AL. AL is the shortcut for align. So we're going to select this face and we're going to select this wall here. So after doing this now, once we have drawn these walls now, we're now going to click on this and we're just going to change this dimension to 1.2. So normally these general lobbies, they don't need to have a lot of dimension because the general lobby is just for a circulation point. It's where people will come in and go out. So we are not going to put any sink there. The places that should have more space are these internal lobbies. So we are going to make it at least 1.5 meters. Okay, so now this is 1.5. You can now see that we can even go as far as reducing this general lobby to 1050 millimeters. That is just a bit above 1 meter. Then we can just make sure that this is spacious enough to accommodate. Okay, so we are not going to place the doors now. We are going to place them when we go to the overside, that is the DPC. We are just drafting the walls on this NGL first. So we are going to click on this and we are going to make sure that one of these toilets is, I think, 800 millimeter, even though it's very tight, but I think it should be able to serve. So the bigger one is now going to be for the guest convenience. Or if not, if the toilet is looking too tight, we can still extend it, but due to the whole structural consideration, I'm still leaning towards bringing it here. So while doing this now, we also have another thing we want to do. We're going to go back to first floor, and this is how we'll be working throughout this project, because we cannot just isolatedly work on this ground floor. So the aim of a hotel is that we need to create as much rooms as possible, so we don't need to waste space. Okay, so this whole space here on this floor, we'll need to convert it to bedroom. Okay, so after we have copied this space now, what we're going to do is just like the same way on the NGL we are able to see the first floor, we are going to go to underlay and set it to view the NGL. So we are also going to be seeing what is happening on the ground floor while we are working on the first floor as well. So we are going to be working with these two floors simultaneously, so we are going to achieve the best possible design. So what we are going to do, in order not to create another wasted space, you know that, as I said earlier, we have the central staircase here and where our elevator is going to be. So we are not going to be copying any room to this space. This space is going to be open as it is. So what we can now do is we can now see this particular space here. So this particular space is kind of empty. So we're going to see if one room can enter this space. So to do that, we're just going to highlight this whole room here. After highlighting it, we're just going to go to copy. Okay, we can even highlight this wall self and closing it. Click on control and select it, then click on copy. So once we copy this, we're just going to click on this point and paste it here. Okay, so somehow the thing entered. So it's kind of, even though this is kind of tight, it's still entered, but we can now make some minor adjustments here. So personally, I want this space to serve as a storage. So it's always good to have an utility room on this. The utility room may serve as where the batteries is going to be for an inverter if they want to install it. So it can serve a variety of purposes. So it's just an extra space. So the only problem is that we have a bedroom here, and this bedroom is almost locking up this space. So I'm just going to click on dimension. It's asking me to save, so I'm going to save the project. Wait for it. So now I'm just going to dimension this point to this point, which is 975. 975 for only this room is not too bad, so I think we might just be able to manage it. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to click on this and delete this. Then I'm just going to reduce this room a bit. So some of these kind of things is just things that happen in design sometimes. So we're just going to reduce this room by 300 millimeter. We're going to start by changing this grid, this cutting grid position here. Instead of 750, now 300 plus 750, that is 1050. So I'm just doing this, so once I reduce this by 300, it's not going to have too much effect. So I'm just going to click on this, delete this line here, click on this wall, click on this wall, click on this, and click on this. Also even click on this. Then I'm just going to try and adjust this to 300. So it's going to reduce. So this has made this room smaller than the other rooms, but it's just by a minor degree. So I'm just going to drag this here, so it is going to fit. I can delete these lines here. We don't need all these lines here again. Okay, so after doing this now, I can even delete this line here just so it will not confuse. I'm going to apply that visibility graphics I did on the ground floor to this first floor, so the graphics will be clearer. So I'm just going to go to VV again. I'm going to just scroll down, then I'm going to go under walls, under patterns, click on this. Once I click on override, I'm going to go to these patterns, click on this drop down, select this solid fill, click on this override colors, drag this towards dark, click OK again, apply, click OK, then it's going to be dark too, which is wonderful. So now we now have a more elaborate lobby here, which is going to link to this wall here, which you can use to throw in small light into this space. Even though we have this lobby here, we have this corridor here on the first floor. So let's just draw some walls. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to walls. So it's going to be, instead of first floor to lintel level, it's going to be first floor to second floor. Then we're going to change it from 150 wall to 225 wall. Then I'm just going to draw a wall here. I'm going to draw another wall here. Then after doing this, I'm going to draw a wall here. Then I'm going to click on doors, and I'm going to put this D1 door here at this end here. So it's now going to serve as the door to this utility room here. So we have an utility room here. So another room we're going to be creating is that, remember what I told you about AC. So in this kind of building, normally in older buildings, they used to use split unit ACs, which they would distribute ACs, maybe 1 or 2 horsepower, 1.5 horsepower air condition units around each room. But that kind of stuff, I don't think is proper for design, because these ACs, they always drip water. So you now start making provision for them in the duct. So I don't think it's proper for a design. So what I'm going to suggest is, I'm going to suggest single units. And so for this single unit, what is just going to require is, we are going to create a single space that where all the single units are going to be, and the single unit is going to be on each floor. So each single unit room is going to serve all the spaces in each floor, which I think is more functional. So after we have created this space, we have created our space, we are now going to go back to this NGO. So now we are now going to try and make sure we design properly this staircase. So these walls here, we are just going to select this wall. So I'm going to drag this wall back to this point. I'm going to drag this wall here and drag this wall here. So what I'm now going to do now is, I'm going to just click on this wall, drag this wall here too as well, drag it to this point. Then I'm going to hold control, select these two walls. Then I'm going to run it from ground floor up till roof level. Okay, then let me just go to first floor. So on this first floor now, we have this wall here already. So this wall is already running from first to second, so I can delete this wall, so it's not going to be clashing with it. So we now go back to NGL now. So we have these two walls, this wall here running from this NGL up to the roof level. So now we are now going to do some offset. So for this offset, we are just going to go, okay, let's go back to detail line first before we do offset. I'm just going to use detail line. We are going to draw a line from this point to this point here, continue it, click on this point and click on this point. Then we're going to click on offset because we want to create an elevator shaft. So we're just going to click on this offset to be, the stairway will be 1.5 meters. Offset here, offset and offset, or I can even make it bigger. Let's make it 1.8 meters and see how it goes, or 1.65. So I'm going to offset this here, offset this here, offset this here. So we're just going to click on annotate. We're going to click on trim here, and we're just going to trim it. So I think for the biggest elevators, you can create a shaft that has the width and height of 2.1 by 2 meters. It should be able to carry a 13 people elevator or 13 persons elevator. So I'm just going to draw a line here. So now I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to wall again. Then I'm going to draw this wall. I'm going to set this wall as from NGL to roof level, because this is where the elevator is going to be. Then I'm just going to change this from wall center line to finish face exterior. Then I'm just going to draw a wall from here, draw a wall from here, draw another wall from here, draw another wall from here. So this is now an elevator. So we're just going to click on this elevator wall, and we're going to reduce this height to 2.1 meter. In to in. So I'm looking at the in to in dimension. So you can, even if you want it to be clearer, you can go to annotate, click on align dimensions, pick this face here, make sure the dimension is set at wall faces here. Then after I say, you are just going to pick this face here, then pick this face here. So this is 2 meter by 2.1, which in my own opinion is perfect for a standard size elevator for a commercial building of this caliber. So now we have already successfully drafted out the walls for the stairway and the walls for the elevators. So we're not going to do those stairway in detail now. We are still going to do it once we go to the DPC, but let's bring out the structure of these walls. So we have our restaurant here. We have access to the access to the outdoor facilities of the building on this side. And now we are now going to start making planning for spaces here. So in these spaces here, I'm going to go to architecture, click on wall again, then change it back from wall finish face exterior to wall center line. So I'm now going to set this up to, instead of roof level, I'm going to set it back to first floor, because the walls I'm going to be drafting on is mainly on this first floor. So in this first floor now, ground floor, sorry, we're now going to be drafting some more spaces. So as I told you before, this is the reception space on the ground floor. So behind the reception space, we'll have a space called the records and account office. So this record and account office can take the space up to this point, which I feel is okay. So in this record and account office, we can even provide one convenience for them. So we can draw a wall and just continue the same way this convenience is here, and just instead of using the same 150mm wall, so it's just going to match the convenience above in the higher floors. So it's going to be like you have an open office, then you now have a convenience for the open office. So we have the account office here. We're going to change this back to wall 225. So this, due to the fact that this is a private lobby, we're going to click on a wall here and put a door here to boundary of this place. So now in tandem with this restaurant, we are going to have a kitchen here. So we are going to be having a mega kitchen, at least as big as possible. So with that mega kitchen will also come a drop off with some stores. So what we can now do now is we can now create the space for a kitchen. So by that, the kitchen has to be directly, maybe let's say directly behind. So we are just going to draw a wall here. So we are going to draw another wall here. So this small wall here is going to serve as the savory for this restaurant here. So this is where this is like the buffer zone between the kitchen and the restaurant, where they carry food in, set it to the worktops. So I'm still going to delete this wall because I don't think it's necessary, since this is a savory. So this is going to be the savory here. It's going to be demarcated with a worktop. So I'm going to go to walls again, and I'm now going to draft another wall here. You can see that the reason why, you can see how this the fact that I turned on this underlay is playing a major important role here, because I'm just seeing all the walls like an x-ray. So I'm just aligning all the walls, making everything just seamless and structurally good. So now we now have the kitchen space here. So I'm going to try and make the kitchen as big as it can get. So we have a major kitchen space here. We're now going to also create a buffer zone here between this kitchen here and this between this kitchen and the drop off. So what this zone is going to serve for is going to serve as the two major stores. Then there is now going to be another lobby here. So this lobby is now going to serve as like, okay, so I'm just going to draw another wall here, and I'm going to draw another wall here, and I'm just going to draw another wall here. So these two spaces here are going to be the cold and dry store for this kitchen. So you can see how big these stores are. So I think it can serve a kitchen of this caliber, and I think the dimension between this length and this length is not bad. It's 4.5 meter. So I think the kitchen should be 4.5 by 9 meter, which should be, I think, should be appropriate for the serving a hotel. Okay, so now we have this. We can even choose if we want to extend the kitchen, we can extend it, but personally I think this kitchen size is okay. Then this last space, now we can now make it a drop off. Okay, or we can see how we can just adjust some things and just see what we can do with it. Then we can just create another space here. So I'm just having a feeling we'll see it for that space. Then we're now going to create a drop off somewhere here. Okay, another thing to do is that we need to create some spaces here. So we need to create another staircase here. So this staircase on this wing is not just going to serve as the emergency staircase, it's going to serve as also the service staircase. So I feel that for a hotel with this number of floors, that even the service staircase on this wing where the services are should have its own elevator. So it's going to bring out another length here. So we are going to just give it a length of let's say 4.2. The only thing is that the elevator won't be big like the other elevator. So I'm just going to draft a wall here. So these four walls I can just click on. Okay, I can click on this here, and I can click on delete. So I don't need these zones again, because the main purpose of all this field region is just for me to know have an idea of what those spaces are. So this staircase, now what we can do now is we are going to click on tab to select all these 4 walls. Then we're going to set the top constraint at roof level, so it's going to run from ground to roof. So I'm just going to click on OK. This particular wall, due to the fact I've already designed rooms on top, this particular wall running to roof level is now clashing with the walls of those other rooms. So I'm going to click on it and I'm going to set the top constraint at back to first floor level, so it's not going to clash with them. Okay, so it's still good and all. So now what we are going to do is we are going to go to detail line again, then we are going to draw these 4 lines. Okay, so let's just set this dimension first and set it, let me use 3.9 first. So the first thing to note about this emergency staircase / service staircase is that the emergency staircase and service staircase is not going to be as big as the usual one. So I'm just going to click on detail line. It's going to be smaller. Even the elevator shaft is going to be smaller because it's not meant to carry the majority mass of people. So after I draw the lines here, I'm just going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 1.2 meter. So I'm just going to offset 1.2, 1.2 and 1.2. So I'm now going to check architecturally whether I can create a smaller elevator shaft here, which I think this 1.5 is too small. I'll need to add an extra 450 millimeter length or width, sorry. So I'm going to select both of them. I held Control, left click, Control again, click on move. Then I'm just going to move this by 450. Okay. So I'm going to click enter. So after doing this, now we can now click on this line and delete it, so we have a more pronounced service staircase. So this service staircase is also going to serve as kind of, we are now going to go and do another detail line. So in this one now, we are now going to, okay, let's not use detail line. I'm tired of using lines, honestly. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to walls. So now remember what I told you about that space that is going to serve. So I'm going to now make the air condition unit here. So I'm going to draft another wall here up to this point here. I can even make it smaller than this point, or okay, let me just drag it to this point here. Make sure it aligns with here. I can change this wall to 150 wall, so it's just going to match that wall here. Then I can click on walls again. Then I'm just going to draw another wall to this point here. So what I can now do now is to just click on this and click on move. Click on move here, then I'm just going to move it to this line here, so it's going to just match the elevator shaft. So this is going to add to the facade character later on. So we now know that by this now, our drop off is going to be here, our delivery bay, where we can have goods dropping from this point here and it will be carried inside the spaces of the hotel. So I'm just going to go to annotate. Now I'm going to go to detail line. So I'm just going to give provision for a ramp. So this ramp is not going to be too high, so I'm just going to delete this line first. Then I'm going to go to detail line. I'm going to draw a detailed line here. Then I'm going to now draw another one here. So this is going to form another ramp here. So this ramp is mainly going to serve for the drop off delivery of some products from this building. So I'm now going to add other spaces that is supposed to be on this ground floor. So I'm just going to go to architecture, click on wall again. Then I'm just going to make sure that this is set at finish face wall center line. So I'm going to click on wall and draw a wall here. So this is now the major exterior wall of the building. Okay, so normally I think it's going to, okay, let me just drag it and so it will align with this point. So if you go to 3D now, we are just going to be using 3D to fact check that what we are doing is in line with a proper design. So we can now see that this is where the single unit of all the ACs is going to be. So this is now the emergency / service staircase shaft. Okay, so let's go back to this NGL now, and we're going to go to walls again. So next, after creating this kitchen here, we have our cold store, we have our dry store. So we need to create a cloakroom. So a cloakroom is basically where the workers, when they come to work, they will come and check in. After checking in, they will now go to those cloakrooms. They can change to whatever uniform they want to change to. So we are going to use 2 rooms on this ground floor to serve as this cloakroom. So we are just going to draft a wall here. So after drafting this wall here, we are going to draft another wall here. We are now going to draft another wall here, and we are going to draft another wall here. So it's basically going to just be like the hotel rooms, but it's going to be a full cloakroom. The furnishing is going to be different, but it's going to serve for many workers. So one will be male, one is going to be female. Okay, so we can just use it. So this cloakroom, we might even extend this cloakroom to this point. So by having this cloakroom, we can now have a laundry here at this last space here. So this is going to be a laundry. This is now going to be cloakroom 1. This is cloakroom 2. Then we can now have the manager's office in this last room here. That is going to be the manager's office. So let's just draft it. So you are going to see me, I'm going to take time and name all these spaces in detail when I'm putting doors and furnishing them when I go to the DPC, which is the proper ground floor. Okay, so let me just continue drafting this wall. I'm going to draw a wall here, basically continue the way these spaces are, because these 3 spaces are still going to maintain this suite with toilet. So I'm just going to just continue it, follow this, draw another wall here, draw another wall here. Then I'm going to change this wall from 225 to 150 wall, then draw a wall here, draw this wall from here to this point, this one from here to this point. So we have the manager's office, we have the account office, we have the manager's office, we have the 2 cloakrooms, changing rooms, so which can also serve as the lounge for the staff. We now have and where the staff can sleep over if they are staying over at work. Then we now have the laundry, we have the kitchen, then we now have the so this is now going to be, we now have the storage of the kitchen. We are now going to have a laundry store here, and we are going to have like a check. Okay, I think a laundry store can be here, so we now have a check. Maybe okay, the laundry store can be bigger, so this smaller space is now going to serve like where workers come and check in, like an attendance collecting point, something like that, a check-in. Okay, so ideally a check-in should be closer to the auxiliary entrance, but we can leave it here. I think it's still fine. So I'm just going to go over to walls again. I'm going to change this to 2254. I'm going to fill this up here, and I'm going to fill this up here. So now what we can now do now is we're just going to click here, drag this wall and stop it around somewhere here. Okay, so we now have these spaces here, and we now have all this space. We now have roughly an idea of what all these spaces are going to be used for. So now this is said and done. We can even click on this wall here and drag it back, because this whole reception can be one big cubicle. So we can see the whole reception like an L-shaped cubicle where the receptionist and other officials will stay. So now we are now going to go over to this wing of this hotel. So basically, for the most part, we have already checked in the reception. We are going to now see if we can get a display room. We have the ATM, the bar. So I think this bar can go in with this restaurant, so or the bar can come here, because the thing with bar is that if you are designing a bar, is always good is in proximity to the restaurant. So normally in hotels I've gone to, the bar and the restaurant you can usually share one space. So what we can now do now is we can make a bar at this end, then the restaurant entrance here. So restaurant this side, bar this side, which can also serve. So I think that one is sorted out. We have the lounge, which is here, waiting lounge. We have the records office, which we have at the back. We have the admin office, multipurpose hall. So we don't have this multipurpose hall, we have all this staff kitchen and cloakroom. So we are now going to be looking at this multipurpose hall and this display room. So this display room is important, but I don't feel it's important. So a multipurpose hall is like where people can come. It's like a money making machine for a hotel. So hotels use multipurpose halls for different purposes. They rent it out. If someone wants to organize an event like a wedding, they can rent a hotel multipurpose hall. It's basically like a people's palace, like where people can come and do different events or rent it out for events. So I feel it's very important. So for this, I'm just going to be using a part of this hall here. So I'm going to divide one part here, and I'm going to make one part of this hall. Click on wall, and I'm just going to be sectioning one part. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to design this in such a way that I think it should work. So the multipurpose hall should have a stage and an entrance. So usually the entrance is usually opposite the stage, and the entrance is from outside the building. So I plan on putting the entrance somewhere here, since there is a parking here. So people that are coming for external visitors that are coming for a multipurpose event, for an event, don't need to interfere with activities of the occupants of the hotel. So we're just going to draft the wall here, continue this wall here, fill up here. So after doing this, now we're now going to go over to this point here, draw a wall here, draw a wall here. So another thing we're going to do, we're also going to provide another service staircase here. So this service staircase is just like an emergency staircase, so it's just going to be at this point here. So we're going to still bring out another wall for it running up to roof level. So I'm just going to change this top constraint to roof level. Then I'm going to draw a wall from here, and I'm going to draw a wall from here, and we'll draw another wall from here. So what I can do now is, this is an emergency and I want to create an elaborate entrance for this entrance event hall, multipurpose hall. So I'm just going to drag this. Okay, I'm going to hit Ctrl Z because it seems as I put this wall here, Revit sometimes attaches two walls that are on the same line together. So I will just going to have to drag it back. Then I'm just going to pull it down here and just join it here. So this is now our emergency staircase. I can now click on wall here. I can set back the top constraint to first floor. Then I can just drag this wall here, drag this wall here too, drag this wall here too, drag this wall here. So if your people are wondering like, why are these ducts here, I don't think we can't help these ducts because these ducts are coming from the top floor to this ground floor. We'll just have to manage it. That's why we use vents to conceal the elements, the piping elements there, so it's not going to affect the facade. Okay, so we have another space here and I'm looking at turning one of these spaces too. So I'm just going to click on this wall here and I'm going to draw a wall here. So this wall is where our hall will start from. So our multipurpose hall will start from this point up to this point. The only potential issue with this multipurpose hall, it may have columns running from the higher floors interfering with the spaces, but special considerations can be done on this, in the sense that you can have a beam, they can somehow, it will require some special engineering procedures, but you can somehow create very deep beams that can transfer the load from those columns to this other wing, but it might be unlikely, but we are just going to leave it at this for now. So I'm just going to draw another wall here. So I'm going to make this the display shop. So this display shop is where, if you want to buy, maybe a company working with in tandem with the hotel can use this to sell some of their products. It's just basically making the hotel space more versatile. So this is now going to be a backstage or backstage storage for this stage. Okay, so for this stage now, another important thing we need to have is a convenience. So a convenience is important for a stage, for an event hall, and this convenience, they can be sharing convenience with this space here. So we need to find a way to strategically design a convenience in a way that is not going to interfere much with the public activities of the space. Alright, so we are going to go to architecture, we are going to go to walls. As usual, we are going to be selecting the 2 to 5 walls. So we are just going to draw a wall here and designate this part of this hall for the conveniences. So we are going to now click on this and switch to 150mm wall. Then we are going to draw a wall from here. We are also going to draw another wall from here. Then typically we are just going to do something similar to the kind of design we did here. So we are just going to do the same thing, draw a wall here, then demarcate the walls here, demarcate the walls for the conveniences. So we're just going to click on one, make one 800mm, do the same thing, make this one 800. Although this convenience is very tight, but I don't think we have much of an option now. So we are just going to see whether we can increase the size, but I think this size is the most we can get. Okay, so now we are now going to, after doing this, now we are now going to also click on this wall here, because we need this hall to be also accessed through this concourse. So we are going to click on this wall and break up this display room space. Then once we have created this wall, we are going to go to modify. We are going to click on split. We are going to split these two walls here. We are going to click on trim and trim these two together, then drag this one back to this point. Okay, so we now have, we can delete this dimension. We now have this hall here. We have the potential conveniences. We have where the entrance will be and maybe a possible emergency entrance set already. So by that, we can now go to annotate. We can do detail line. Then we can now draw another line from this point here, and we can draw the line up to, we can draw the line from even this point here. Let's use from this point here, and we can draw the line up to, can just extend this terrace up to this point, extend this terrace up to here. and here. Okay, so so far we have done a nice work. So I think now we can now go to the DPC, where we're now going to be working in more detail with these spaces, and we're now going to be doing some more stuff. So let's go to DPC. So in this DPC, you can see that we have not yet set anything. The graphics of the walls are still white. The wall doesn't have any fill, and all these reference lines and scope box are still unhidden here. So we're just going to select them, hold Control, select them again, then right click, hide in view by category. So after doing this, now we're now going to go to VV, that is visibility graphics, and we're going to set the graphics pattern. Go to wall, change this fill from to solid black, the same thing we did before. I'm sure you should be familiar with it. Then we're just going to select black color, click on OK, click apply, click OK. Alright, so now this is done. We are going to start placing doors and openings on this thing. So let's just start from this toilet now. So we're going to go to architecture. We're going to click on door. So we're going to place a major door here. We're going to click on space once we reach this edge. So for this, we remember another thing we forgot to do is we forgot to change this detail level from coarse to fine. So we're going to see the hinges of the door. We're going to click on this one. We're going to click on move, and we're just going to move this to this point here. So after doing this, we are now going to click on mirror, and we're going to mirror this door to this point here. Then now we are now going to be placing another door. Since this door now is mainly for the disabled, we are going to make this 800 too. Then we have 1.2 here. We will now have 800 here. Then I'm going to go to doors again. Then I'm going to change this to D2. I'm going to place this normal door, smaller door here. I'm going to also place this smaller door here. So another thing for these doors that we forgot to change is the height of these doors. We are going to make sure the height of this door is 2.4 meters, just like the lintel. So I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to change the rough height of the door to 2.4. Then I'm going to click on apply, and I'm going to click OK. The same thing for this second type, second door type. I'm going to click on it, and I'm going to change the rough height to be 2.4 meters. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on OK. So now I'm just going to place more doors in some of these spaces. So I'm going to go to doors again. I'm going to click on this drop down door. So now I'm just going to be placing this D1 here in some spaces. So firstly, I'm going to go over to this record room. I'm going to change this from D2 to D1. And I'm going to place a door here. I'm also going to place a door here. So these are the two cloak rooms. So I'm going to place another door here. Okay, sorry. So I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to place a door here instead, because this is the manager's office. Then I'm also going to put another door here and another door here, which these are the two cloak rooms for the male and female cloak rooms. Then this door here, I'm going to get a double swing door. So I'm going to be needing a double swing door because there are some spaces here that a single door will not just do it. So I need a double swing door because the amount of activities in these spaces will be higher. So I'm going to try and open our template project. So from this template project, I'm going to see if there's a double swing door I can copy from it and edit it. Okay, so we already have I don't think we have. Let's go to first floor. Let me see if there's any double swing door. So I don't think there's the double swing door we're looking for. So I'm just going to open another project. I'm going to close this. I'm going to open another previous project I've done. So let me just see if I can get the double swing door I'm looking for. So I'm just going to go to the floor plans. Then I'm going to just see. I don't still have a double swing door. I'm going to go to the first floor plan. I'm not still seeing a double swing door, so I'm just going to click on this and close this. So I'm going to open another project again. Hopefully in this project I'm going to be seeing a double swing door I can get that is needed, a balanced double swing door. So one of the limitations I have with this project now is I don't have my own personal Revit library, so it's difficult for me to get some of these components. So for this now, I'm just going to open one of my bigger projects. If you are not familiar, I've done a high-rise tutorials before, so I'm going to be opening that project file and seeing the components I can get from it. So just let's see how it goes. So I'm just going to open it, and we are going to copy some components from the high-rise project to this one. Okay, so on opening this project now, if you have not seen this tutorial course, you can go and check it out. It's a full comprehensive high-rise tutorial course I did. I also kept the link to get the project file if you need it. So I'm just going to be copying some components here. So you can see this double swing door. Remember what I told you about, if you want to copy door from another project, you need to copy the host component, which is the wall. So I'm going to select it. I'm also going to hold Control to select this elevator, and I'm just going to select this host wall as well. So I'm also going to select some other things like this disabled toilet set. I'm going to select it. I'm also going to select this curtain wall with these double swing doors in the curtain walls. So I'm also going to look for anything I may need again to select. Then with that said and done, I'm just also going to select maybe some of these office tables and office chair. Hold Control, select both of them. So I think after doing this, I'm going to select this urinaries too. Then I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to go back to this our normal file. Then I'm just going to go over here and just click Ctrl V and paste it somewhere outside the main area where our main building is. So I'm going to place it somewhere here. I'm going to click on delete instance to delete the ones that are not in line. So I can now manually select this and delete all of this now. So now I've done this, it's going to be embedded into this project now. So I'm just going to go to DPC now, and I'm going to continue what I'm doing. So I'm going to click on doors now. I'm going to click on this drop down. Then I'm going to see that double swing door called D3. So it's a 1.8 meter door. So I'm just going to place it here. I'm also going to place another one here too. I'm also going to place another one here. I'm going to place another one into this kitchen here. What I can do now is to click on this, click on move, then just move this to this point here. So we have a door to the kitchen. Then I'm going to click on the door again. I'm going to place another one here. Then I'm going to click on this D1 now, which is the normal single swing door. I'm going to place one here. Okay. Then I'm going to place another one here for the cold and dry store. I'm going to place one here. So what I'm going to do now, this space is meant to be like a check space, so it's going to be kind of open. So I'm just going to open up this space. So what I can do now is I'm going to do some model in place to model some cabinet. So I'm just going to call this click on components. Then instead of clicking on components like this, I'm going to click on components, this drop down icon, click on model in place. Then I'm going to click casework. Then I'm going to click OK. And click OK. So I'm going to click on extrusion, and I'm going to be setting this extrusion. So extrusion in casework, let me just go back again and slow down. Let me start again. So we are going to use model in place too. So model in place is like an interface of Revit. If you want to model unconventional things that like walls, floors that the Revit provides tools for. If you want to model things to some custom way, to some extent, like model it to your own desire, you can use the model in place interface. So this gives you an array of tools that you can use to model complex shapes. So I'm just going to click on this drop down icon and click on model in place. Then depending on what you want to model with the model in place, you can select any of these family category. For instance, if you want to model a wall, you can click on walls. We have the option here. But if you want to model a casework, like I want to model a worktop or a tabletop, I can click on casework and click OK. So it's going to show casework 1. You can rename it if you want, and I'm going to click OK. So in this model in place interface, you have an array of tools. You have extrusion, you have blend, you have revolve, sweep blend, and you have void forms, which also have all these forms but in an inverse manner. So what this from the names of all these tools, you are going to see what they can do. Extrusion, as the name implies, means to extrude a shape. Blend means to blend two shapes. Revolve means to draw a shape and revolve it in an angle. Then sweep means to create a path, then draw a shape to sweep through that path. Okay, so all this stuff you are going to see it practically. So let's just start from extrusion. Okay, so in extrusion, as I told you, it means extruding a shape. So the extrusion end is currently set at 250 millimeters. So it's your job to set the extrusion end to what you want it to be. So I'm just going to change this extrusion end to 900 millimeters. Then I'm going to assign a material to it. So I'm just going to click on it, and I'm going to assign a material. I'm going to right click, duplicate this material, and I'm just going to name it 00 commercial worktop. Then I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to go to stone, and I'm just going to look for maybe this granite or marble stone. Let me just use this granite stone or granite black. or this granite white too. Then I'm going to click on graphics. The pattern, I'm going to click on the surface pattern. I'm going to click on solid fill, but I'm going to make it very light gray, very light gray. Click OK. I'm going to click apply, click OK. So now I'm not going to draw this granite top from here to here at 600 millimeter. So this is going to be like a check, like a work check, where if you come to work, you will sign in that okay, I've come to work. Then I'm also going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy this casework here. Then I'm going to click on it, click on extrusion, then delete all this profile first, then click on this line here, and I'm going to draw the L shape I was talking about up to 4.2 and stop here. Then I'm now going to click on offset. I'm going to offset 600 millimeter just to form the working top. Then I'm just going to close this loop and close this loop here. So I'm just going to trim this. Okay, then after doing this, now I'm also going to draw that for the Savory. So I'm going to draw a worktop here. I think this distance is 2 points. So what I'm going to do now is for this Savory, I'm going to give an offset of 1.8. okay, I'm going to even draw it from here, draw it up to 600, then draw it to this point here and delete this. Then for the bar, I'm also going to do something similar. I'm going to draw a top and give an offset of 1.5, draw another worktop here, draw another worktop here. So what I can do for this bar is just to offset some distance from the two sides, offset here and offset here. So now with all these worktops created, I can now click on finish. So we now have these worktops here. I can click on finish now. So I'm going to click on this door here. I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to move this door to this point. So it's going to not cause any issues on this place. So I'm now going to be putting some doors for this toilet. Okay. So what I can do, instead of wasting some time on all this toilet, I know that we have 1, 2, 3, 4 of this toilet here. So I'm just going to go over to the first floor, and I'm just going to replicate the furnishes I have on the first floor on that one. So I'm going to select this, hold control, select this, hold control, select this too. And I think there are 4 of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let me go back to DPC just to confirm. So we have 1 here, 2, 3, and 4 here. So we're going to go back to this first floor. We're going to make sure it goes as it is. 1 here, select this toilet window too. We will now have this one, these 2 toilet windows, 2. I'm just holding control to select everything, and we have the last one here, 3 or 4, sorry. Then we're just going to click on copy to clipboard. We're going to click on paste, align to selected levels, and we're going to select DPC, and we're going to click OK. So let's go back to DPC and just see. So you can see that the thing placed perfectly. So if you're asking what of those windows here, remember that those windows are higher than your normal windows. So we'll need to go and edit the view range of this floor, which we haven't done on this DPC, to 1.9 meter to be able to see them. Okay, so once you have edited it, you're going to see the windows here. You're going to see the thing. So these furnishes are still very nice. So now we are going to go to this space here, and we're going to be doing some more openings. So for this display shop, as the name implies, is supposed to display stuff. So by displaying stuff, you will not just put a door there inside this display stuff. It's not going to be displaying. So we're going to be doing some curtain walls inside this space, and we're going to be putting some curtain wall embedded doors. Okay, so the same goes with this restaurant here. You can't have a restaurant and bar and you are not seeing what is happening within those restaurants. So they need to be glazing both on these 2 sides, because even on the outside, remember, we are still going to create an outdoor link to the outdoor terrace where another outdoor restaurant is going to be. So let's just keep that in mind. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on doors. Then I'm going to change this to D3, which is our double swing door. Then I'm just going to place this here. So now we are going to be running some curtain wall system. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to annotate first. I'm going to go to detail line. I'm going to draw some demarcations here, and I'm going to draw another demarcation at this point. So we are going to draw our curtain wall from here. We're also going to draw another curtain wall from this wall to this point. Okay, so we are going to go to architecture. We're going to go to walls. We're going to click on this drop down, and we're going to be selecting this window CW. So we're just going to select this. We're now going to set the constraint. So the constraint is going to be from 0 to first floor, but we're going to put a top offset of -450. Remember, for the beams and provisions for the AC vents. So I'm just going to draw it to this point here, and I'm also going to draw another one here to this point. So now this is done. Now what we are now going to do is we're now going to go to architecture. We're now going to go to cutting grids. Okay, so you know that we can't see this. If we even go to 3D now, we cannot see these cutting walls unless we turn to this view. So unless we turn to this view, so unless we rotate and hide some of these elements, we can't really see this cutting wall well. So what we can do is either we do section and we work with it from plan, which I think is the best option to do, instead of hiding things on the 3D. So what we are just going to do is we're now going to go to under this view. We're going to go to section. Then once we click section, as the name implies, is like cutting vertically through a building. So if you want to see the cross section of a building, it's like you carry a knife and cut through the building, so you are going to see the inner component. So this is just like what the tool does in Autodesk Revit. So we're going to pick our section line from here and pick to this point. Then I'm going to click on escape and I'm going to double click on this section 2 times. So you can see that we can see through this line we cut. Let me go back to DPC again. You can see the section line. We clicked on one point and we clicked on the second point for it to show visibly. I'm still going to elaborate more on section and how it works and how you can work with it. But for now, we are just going to use it to edit some of these things. So I'm just going to double click on it to access the section view. Then I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to cutting grids. Then I'm going to put the spacing at 1.2 meter. So this last 3, you know, automatically the thing just share the space remaining between them, but we can just manually adjust it to 1.2. We can click on tab again. Manually adjust this to 1.2. Okay, then we're now going to go to architecture again. We're going to go to this cutting grid and we're going to place it horizontally. Then now we're now going to select some of these panels and replace it with double swing doors. So we're going to select this panel here, click on tab, select this one, then click on tab again, hold Control, select the second one. Then we're going to go over to this pin icon here and unpin it. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to change this to double swing glass door. Remember, we copied the double swing glass door from the other project. So if you go back to DPC now, you can now see as this double swing just balance very well inside this space. So we are going to be doing the same thing we did on this cutting wall. Now we are going to do it for this cutting wall here. So I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to click on this zigzag icon to change the direction of the section to this point. Then you can see that this dotted line indicates how much the section view extends. So for us to be able to see this thing, we'll need to drag this to go beyond this. So I'm just going to double click on this section again. Then I'm going to go to where this cutting wall is and basically do the same thing. I'm going to go to cutting grid. I'm going to put one here. I'm going to put another one here. Put another one here. So remember that thing I told you about Revit and dividing distance. So you just take note of that. So I'm going to click on tab, select this one, change this to 900. Since this is where the door to the display shop will be, I'm going to click on tab here, 1.2. I'm going to click on tab again, escape, click on tab. I'm going to change this to 1.2. So after doing this, I can click on this and delete this. Then I'll go to cutting grids and just put a horizontal one here and balance this out. So now we're now going to select this particular panel. We're going to hover around here. We're going to click on tab till we select this panel here. Then I'm going to unpin it here. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to select this single glass door, single swing door. So let's go back to this DPC now. So you can see this door is swinging out here. So we're going to click on it to swing inward. So you can see that we already have most of this thing is already coming out. Then I'm going to click on door again and I'm going to select this normal D1 door. So I'm just going to place doors in all these spaces I've not placed. So let's start from this wing here. We're going to place a door here. So this door is linking to the outdoor AC unit, to the single the single AC unit, where the single unit of the air condition is going to be. So I'm going to click on space, place this door here. So I'm going to place another door here for this disabled. I'm going to place another door here, click on space here to change the swing, place one here. Then I'm just going to go over here and place a door here, click on space, place this door here. The same for this. I'm going to place a door here. I'm going to place another door here. Then I'm going to click on these small doors, place T2. Then I can select these two here. I can click on mirror. I can just mirror this to this part of this project. So now I'm going to click on this and I'm going to drag this wall down to this point. I'm going to click on this and drag this up here. Then I'm going to go to annotate, detail line, and just draw a line here. Then I'm just going to use the line as a reference to join this to this point. Okay, now this is done. I'm going to click on this line and delete this. So we already have doors in most of these spaces. Okay, so some of these ones that are remaining here, we're just going to click on this and we're going to click on mirror. And we're just going to mirror this to this side. So we have the cold and dry store, we have the kitchen, we have the laundry store, we have the laundry, the cloakrooms, and this. So now remember that we also copied the elevators from that project, that high-rise project we opened. So we're going to go to architecture. We're just going to click on components. Then we're going to click on this and search for elevators. So instead of elevators, I think the name is called lift. Okay. So I'm just going to put this 8-person lift is attachable to doors. So I'm just going to place this here. So this is nice. You can see the 8-person lift here. Okay. So now we're now going to add some more things. We're going to start creating our staircase. Okay. So the staircase is very important because it's basically the main transport route. So what you can now do now is we're now going to click on this elevator shaft here, elevator here. We're going to click on copy to clipboard. We're going to click on paste, align to selected levels. We're going to select first floor. We're going to hold control, select second floor, select third floor, select fourth floor, and we're going to click OK. So it's going to translate to all the floors. Okay, so now let's start with staircase. So to create staircase is simple in Revit. You're just going to click on this staircase icon, go under architecture. You're going to click on staircase icon. So before you do anything, the first thing to do is you are going to set the base level of your stairs and the top level of your stairs. So automatically, if you have created Revit will automatically select the next level after the level we are currently in. So we are currently in DPC level. So he selected the base level as DPC and the top level as the next level, which is the lintel 1. Well, we don't want that. We want the next level to be to the first floor. So once you have selected this top level, it's now going to show a desired number of staircase, and it's now going to show the riser height for this desired number. You can see that the actual riser height is grayed out because the only thing we have control over is this desired numbers of stairs. So once we edit this desired number of stairs, this actual riser height is going to show, is going to reduce or increase depending on what we put. Okay, for instance, we're going to increase this desired number of stairs to 28. Then you can see the actual riser height have increased to 155. So let's make it 29. So you can see it's now 150. We are going to set the actual thread depth to be 300. Okay, so now after you are finished with this aspect, you are now going to click on this stair type. We are going to click on this drop down, and I usually suggest for people to use monolithic staircase. So once you have selected this monolithic, it's like concrete stairs, you are going to go back to this desired number and change it back to 29. Okay, and change this back to 300. Okay, so now after you have done this, you are now ready to start sketching your staircase. So there are many tools to create staircase. You have this normal straight, you have this full step spiral, you have this edge stairs. But honestly, I don't like using any of these tools. I usually like using manual to create sketch. So create sketch give you versatility while creating staircase in Revit. So I usually recommend that. So we're going to use that. So we're going to click on this create staircase. So we have a boundary, we have riser, we have stair path. So we are going to start from boundary. So boundary is usually like as it explains, the boundary of the stairs, where the stairs, the guard of the stairs, like the sides of the stairs, where the stairs is going through. So we're just going to draw it, and it's represented with green lines. So we're going to draw a line here, pick to this point, pick to this point, and pick to this point. So we're now going to click on offset, and we're going to be offsetting it like the way we offset it before, 1650 millimeters. Then I'm going to make sure this copy is checked on. Then I'm going to offset here, offset here, offset here. Then I'm just going to click on trim here, and I'm going to trim this line here, trim this line here. Then after we have created this boundary, note that your boundary lines must not close this loop. You don't need to close this loop with boundaries. This loop must be closed with the risers. Okay, note that before you make mistake and you come in the comment section and start asking me questions. So I'm going to go to riser here. The next part is the riser. So for this riser, we're just going to draw one line from one of the winders of the stairs, one part of the stairs, and we're going to draw it to this end. So we're now going to click on offset here, and we're going to be offsetting our thread depth, which is 300 millimeter, which I think is standard, universal standard. So we're just going to be copying this. Okay, so normally if you zoom out, you are going to see one text attached to your staircase. So it's going to show you have created 11 risers and there are 18 remaining. So this is like a guide on how many stairs you need to create. So for this, we are going to try and reduce some of this. We are just going to go over here. We are going to delete this. So we're just going to click on trim and trim this here. So what we are going to do now is we are going to select all these risers. We are going to click on mirror, and we're going to mirror it from this point at 45 degrees to this other wing. So once we have done this, we can now delete these two risers here. So we're going to select these risers again. We're going to click on mirror. We're going to mirror this point here and mirror this here. So if we zoom out now, we can see that we have created 28 risers and there's one riser remaining, which is fine. So we can just click on offset here, and we can offset this one by one more here. So we have created the remaining, how many risers? 29 risers. So we are going to click on this stair part, and this stair part is basically how the stair will flow. So we're just going to draw a line from here. We're going to draw another line from here. We're going to draw another line, pick the center point and draw another line from here. Then we're just going to click on trim and trim this together. So after this is done, we're just going to click on finish, and we're just going to click on okay. You can see that before you click on the final finish, you're going to see the stair part. So the stairs is starting from here and going up, which I think is fine. So I'm just going to click on finish. Okay, so we're going to click on save project to save this project. Okay, let's just wait for it to save. So now we have done this staircase. We are now also going to you can see we have some issue with the railing. So I'm just going to select this railing. I don't know why it's that big, but let me just try and correct it. So I'm just going to select this. I'm going to also select this. Then I'm going to change this to 900 millimeter railing. Okay, 900 millimeter pipe. So it's going to change to this normal railing. Because of some template issue with that template, I don't know, the railings usually change with, but it's not, just change it to 900 millimeter pipe and it will be fine. Okay, so now we are going to create the ancillary staircase the same way I used and showed you this method of creating this major stairways. We are going to use the same and create the ancillary one. So remember that we also have an elevator here. So this elevator is important. In short, the elevator is even meant to stem from this point here. I'm going to click on unjoin. It's meant to even stem from here itself, if you look at it very well, but let's just leave it at this point for now. Then we can okay, what we can do now is we can adjust this space here to this point. After adjusting this space, we can drag this here, then we can drag this here. So the service where the people going to the workers going to the upper floors can just use this another access here to this service staircase, get to the elevators and do whatever they want to do. Okay, so I think it's fine like this. This can serve as a laundry store. So I'm also going to start annotating these spaces in this floor. So we are going to be seeing all the spaces ideally as they are, and I'm going to be adding some graphical settings. Alright, so let's quickly start creating the ancillary staircase. So as usual, we're going to go to this NGL. Okay, then we're going to select these lines we offsetted before. Then we're just going to click on copy to clipboard. Then we're going to click on paste, align to selected views. Then we're going to place this in the DPC. So now these are the DPC. We now know where we're drawing our walls from. Or let's go back to NGR and even draw the walls from there. So we're just going to click on architecture. We're going to click on wall. We're going to click on this drop down and select the wall 225. Then we're going to be setting the constraints to the roof level since it's a shaft we're creating. So we're just going to put this at the top constraint at roof level. Then we're just going to set this, instead of wall to center line, we're going to set this as finish face exterior. Then we're just going to draw a wall from here, here, and maybe here. Okay, so what we're now going to do is we're going to click on AL on our keyboard and we're going to align this to this. Okay, so once we have done this, I think this dimension is still not enough. I think the minimum this should be is 1.8. So I'm just going to change this dimension, the space in this shaft to be 1.8. Okay, so now this is done. Even though here is tight, I think we might be able to manage this as a service staircase. Then I'm just simply going to go to DPC now. So now we're in DPC now. We are now going to add something. So I'm going to be clicking on architecture. I'm going to be going to doors. Under this door, I'm now going to set this as normal single swing door and place this here. So now I've placed this, I can select these lines here and I can delete this since this elevator shaft is here. Okay, so this is a smaller elevator. It doesn't need to, it's not going to be as big as this elevator shaft. So I'm just going to go to components and I'm going to put this same shaft here. So it doesn't mean we can always, if this just to indicate the shaft is the main thing, you are just going to adjust. You can still always find a component elevator that fits into the size you want. But for now, we're just going to be using this general elevator itself and put within the shaft. Okay, so now we have done this. Let's quickly create the staircase. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to stairs. Under these stairs, I'm going to make sure I set my constraint right. As I told you before, I'm going to set the desired number of stairs to be 28. Then I'm going to set the actual riser thread depth to be 300. Okay, instead of 28, I think 29 is the best option. Then I'm just going to click on stairs by sketch and I'm going to draw my profile line from here, my boundary line from here rather, and stop it somewhere here. The same thing for here and stop it somewhere here. Okay, so now I'm just going to go to risers and I'm going to be drawing this riser line. Then I'm going to be clicking on offset. I'm going to be offsetting this by 300. Then after doing so, I'm just going to select all of them. I'm going to click on mirror. By mirroring, I'm going to pick this point and draw it to this point at 45 degrees. So it's going to mirror perpendicularly. So after doing this, I'm going to zoom in to make sure that this line is in place. Okay. Then I'm just going to zoom out again. I'm just going to click on AL to confirm. Select this line here and select this riser line to make sure it's in place. Then I can delete this one here. So now we have 15 risers created and we have 14 remaining. Okay, so this is a service staircase. It doesn't need to be so comfortable and elaborate, so we can always do some things. So I'm just going to select these risers in this wing. I'm going to click on copy first. Let's see if we can maximize the risers without altering any function. So I think this is fine here. We have 6 risers remaining, which is actually a lot. So what we are going to be doing now is for this particular floor, due to the fact that the DPC is higher than the other floors, we'll need more risers on the DPC to reach the first floor. So for that, we'll need to reduce the size of our threads. Okay, this is service staircase. I don't recommend this for the main staircase. It's service staircase, so it doesn't need to be as comfortable as it can get. So instead of using 300 for our thread depth, in order to get more risers, we can use 275. So I'm just going to click on this and change this to 275. Then I'm going to click on offset it at 275. So instead of 300, I'm going to use 275 to see if I can get a few more risers in there. So now I've done this, I'm just going to select all of this. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy this here. Then I'm going to select this. I'm going to click on mirror. Mirror it from 45 to this point to this other wing. Then I'm just going to click on delete to delete this last one. So what I can do now is to select all of this. I can click on move and move this by 50 millimeters, so it's going to just balance here. So now we have 3 risers remaining. So what we are going to do, we are going to click on risers and we're going to create a riser from this point here. This is making it 2 risers remaining. We are going to hover around here till once the dimension in between is 25, let's say 25 from here, or just going to type 25, then automatically it's going to measure 25 from that distance. I'm going to hover around this corner. If it's not selecting the corner, I'm going to click on tab till it selects this corner here. Then I'm going to place this riser here. So it's showing one riser remaining, and honestly I'm thinking of how I'm going to do this. So if we can, let's see if you can add one more riser here. Okay, I think this will be too tight, but let's just see. Okay, what we can do now is, instead of adding only one riser here, we can make it two. So what we are now going to do is, we are just going to go over around here. We are going to go to detail line again. We are going to draw another riser line from here. Let's just do some line work. We're going to draw a riser line from here. We're going to draw another riser line from here. We're going to join it here. Then we're going to draw from the middle point of this line here, and we're going to draw it to this point. So after doing so like this, we're now going to click on this riser line, look for the middle of this. I think it should be 25 millimeter off one of these lines. So once I type in 25, it's going to get that 25 from here, as you can see like this. Then I'm just going to join it with this point here. Then I'm going to delete all these extra ones. So this makes it, we have 0 risers remaining after creating a cumbersome stair. So the work is not yet over. We'll need to draw the stair part. Then we'll now check if Revit will be able to create this staircase profile. So we're going to draw to this point, then draw to this point here. Then what we are going to do is, we're just going to click on trim and trim it together. So now we have created this sketch. I'm just going to click on finish. So the stair is going from here, so or rather it goes from this way. So I will just go over to this tab here, and I'm going to click on flip stairs. So I'm just going to click on finish. So this is the service staircase for the hotel. So we're just going to click on these two railings here, and we're going to click on it. Okay, I'm going to make sure I click on the railing itself. Click on the railing, and change it to 900 millimeter pipe. Okay, so after doing this, now you can see this staircase is good. We have created this one. Now we are going to create this emergency one. So this emergency staircase, we want it to just run from the lobby of the first floor. Like as you can see it here, it's going to be, this is also an emergency staircase, but this is also serving as a service staircase. Okay, so there's actually a big issue here. As I was working on this ground floor, there was something I did that changed all of this. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to click on this and drag this back here. Something is off. So I'm going to click on cancel now. I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to try and manually move it. If I don't move it, I'm just going to click Ctrl Z. So I'm going to click on delete element. So now after I've rectified this thing, I'm going to go back to DPC and see what issues was caused. So the thing that caused it was this particular wall. Because I moved this wall down here, it kind of dragged that wall on top of it. So you need to be very careful with all these issues in Revit. Sometimes it's what can happen. You will now go to the first floor and you'll be seeing another thing. So instead of moving this, now we are going to click on copy. We are just going to copy this to this wall here. Okay, we are just going to click on copy here, and we're going to pick this edge here and paste this edge here. Then we're going to click on delete now. So we're now going to drag this back to this point here. So if you go back to first floor, it's not going to scatter anything. Okay, so we're just going to make sure, look around and make sure that it didn't scatter anything. So now remember that we have a bulge here, and this bulge is actually the single air condition unit. So it means that automatically that we are going to do something like a cantilever here. So there is going to be an extra wall cantilevering over this point here. So this extra wall is going to serve as the lobby for this space here. So let's just do that now. So let's go back to this DPC. Let's select these 4 walls here. Okay, let me click on split, and I'm going to split here. Then I'm going to select these 4 walls here. Then I'm going to set the top constraint at roof level. So by doing this now, if you go to this first floor, you can see that we still have this space where the single units are going to be. Okay, so what we can do now is to go to DPC again, click on this door now, click on copy to clipboard, then click on paste, align to selected levels, select the first, okay, select the second, select the third, select the fourth floor, and click OK, because this space is running through all those floors. Okay, so now let's just go back to creating the emergency steps for staircase for this side of the project. Okay, so we're just going to go to architecture, we're going to go to steps or stair. Then we are going to be using the same monolithic. We are going to set the top constraint at first floor, and we are going to set the desired number of risers to be 29. So this is the disadvantage of making your headroom too high in a floor. You need a lot of risers to reach. So we are going to create stairs by sketch. So as usual, we are going to try and be maximizing the staircase here. So we are just going to be drawing the steps from this point here. We are going to start from here. I think 4.5 should be able to do the job. Click on this and click on this. So now instead of making this, so I'm just going to click on offset, and I'm going to be putting the offset at 1 meter. So the staircase is going to be 1 meter wide. Okay, so I'm going to hit Ctrl Z and I'm going to make it bigger. Let me just cancel this for now. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on cancel. I'm going to make sure the distance, the space in between here is about 2.5, because I want this emergency staircase to be 1.2 meter at the very least. So I'm going to go to annotate, I'm going to go to align, then I'm going to then put a dimension here. Then after putting a dimension, I'm just going to change this dimension to 2.5. So another important thing about an emergency staircase, if you go to this first floor, an emergency staircase is meant to work in a way that is meant to be locked off from the main lobby. So in the sense that if people come into this place, there will be a door here. So the door, once they come into this door, they can lock it off. Then there will now be windows here, so they will not, because the main thing that that causes the misfortune or causes lethality in fire outbreaks is the smoke. So it's always good to create that barrier door there. Then you now put enough windows once you have come to this safe lobby of the emergency. So what we are now going to do now is, in this first floor, we are going to click on this wall here, and we are going to stop this wall at the first floor. So after stopping this wall at the first floor, if you go to 3D, you are going to see what I mean. So if you rotate this way, you are going to see this wall we stopped on the first floor. The reason why I stopped it on the first floor is that I want another wall to come from here and join with this point. So it's not going to affect the entrance to the main hall. At the same time, it's going to have another trap lobby, enough trap lobby and allowance of the steps, emergency staircase to have space. So you see what I mean now. So if we go to first floor now, I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to walls. Then I'm just going to set this from first floor to roof level. So after setting this from first floor to roof level, I'm going to change this to wall center line. So I'm just going to pick this center line point here, and I'm going to join it with this one here. So now you see what I've done. So what I can now do now is to click on wall again. Instead of setting it to roof level, I'm now going to set it to second floor. Then I'm going to pick here and pick here. So this is now going to trap out this emergency staircase. So I'm going to go to 3D. You see what I intended? This is the staircase here. This is the staircase lobby, so it's like a cantilever over here, which I think is fine. So in future, when I'm designing the facade, I'm going to see how I'm going to play with these elements to create a very consistent, beautiful design for this hotel. Okay, so with that suspended, let's go back to the DPC and try and create our emergency stair. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to stair. Under the stair, I'm going to set the parameters right to first floor, set the desired number to 29. After the desired number is at 29, I'm going to set the thread depth to 275. Okay, 275. Yeah, so after doing that, I'm going to click on this create sketch, and I'm going to be drawing our boundary lines. So I'm going to draw the line from here, draw the line from here. Then after doing so, I'm always going to click on offset, and I'm going to change this to 1.2 meters. Then I'm going to offset it here, offset it here, offset it here. Then I'm just going to trim this together. So now we are going to need as much risers as possible. So we'll start from here, this point here, and we're also going to start from this point here. So what we are going to do now is this remaining distance that is currently 100 millimeter. I'm going to draw another line here, and I'm going to draw a line 25 millimeter from here. So this 25 millimeter is kind of, it's not like Okay, if you didn't see what I did, I just clicked Control. Let me hit Ctrl Z. I drew a line here, as you saw. I hovered around there. You can see that this dimension, the highlighted dimension in blue, is showing 40. So if I just type 25, it's going to be that 25, and I'm just going to draw it and go to this point. So I'm just going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting that 25, and I'm going to offset it again and again. So you are going to see the reason why I did this later, but let's hold on for now. So I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 275 millimeters. So we are going to get enough risers as possible. So what we have 18 risers remaining. So okay, it's even counting this one, so let's not be sure till we finish. So after doing this, we'll select this, click on copy, and go copy it to this other one. Then we can delete this one here since it's overlapping. So after doing this, now we're going to click on risers again. We're going to draw a riser from this point here. Click on tab, select this point. We're going to draw another one to this point here. We're going to draw from here again. Click on tab and pick this point. Then we're going to select this four and delete them. So let's just pray that we have, okay, the thing actually reached though. So we have the 29 risers here. So we're going to click on step path. We're now going to draw a step path from this point here to this point here to this point here. Then we're just going to click on finish. So we're just going to click on flip to flip, because I want this riser to start from here. Then people will just go up here. So I'm just going to click on finish. So now what this means is that now this is jamming this door directly, which I don't think we have too much options here. Okay, some design issues are like that. We're going to select this two railing, select this, and just change this from distance to 900 millimeter pipe. We're going to click on delete type. Okay, so we have a staircase here. So we are now going to place doors in this emergency point. Okay, so this one is coming down here. We are going to put a door here. We are going to click a door here, and we are going to place a double swing door at this point here, since it's also an emergency. Okay, do I really need to put, okay, this is also an emergency staircase, so I'm going to put a door here. Although this door won't be openable usually, I'm also going to put another D1 normal single swing here. Click on space and put it here. So this is the door for where the staff can come out here, go into this staircase or go through this elevator to carry maybe food to a guest. Okay, then this plan now, I'm just going to go over around here, and I'm going to put another double swing door here. Let's see how it goes. So I'm going to put it here. Then I'm going to click on this double swing and move it to this edge here. Okay, so we have another emergency here. So what we can do now is we are going to detach this wall from here. Even though structurally it might give some issue, but I'm still willing to risk it. So I'm going to drag it out from there, and I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to move it a bit by 600. So there will be some allowance here for someone to land, then move outside the building. Okay, so I'll even extend it a bit. I will extend it to, let me click 600 off here. Then I can click on this door here and switch it back inside. Okay, this is very tight, but it's an emergency facility. Okay, so now we have this. Now we are now going to start drafting out our floors. So to create floors in Revit is very simple. Okay, you are just going to go to architecture, and you are going to go to floor. So by default, Revit will just give you some generic kind of floors that come with Revit, which are okay. But I've already created a slab. I used to call it my slab 150 DPC. So it's just the slab, or I can use this floor main, which I think is good. So you can use anyone. You can edit it. You can click on edit structure the same way you change the materials of walls and the thickness. You can do it for this, but I don't need to do it, because the template have made things faster for me. But I think if you have reached this point of this video, you should be able to do it. Okay, so now we are just going to be drafting walls. So ideally in real life, you need to take note of this. This is very important. In real life situations, the slab of a building usually extends to the external of the wall. But to me, I usually like modeling it internally of the wall, like inside the wall, not externally, not on the external surface of the wall, on the internal surface of the wall. The reason is just because of visualization. visualization purposes. So in when I'm doing the detail working drawing, I'm not going to indicate that this slab extended to the outer surface of the wall. So it's important you take note of that. Not you gonna see something from this video and say Architect Piper said you should put your floors in the internal surface of walls. Please, floors are meant to be in the external surface of walls. I just put them in the internal surface of walls for visualization, but I compensate for it while doing the detailed working drawing. So with that said and done, let's continue creating the floors. So I'm just going to start drafting the profile. I'm going to be following the internal parts of these walls. I'm going to go up to this point. All these duct regions, I don't need to slab these ducts. I'm just going to maneuver around them, because the ducts are not meant to be covered with slab, because pipes will be passed through them to a manhole. So I'm just going to maneuver around this duct. Then I'm also going to create an extension of this restaurant. So the restaurant, I want it to extend outside the building, so it's going to extend to about 4.5 meters again. So this is going to be covered with an outdoor shade, and it's going to stop around here. Then I'm just going to draw this. It's going to go here. Okay, so for this toilet, we need a duct for this toilet. So I'm just going to do something here. I'm going to extend this to 300, extend this here, extend this here. So after I do that and I draw this up to this point here, I'm now going to go here and I'm going to click on modify, and I'm going to offset it by 150. So I'm just going to click on offset, uncheck this copy, offset it to displace it apart. So this is going to be the duct for this point, or the duct should even be, I'm going to move this, click on this and move this to this point. Then I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to pick this point here and copy this here. So this duct will serve this 2WC. This duct here will serve this 2WC. So it will still be concealed. So I'm still going to do some wall work after I create these floors finish. But let me just split it for now and just make provisions. So I'm just going to trim this here. After I use this split tool here to split the line in between, I've trimmed it. So I'm now going to go here. I'm going to click on detail line. Then I'm just going to continue drawing this profile. Pick here. So after I've done this, I've reached this point too. The same thing I did for this convenience is here. I'm also going to do it for this convenience here. So I'm just going to go the same way. 300 here. Go here, 300 here. Making provisions for this duct. Then I'm going to reach this extreme end, and I'm just going to reach here too, and it's going to extend outside here. So remember I said that I want this, if I go over, I want this the terrace of this main hall to reach up to this point. So it's going to be it's going to also have an ancillary access here. So we are going to somehow control the traffic of this main hall, and it's going to be helpful for emergencies too, pertaining to the people occupying the main hall. So I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to offset this 150 without the copy checked on. Offset here, offset here, offset here, offset here for this duct. Then I'm just going to click on this line work, and I'm going to continue. So I'm going to draft this line up to this point here, because this is going to be like a terrace here. So this is like a major terrace. So I'm going to click on this point and drag this profile line here. Then I'm just going to click here and join this here end to end the same way, just seamlessly. Okay, so now we have reached an important point of this. So for this entrance, we are going to go back to this NGL, because I think we drafted some of these lines in the NGL. So if you notice that even while I'm creating this profile, if I go back to another floor, I'm going to see the profiles the way it is. Even if I go to third floor, I'm going to see the profile. Even if I go to second floor, I'm going to see the profile. Even if I go to this first floor, I'm going to see the profile while editing it. So it's just another easy thing to note while using Revit, that you can switch through floors while still editing a profile of a floor. So we are just going to go over here. We are going to follow this line we created to form the main entrance. We are going to stop it at this point. Then we are going to go back to this DPC, so we are not going to be, our eyes is not going to be convoluted. Then let's go back to the NGL again. There's something I forgot. Then I'm going to follow this line too. I said I'm going to extend it to this point, another terrace here. Then after doing so, I'm just going to click on trim and trim these two together. Then I'm going to go back to DPC and I'm just going to click on line, and I'm going to drag this line here over this. Click on this, join this here, click on this too, click on this point, click on this point, click here, and join this here. So after doing this, now we are just going to click on this box tool here. We are going to pick this point here and pick this point here. So we are going to create a void over this duct. So I'm just going to go to trim and I'm going to trim this here. And I think our floor is created. I'm going to click on finish to create the floor. So now we have created this floor now, but I want to start creating the access steps, the ramps and the steps where we need to create them. So once we create them, we can now go into the next stage. But before I do that, I want to do some rectifications. So firstly, let's start from this WC. Remember I said we created duct here, but we have not yet done the wall work. So I'll do the wall work now. So I'll click on wall. I'm going to select, instead of 2254, I'm going to be selecting 150 wall. Okay, let me go back to NGL. I think NGL is, so I'm going to click on walls. So now it's 2254. I'm going to set the constraint to first floor. Then I'm going to set it at finish face exterior. Then I'm just going to pick this here. Okay, pick this here, pick here, pick here, pick here. After doing this, I'm just going to click on this wall, join it up with this part here, select these three walls here. Then I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to pick this wall here, copy this to this point here. I'm going to scroll down, do the same thing here. I'm going to copy this here, copy this here. Then I'm going to click on this wall here and drag this here. I'm going to click on this wall here, drag this here. I'm also going to go over here, click on this wall here and drag this here. Okay, so this is, so far this is getting better now. Our form is coming out and we are getting more detailed as we walk through this project. So let's go back to this first floor, because I noticed that I've not yet copied the ducts, these duct vents that are here, these duct grills that are here to the ground floor. So I'm going to do that now. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to hold Control and select all of them manually. Okay, I mistakenly selected Windows, so I'm going to hold Shift to deselect. I'm going to hold Control again to select the grills. I'm going to hold Shift to deselect the wall. I'm going to hold Control, select this. Hold Shift, deselect what I don't want to select, hold Control, select this duct. So after I've selected most of them, I'm just going to click on copy, paste, align to selected view, DPC, click OK. So it's going to copy all of them to the DPC. So now we are going to go back to this DPC now. And on going back to this DPC, we'll see what we have done, have copied successfully. So another thing we forgot to do is that some of these ducts, we didn't run some of these ducts to come down like as we should do. So I'm going to go to this underlay here, click on it and change it back to first floor. So remember that we have some duct here and we are supposed to run it. So it's very important, even though it's affecting the spaces we have here, but we have no choice, because realistically and structurally it just has to come down. You understand? So we are just going to go to architecture, walls, and we're just going to start drafting them out. Let me start from 2254. So I'm just going to select this here. Okay, instead let me go back to NGL, since I want the walls to go from the natural ground level. So I'm going to click on walls. I'm going to set the top constraint at first floor. Then I'm just going to set it at wall center line. Then I'm just going to draw the walls here. I'm going to draw this wall here too. I'm also going to draw this wall here as well. Then I'm going to change it to 150 walls. So I'm just going to change it. Then I'm just going to draw this and close this here. This and close this here. Then I'm just going to move this here. I think this wall should align with this wall here, so I'm going to drag this till they align together. So I think this is good. So now we are going to go back to this first floor again. We are going to go to these 2 extra rooms. We copy the docs from, hold Control, select the docs, select this doc too, click on copy, paste, align to selected views, DPC, and click OK. So let's go back to DPC. I think it has copied. So another thing to do, anyway, even though we'll still work on it graphically, it's not too bad to do it now. Or rather, let me just leave it to when we are focusing more on the graphical aspect. So now we have done this. So let's now focus on creating the steps and ramps. So as I said earlier in this project, we are going to have ramps, we are going to have staircase. So we are going to go back to this NGL, because if you want to create any stair or ramp, it's good to start from the lower level. So let's save this project. Alright, so now we have saved the project. We are now going to start creating our staircase and ramp. So let's just delete some of these lines not to confuse us. So we need to be careful while doing this. So now to create steps, we are going to use the staircase too. So I'm just going to delete this line. It's kind of confusing me a bit. So we are going to go to architecture. We are going to go to stairs. So under these stairs, we are just going to edit type. We are going to click on duplicate, and we are going to call this not monolithic. We are going to call this monolithic steps. Steps, STEPS. Okay, so after calling it this name, we are now going to edit some of the properties. We are going to go to this construction, click on it, and click on duplicate, and call this steps. After calling these steps, we are going to click OK. So we are going to change this underside from smooth to stepped, and we are going to change the thickness to 900 or 750, I think. After doing so, we are going to click on apply. I'm going to click OK. We are going to click OK. Then I'm now going to click on sketch, and I'm now going to draw the boundaries. So the boundary is going to start from here. The second boundary is going to start from here. So I'm going to click on riser, and I'm going to click on pick path. Then I'm just going to pick this riser here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, and pick here. Then I'm just going to make sure it's trimmed properly. So now I'm just going to play this stair path, and I'm going to draw the stair path from here upwards. Then I'm just going to click on finish. Then I'm going to click on these steps, and I'm going to click on flip, so it's going to start from here going up. Then I'm going to click on finish. So if we click on this, I'm going to click on this railing now. I'm going to delete it. I don't need this railing here. I'm also going to click on this, and I'm going to delete it. So if we go to 3D view now by clicking on this 3D gizmo here, we are going to see the steps we've created, which is actually looking nice. So we have created the main entrance steps. Okay, so now what we are now going to do now is we are now going to go over to the NGL again. So we are just going to create some steps, entrance steps, in some points of this building. So we are going to create another one somewhere here, and we are going to, okay, I think this one can come here. Another entrance steps can come here with some flowers here. Then we are now going to create some ramps. Okay, so I'm just going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on stairs again, and I'm still going to be using these monolithic steps. So I'm going to start another one here. So this one is going to be from this point here. So I'm going to click on create sketch. I'm going to start from boundary. The boundary is going to be here. I think this one, what was the length self? I think from here to here is 1.5. So I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm going to draw a line from here, 1.5. Then I'm going to give a distance from here, I think a distance of 1.5 from here too, and draw another 1.5. Then I'm going to click on this and delete this. Then I'm just going to click on riser. I'm going to select the one riser, click on copy, then offset it by 300 millimeters. Make sure I check this copy, then copy it. After doing so, I'm going to click on stairs part, and I'm going to click on sketch stair part, and I'm going to draw it here. Click on finish. So instead of it going this way, I'm going to flip it, so it's going to start from here and go upwards, which I think is what I want. Okay, so I'm just going to click on finish. So now I'm just going to delete this railing here. I don't need railings for this entrance. Okay, I can click on this and leave this one as 900 or minimalist railing. so it's going to be glass. Okay, that's said and done. We're now going to go over to this wing where we have the third entrance. Okay, we're still going to even put here because we need some steps here. We'll also need some ramps here. Let's go. Okay, so we'll continue creating some more steps. So we're just going to go to architecture again. We're going to go to these stairs and we're going to just be using these steps. We're in NGL, so we're in the right place. So instead of putting these steps from here, because the floor ended here, I just came to my mind now that I'll need to create a ramp from this point to access here, because it's always good to make sure that all the spaces, all the end accesses are ramped because of disabled consideration. So I'm going to click on sketch. I'm going to start the boundary from here to 1.5. Then I'm going to go around here and do another 1.5 here. So this is going to be the steps. Okay, so instead I remember that I didn't plan to put any step here on the flip side, so I'm just going to put the ramp this whole place, so I can delete this here. I don't need to create these steps here, so I'm going to go over here to create the steps. So I'm just going to click on this boundary line. I'm going to draw it from this point here. Then after doing so, I'm going to go over here too, and I'm going to still put another boundary line here. So this is going to be like a very wide staircase, so I can reduce this to about 4.5. Then I can click on riser, click on this point here. Then I'm just going to click on offset and offset it by 300mm up to this point. Then we're going to click on step out. We're going to pick from here up here, and we're going to click on finish. Then we're going to make sure we flip it so it will start from here and go upwards, and we're going to click finish. Then we're just going to select these two here, and we're going to click on it and change it to minimalist railing. So now this is done. We are now going to click on this floor here, and we're going to do some adjustments. So we're going to make provisions for a ramp. So what we're going to do is we're going to just click edit floor. Then after we click on edit floor, we're just going to click on this boundary line. We're going to draw the boundary line to this point here. Then we're just going to extend this here to about 3 meters. Then I'm going to click on split, and I'm going to split this element here. I'm going to just trim this here, and I'm going to trim this here. So I'm just going to click on finish. So what I did is that I extended here, so I'm going to put like a landing for the ramp I'm going to create. So that brings us to the next part of what we'll be modeling. We're going to be modeling the ramps of this building, entering inside this building or these terraces. So what we're going to do is we're just going to go to architecture. Under this architecture, we're going to go under beside staircase. We're going to see ramps. So for these ramps, we're just going to edit type and duplicate. So I'm just going to edit this and duplicate and call this ramp main or access ramps. Okay, then we're going to click OK. So now we are now going to edit some parameters of this ramp. So of course we'll start from the shape. Instead of thick, we are going to click on solid, so it's not going to be like a slanted slab. Then we are going to put this material. We are going to make sure we add a material to this ramp. I'm just going to right click, and I'm just going to look for our flooring. Let me just search for floors, our floor material. Once I see the floor material, I think I'm just going to, not this one, I'm going to click on this floor slab material, and I'm going to click OK. Then after doing this, I'm now going to go over here, and I'm now going to see, you are going to see this maximum incline length. So I'm going to increase this to 12,000mm. Then they say this slope, max slope, the slope ratio. So this slope ratio basically means for every 1 meter, for the ramp to climb up to 1 meter, you are going to need a length of 12 meters. So that is the standard for people that are disabled to use the wheelchair on their own. So I think it's fine. Then we're just going to click on this boundary, and we're just going to draw the ramp boundaries from this point here to this point. Then we're going to draw it from this point here to this point. Then we're just going to put the riser here and put another riser at this end. So after doing so, we're going to click on finish. So now where this is clicking facing down, so I'm just going to click on this line, delete this line. Then I'm going to click on this, and this arrow here, I'm just going to click on it to flip it. Then we're just going to see how it looks. So if you go back to this 3D view, we are just going to rotate this. We are going to see how the ramp created perfectly. So we can click on this railing on this side and just delete it. So we have our ramp here. So what we are now going to do is we are now going to duplicate this ramp. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to this NGL. So instead of creating another very comfortable ramp like this, we are now going to create some more steeper ramps for this emergency. So firstly, we are just going to click on these lines here. You know, sometimes even though it's good to use line works, I'm just going to delete these lines. Sometimes if you select something, it won't select it because of the lines. So I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to move this by, make this 2.1 from here. Then I'm going to click finish. So I'm just going to go to ramp again, architecture. I'm going to go to ramp here. Then I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate and I'm going to call this emergency ramps. Okay, so these ramps are going to be much steeper than the other one. So instead of the ratio to be 12:1, I'm going to make it 8:1. Then I'm going to click on apply and I'm going to click on OK. So I'm just going to click on the boundary here and I'm going to draw another distance from here up to 8 meters. Then I'm just going to draw another one here. Okay, I think 8 meters may be too much, so I'm going to draw the riser to just join both of them together. Join both of them. Then I'm just going to click on offset, uncheck this copy here, offset it by 600 millimeter. Then I'm going to click on finish. So now after doing this, we're now going to go over to this. We're also going to go to ramps. Then we're just going to click on boundary. Then I'm just going to draw the line here. So for this, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to kind of do a two-way ramp or kind of a dog leg ramp. So it's going to go. Okay, I think it's better it's just straight instead of it being complicated. So I'm just going to drag it out to 5 meters. I think 5 meters should do. Then another 5 meter here. So I'm just going to put the riser here and put the riser here. So now I'm just going to click on this emergency ramp. Instead of 8, I'm going to make it 6. Click on apply, click OK. Then I'm going to click on finish. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to this 3D view and I'm going to see what we've done. So I'm just going to click on this ramp, click on it. Okay, click on finish, go to NGL, click on this ramp, click on this arrow so it will switch. I can delete this line here. So we can now always go back to this one too. Click on it, then click on this arrow so it will switch, so it will align properly. Then we'll go to 3D view. So we can see the ramp to this the ramp leading to this delivery bay, which is still steep, but we now have this one here which is leading to this access here. That is this hall. So I think it works. So I can delete this extra railing here. So now what I'm going to do for all this slab that is hanging here, I'm going to use floors. So I'm going to be using walls. So these walls, I'm just going to use it to cover this bottom. So the walls can maybe be ground beams or whatever they can be. So once I use these walls, I'm just going to cover it. On the flip side, I could even add a green flower bed, which will even make it more aesthetically appealing. So I'm going to go back to NGL now, and I'm now going to be adding the green flower bed. So how we are going to be doing it is we are going to be simply using walls. So another thing I forgot is I forgot to put ramps on this at this part of the project. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go to architecture again. I'm going to go to ramps. Then I'm just going to be using these normal access ramps. Then I'm going to draw boundary lines. I'm going to see how long this boundary line goes. So this is just 6 meters. So I may even end up using the emergency ramps. So I'm just going to draw it up to this point, boundary up to this point too. I'm going to click on riser here and click on another riser here. Then I'm going to click on finish. I'm going to change this up part here, this, so it's going to go this way. So now it's like this. I think I can delete this railing on this side. So we have a good set of ramps. So now we are now going to be creating some flower beds to just support this edifice. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to walls. So I think I'm going to create a new type of wall if I don't already have it. So I'm just going to go to this 150 wall. I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm just going to call this 0000 flower bed stone wall. After giving it this name, I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click edit type. I'm going to click on the material. I'm just going to click on this stone wall material, and I'm going to click OK, and I'm going to click OK. Okay, so now I'm just going to select this finish face exterior. Then I'm going to be picking from here. Okay, if it's going inside the floors, I'm just going to pick from this opposite side, which I think is here. And then I'm just going to pick here too, pick here too, pick here too. Okay, another thing I forgot is to set the constraint. So let me just finish placing all the walls. So after, okay, let me hit Ctrl Z. This one is slanted, so I'm going to place this here. So after placing all of this, I'm just going to click on tab on my keyboard to select everything. I'm going to hover around one of them. I'm going to click on tab on my keyboard, select everything. Then I'm just going to set the top constraint at DPC. Then I'm going to put the top offset to be 75mm above the DPC. Then I'm going to click on this wall here. Then I'm just going to reduce the dimension by, let's make the dimension 1.2. So I think 1.2 is okay. So another part of this project that I'm going to be adding some of this flower bed is I'm going to be adding it to this portion here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to do a big flower bed up to this point here, and it's going to form here. So I'm going to go to wall again. Under this wall, the same, I'm going to set the constraint properly initially at DPC, then put it 75mm offset above the DPC. Then I'm just going to click on wall here. Since this, I'm going to change it from finish face exterior to finish face interior. Then I'm just going to pick a wall here up to this point here. Then draw another wall here. Then what I can now do now is I'm going to click on AL on my keyboard. Then I'm going to select the external of this wall and select this face of this wall to align it together. Then I'm just going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on walls. Then I'm just going to draw another wall up to this point here and up to this point here. Then after all of this, I'm going to click on AL on my keyboard, align this to this place here. I'm going to also align this to this part here. So this is going to make this more full. So now we have not yet placed the green areas, but we're now going to do some walls. So the next walls we are going to be doing is going to be under this floor. You get, so we are not meant to see it, but there's a way we can see it. We are first going to go over to this visual style, and we're going to change it from this shaded to wireframe. So after we have changed this to wireframe, now if we are drawing any wall under this floor, even if we set it to be under this floor, we are going to be able to see it. So the same thing for even, okay, we don't even need to draw it here. The same thing for this, so it's mainly here. So we're going to click on walls. Under these walls, we are just going to start from this 150 normal 150 wall. So we're going to be setting it at top constraint to DPC. Then the top offset, instead of being 75, is going to be minus 150 due to the floor offsetting downwards. So we're just going to click on this point here. Okay, let's start from here. We're going to click on this point here and click on this point here. Click on this point here. So what we're doing is basically covering up all the gaps here. So if we do this up to this point here, pick here, pick here, and pick here. So if you go back to 3D now, we are now going to rotate this, and we are going to rotate this to the back. So you are going to see the walls we created. So it's like kind of covering the gap here. So you can see our ramp here, you can see our staircase here to this rear side of the building. Then you can also see how refined this is looking. So now we are going to put some flower beds here, and for this flower bed we are going to be using floors. So let's go back to NGL again. So we're going to go to floors. Under these floors, we're just going to look for any flower bed. So we're going to right click on one, edit type. We're going to click on duplicate, and we're going to call this 01 flower bed. So after doing so, we're going to click edit. I'm going to click edit. Then I'm going to click on this material. I'm going to right click duplicate, and I'm going to call this 01 flower bed. Then I'm going to click on this icon here. I'm going to click on appearance. I'm going to click on site work. Then I'm just going to select green area, grass. I'm going to click on graphics, click on apply, click OK. Then I'm going to click OK here, click OK. So what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to click on this pick line tool. I'm going to pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, and pick here. Then I'm just going to trim it. I'm going to also pick this line too here. I'm going to click on tab, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here. Then after we have done with this, I'm just going to click on finish. So now I'm going to set the constraint. I'm going to click on this. Instead of NGR, I'm going to set it to DPC, and I'm going to put it at 25 millimeter above DPC. So if you go to 3D, you're going to see how it fits in, and it fits in very well. Okay, so now we have done this. Now we are just going to go back to this DPC, so we'll just have a better view. Then we are going to go to this underlay, and once we click on this underlay, we are going to change it back to none to revert what we've done. So what we are going to do is this duct here. I'm going to click on this duct. I'm going to click on copy. Okay, copy here. Then I'm just going to copy it and paste it somewhere here. The reason why I'm going to do this thing is just for this duct here, this duct in this convenience. So I'm going to click on this and drag this back here. Then I'm just going to click on copy again, and I'm going to copy this to this point here. The same thing for this. Go here, copy it here, and copy it here. So this WC conveniences will be properly ducted. Okay, so now this is done. Now we are going to start annotating this space. Now we are going to start giving them names. So we are going to be using the usual rooms, but the only difference is that this space is there are some spaces here that are not demarcated by walls. So for instance, now if you go to architecture and we click on room now, and you try to place, okay, let me click on close, so it's not going to Ctrl Z, so it's not going to automatically create room, and we click on rooms now. So what we are going to do is we are now going to go over to this constraint and set the top level to first floor, then change this limit offset to 0. So after doing this, now you are going to see we are going to click on this room tag with area, so it's going to come with the area. So if you hover around here, you are going to see that this lobby here, this other second ancillary corridor, and this space here is going to be detected as one room. The same thing for this. It's not going to separate these spaces that are not demarcated by walls, and the reason is just by default Revit used to detect rooms per demarcation by walls, not any other things. So what we are going to do is we are going to be using another tool to create these demarcations without using walls, which now brings us to room separator lines. So this room separator lines, you can get it by, if you go to architecture, you just see it beside rooms, click on room separator. So these are lines that once you click on it, is going to demarcate the walls from you. So I'm going to pick this point here, pick this point. But if you click on TL, that is to undo the thick line settings, you are going to see these lines are very thick, so we don't need them to be showing in views. So what we are going to do is we are just going to draw the lines first. Draw the room separate. Let me hit Ctrl Z and draw it again so it will be straight. So it's just going to demarcate where it's not demarcated by walls. Then I'm also going to draw it here. Then I'm going to draw it from this point here down here. I'm going to draw it from here as well. I'm also going to draw it from this point here. Then I'm going to draw it from here. Okay, so after doing this, now we are now going to go to some other spaces like here and draw it too. Another important space to draw this room separator is at this entrance porch. So you know they don't have walls, so it's good to use room separator lines. Let me bring it to this end and bring it here. So you can see anytime I draw a room separator line on top of a wall, it's going to show an error, which is usual. Then I'm just going to click on it regardless, just to make sure, and still draw my room separator lines. Then I'm going to be drawing one here. I'm going to draw another one here, and I'm going to draw another one here. So it's going to demarcate this entrance porch here. Okay, then I'm going to go over here, I think. Okay, then I'm going to go over here too. I'm going to draw some room separator lines here just to match this outdoor terrace. Okay, so after drawing all this profile, now we have separated a lot of these spaces that needs to be separated. So I think it's very, very good. So what we can now do now is to click on this room separator line, right click, hide in view by category, so it's not going to be obstructing our graphics. Okay, So after we have done this room separator works, we're now going to click on rooms now. So now you can see that this room separator have demarcated these spaces. We use the room separator lines to demarcate. You can see now these toilet spaces are independent. This stairway space is now independent. So if you now place this room here, we're also going to place this room here. We're going to place this here as well. Place this here as well. Also we're going to place this too. Place this too. Place this here, 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 here. Alright, so we're just going to continue placing these spaces here, these rooms here. Place this here. The same thing here. So you can see that this entrance here, this terrace here, it has already identified as a separate room. Then we're just going to do this here. The same thing here. Okay, so just as we planned, we are now going to start giving these names the names that we intended for them. So we're going to start from this one, and we're going to call this concourse. Okay, I'm going to hit Ctrl A, then click on backspace, then I'm just going to spell it again so it will be capitalized. Then I'm going to name this other space. I'm going to name this, click on tab. If I can't, once I select the tag itself, I'm now going to name it stairway. Then I'm just going to name this backstage. Then I'm just going to name this display shop. Then another thing I should have separated is that now, you know that I've hidden all the room separator lines. So I'm just going to click on this reveal elements to see them. Then I'm going to go to architecture. While this reveal hidden element is still turned on, I'm going to go to room separator. Then I'm just going to draw another room separator line from here up to this point here, then join this here. So after doing this now, because remember I wanted to create here as a waiting lounge, so I'm just going to turn this off. So you can see that this concourse space have reduced. So I'm going to click on room again, then I'm just going to place this here. So this is our waiting lounge. So now I'm just going to call this multipurpose hall. Then I'm just going to go over here, and I'm going to call this reception. Then this will now be called records and accounts. Okay, then this will now be called manager office. Okay, then we're now going to name these two mail cloakroom. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl A, then I'm going to hit Ctrl C to copy it. Then I'm going to paste this here. Then I'm just going to add FE, female cloakroom. Then this is going to be the laundry. Then this is now going to be the AC unit room. Then this is now going to be the delivery terrace. Okay. Then this is now going to be private lobby. Okay, then this is now going to be, click on tab, I'm going to call this service stairway. Then this is now going to be the laundry store. Then this is now going to be check. Then this is going to be the kitchen. Then this is now going to be the cold store, and this is the dry store. Okay, so this is now going to be the server, and this is now going to be the, then this is going to be the bartender, and this is going to be the waiting lounge, and this is going to be the convenience, this is going to be female, this is going to be male, and I think so far we have named almost all the spaces. Then this is going to be a terrace for the multipurpose hall. Then this is going to be, click on tab, emergency stairway. Then this is going to be female, and this is going to be male. Then this is going to be convenience. All right, so okay, so now we have named most of these spaces. We're just going to try and rectify some things that might be issues. So we're going to click on that and place a door here, because it's very important for a direct link to be between this kitchen and the servery. Okay, then we're going to start furnishing these spaces little by little as we work with it. Then for this, we're just going to go to components. Let's start from the plumbing fixtures, and we're just going to start from placing WCs in these public conveniences. Then we're just going to be placing one here. Okay, this is honestly very tight. So what I can do here is to either just click this and see if I can extend this, or click on this and increase this to 600, thereby reducing that duct. So I'm going to click on this, reduce this to 600 millimeter. Then I'm going to click on this duct and I'm just going to drag it and adjust it to this point here. Just going to click on it, drag it and adjust it. Okay, so now this is said and done. I'm going to click on components again. I'm going to be placing this WC here. I'm going to be placing this here and this here. Then I'm going to be clipping some of these sinks. I'm going to be keeping the sinks in the lobby. So I'm just going to click on sink and I'm going to place this sink here. I think I'm going to place, okay, let me just place one here and one here. Then I'm also going to do the same here. Place one here, place one here. Okay, then I'm going to go to components again and I'm going to put this WC here. Okay, so this WC is actually very tight, so what I can do now is to click on this and increase this to 600. Click on this too, make sure it's up to 600. Then I'm just going to reduce this duct space. So I'm going to go to annotate, I'm going to go to align, dimension here as well. Okay, Ctrl Z, click on this and click the middle. Then I'm just going to make sure this is up to 600. Then I'm going to click on this and reduce this. Then I can click on these two dimensions and delete it. Delete this. So I'm going to click on architectural components again. Then I'm going to place this here. I'm going to place this here, and place this here. So this is like the barest minimum width of toilet. This is very small, but I think it's what we can get, so we just have to manage it that way. So we're now going to go to annotate. We're going to go to detail line now. Then we're just going to be drawing some thin lines here. Then once we draw the 10 lines indicating this is a duct, we're now going to select 4 of them, or rather 6, or okay, 4 of them, then copy it gradually. Then I'm just going to do the same here. Then I'm going to copy one here. I'm now going to click on rotate it by 90 degrees. Then I'm going to click on move here, click on tab, then click on copy again, pick here, copy this here, copy this here, then copy this here. Then I can delete these two ones here, so it will just be this side. So after I've done all this, I can select all these lines here, because this is going to just save us stress in future. So after selecting all these lines, I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard and copy it to the subsequent views we'll be working with. So now we have selected all of this. I'm just going to click copy to clipboard. I'm going to click paste, align to selected views. Then I'm going to select first floor, hold control, second floor, third floor, fourth floor, and I'm going to click OK because I know I will still replicate the typical floors here. So if you go to first floor, you are going to see these lines here indicating the duct, which is very nice. So let's go back to DPC, and we are still going to copy some things. Like here, we are going to click on this, and we're going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, first, control, hold control, second, third, fourth, and okay, I think that is it. So now we are just going to be naming this WC. So we are going to be giving it the usual bit /WC. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl A to select everything. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl C to copy. Then I'm just going to double click on these ones. Ctrl V is going to paste. Double click, Ctrl V. I'm going to paste this room tag. Double click, Ctrl V. I'm going to paste it. So I think that and that we are done with that. So we are now going to, before we start furnishing, because furnishing all these spaces is going to take a lot, so let's just go back a bit and go to the site plan and start planning the site. So we are going to be modeling the site. We are going to be modeling all the walkways and tandem with these terraces, so everything is going to align very well. Then we are now going to see whether we need to adjust the position of the site itself. So we can adjust the site instead of moving the whole building. Now the site is still at the preliminary stage, we can move it upwards, so it's going to come to a reasonable extent up to this point, so we'll have enough space for parking. Alright, so I said I'm going to delve into the site plan because this furnishing of these spaces might take some time, so I'll still get back to it, but let me start designing the site plan as it relates to all these accesses of this building. So we're going to go back to NGL. So originally, from what we designed, we see that we have more space in comparison to what we did. So we're just going to select all these lines here and all this field region here. Select this as well. Select even this too. Then we're just going to click move, and we're just going to move this from this point here and make sure it aligns with this point here. Okay, so our recreation have moved backward. Then we're going to click on annotate. We're going to go to aligned. Then we're just going to dimension from here to here and see what it has. So this is 17.6 meters. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on this line here. Then I'm going to make sure this is 15 meters, that is 15,000 millimeters. Okay, so we are going to just click on finish. Then I'm going to click on move again. I'm going to select all of this again, select these lines, hold control, select this. Then I'm just going to click on move, and I'm going to just move it to match this. So we have 15 meters for the swimming pool area and the outdoor pool area and all those stuff. So now we are going to start designing the site plan proper. Firstly, we are going to click on this field region. We are going to delete it. We are going to also delete this here. So we already have an idea that this is recreation, this is the public car park, and this is a public car park, and this is another public car park. So let's just delete this line so it will not be distracting, because we are going to do some new line works. Okay, so you can see that those preliminary lines I did were for like the preliminary stage, so we'll just have an idea and use it while designing this space. So we're just going to click on this, click on detail line, and just going to, so now we are just going to delete. Okay, I think this line is okay. Let's just delete this one. So another thing we would like to do is that in this access to, we're also going to make provision for a walkway. So we can design this site plan in such a way that pedestrians can walk to this multi-purpose hall without the need of interfering with vehicular movement. So what we're going to do is we're going to place the pedestrian walkways on the peripherals of the site mostly. So we're just going to click on move, and we're just going to click on move this by 3 meters. Then I'm just going to drag this line, and I'm going to drag this by to about this point. Then I'm going to go to modify. I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 3 meters from here. Then I'm going to offset 3 meters from here. I'm going to offset 3 meters from here. Then I'm just going to click on this trim and extend. Then I'm going to select this line here, trim this here. I'm going to select this line, trim this here, select this line to trim this here, and select this line to trim this here. So this is basically our walkway. So I'm just going to click on escape, click on this, and drag this down to this point here. I'm just drag it and make sure. Click on unjoin element, just drag it and make sure. So this is our walkway here. So we can even click on this line and drag it to this point first. So we have a walkway going this way. So now what we are going to do is we're now going to start drafting from this building, and we are going to go to annotate, we are going to go to detail line. So firstly, you can see this edge here. We are going to click on TL, so we are going to be seeing our lines clearly, and we are going to select one of these railing, right click, hide in view by the category, because these railings are kind of interfering with, there are a lot of lines on the railing, so we'll not be able to see the staircase part when we are drawing lines around them. So we are going to go to detail line 2. We are going to draw another detail line here. So this detail line is just a greenery that will be here just to fill up this place. We're also going to go over to this point here. We're now going to click on offset by 3 meter. Click on offset to copy this. So this will now be green area. Click on offset again, 3 meter. Then we're going to click on split. We're going to click on this trim and extend corner. We're going to trim this to his and trim this to this. So this is now another walkway here. So this walkway will go like this and will still join up with this point. So now we are now going to go to annotate again. So this time now we are going to be doing a walkway. So we are going to have a walkway from this point here up to this point. So the walkway is basically going to encompass a lot of these spaces, so people can walk freely around this peripheral, then access these facilities and access here. So the walkway is kind of a buffer zone between the main entrance and the main access to the building and the main road. So we're just going to draw a line from here up to this point here. Then we're going to draw another line. So this line is going to be 2.1 meter, I think, or 2.4 meter. Then we're going to draw it to here. Then we're just going to draw a line here to this point, draw a line here to this point, draw a line here. So we're going to put it at 2.1 meter. Then we're going to click on offset. So once we have offset it, we're just going to click on this and trim this here. Then we're going to go to annotate. We're going to go to detail line here. We're now going to draw another line from here to this point here. Then draw another line to this point. Then we're going to click on offset, and we're going to be offsetting 2.4 meter. Then we're going to make sure we uncheck this copy, and we're just going to offset this line here, so it's going to be around here. We're going to do the same here. So now we are just going to click on trim, and we're going to trim this, okay, and trim this here. So now looking at this, now I'm now seeing the disadvantage of making this green area big, so I'm going to reduce this to 600 so it won't be too much. Okay, then I can now click on this and increase this a bit. I'm going to click on offset and offset this by 600 too, so it's just going to match. So now we have a walkway here, we have another walkway here. So now after we have established this walkway, let me just remove these lines here. We have established this walkway going back, and we have established this walkway coming to this side. We're now going to start drafting the parking. So the first thing, remember what I said earlier. I said that there is going to be a, what they call it again, a service access here. So I'm just going to click on detail line, and I'm going to see the distance between this point and this point. So this is 9 meters. So what I want to do now is this delivery side, I'm just going to make it I'm going to leave it at this 9 meters, even though it's not going to be too comfortable, but at least a truck can stop here and drop the things. People can come and pick the goods they want to pick. So I'm going to leave here as clear as possible. Then I'm just going to continue this line from here, and I'm going to continue this up to 8 meters. So I'm just going to put 8,000 and click enter. Okay, so now what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to go over here now, and I'm going to go and draw another line from here up to 8 meters. Then I'm going to join it with this point. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on this and click delete. Okay, then I'm going to go to detail line again. I'm now going to go over here, click on offset now. Then I'm going to be putting offset of 8 meters round, so it will now do the one-way drive that cars will be able to move through. Although I'm making it 8 meters, so even if it's going to be a two-way drive, it's not going to be a problem. Okay, so I've offset 8 meter here. I can delete this one. I'm going to click on trim this here, trim this here. So we now have our modified parking space. So now we are now going to be drawing some green areas. So for this space now, this other smaller parking space, we're now going to see how much parking can be here. So firstly, we are going to draw a green buffer here up to 1.5 meter. After drawing the green buffer, we are just going to go over here, and we're going to bring it up to 5 meter, and we're going to bring this to 3 meter, 5 meter here. Then we're now going to go over here. We're going to draw a line up to 6 meter or 6.5. Then draw another line here, and draw another line here up to 5 meter. Please just follow as I'm doing it. Okay, then I'm just going to draw a line here and join this. Click on escape, click on this line, delete this one. So now we now have where people can park here. I'm also going to do the same thing for this side. So I'm going to go to detail line. I'm going to draw another line here. I'm going to go here, draw a line up to 6.5 meter. After doing so, I'm just going to draw another line here to catch up here. Draw one here to 5 meter. Draw one here, and draw another one to this point here, and close this here. Then I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to drag this. I'm going to click on AL on my keyboard. I'm going to pick here and align this line. So after I've done this, now we have our green zone. I can click on this line and delete it. Then I can click on trim and trim this together. So we have some parking space, potential parking spaces here. Okay, so now this is done. We're now going to go to annotate. We're going to go to detail line. We're going to click on this arc line, this start and end radius arc. We're going to pick this point here, and draw an arc, the same thing here. Then we can delete this center line, hold Ctrl, select these two center lines and delete this. So now what we can do is to click on this. We can now click on move, and we can move this by 1.5 meter. So it's going to still come back to that 5 meters. The same thing for this. Click on this, move it by 1.5 meter. So after doing this, we're going to go to detail line. We're going to click on this fillet arc line, modify tool here, click on it. Then we're going to pick this line and just create an arc. Pick this line, then left click. Then what we can do is to click on this arc and make sure this is 3000, that is 3 meters, because the turning radius of a car is 3 meters. So it's going to be a comfortable turning, a place where cars can come and turn. So after we have done this, we just hope that this will be able to accommodate enough parking. So what we are going to do here is that we are going to go to detail line again. We are going to be using this fillet arc tool, and we're just going to bevel here, bevel here too, and bevel here. Okay, so since this is the main navigation point of the site, we are going to use very elaborate turning radius. So we are going to be clicking on this and making this 6 meter. So we're going to hit Ctrl A to copy this. No, not Ctrl A is not to copy, it's to select, then Ctrl C to copy. Then we're going to click on this, double click. Once we double click, Ctrl V, and we paste this. Click on this, Ctrl V, paste this. Click on this, Ctrl V, paste this. So now we have done this. Now we are now going to plan the parking of this site. So the way I usually plan parking to maximize the number is that I usually used to just use the offset. So I'm going to be offsetting the green area, the car parking space, the movement space, then the green area again, like that. So I'm going to click on modify. I'm going to click on offset here. Then I'm going to start from a green area, which is 1.5 meter. Then I'm going to offset this here. So I know this is a green area. So I'm now going to go here and change this offset value to 5 meter. Then I'm going to click on offset again. So I know this is a parking lot. Okay. Then I'm going to go over here now, and I'm going to give it an offset of 6 meter. That is the passage, so cars can move between. And I'm going to move this here. Then I'm also going to go again, another 5 meter for the parking, and put another 5 meter here. Then another 1.5 here. Then another 5 meter, another 5 meter for the parking. Then now we have a problem now. So we have an extra parking space now, so we can't really go with this arrangement. So we're going to change our arrangement to maximize. So I'm going to click on escape now. I'm now going to delete all of this at first. So now I'm going to start from this side, and I'm going to be doing the whole offset thing. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on 5000 and start from here, so they'll be parking on this way too. After I do that, I'm now going to go over here, and I'm going to change this to 1500 millimeter offset. So I'm going to add another 5000. So we have a band of parking. So we're now going to put the passage in between, that is 6 meters. Then we're going to put another 5 meter for the parking space. Then another 1.5 buffer zone. Then another 5 meter. Okay, so obviously we have some spaces in this, but you have some space remaining. So what we can do is to increase the buffer zone from 1.5 meter to, let's say, 1.5 per 600, that is 2.1. So we're just going to highlight all these lines here, and we're going to click on move, and we're going to move this from this point here by 600. So we can impute the value, click enter. So we're also going to do the same here. Select these two here, we're going to click on move, and we can move this by 600. If it's still not enough, we're just going to repeat the same thing and add another 600, making it 2.7. Then I'm just going to select these two here, click on move. Okay, so now this is done. We might as well just delete this line and just make it joined to this point now. So we have potentially two bands of parking, continuous parking, which is nice. So what we're now going to do is, now we're now going to click on offset from the other side, and I'll be offsetting, instead of 5 meter, let's just offset 7.5 meter. So there will be enough allowance for provision of bands. Okay, so I'm going to click offset here, offset here. So now we are going to be using a lot of modification tools. So I'm just going to use this trim and extend. Then I'm going to select this line, pick here, select this edge too, pick here, select this line here, pick here, select this edge too, pick here. Then I'm just going to click on split, and I'm going to click on split here, split here, split here, and split here. Then I'm then going to click on this trim extend corner, click on this. Then I'm going to trim here, click on this line, click on this line, click on this, click on this, click on this, click on this. Okay, now this is done. I'm now going to click on trim again, this trim and extend single element, click on it, trim here, click on this line, trim here, left click here, trim here, left click and click here. So we have two basic bands for parking. Okay, so now let's keep splitting and trimming. So I'm going to click on split now. I'm going to split here too, split here too, split here too, split here as well. Then I'm going to click on trim, and I'm going to be trimming this here, trimming this here, trimming this too, trimming this too, trimming, 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 trimming. Okay, so now we still have, because I want here to have a good turning radius, what I can do now is I can even go further, click on split here, split this element here, split this element here, split this one as well, split this one. Then go over to this trim too, this trim and extend single element, click on this line here that is separating these two lines, click on this and trim here. Then also click on this trim here, click on this trim here. Then I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting this by 3 meters. The reason why I'm offsetting this is so I'll have enough space here, distance here, to be able to get a 3 meter turning radius. Then I'm going to uncheck this copy. I'm going to click on offset, 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 and offset. Then I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. I'm going to go to this normal trim tool. Then I'm just going to trim here, trim with here, trim with here, trim it here, trim here, trim this two, trim this two, trim this two, and trim this two. So after doing this now, we're now going to go to annotate again. We're going to go to modify, we're going to go to annotate, detail line, sorry. Then I'm now going to click on this fillet arc tool. Then I'm just going to fillet arc here now. Let me just do them randomly. I'm not going to impute their value. Just do this here, do this here too, do this here too, do this here too. So the car, there will not be any sharp edges, so the cars can move freely and smoothly. So after doing this now, we are now going to click on this one too, and I'm going to do the same too for here. Then I'm going to click on this and click on delete. So now what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start imputing the value. Remember, these ones are the 4 corners are 6 meters. I did that one on purpose, so it's going to remain like that. So I'm going to click on this one, click on Ctrl C to copy this 3 meters. Then just hit here, Ctrl V, hit Ctrl V, Ctrl V, Ctrl V, click on this, Ctrl V, Ctrl V, Ctrl V again, Ctrl V, Ctrl V, Control V. So we have enough parking bands around this place. So we have 2 major parking bands. So normally I will have broken this, but I don't think it's necessary. So after we have placed it, we are still later going to place some parking lot here to see how much parking we can get. Okay, so now we are done with this zone now. At least basically we can now go into this other zone now. So this other zone now is now going to be the services. So for these services now, we don't need to do too much. What we just need to do is to put an outdoor storage facility. Then we'll now put some parking spaces for what they call it again, for maybe the staff and people working. Then we're going to use a green area to buffer this recreation zone from this service zone. So let's go and click on detail line again. So now, of course, as usual, I'm going to just click on offset first, and I'm going to offset 3 meters from the wall. So after doing this, we can click on trim and trim here and trim here. So this 3 meter is a good buffer zone. I can go to annotate, go to detail line. So this part where the recreation is, I may even extend it depending on how big I want the swimming pool to be. So we are going to go to this line here where the parking of these services is meant to be. We are going to draw a storage at let's use 5 meters in depth. So we're just going to hover around here till we see 5 meters. Then we're just going to draw it up to 9 meters. So it's not really a very big facility. So now what we are now going to do is we are going to draw an extension here. This extension is going to be reaching up to 4.5 meters. Then we are going to draw this here. So we are going to be making provision of parking for about 5-6 cars. So the 5-6 cars are basically for the workers, but I think 5 cars should be enough. So I'm just going to make it 12.5 meters. Okay. Then after doing this, I'm just going to, okay, I think the line didn't, so let me just draw 12.5 meters from here, 12,500. So this can accommodate 5 car parking space. So I'm now going to draw a line here, and I'm going to draw this to 5 meters. Okay, so after I've done this, now we have our parking space. Now what I can now do now is to actually draw on this, draw a line here. Then I'm going to click on offset and offset this by, let's use 4 meters. Okay, let's just use 4.5. Then I'm just going to offset here. So this is going to be like a green buffer between this recreation and this service area. So I'm just going to click on this trim element, trim here to here. Then I can click on escape, delete this line in between. Then this one can be straight. Then I can now click on split here, then just trim this together. So the thing I can use to link here is just a small stamped concrete walkway that is going to link these two regions, so in case if they want to go to that place. So I'm going to go to annotate detail line. Then I'm now going to draw another green barrier here. So I'm going to be drawing a greenery from this point up to this point. Then I'm going to draw it up to 3 meters here. So there will be an elaborate greenery on the site. So I'm just going to click on trim. I'm just going to trim these two together. So now we are going to go to annotate again, and we're going to be going to detail line. Then we're going to be using this fillet arc once more, and we're going to fillet this side too. We're also going to do the same here. And remember, standard turning radius of a car is 3 meters, so we're just going to be using that here. Ctrl V. Remember, I've already copied it before. Ctrl V. Click on this. Ctrl V. Okay, so I'm going to click on delete elements because it's showing some errors. So now all these things, remember that they are line works. I'm still going to do the main modeling of the site, which usually I like using floors because floors are much faster, and I think it's just overall it will give you what you want. So I'm going to go to detail line now, and I'm now going to start designing this recreation area. So for this recreation area, the main highlight of it is going to be the swimming pool. So we are going to position the swimming pool well. Okay, so in this services area is where we can have even things like the overhead tank. So I can even place maybe the overhead tank probably somewhere here. It doesn't matter. So that one is another thing that the service can serve for. So let's look for how we'll situate this pool. So the pool is always good for the pool to be viewed by people. This restaurant inside, the restaurant outside, and the people here. So we're just going to drive the pool from this point here up till let's say a 9 meter pool. Okay, a 9 meter by 15 meter pool. So that is a really big swimming pool. So I'm going to enter, click on enter, and I'm just going to drag it. So this is like a commercial swimming pool, and I'm going to close this here. So what I'm now going to do now is this portion here of this site, I'm going to click on it and I'm going to be offsetting it by 1.5 meters. Since it's where a pool will be, so I'm going to uncheck this copy and I'm going to offset it here. Then I'm just going to click on trim and I'm going to trim this line here and trim this line here to this line. So I'm going to go to annotate and I'm going to go to this align. Then I'm going to check the dimension between this and this. So this is 3 meter, which I think 3 meter is okay. So it's enough buffer zone where people can walk through. So what I can still do is to click on modify just to avoid splashing. I'm still going to reduce the pool by 3 meters, so I can offset 3 meter for all. Hit Ctrl Z. Then I can offset, let's say 900 millimeter from each side, just to reduce the propensity of water splashing. Okay, so we have our pool area, we have our outdoor restaurant, so we can also have maybe an outdoor sitting area here. So what we can do is to just add some greeneries here, because the walkway, there's going to be a walkway linking a stamped concrete walkway. So we can just click on this point here and turn this whole space here, this point here, to a greenery. So we can now click on trim. So we have some outdoor seats. Okay, let me hit Ctrl Z. So this space can be used for outdoor seats. Then I think that is all. So I think that is all basically. So I can click on this and delete this. Okay, so now looking at this, now we have our site plan, we have our buffer zone. So what I can now do now is to just go to annotate, click on modify, click on offset, then offset 150 here just to form the stamped concrete element. So I'm going to click on 150 here. So I'm going to offset this from this. Then I'm just going to go to annotate detail line. I'm going to draw a line from this middle here up to 900 millimeter. Then I'm going to offset 1.2 from each side, or 1.5 from each wing. 1.5 here, 1.5 here. Then I'm just going to click on this, click on copy, and click on this and copy it here. Then I'm going to click on trim. I'm just going to trim this here, trim this here, trim this here as well, trim this here as well. Then I'm going to click on this middle, delete this. So these are stamped concrete profile. I'm just going to select this. I'm going to click on copy, copy here, copy this here, copy this here. So this is like the link where people can walk into this to service this recreation. So I'm going to do something like that here, so people can just, or I'll just going to go to annotate, click on detail line. Then I'm just going to create an opening here, click on this, click on offset 3 meter. So once people park their car, they can just directly enter this access to this main hall. Then I'm just going to click on split, trim here. Then I'm just going to trim this. So you can see the way we worked on our floor plan is resonating well with the site. So I'm going to click on annotate, click on detail line. Okay, so now you can see how good this is looking. Our floor plan is resonating well with the site. This, like, the floor plan and the site are in cohesion, and that is a good element of a good design. So now we are now going to draw the access road. I should have done this earlier, but it's fine if we do it now. Then I'm just going to go to detail line. I'm going to draw a line from here up to 6 meter, or usually realistically is 3 meter offset from site. So let me be realistic. I'm now going to draw a line here, and I'm going to draw it. Even though I'm not seeing this line, what I can do now is to go over here, click on do not crop. So it's going to show the extent of the full view. So I'm going to go to detail line again. I'm just going to draw it up to 6 meter. So I'm just going to be drawing a 4-lane road. The same thing here, like this. So I'm just going to click on offset. I'm going to offset 1.5 in between. Then click on copy. Then I'm going to offset another 6 meter to make it a 4-lane road. So now this is done. I can go to annotate, go to detail line, join this here. Go to annotate, go to detail line, join this here. Then I think it's time we save this project. So I'm just going to hit Ctrl S and I'm going to save this project to save alpha. So all this sketching is actually the main stuff, because once we have this sketching, we're as good as we are done with our site plan. So now let's just continue, go to detail line. Now let's touch some things before we start modeling the thing proper. So I'm just going to go to this fillet arc tool. I'm just going to fillet here too. So we're going to make this 3 meters. And delete the element because we have deleted that last small line, 3 meter. delete the element because we have deleted the small line. Then we're going to go to annotate. We are going to create a break here. So this break, we are going to draw a line from here, join here. We're going to click on another line, join from here. Then we're going to click on split. Then we're just going to trim this together. Then we're going to go to annotate. We're going to go to detail line. We're now going to click on these 10 lines here, this arc line tool. Then we're going to pick this point, create an arc, pick this point here, pick this point, create an arc. Then I'm going to click on delete to delete this line here. Delete this line here. Okay, so now we are done with this. You can see we are now going to start modeling. So there are two ways of modeling sites in Autodesk Revit. The proper way, which people usually use sometimes, is this massing and site. Then we are going to go to Topo Solid. So in this Topo Solid, you can create a Topo Solid and start editing using split paths to edit whatever you want to edit. Although I have some limitations with this method of creating the site plan, so I usually use floors instead. Okay, but if you want to see an extended video of how a tutorial I did on how to use Topo Solid, you can check that out in my playlist, and the link will be in the description below. But for now, I'm going to click on close this, and I'm going to use what I preferably use because I'm just being honest in this tutorial. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to floor. So it's usually floors I use. So currently the lowest level of this site is the natural ground level, which is where we are working and which is where I suggest you work. So now we are going to be creating each floor for each type of landscaping element type, and we're just going to be modeling it. So let's start from edit type. We're going to click on duplicate, and we're going to start from 0, 0, and we're going to call this the concrete footprint. So I usually use this for all these buildings that I'm not going to model in detail. So like when I use it, I'll just use it to indicate it on plans by a concrete patch. Okay, then I'm going to call this concrete footprint, click OK. Then I'm just going to change this material only. The floors can be 150mm thick. Then I'm just going to look for one, click on this, right click, duplicate, call this 01 concrete CONC foot. Okay, then I'm going to click on this to assign a new material. Go to appearance, go to concrete, then just select a nice concrete tiles here. Click on graphics, make sure the graphics is used as render appearance. Click apply, click OK, click OK, and click OK. Then spaces like all these box here, all this gatehouse and powerhouse, I can just click on this and I can just place this here. Then I can click on this, place this here. Then I can also, okay, I don't need any other building here. So now I'm just going to click on finish. So now we have created that. We are now going to create asphalt road. So I'm going to go down here. I've not created an asphalt road floor in this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on this, click on edit type, click on duplicate. Then I'm just going to call this 000 asphalt road. Then I'm just going to click on OK. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm just going to change the material, click on it, right click, duplicate. Then I'm going to call this 00 asphalt. Then after giving it a name, I'm going to click on this icon to assign a new material. Click on appearance, then I'm going to click on site work. Then I'm just going to go over to this asphalt, click on it, click on apply, click OK, click OK, click on apply, click OK. Then I'm just going to click on edit boundary. Okay, I actually made a mistake. So what I did was, to the footprint I created before, I just changed the thing to asphalt road. So what I can do now is to click on finish, click on this drop down and change it back to concrete footprint. Then I'm going to go to architecture again. I'm going to go to floor, then click on this drop down, select asphalt road. Then I'm just going to pick this line. So you can see now I've sketched it. Everything is just going to be seamless and straightforward. So I'm just using this pick line tool, so it's just a quick tool to help you pick lines instead of sketching everything. So I'm just going to be picking all the parts that are going to be concrete, that are going to be asphalt, which are all these motorable parts. So you can see all of them here. I'm just picking all of them. So you can notice that while I'm picking the lines, there are still some gaps in these lines, which is fine because I want to trim everything together. So instead of, let's say, picking, let's say, 3 lines here like this, if I hit Ctrl Z now to undo it, I can just simply go and click on this trim here, then click on this line and click here to just trim it together. So that is why I'm leaving all this gap. It's not like I'm neglecting it on purpose. So it's just a way to work faster. So I'm going to click on pick and pick all these lines here. But if you can't do it that way, just pick the lines manually and pick everything. Then I'm going to pick this one here. Okay, so now I'm going to click on this, hover around this line here, click on tab. It's going to select the whole profile, click on it, hover around this, click on tab, select this here. Okay, then I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this together. So all these gaps now, I'm now going to be trimming all of them together like this one. Okay, so now we have done this. We are going to make sure that the asphalt road is still at NGL and the height offset is at 0. Then we're going to click on finish. So if you go to 3D view, we are going to see what we've done. So you can see the asphalt road is already coming out, and it's just remaining the other parts of the landscape. So slowly but surely our building is coming out. So once we finish this, we are going to continue moving forward. So let's go back to NGL. So now we are now going to start creating the green area. So I'm just going to go to floors again. Remember, I told you I'm going to use floors for everything. I'm going to click on this, then I'm just going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm just going to call this 000 green area. Then I'm just going to click on OK, click on edit. I'm going to click on this material, go to site work and change this to grass. There is already a grass material. I'm going to click OK, OK. Okay, so now I'm going to be creating the green area. I'm going to click on this pick line tool. I'm going to hover around here, click on tab, okay, select this, hover around here, click on tab, select this, just click on tab till it selects. Then all this part, I'm going to now take time to pick out these areas that are greenery. So I'm going to pick here too, pick here. I'm going to also pick this line here because all these are going to be green areas. Pick here, pick here, pick here. So I'm also going to pick here too. Pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here. Okay, then I'm going to pick here too. Pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here too. Pick here as well. Pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here. Pick here as well, pick here as well. Okay, then I'm going to pick here and pick here. So now I can click on tab here, hover around this, click on tab to pick this, tab to pick this, tab to pick this, tab to pick this. Then I'm just going to start trimming. Okay, I've now picked everything. Okay, I think it's good, it's okay to start trimming. Then I'm just going to click on trim here too, trim here as well. Please take your time on this to trim this well. I know I'm already used to Revit, so I may be faster, so just please endure my speed a bit. So I'm just going to click on split element here, this split element. As you can see, I'm going to click on splits. I'm just going to go here too. Where should I split again? Okay, I don't think I need to split here, so I'm just going to click on trim this here, trim this to this, trim this to this. So remember, in all these floor profiles, you must create a closed loop. By closed loop, it means the thing must start from one end and join with the other end. So we need to be looking carefully to make sure that we have done that. So I'm going to trim this here, then trim this here. Okay, so I think we have done justice to the green area. So, but unlike the asphalt floors, we are going to be putting a height offset of 150mm for the green area, so it's going to be above. So now we've created this. If we go to 3D, we are going to see the green area now. So now what is left? Okay, another thing we forgot to do in the green area, we are just going to hover around it. Okay, let me just click on this to delete this line, then select this green area. We're going to click on edit profile, then we're going to put green area in between this boulevard here. So we're just going to pick this profile here, and we're going to draw a line here. So after doing this now, let's just draw the line at this other end too. So we're just going to click on finish. So we have the green areas now. So the next thing we're going to be doing are the walkways. Okay, so we're just going to go to architecture again. We're going to go to floors. Then we're just going to, instead of green area, we're going to click on edit type. We're going to click on duplicate, and we're going to call this paved area 1. Then we are going to click OK. I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to click on this grass material, right click, duplicate, and I'm just going to call this paved area. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on this icon here. I'm going to click on appearance. I'm going to click on site work. Then I'm just going to look for a nice paved area. I usually like this cobblestone, this one here. Then I'm going to click on graphics. Make sure I click on use and appearance. Click OK. Click OK. Click OK. So now I'm just going to be clicking on these walkways here. So these walkways are very important too. Okay, I'm going to uncheck. Make sure I don't lock this padlock here. Okay, then I'm going to be picking this. I'm going to pick here too. Pick here. Pick here. Pick here. Pick here. Pick here as well. Pick here too. Pick here, yo. Pick here too. Pick here too. Pick here too. Pick here. Then pick here. Just pick the peripheral walls of the site. Pick these floors here. Pick this here. Pick this here. Pick this here too. Pick here. Pick here. Pick here. Pick here. You can see I'm just targeting those main walls. So please follow me and target it carefully. Then pick here as well. Okay, so for this pool area, I'll be thinking of using a different kind of flooring, a different kind of floor tiles for the pool area. So I'm going to stop the floor tiles around somewhere here. Okay, so I'm just going to create a divide there. So I'm going to pick here. I'm going to pick here too. So now I'm going to start trimming before I go far again. I'm going to trim here to this. I'm going to trim this to this here. Trim this to this here. Then I'm going to trim here to this point here. So what I'm now going to do is, okay, I'm going to trim here to this, then I'm going to trim this to here. So it's going to form a comprehensive box. Then I'm going to go over here, trim this here, trim this to this, trim this to this, trim here to this point here. And I'm going to click on trim and trim this line to this line. So you can see how I've trimmed everything together. Then I'm going to trim here too. And then I'm just going to trim here too as well. Then I'm going to draw a line and fill up here. So another thing to do in this walkways is that we're also going to create a walkway outside the site. Okay, but that one is going to come after we've created this one that's inside the site. So this is now the main walkway. Let me just trim this here. Then remember I said because of this pool I want to use a different kind of walkway around this pool. So I'm just going to click on offset here and I'm going to be offsetting 3 meters. So 3 meters around the pool will be a different, maybe a Taventine tiles. So I'm just going to uncheck this copy, offset here. Okay, offset it this way. Or let me make it, instead of 3 meters, let me make it 2.4. So it will be more reasonable. Offset here. Then I'm going to draw another line here. Draw another line here. So I'm just going to click on offset those 2 lines here. Then I'm just going to click on pick line. I'm going to pick here. Then I'm going to click on this split element, split the element. Then I'm going to click on this trim and extend. I'm going to trim here. Click on trim and trim here too. Trim this here, trim this here, trim this here, and trim this here. So now instead of 150 like the other floors, like the green area, we're going to bring this back to 0. And I'm going to click on finish. And we can even make it 10. Just 10 millimeter above it. So it's currently showing an issue. There's something there. So what we can now do is to just look for it and look for where the issue is. So this is where the issue is, and we're going to click continue. So we're just going to click on split trim and trim this together. It's still showing another issue, so we have one more here. Continue, trim here and trim here. Click on finish. So now we have this. So in order to be able to see, because we are still seeing black and white here, in order to be able to see what we are doing very well, we are going to go over to this display option here and we're going to change it to consistent colors. So these consistent colors, we can now hit GD on our keyboard, that is graphics display. Go to lighting and increase the lighting and ambient light and click on apply and click OK. So if the lighting doesn't work, we can click on this and change this to shaded. Then click on GD again, click on lighting, then increase the ambient light and reduce the shadows. Then we're going to click on apply and it's going to become brighter, so we can see the colors of what we are doing. So now we have created this walkway. We are going to create the second walkway, and the Taventine tiles is going to be outside the pool area. Okay, we still have some work on this side. So I'm going to go to floor. Under this floor, I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm going to call this paved area 2 as it has named it. Then I'm going to click on this icon here. I'm going to right click, duplicate, and just edit this name to paved area 2. Then I'm going to click on this, click on appearance, and give it a paved area that is a bit different from this. So I'm just going to call this blue cobblestone. Click on apply, click OK, click OK, click OK here. Then I'm going to click on this pick line. So I'm going to pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, and pick here. Then I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 1.5 meter here. Click, make sure this copy is checked on, and click on offset. Then what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on this line work, and I'm going to close this loop here, close this loop too as well, close this loop here, close this loop too, go over here, close this loop too, close this loop too. So after doing this, now we're now going to change the height from offset to 75 millimeter. Then we're now going to click on finish. So the next floor we're now going to be creating is the Taventine tiles that is going to go around this pool. So I'm just going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to floor, I'm going to click on edit type, I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 Taventine tiles. The reason why I'm separating all this material is if you start rendering, you're going to see why it's good, Taventine tiles. Then I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm just going to assign a new material. Then I'm going to click on this, right click, duplicate, then call this 000 Taventine tiles. Then I'm just going to click on this icon here, click on appearance, go to site work. Then I'm just going to scroll down and look for something that looks like a Taventine tiles. It doesn't necessarily need to be the Taventine tiles itself. Let me just click on stone. Let me just click on this field stone polished. Click on apply, click OK, click OK too, click OK. Then we're just going to click on this and just fill this up here and trim this here, trim this here. So now we're going to call this put this at 0. Then we're going to click on finish. So this pool area, we're going to model this pool. Oh yes. So now we're just going to click on floor again just to fill this stamped concrete walkway. Then we're going to go to architecture, we're going to go to floors. Instead, we're just going to be selecting the concrete footprint. Since it's all concrete, you can just click on tab, click on this select line tool, hover around here, click on tab. The same thing for here, the same thing for here, the same thing for here. So since this green area is 150 above the NGL, we're going to set this as 175, so it's going to come out graphically. So I'm going to put finish. Okay, so now we have this. We're now going to model the what they call it again, the background greenery. So it's always good in rendering that, especially in all these big projects, that you have a background greening. So if you pick a shot, it's not going to be showing infinite or Revit environment here. So it's always good to use a background green area to fill up this environment. So we're just going to go to floors. We're going to click on this drop down. We're going to select this green area. But it's always good that this background green area is a different floor or material from the main green area. So I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to click on duplicate. I'm going to call this 000 background greenery. So after doing this, I'm going to click OK. I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on this grass. I'm going to right click, duplicate, and I'm just going to call this background. So for this greenery, I'm just going to click on this icon. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to go to site work. Then I'm going to be using a bright greenery. So I'm going to be using this one here. Going to graphics, make sure I click apply, click OK, click OK, click OK. Then I'm just going to pick this, pick here, pick here, pick this line here, pick this line here, pick this line, this line, this line, this line. Please, sorry about the background noise. Sometimes it's just where I work. So after doing that, I'm just going to drag this here, and join this here. Create another offset here, drag another line here, drag another line just far above the reaches of the site. Then I'm going to click on trim this here, and click on finish. Okay, then we're going to change this height offset, very important, to 0. So it's going to balance out. So let's quickly model this pool. Okay, so to model a pool is not too difficult. It's just basically floor and walls. Okay, so we are just going to do that shortly. Okay, so let's start modeling the pool. Okay, the first thing to do is we're just going to go to architecture. We're going to click on walls. Okay, then we're just going to click on this drop down, select 2254. We're going to click on edit type and we're going to duplicate. Then we're going to call this 01 pool wall. Then we're just going to click OK. We're going to turn on caps lock for future namings. Then I'm just going to click on the structure. Okay, sorry, click on this material. Then we're going to create a new material. I'm going to right click. I'm going to duplicate. Then I'm just going to call this pool tiles, 00 pool tiles. So after doing this, I'm going to click on this icon here. Then I'm going to go to appearance. So under this appearance, I'm now going to go to ceramic tile. Let me just click on ceramic here. Then I'm going to see this mosaic blue. I think it's my favorite for pool. Click on graphics. Make sure this use render appearance is checked on. Then I'm just going to click OK. So normally, if you want to make things faster, you can create another level for pools, but I don't think that is necessary. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to set this top constraint at DPC. Then I'm going to set this top offset at minus. Let me just use minus 900 and minus 875. You know our DPC to NGL is 900, so I'm just going to make the pool wall come out by 25 millimeters. So I'm going to click on minus 875. Then I'm going to go to this base offset and I'm going to set it at minus 1800. So that is a 6 foot deep swimming pool. So now I'm just going to click on this wall finish face. Is currently set at finish face interior. So I'm just going to click from this point here, click on this point here, click this point here, click this point here, and click this point here. So now what we are going to do is we're going to go to this setting here and we're going to change some parameters here. So we're going to go to this view range. So instead of view range, we're now going to go to this view depth and click on unlimited. We're going to go to this bottom, click on unlimited, click on apply, and we're going to click OK. So what this does is that it's going to make this from this NGL, we're going to be seeing everything that is downwards from the NGL and below. We are going to be seeing unlimitedly to anything we create, even below the NGL depth, which is going to help us in the pool. Then we're now going to go into this floor system. So the same way, we're going to click on edit type, duplicate, and we're just going to call this 00 pool floors. So after doing this, we're just going to click on OK. I'm going to go to edit type. I'm going to go to this background. I'm going to click on this and change it from background to this same pool tiles. Okay, so after doing this, I'm just going to select the pool tiles, click OK, click OK, click apply, and click OK. So now we are going to create two depths of pools. We are going to create the part of the pool that is deeper and the part of the pool that is shallower. So we are going to start from this shallow side and we are going to be putting it up to 3 meters in depth here. Then we're just going to drag this here, not 3 meter in depth per se, but 3 meter length, like length times width. Okay, then we're going to set this height offset at minus 900 because this shallow part, we want to make it very shallow and people friendly, so we can make it 900 millimeter deep. That is about 3 foot deep. Okay, then we're just going to place it. So now, even though this is below the NGL, you can see it's still visible due to our setting. Then since this is big enough, we can click on this edit type. Instead of 3 meter, we are going to make this 3 points, or we are going to make this 4.2. So a lot of people that are in the shallow side can enjoy themselves in a big distance of 4.2. Then we're going to click finish. Then I'm just going to click on copy and I'm going to copy this to this other side here. Then I'm going to also click on this and I'm going to put this offset at minus 1.8 meter. So after doing this, we know that this side is deeper. So for this side, this is going to be a sloping. This is going to be the transition zone. So it's going to be like a slope in the floor of the pool where it's going to be a gentle transition from the shallow side to the deep side. So we're just going to click on this. We're going to click on copy again. Then we're just going to click on this, edit it. Then we're just going to drag this to this point and we're going to click finish. So now the job is not yet done. We're going to go to 3D. And of course, what did you guess? Or if you have not guessed it, this is still flat. So what we're now going to do is we're going to click on this modify element to slope it one side. Then we're going to rotate this 3D here. Then we're just going to click on this line here and we're going to set it at minus 900 to match this other floor. So after setting it, you are going to see, if we click on escape, you are going to see it's just a perfect shallow side, transition side and deep side. So now we are going to model the water inside. So for this, we are not going to use floor since it's sloped. We are not going to use extrusion. We are going to use the sweep tool. So we are going to click on components, model in place. Then we're just going to click on floors. Then I'm going to click OK. Then once I click on this, I'm going to click on sweep. I'm going to click on sketch part. I'm going to click on set, pick work plane. Then I'm going to be picking this floor. Then I'm going to go over to this pick line tools and I'm going to pick this line here. Then I'm now going to draw my swimming pool water profile. Then I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm just going to rotate this and edit this profile. Then now I've rotated this. What I can now do now is I'm just going to click on this visual style and I'm going to change it to wireframe. Then I'm just going to pick this line here, pick here, pick here, pick here too. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this line and trim here. Then I'm just going to click on this line here and draw it up to 1.8 meter. Click enter. Then I'm going to go over here, drag it to this point where it meets here and drag it here. Then I'm just going to trim this finally. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to go to this material panel here, click on it. Then I'm going to right click, duplicate, and I'm going to call this 000 pool water. After calling this pool water, I'm just going to click on this icon. I'm going to click on appearance. Then I'm just going to go to water or liquid, sorry. After going to liquid, I'm just going to click on this icon, this two-way icon named indoor pool. Then I'm going to go to graphics. I'm going to make sure this graphics is set like this. Click on apply, click OK. Then go to this visual style or graphics display and change it back to shaded. Then I'm going to click on finish. And I'm going to click finish again. So we are going to see our sweep. So we can see our pool water. Another thing we can do is we can do some kind of coping around this pool. We're just going to call it create. We are going to go to create. We are going to go to sweep. We are going to go to pick part, and we're going to pick here, pick this edge too, pick this edge too, pick this edge. Then we're just going to make sure we trim everything together. Then after doing this, I'm going to click finish. I'm going to click edit type. I'm going to rotate this like this. Then I'm going to zoom in. Then from here, I'm just going to turn on this wireframe, change this to wireframe again. Then I'm just going to draw a nice profile here. 25, 50, 25 here, 25 here. Just join this. Then I'm going to click on this fillet arc too. I'm going to pick this line here. Arc this. I'm also going to pick this line here, arc this here. Then I'm going to call this 12.5. Then I'm going to click on this arc here and call this 12.5. So after doing this, I'm just going to put a material to this. So this time I'm going to click on this pool tiles. I'm going to right click, duplicate, and I'm going to call this pool tiles too. So this one, I'm going to click on this icon here. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to go to ceramic. Okay, sorry, not concrete. I'm going to look for ceramic, sorry. Okay, then I'm just going to go over to this black and white mosaic graphics. Make sure this use render appearance is checked on. Click on apply, click on OK, click finish, click finish. Okay, so it's showing can't create sweep for some reason. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click cancel first. Then I'm just going to rotate this and I'm going to go to edit part. Then I'm going to see what is wrong. So what I can now do now is I'm just going to look at this carefully. Okay, you can see that these two parts are not joined. So I'm just going to click on trim and I'm going to click on finish and finish here. So I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm going to click on this and change it back to shaded. So you can now see our pool has been created. So if you go back to this NGL now, you're going to see the pool here. So we can change this from recreation to basically pool. So now we have our pool area, we have our outdoor recreation area, we have our outdoor restaurant here. We're still going to do more work here. Then the next thing we're now going to do is we're now going to place some parking on this site. So to place parking, you're just going to go to massing and site. You are going to go to parking component. Then you are going to set up this parking component first. So we're going to click on edit type. We're going to make sure the parking length is 5 meters. I don't know why it comes at 4.8, and we're going to make the parking width 2.5. That is the standard size for a parking lot. I'm going to click apply, click OK. Then I'm just going to hover around here, click on space to change the orientation. then just place this where this meets here. So after doing this, now I'm going to click on this. I'm going to make sure it's in. Okay, I'm going to put it back to hidden line, so it's just going to be line works. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on mirror. I'm going to uncheck this copy. Then I'm going to hover around the center of this point and just mirror from this point here. So it's going to mirror this other way. So I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on this array tool. So this array tool is basically to copy many things in repetition. So instead of copying it one after the other, you're just going to array it. So how to do it? You're going to click on this array icon. You're going to make sure it's selected as linear if you want to copy linear, but if you want to copy angular, you can do that. That one is another thing on its own. So we are going to make sure this move to second is set, because that is I think that is the way I suggest is the best. Then we're going to pick this point here, and we're going to pick this point here. Then we're going to set a distance where it's going. Okay, sorry, we're not going to set a distance. We're going to set the number of times we are going to copy it. So I'm going to call this, let's say 12. Okay, 12 is not enough. So even if the number you set of how many times it's going to copy is not enough, you can increase it to 18. So now it's 18. I think that is enough. You can now go over here and you can just select some of them. We can just go to annotate now, go to detail line, then draw a line from this point to this point. So after you have drew a line, we're just going to select all of this. We're going to click on mirror here. We're going to pick the middle of this line and mirror it here. Click on OK. Okay, sorry, we're going to click on mirror. We're going to make sure this copy is checked on. So let's mirror it back again. So it's going to copy it because we didn't check on the copy. Okay, so that is very important. So we're going to click on this one here, delete this. So another thing to note, once you array an object in Revit, it automatically groups them. So this is normal be selected as the parking lot is going to be named, like given a name like model group 1, but we are going to still ungroup all of them later. But let's just copy them around first. So I can click on this and delete this. So now after this is done, what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to select some of this, or rather just select some of these parking lots here. Then I'm just going to click on copy. I'm going to pick this as a reference point and copy this here. The same thing, I'm just going to hover around here. I'm going to select everything here. I'm going to hold Ctrl, select this one. Then I'm going to click on move and move this first to this point here. Then I'm just going to click on copy. I'm going to pick this point here and copy this to this point. Then I can click on this point here, click on copy here, then copy these remaining ones here and here. Okay, so far so good. We're now going to make some more copies of this parking lot here. So I'm going to click on this one here. I'm going to click on copy. I'm just going to copy it from here and copy it out first. Then after copying it out, I'm going to click on it. I'm going to click on rotate and I'm going to rotate it at 90 degrees. Then I'm just going to click on move and I'm going to move it to this point here. Then I'm just going to copy this again. Okay, so now we have this. We can click on this now. We can now click on mirror. We can select the center of this arc and mirror it at 45 degrees, so it will mirror over here. Then we can click on move, click on this end here, move it to this point, then click on copy and just be copying this one after the other. Yes, I don't want to array now, so let me just copy this in piece. So after doing this now, we're just going to select this. Okay, we're going to select about 4 of this. Then we're just going to click on this mirror tool. We're going to select the center of this fillet arc, draw it at 45 degrees and mirror it here. Then we can click on escape. We can click on this one and delete this. So now the next place to copy parking is this side. So what we're going to do is we're just going to select this tray here. We're going to click on copy. We're going to pick this reference point and we're going to go copy this here. Do the click on this, copy this here and paste this. Alright, so I think we have placed a lot of the parking on the site. So now we are just going to do some touch-ups now. So for these touch-ups, especially when I model asphalt routes, I always want to create a white band around the major routes or the major site parts. So what I'll usually do is I'm going to model an extrusion of white bands and it's going to start from outside the site, inside the site. It's not really necessary per se, but it's just an aesthetical touch on the site I like doing. So why not try it here? So I'm just going to go to architecture architecture. I'm going to go to components, model in place. I'm going to be using, instead the parameter I'm going to be selecting is not casework. I'm going to be selecting floors. So I'm just going to go, it's named alphabetically order, in alphabetical order. So we're just going to pick floors, and I'm going to click OK. Then I'm going to click OK again. So I'm going to click on extrusion. I'm going to click on set. I'm going to click on pick work plane. I'm going to click on tab here, so I can select one of these floors here. But if I can't select them, fine. I'm just going, it's automatically going to attach to this natural ground level, which I think is okay. So I'm just going to click on this and pick line 2. I'm going to hover around here, click on tab to select this major element. Click on tab, select here, select this here, select this here. Click on tab to select the main line here. Select this, select this, select this. Pick here, 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 pick here. Here too, click on tab, pick here, click on tab here, click on tab to select this line here, click on tab to select this line here. So after we have selected all this, we're going to trim them, and it's where the main work starts. So I'm just going to click on off trim, and I'm going to be trimming this here, trim this here. So I'm just going to follow this line here and just be trimming as I follow it. So any gap I see, I'm going to trim it, like here, here. Okay, so far I think we have done a wonderful job. So now we're going to click on offset, and we're going to click on 600mm. So we're going to make sure we uncheck this copy. So once we hover around one of these lines, I'm going to click on tab, so it's going to offset everything at once. So now we have offset this. We're going to do the same again for this one too. We're going to click on tab, offset this one too, tab, offset this one too, click on tab, offset this here. So we're going to do the same here. Click on tab, offset this, click on tab, offset this. So now this is the first layer of offset. So we are now going to do another layer of offset, which is 225. So this is what is going to form the main thing we want to do. So we're going to put 225. Unlike the first one, we're going to make sure we check this copy. Hover around here. I'm going to click on tab till everything select and offset. Click, and it's going to offset. The same thing here. Click, tab, click, tab, click, tab, click, tab, click. Okay, then I'm just going to draw a line here and fill up all these gaps. Okay, I've not even offset this side, so I'm going to click on this, click on tab, offset. So let me just trim this here. All right, so let's just fill in all these gaps. We're going to draw some lines here. Just draw a line here, join this, draw a line to join this. We're going to go over here. Okay, so I think we have created the thing and it's a closed loop. So what we're now going to do is we're going to set the extrusion height at 5mm. So it's kind of like a paint. Then we're going to change the material, and we're just going to call it white. We're going to look for a material called white. If we don't see any material like that, we're going to create one. So I'm just going to right click, duplicate. I'm going to call this 000 white. So it's like a white paint on the road floor. I'm going to click on apply, click on OK, and click on finish. Okay, click on finish too. So after doing this now, if you click on this now and we change this to shaded, you are going to see how nice this is going to come out, and it's looking very wonderful. If you even go to the 3D view, you are going to see how much good this is looking. This is looking refined. So the last thing we're now going to do on this site plan, I think, is going to be the curbs. So curbs are very easy to place in Revit, not much problem, and thanks to this template, it's going to be much faster. So with curbs, what I usually do to create curbs, you can use model in place, the sweep tool, and draw your profile and go around, but that will waste your time. So what I would usually use is I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to floor, and I'm going to go to floor slab. Okay, so in this floor slab, you need to create your own profile family. I've done a tutorial on how to do that. But with the template I transfer to this, we already have a profile in this template file. So I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to go over to this profile, click on this drop down, and I'm going to look for curves. Okay, actually the curves are not even here. So let's just quickly create a new profile for these curves now. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go to file. Under this file, I'm going to go to new. Under this new, I'm going to click on family. So instead of English metric, I'm going to go back and I'm going to go to instead of English imperial, I'm going to use normal English metric. So now I'm just going to go to metric generic profile. So now I'm just going to go to this metric profile. I think this is it. Then I'm just going to click on open. So once I open this, you're just going to see this reference stuff here, which is all fine and good. So what we're now going to do is we're just going to click on line and we're just going to draw a profile up to 225. Okay, I think here this 2225. So I'm going to click on this, make sure it's 225 millimeter, click on enter. I'm going to draw 75 to this point here. I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to draw 125. That is the standard depth for curves, and I'm going to draw 150. Okay, sorry, I'm going to go 150 upwards. Then I'm just going to slope this at 45 degrees and join this. Then I'm just going to click on trim and trim this profile. Then another thing is that I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go to create again. I'm going to go to lines. Then I'm just going to click on this fillet arc tool, and I'm going to click on this and just bevel here. So I'm going to change this to 50, so it's going to be good like this. So this is our curve. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to, okay, we don't need to change this. So we can now change this profile usage. Click on this and change it to facial. We can change it to gutter. We can change it to slab edge, whatever I want. So I can just set this as slab edge now. So after I've done this, I'm just going to click on Ctrl S and I'm going to save it in our folder. Preferably you save it in a folder close to where you're working. So let me just quickly do that. So after doing this, I'm just going to save this as hotel curves. So after we've created this profile, I'm going to click on save and I'm going to click on load into project and close. So now we have done this, we're going to go back to this 3D again. We're going to go to floor. We're going to go to floor slab edge. We're going to go to edit type and we're going to click on this drop down and we're just going to change this to hotel curves. Then we're going to assign a new material to it. We're going to search if we have a curve material. If not, we're going to create. So we have a curve material. I'm going to click on curves. I'm going to click on OK. Okay. Then I'm going to make sure I set this vertical profile at -225. So the curves is going to go down and flush with the green area. So once I hover around the top edge of this green area here, green area floor, I'm going to click on tab and I'm just going to click on it and it's going to set the curves around it. So I'm going to do the same for this. Hover around this, click on tab, create the curves. Hover around this, click on tab. The more you create this, the heavier it's going to become, so be wary of that. So I've done this for this one. I'm going to click on tab here, create this too. Then I'm going to hover around this. Okay, I think we have done most of this. I'm going to hover around this, click on tab, place this, hover around this, click on tab, place this. Okay, so if there is any green area, I'm going to do the same thing. So now we are also going to go to this walkways here that is above 75 mm. Click on tab, the same thing. Hover around there, click on tab, the same thing. So you can see, okay, I can just go to floor again. I can go to slab edge, then hover there. Make sure I put this -225. Then I'm just going to hover around there, click on tab and place this here. Place this here, place this here. Okay, so now we have our refine this. Okay, let me just add to some of this. I'm going to click on this, add and remove. Then okay, see, once you have created curves like this, if you want to add 2 more curves and you have clicked on escape and you have finished creating the ones you want, but you still want to add more, we are going to click on the curves you have created. You are going to click on add or remove segment. Then if you want to remove the segment, so like for instance, I want to remove this segment, I'm just going to hover around this line, click on it and the segment to remove. If I want to place it back again, I'll click again, as simple as that. Then I will now go to this new one I want to add. I'm going to click on tab and I'm going to select everything and it's going to add. So now I think we are done with the site plan, with the curves and everything. It's looking beautiful. So now let's go back to the DPC now. So in the DPC, where we left off was basically, okay, as you can see in the DPC, we are seeing all these floor components, site components. So we can select all of them, hide in view by element. Okay, the same thing for this, hide in view by element. So let's just pretend that the site doesn't exist. Let's work on the main stuff now. So there are some things we want to work on this DPC, very penitent things. Firstly, the entrance, we don't have a door, we don't have a curtain wall, nothing. We're going to work on that. Then also this multipurpose, so we'll need to create a stage, and the stage will be significantly higher than the regular DPC. Okay, so we're going to work on that now. Okay, so now I'm just going to click on this door here first, and I'm going to go hold Control, click on this door. Then I'm going to make the sail height of this door go above the normal. So I'm going to make this go as high as 1.2 meter. Okay, so I want to make the stage very high. So the staircase to the stage and the backstage is going to be as high as this. So firstly, let me just, okay, sorry, not firstly. I'm going to click on tab. I'm going to select this floor here, and I'm going to start making a void to where I want, where the spaces that are going to be much higher. So I'm going to click on edit type. So I'm just going to be drafting a line from here to this point here up to 3.9 meters up to here, and I'm going to continue this to here. Then I'm just going to go over to trim. I'm going to trim here. Then I'm going to trim here as well. Then I'm going to delete these two lines here. So I'm going to leave this space voided first. I'm going to click on don't attach. So now I'm now going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy out this floor here. So now this floor, now I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to put it at 1.2 above DPC. So basically this fall is going to serve for the stage of the hall. So this is going to be like a top stage. So if people want to use it for it's just good, it just makes sense for a stage to have a hall. So I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to delete this profile here. Then I'm going to start drafting the high profile. So I'm going to be starting from here. I'm going to draw a line from 2.4 from this side here. Okay, instead of 2.4, let me just reduce it. I'm going to draw it up to, let's say, 1.5. Okay, then I'm now going to draw this another here. I'm going to draw another 1.5 line from here. Draw it to this point, draw it to this point. Then I'm now going to be drawing another line from this point here, and this line is now going to be extend up to 1.2.1. Then it's going to enter this backstage. So after doing this, now I can now click on trim here. I can click on split this element here. I didn't even need to, so I can click on delete and delete this one. I could also delete this one too. Then I'm just going to click on trim here. I'm going to trim this here. So I think this is good. So I'm going to click on finish here. Then I'm just going to go over to these gaps where the floor still remains. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to drag this back here. Then I'm just going to draw another line here and drag this here. Then I'm just going to click on split here. Then I'm going to trim here too, trim here too. Then I can click on escape and delete this line here. I'm going to click on trim here and click on finish and don't attach. So now what I'm going to be doing is that I'm going to be creating some staircase, some monolithic staircase linking to to access this stage now. So now how am I going to start? I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to stair. So under this stair, instead of steps, I'm going to be using the normal stair because this is quite high, and I'm going to set it from DPC to lintel 1, and I'm going to set the top offset at -1.2. Okay, so after I've set this, I can now set the number of risers to 9, or I can set it to 8. So it's going to be 150mm riser height. I'm going to put the thread depth at 300. Then I'm now going to click on sketch. So now I'm going to start with my boundary lines. I'm going to draw it up to 2.7. I'm going to go over here, do it the same way. Then I'm going to click on risers here, draw riser 1, and I'm just going to click on offset and be offsetting 300 millimeter. So I think our stair is complete with I think 7 risers. Then I'm just going to select all of this profile and just push it to this point here. So after doing this, I'm going to click on stair path and I'm going to draw it to this up here. Click on finish. Then I'm going to flip the staircase so it will start from here going up, and I'm going to click finish. So I'm going to save the project and make sure our progress is saved. Then I'm going to click on this railing here, these 2 railings. Then I'm going to change it to 900 millimeter pipe. Okay, on the other thought, I just thought of something. So I'll just click on this higher floor, click on edit type. Then I'm just going to click on offset here, because apparently this our stage may have to reduce. Then I'm going to offset it by 1.2 on each side and see how it fares. Okay, now this is too small, so I'm going to hit Ctrl Z and I'm going to offset it by 600 millimeter. So it won't reduce too much. I'm going to click on finish. I'm going to click on this and adjust it to fit. So after doing this, I'm going to click finish. I'm going to click don't attach. So on the flip side, I don't even need these 2 railings here, so I can click on this delete, click on this delete. Then I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to step. Under the stairs, the same monolithic, the same offset of minus 1.2. Then I'm going to change this to easy 8 risers. I think should be enough. Okay, and thread 300 millimeter. So now I'm going to click on sketch stairs and I'm now going to start with my boundary line. I'm going to start from this boundary here. I'm going to go up to 3 meter here. Then I'm going to draw another one here up to 900 here. Okay, I think this 1.2 left. This is a bit too tight, so I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to click on this and change it to 600 here, and this here. Okay, so now what I'm now going to do, I'm going to click on riser. I'm going to click on this riser here. I'm going to click on offset. I'm going to be offsetting 300 millimeter. Click on copy, offset this, offset this. Then I'm going to click on riser again. I'm going to draw a riser here, 1.5, offset 300, offset here. Then I'm going to I may just still offset this here. Then I'm just going to click on trim this to this point, trim this to this point. Then I'm going to click on stair path. I'm going to pick a part from here, pick another part from here and join this. Then I'm going to click finish. So now I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on flip stairs. Then I'm going to click on finish here. So now I can click on this railing, delete this. Then I can click on this railing and change it to minimalist railing. So I can hit Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. I can click on this railing, change it to minimalist railing. Click on this to change it to minimalist railing. Then click on this railing, click on edit part, delete this one part here. Then click on this and drag this to this point. Then click finish. So after I've done, I'm going to click on this and I'm just going to click on mirror and I'm going to mirror it to this point. So now you know that this floor is hollow, kind of. So this floor, under this floor is going to be showing, so we need to use a wall to cover it. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go over to this display option here, click on this and change it to wireframe. So we're going to see what is happening under the floors. Remember, as I showed you in this side too. So we're going to go to walls now. Under this wall, we're going to click on this drop down. We're going to set our normal 225 wall. Then I'm just going to reset all these offsets in the constraint. Then I'm just going to put this offset at minus 1350, because remember that this stage is 1.2 above the DPC and 1.2 below the lintel. So if you make it 1.2 below the lintel, it's going to be fighting with this floor. But if you offset it downwards further from that 1.2 below the lintel to 1.35, that's 1350, it's now going to balance very well. So I'm going to place the wall from here. It's set at finish face interior. So even though it's exterior, I'm just going to draw from the other side. So I'm just going to pick it to this point and I'm going to go over here, click on this and change it back to hidden line. Okay, so now this is done. We have our stage here. I think it's looking good. So we are going to go to this entrance here. because the reason why I'm avoiding fenestrations a lot in this design for now is that fenestration is a key aspect of facade design. So I usually like working on the fenestration while I'm working on the facade. So let's create our entrance door here. So this is an entrance and it has to be grand. Even in this part of the wall itself, there's supposed to be curtain wall, so we're going to do that now. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to walls. Under these walls, I'm going to go down, select our curtain wall CW windows, windows CW. Then we're going to set the parameters. We're going to set it from ground DPC to first floor. Then we're going to set the offset at -450 as usual. Then after doing this, we're now going to draw from here to this point. So what we can do, since this is a sloping wall and we have a lot of constraint, let's just drag this in and drag this in. So we are now going to be using our sketchy lines as usual. I'm going to hit Ctrl+Z, click on this, drag this in manually. So we just did a random dragging now, but we're going to make it organized now. So we're going to go to annotate. We're going to go to detail line, annotate again, detail line. Then we're going to click on this point here. We're going to draw 450. Yeah, 450 from this point. And we're going to draw it here. We're also going to click on this and draw another 450. So after doing this now, we're just going to click on this. We're going to drag this to that 450 line here. I think that is this here. See the line? Then we're going to click on this wall again, cutting wall. Drag this to this 450 here. I think this is the line. So after doing this now, we're also going to create another set of cutting wall here because it's still not enough. So I'm going to go to detail line first. I'm going to draw another 450 from here and draw the line here. Then I'm also going to click on this point here and draw another 450 and draw it to this point. Then I'm going to go over here, click on this point 450, draw this point here and click on this point here to this point here. So after doing so, I'm going to click on wall. I'm going to click on this wall here. So instead of leaving this one as 0 from DPC like the way I did this one here, I'm going to be adding 300mm to the base. So I'm going to pick this point here and this point here. So I'm also going to do the same for this. I'm going to pick here to this line here. I know you're not seeing the lines, but if once you place those lines here, if you click on the cutting one, it's going to automatically snap with the lines, like attached to it, so it will make things easier. So let's go to 3D. If you didn't see why I just did it, I just clicked on this house icon here and I went to 3D. Then I'm just going to click on rotate. I'm going to go over to this view now and I'm going to add in some cutting grids. So as you can see some cutting walls that are showing through this one here, so it's kind of distracting. So I can click on it and click on HH to hide those ones so it will not be distracting us. So I can rotate this back to the front now, because this is basically the front. Then I'm going to go to cutting grids and I'm going to be placing 3 cutting grids here. So automatically it has made the distance between them equal, and we're going to place this horizontal one here at this lintel level. So we're going to rotate this and do something similar to this. This one you are just going to, okay, let's divide it to 3 and place this. So we're going to rotate, go over to this 3D gizmo. We're going to select this corner here. So this corner is like this, the 45-degree angle to the building. That is where this our main entrance cutting wall is. So we're just going to place a cutting grid from here and another cutting grid from here. We're going to try and make this center one big because this is where the cutting wall embedded door is going to be. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on tab, select this, and I'm just going to make this 600mm. I'm going to hover around here, click on tab, select this, then I'm going to make this 600mm. So now if I click on this cutting wall door, it's currently 2.7 in width, okay, which is not too much. But I'm going to go to architecture again. I'm going to go to cutting grid and I'm going to select place this at this lintel. Then I'm going to hover around this. I'm going to click on tab here. Once I select this, I'm going to click on unpin. Then I'm going to click on this drop down icon and I'm going to be selecting this double swing, double door cutting wall embedded door. Remember that I copied this door earlier in the project, so I'm going to go back to DPC and we're going to see the main access. So this is the door to the main access here, and okay, so that is fine and good. So now we have done this, now we are now going to go further into placing furnitures, as much furnitures as we can place in these spaces. So for this one, we're just going to be doing line work to indicate the wardrobes. So this is not like a bedroom per se, but it's where staff can sleep when they come for work, or maybe they are working overtime, okay, or the staff on night shift. So I'm going to go to annotate, I'm going to go to detail line, and I'm now going to draw a line here to 600 indicating a wardrobe. So I'm going to draw the wardrobe up to 1.8. Then once I do that, I'm going to draw a cross line indicating is a wardrobe. I'm going to click on tab, select these 3 lines, hold Ctrl, select this here, click on copy, then copy this point here, copy this. Okay, I think 2 is enough. Then I can just do the same here, select all of them, click on copy, and copy this to this point. Then I can go to detail line here, and I can now draw another line here. So this is like basically 4 wardrobes. So what I can do now is I can go to architecture, I can go to components, I can look for beds. So after I look for beds, I'm going to click on this regular bed, I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to call this small beds, 00 small beds. So then this bed is going to be for regular, so I'm going to make the bed width let's say 1002, and I'm going to click on apply, click OK. So this is not like a luxury bed, so I'm going to click on space, I'm going to place one here, I'm going to click on space here, I'm going to see if I can, okay, let me click on Ctrl Z, I'm going to click on space and see if I can place 2 of the beds here. So it's not for luxury, it's basically where the staffs can come and sleep. Okay, so I'm going to click on these 2 beds. Instead of placing the bed heads in the window, I'm going to move it. Then I'm going to click on rotate, rotate it by 90 degrees. Then I'm just going to move the bed heads, click on it, and move it to this point here. So now we have 2 beds here. I can click on mirror and mirror this to this other room and copy it. So we have 2 beds. We have basically a nice cloakroom, where male cloakroom, female cloakroom. So now this store, we don't need to put anything. So we are going to model a kitchen worktop here. So I'm just going to click on this extrusion we modeled before. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy this out. So I'm just going to click on this now. I'm going to click on edit, then I'm going to click on this, click on edit extrusion. I'm going to delete this. Then I'm now going to draw our kitchen worktop. So this is basically an industrial kitchen, so the worktop is going to be a bit more complicated due to the shape than normal. So we're going to try and get as much length as we can get, since our kitchen is kind of narrow. So I'm just going to, once I've drawn the line, I'm just going to be clicking on 600mm offset to okay, let me just make sure it's 600. Okay, so let's start offsetting. I'm going to offset here, offset here, offset here, offset here, offset here. Then I'm just going to close this loop. Okay, then I'm just going to trim this. So now after I've trimmed this, now I'm now going to click on offset because I want to create a kitchen island. So a kitchen island is very important, especially in this big scale kitchen. So it's where they keep ingredients. It's just basically like a worktop inside the kitchen that is just for support. Okay, so I'm just going to offset 1.2 meter, I think 1.2. Then I'm going to offset 1.2 from here, 1.2 from here, and also 1.2 from here. Then I'm now going to draw this line here, joining here. Then I'm going to trim this together. Then I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to offset 1.2 from, okay, hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to click on offset. I'm going to uncheck this copy and offset 1.2 from here. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So this is basically our kitchen worktop, although it may be too tight. So I'm going to click on this edit type. Then I'm going to be offsetting 300mm extra. So they're going to have 1.5 allowance around this kitchen island. Okay, so this, I think this is sufficient. So now I've clicked on this. I'm now going to designate where I want the gas cookers to be. So I'm going to be placing majority of the gas cookers here. So I'm just going to click on this edit type. So normally I don't have the components for an industrial gas cooker like they'll be using here, but I can just click on this and place and make provisions here up to, let's say, draw a line from here, let's say 1.8 or 2.1. Then I'm just going to click on split here and just trim this together. Then I'm going to click on this line. I'm going to click on delete. I'm going to click on finish, and I'm going to click on finish. So now I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to component. Then I'm just going to select, look for gas cooker, because I think I copied it from our template file. So I'm going to be placing 3 here. So this is not how it's placed, but I'm just trying to mimic maybe an industrial gas cooker that can, let's just place 4 here. Then I'm just going to click on this and space this here. So we're now going to place sinks too. I'm going to place okay, I can still even click on this and place 1 gas cooker here too as well on this worktop. So I can place 1 here. Okay, then I can now go to components. I can just click on this and type kitchen sink. Then I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to put this elevation at 700 millimeter. Then I'm going to place 1 here, and I'm going to place another one somewhere here. Okay, so now this is said and done. Yeah, the furniture placement, I'll be honest with you, is not the best, but I think we can work from there. So I'm just going to click on this and delete this line here. So we have our bar now. I'm now going to click on components, and I'm going to search for bars too, because I think I copied that too. So I'm going to click on backspace. I'm going to tap bar if stool didn't meet the search. So I'm just going to place these swell chairs. I'm going to hover around here, click on space here. So I'm just going to place this here. Then once I've placed this here, I can click on this. I can click on copy. Then I can just click on this and copy, pick this reference point and just be copying it here. So after doing this, we have our bar here. So we're now going to look for some dining table sets, and we're just going to place it. So there's one project I was working on recently that I copied the dining to. So I'm just going to open it. It's just a space arrangement of one random project I'm working with. So I'll just copy the dining from there. So I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to go back to the DPC. I'm going to hit Ctrl V. So the thing about placing dinings now is that if you are placing dining, it's good to place them in a diagonal manner. If you place this dining, for instance, if I rotate this by 45 degrees and back to a linear manner, I'm not going to maximize space by using this shape. So I always suggest it's better you rotate it and rotate it by 45 degrees. Okay, then we're just going to click on this. We're going to move this to this point first, and we're going to click on move and move this to this point first. This doesn't mean this is how I'm going to place them. I'm just trying to get some accuracy here. So I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to move this by 450 off this wall. Then I'm going to click on move too, and I'm going to move this by 450 off here. So after doing this, I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to be copying this by 1650. Okay, then I'm going to click on copy. Instead of picking the 1650, I'm just going to pick this edge here as reference. Pick this edge here, pick this edge here. So I think this is enough. I think this is enough buffer zone. So what I can now do now is to click on this, click on this, click on this. Then I'm just going to click on copy. I'm going to click on copy and copy this 1650 here. So what I can do now is I'm just looking for a way to maximize spacing in this restaurant. So I'm going to click on these 2-3 chairs, and I'm just going to click on move, and I'm just going to be moving it by 600. Then I'm still going to move it again by 150. Then I'm just going to click on move, and I'm going to move it upwards here by 600 or by 450. Let me just move it here. Then I'm going to click on move again. I'm going to move it back here. So what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to maximize the space. So I'm just going to click on this and adjust it a bit, 150. And yeah, I think we're almost there. So what I can now do now is to click on this, and I'm just going to click on copy. This same distance I'm going to pick here and copy. Okay, this is too much, so I'm just going to click on this and delete this. Then now I'm just going to click on these 4 rows now, and I'm just going to click on copy. Then I'm just going to copy this to this end here, about to this point. So after doing this to this point, we have a problem. We don't have a clear circulation path in this restaurant. So I'm going to click on this dining here, delete this. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to adjust this to somewhere here. Then the same thing for this. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on copy and copy this here. So now this is done. What we can do now is to conserve more space. I'm just going to click on this 4, and I'm going to move this, click on move, and I'm going to move this by 225. So after doing this now, I think this dining, although a bit tight, I think it's good to go. So we have an E3 of approximately, let me select all instances, a visible view. Okay, there's still space here. I feel there's still space here, so I can click on copy and copy this here. Okay, so we have at least significant amount of tables here. Okay, so what I'm now going to do is in order to conserve this space, I may need to reposition these doors in a place that is not going to affect the circulation too much, so the main circulation points. But overall, I feel this is okay. So I'm just going to click on this, select all instances in visible view. Then I'm going to click on filter and think this 12. So 12 times 4, that is 48 occupants of the E3, which is fine. So we have the records and managers office. So for this, we are going to be using a typical office design. So I'm just going to go to components now. I'm now going to be looking for some tables. Okay, so of course we don't have the typical office table, so I'm just going to click on desk. Then we're just going to be using this normal desk here. Okay, let me just use this bigger one, and I'm going to place this one here. Then I'm just going to look for some chairs. I think I copied some chairs from the other project. Then I'm just going to be using this armchair. I'm placing one here. Then I'm just going to place 2 in front. I'm going to click on space to place 2 chairs in front. Then I'm just going to look for this TV. Okay, let me just search for plasma and see. So I'm just going to put this plasma TV for the manager's office, and I'm just going to do for the account, I can put a plasma there too as well. Then for this account office, it will just be a row of chairs and tables. So I can just click on these 2. I can click on copy. Then I can just copy some chairs here. So what I'm going to design now is I'm going to design kind of an office typology. So I'm going to select these 2 chairs. I'm going to rotate this. I'm going to rotate this by 90 degrees. Then I'm going to rotate this somewhere here. Or rather, I could just click on this. I could click on this and rotate this to move this to this point, rotate this by 90 degrees. Then I'm just going to click on move this center point to this position here. Then I'm going to click on this desk. I'm going to change this to student desk. I'm going to edit it. Then I'm going to change the depth to 600 millimeters. Okay, then I'm going to click on apply. I'm going to click OK. So now this desk is at 600 millimeter. I can click on this and place this here. Then I can now select this, click on rotate this by 90 degrees, then move this to somewhere here. Then I'm just going to click on copy it from this edge here to this one, and then I'm going to select these 2 here, or these 4 rather. I'm going to click on mirror any point with my visual prowess, pick this point and mirror it here. So we have like an office for click on move. I'm going to move this here a bit. Then I'm just going to select these 2 chairs and I'm going to click on copy. Okay, so we have like an office for, let's say, 5 personnel or more, depending on the arrangement. So I'm going to go to doors again. I'm going to click on this D1 doors and I'm going to place a door here. Okay, so now that is set for this space, the display shop, we don't need to place anything there. This space here, we're going to call it backstage or rehearsal. All right, so I'm going to go to components and I'm going to be looking for some chairs I can use for this multi-purpose hall. So I'm just going to click on this drop down. I'm going to look for, let me just look for chairs. So if I can't really see the chairs I'm looking for, what I'm now going to do is I'm going to try and find it from another project. So I'll try and open that high-rise project I worked on before. So I'm going to now see if I can get a nice chair from there. a nice chair for repetitive purposes, of course, that I can use. Okay, so apparently I don't have it in this project. So what I'm going to now do is I'm going to open one of my school projects. So I'm just going to see if another project I can get it from there. Alright, so now what I'm now going to do is I can see some of these row chairs which I like. I'm going to click on it, copy to clipboard, then I'm going to go back to our normal project, then I'm going to click on save. So now I've saved this, I'm just going to hit Ctrl V here, and I'm just going to be pasting it regularly. So a multipurpose hall, they can basically use it for different things, but I'm just going to use this chair typology to get the capacity. So I'm going to rotate this by 90 degrees. I'm just going to place one row here. Then I'm also going to click on copy and place another row, leaving a central aisle here. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on this row here, and I'm going to try and see if I can reduce the number. If I can't, I'm just going to click on edit family, and I'm just going to select one row here and delete it. Then I'm going to click finish, load, no, override graphics in view. So now it's more spaced up. I think it's better like that. Then I can click on move. So I can just click on this too and move it back by, let's say, a bit of one row. So there's enough provision here. So I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to be copying it by, let's say, 1.2. So what I can do now is I can simply click on array, click on this 1.2, then set it into 12 rows. If 12 is not enough, I'm going to set it into 15. Okay, so I think 15 is enough. I can click on this, ungroup this here, then click on this one here and delete this. Okay, then I can click on this, click on copy, just pick this point here at this point and just copy this rest here. Okay, so I think this is enough, and I think this should be a buffer zone. Then this should be the overall hall. So let me just delete this here and delete this. So this will be the hall capacity. So after we've done this, we're now going to click on this waiting launch here. We're going to make sure we uncheck this leader, so this annoying line won't be here. So we can just place this here. So now we're now going to be arranging some chairs here. So these chairs is like where people will come and be waiting. Maybe they're waiting for someone or something. So let's just click on this chair first, this normal office chair, copy it to this reception here. Then click on this, rotate this by 90 degrees, bring this to this point here, click on copy, copy this from here. Okay, so we have this here. So I'm just going to click on architecture, I'm going to click on component, and I'm going to look for some sofas. I'm going to put some LUG. So these are some Lugar chairs, some Lugars. So I'm just going to place some here. Going to click on space to change the orientation. I'm going to place another one here. After placing one, I'm going to click on Viper armchair, and I'm going to place this one here. So after placing this, I can now go over here, place this round coffee table here, click on this and put a rug, and just place a rug here. So this is like the waiting lounge for the hotel. So this is the staircase reception. I know. So I think we have done justice. Let me click on this, edit type, click on this one, delete. So I think we have done justice to the furnitures of this DPC. So let's do some more little touches. We are going to indicate this is ramp by going to annotate detail line. We are going to pick a line from this point here, somewhere here, pick to this center point here, pick and pick here. So this indicates this is a ramp. The same thing for this, pick here, pick here, pick here, indicating these are ramps. Same for here. Okay, so now this is done. We're also going to create another railing here to guard people from falling off this. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to railings, I'm going to be clicking on this minimalist railing, set the base offset as 0. So I'm just going to click on this pick line tool, and I'm going to be offsetting -25. So this -25 is once I pick this line, is going to offset 25 there. Click on finish. So I'm going to go to railing again, pick line 2, then set the offset -25 and just pick here, click escape, click finish. So now this is done. I think for the DPC we have done some nice work. So I'm just going to go to rooms again. I'm going to make sure I name this entrance porch here. I'm going to click on it and I'm going to name it entrance. Okay, so we're just going to go to 3D. We're going to take a glance at this and we're going to start preparing our minds for the main facade design, because now we're going to go back to this first floor and we're going to start duplicating all these floors into repetitions up to the first floor. So from there we're now going to enter the facade and character design. All right, so we just went to the first floor now because we want to start duplicating these floors. So we are going to go over to this underlay first, under this properties panel, and we're going to click on none. So this part is going to be a bit tricky. So now we have done basically most of the design, or literally all the whole planning and stuff. We can delete all these lines because we don't need them there again. So what we are going to be doing mainly now is the facade design and stuff. So we're going to click on escape. So now what we're going to do now is I'm just going to click on this section line and I'm going to click on delete. I don't need this for now. So for this now, because I want to create a kind of unique facade, so what I'm just going to be doing is I'm going to just highlight, I'm going to just select all these balconies here, all these balcony lines here. I'm also going to do the same here. Hold Control, just left click from this point, select all these balconies and their own and his own brothers and sisters. Hold Control 2, select this here. Hold Control 2, select this here. Okay, so the reason why I'm selecting this is that I don't want to copy the balconies, so I just want to copy what is called again. I just want to copy the main rooms itself, because for the balcony I want to use alternating balconies to create a special effect on the facade. So now I've selected all these balconies. I'm going to click on HH. Okay, then I'm just going to select these lines here and delete this for now. So now everything is a bit clear, but let's just continue what we're doing. So I'm just going to select all these rooms up to this point here, to this TV here. I'm going to also do the same for this. I'm going to do the same for this. Okay, I'm going to hold shift to deselect this for now. Then I'm just going to hold Control and select all of these too as well. So after doing this now, let me just select it down to this point. After doing this, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to hold Control, select this wall here, hold Control to select this wall here. So what I'm going to be doing now is I'm now going to go to copy to clipboard now, because I want to copy this across every floor. So I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. So this is going to take some time, but I don't mind. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected views. Then I'm now going to set it at second, hold Control, third, hold Control again, fourth floor. Then I'm going to click OK and wait for it to copy. Okay, so now it's done. We can now go and click on HR to unhide our balconies. Okay, so I think we have completed the task at hand. So let's go to 3D first and see what we've done. So we can see this this basically created very well. So I think this is nice. So far it went well. So I'm just going to rotate this here and I'm going to see the remaining spaces that are lacking. So we have now copied this space here, which I think we are going to do now. So we are just going to go over to this wall here. Some of these walls that are meant to have been copied repeatedly but have not been done. So I'm going to click, like for example this wall here. I'm going to click copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste. I'm going to go to align to selected levels. Then I'm now going to go to second, okay, second, hold Control, third, hold Control, fourth, and I'm going to click OK. So now what I'm now going to do now is I'm going to click on escape now, and I'm going to go rotate this 3D view. So now if you notice, these walls on this fourth floor now, they are not yet reaching this roof level, because most of them were set with the normal typical floor standard. So I didn't, in each of those typical floor, normally those typical floor don't have ceilings and roof level, they just have the next level. So it doesn't mean that they are not going to reach this roof level by default. So we'll have to manually do that. So I'm just going to hover from here. I'm going to hold left click and hold. Then I'm just going to zoom out while I'm still holding. Then just hover around, just select to the top of these walls here. Okay, I'm going to zoom in again just to be careful, and I'm just going to select the top part of these walls. Then once I've selected this, I'm going to go to filter. I'm going to uncheck the scope box, make sure I set it at walls. Then I'm going to set the top constraint at roof level. Then I'm going to set the top offset at 0. So it's just going to balance itself out. So I'm going to be doing the same thing for this portion of the building. So I'm just going to select everything here, but just this top part. I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to click on check none. I'm going to make sure it's only walls I checked. Then I'm going to set the top constraint at roof level. Then I'm going to change the top offset at 0. So it's just going to be balanced. So now I've done that now, and I've done this for this. So I'm going to go back to first floor, and I'm just going to select this room in particular here. I'm going to select everything here. Then after selecting everything, I think I can hold shift for this because this wall I think is repeated on each floor. Then I'm just going to, okay, let me just click on this balcony here and click on HH first. Then I'm just going to select everything here. Then after selecting everything, I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected views. Second, hold control, third, fourth. Okay, I think fourth floor is enough. So I'm just going to click OK. So I'm just going to go to this 3D view, and I'm just going to rotate this here. So now we still have this here. We still need to copy this. I'm going to click on this. So this wall is meant to have copied. I don't know why it didn't copy this way, but I'm going to try and rectify it. So I'm going to click on this wall. I'm going to go to first floor. I'm going to go to split. I'm going to just split this wall here. I'm going to click on this wall. I'm going to click on copy. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected views. Then I'm going to click on second, third, hold control, fourth, and click OK. So we're now going to go back to the 3D view. So I think that has been rectified. I'm just going to click on these 4 walls here, and I'm going to set the parameter to just merge with the roof level. Okay, so now this is done. Now I think we are at a good position. So now we are going to be working on these balconies now. So this balcony is actually important. So the first thing we're going to be doing is we're just going to set this balcony's parameter as well. So we are just going to be working from 3D now. So you can see that we have some balconies, and normally the way we set these balconies is that this one now is currently a dwarf wall in this second floor, even though it's forms an element on this first floor at the same time. So what we're just going to do now, we're going to select these walls here, and we're going to make it the height match this one. So I'm just going to hold control, select this. I'm also going to select this as well. Hold control, select this. Hold control, select this. Control, control, control. So after holding control now, I'm basically selecting all of this. I'm only selecting the walls, so just take note of that. Okay, so I'm going to go to filter. I selected another thing, so I'm going to uncheck these model groups. I'm just going to hold control, select only the walls. Okay, so I should have done this before I copy this, but it's fine. We can always work. Okay, I'll still filter it out once I finish selecting. So after we have selected all of this now, we're now going to go to filter to make sure we filter like all these model groups we mistakenly selected. Then I'm just going to click on the top offset and I'm going to add 300 millimeters. So you can see after doing this, this is going to also form a dwarf wall around the balcony of this second floor. So you are still going to see what I want to do. So I'm going to go to this second floor now. I'm now going to click on this dwarf wall completing the loop, and I'm just going to copy it. Click on copy and copy it to this wing first. Then I'm just going to click on escape. I'm going to select both of them. Then I'm just going to click on copy and copy this here. Here as well. Here too. Here and here. Then I'm just going to select this particular one. Click on copy. Here. Okay. I can just click and adjust this one here since it's supposed to be here. So after I do this, I'm just going to hold Control, select this dwarf walls here. Okay, let me just do some line work so I can be able to mirror this. I'm going to pick a line from here. I'm going to pick at this key point, pick another line from here. Okay, rather let me just click on this wall, click on copy instead of mirroring this so I'll not make mistake. Click on this, then rotate this by 90 degrees. Then I'm just going to click on move, pick this point here, place this point here. Then I'm just going to click on copy this here, copy this here too, here too, here as well, here as well. Then I'm just going to select this dwarf wall, hold Control, select this, okay, select this two, select this two, select this two. Then I'm just going to click on copy. Then I'm just going to copy from here, uncheck this constraint. Then I'm just going to go and paste here. Okay, so they are showing some elements are deleted, so I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. I made a mistake, so I'm just going to select this, hold Control, select this, select this, select this, hold Control still while selecting. Then click on copy, click on this point here, then paste it here. So I think after pasting this, we can just copy one more here, which is this one. Click on copy this one here and paste this one here. Then we can just adjust this here. So after doing this now, if you now go to 3D, you are going to see this has formed a comprehensive box in this facade part. Okay, and this box is looking very nice. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to rotate this to this top level. Okay, before rotating this, I'm going to introduce you to something called section box. So in the case of this work now, we're working with the 3Ds now, but unfortunately we want to be rotating this thing freely without the viewing hindrance of this site at the base. So instead of deleting or hiding this site manually, we can rotate this to like an elevation view using this 3D gizmo. Then we're just going to go to this properties panel. We are going to scroll under this extents group. We are just going to go over to this section box and tick it on. So what this section box does is that it creates a box that can, if depending on how you adjust it, can control the parts of the building which you can view. For instance, now we can see this box here. If we click on it and we go over to this part that is draggable from the bottom and we drag it up, you are going to see all the elements here will be as if they are no more visible, like they have been deleted. So this gives you more control in if you want to do some specific elemental things in your views. Okay, so now I'm going to rotate this now. So what I'm now going to do is something a bit drastic. So I'm just going to select these two scope box, right click, hide in view by category, so the scope box won't be there. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to click on Control. I'm going to select, I'm going to left click, even though it's from this point, select everything here, or rather even pick from this point here. I'll just be careful not to select the cutting wall, hold Control, zoom out as I'm holding the Control. Hold Control to select this. Then I'm also going to hold Control here, select this one here. I'm going to hold Control here, select this one too. zoom out. I'm going to hold Control. I'm just careful not to select these cutting wall panels. Select this, hold Control, select this. Then I'm just going to do the same from this portion here. I'm going to hold Control and select this here. So now what I'm now going to do, I'm going to rotate this to front view. So I'm now going to click on filter to make sure that what I selected is good. Click OK. Then I'm just going to click copy to clipboard. Then instead of pasting this on the second floor, because this is the first floor, this is the second floor, this is the third floor, and this is the fourth floor. So instead of copying this to the second floor, I'm going to copy it to the third floor. So it's going to create one kind of alternating balance here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. Then I'm going to paste this at the third floor and I'm going to click OK. So you are going to see what is going to happen now, and you are just going to see this interesting combination. Okay, so if you look at this now, you can see it has copied perfectly here, and it's just giving us this kind of alternating thing I was intending for. So now we can still go and do some more facade design, but for now let's just rotate this. Okay, so now we can see what this is yielding. This is looking nice so far, at least. And I can tell you that from this there's still a lot more I will want to do. So let's now go to this second floor, because now I told you we'll be working more with facade designs. Or let's go back to 3D first and adjust some things. So if you look at this back side of this, where this core is, or where this elevator shaft and the staircase is, you can see that this wall here is supposed to, this wall at this point is supposed to go up. So we're going to go back to this DPC now. We're going to click on modify, we're going to click on split, and we're going to split this element here. We're also going to go over here and split this element here. Then after splitting it, we're just going to select it and set it to reach the roof level. Okay, so you can see that slowly but surely our building is taking shape, and this is a good point you are at. So another thing very important to take note of here is we are going to redesign the fourth floor, because we want to use the fourth floor for a different purpose. We want to use it for the executive, because in a hotel you create your standard rooms, you're also going to create the executive rooms that will be more expensive, and usually those executive rooms are in the higher floors. Okay, but before we do that, let's just create the railings that is going to be on this second floor, that is also going to be here, and we're also going to add some elements that are going to be on this second floor that is not going to be in any other floor. Okay, that is going to be on this second floor, and maybe this second floor, and maybe the fourth floor. So let's go back to second floor now. So in this second floor, we are not going to be having those hooded balconies. We are going to be having something more like a just open balcony with shading devices. Okay, so it's going to balance it out. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to railing, then I'm going to pick, I'm going to pick this minimalist railing, I'm going to put the base offset at 300 as usual. Then I'm just going to draw the profile from this center point here, pick here too, and pick here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to be copying this railing here. Okay, so I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. So I'm just going to click on this, I'm going to click on copy, I'm going to pick this point as reference, then I'm just going to paste this here. So now this is here. I actually want to do something on this wall here. So I actually want to create a stone wall demarcating these two balconies. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to click on this wall here, and instead of making it round, I'm going to do the same, select all these middle walls, demarcating walls in these balconies that are sharing two rooms are somewhat sharing one balcony. So I'm just going to try and use a demarcating wall to separate them. So I'm just going to select all these dwarf walls in between. So after I've selected all these dwarf walls in between, I'm going to change their top offset to -150 instead of 300, so it's not going to be visible on this plan view. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to walls. So this time, instead of using this wall, I'm going to be looking for a stone wall. So I'm just going to click on this flower bed stone wall, but instead I'm going to click on edit type, I'm going to click on duplicate and call this stone wall, or let me just call it a new name, brick wall. Then I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on edit. Then I'm just going to change this thickness to 225. I'm now going to click on this tone. I'm going to right click, duplicate, and I'm just going to call this 01 brick. Then I'm just going to click on this to assign a new material. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to go to masonry. Then I'm just going to look for a nice brick, something like this. I think this can serve. Okay, this one is vertical. Let's look for something horizontal. I've forgotten the last time I took time to look for bricks in Revit, so I think this is okay. I'm going to click on apply. I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm just going to make sure this is set as 0 and this top offset is 0 too. Then I'm going to set it to go to 3rd floor. Then I'm just going to draw the wall from here to here. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on this railing first. I'm going to delete this railing first. Then I'm going to click on this wall and I'm just going to be clicking on it and be copying it one after the other. I'm going to copy it here. Okay, so there's an overlapping wall, meaning that if you go to 3D now, this wall is overlapping with something, this particular wall. So we're also going to do the same for this. We're going to click on these walls here. Hold Control, select all these in between walls here, or this higher one. The reason why it was showing error is that you can see that this wall is clashing with this one, because this one actually offsets downwards to -150. Or instead of doing all this, we can just go to these ones here, click on these ones, these two here, and change the top offset to -450. So it's not going to be clashing with them. Then let's go back to this 2nd floor now, and we're just going to click on this and copy this. So I'm just going to go over here, select these two walls in between. I'm going to click on mirror and I'm going to pick this point and mirror this here. So after doing so, I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on copy this here. Then I'm just going to copy this out here. Then after copying it out, I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to rotate this by 90 degrees. Then I'm just going to click on move. I'm going to move this to this point here. So I'm going to click on this here. I'm going to click on copy. So I'm just going to pick this center wall here, copy this here, and I think that is it basically. So I'm going to click on escape, select these two walls here, these two demarcating walls, demarcating these two balconies. Then I'm going to click on mirror. I'm going to pick this point and mirror it to this other side of the project. Then I'm now going to go back to this railing here. I'm going to click on this, click on copy, pick this point as a reference point, copy here, then copy here. Then after doing so, I can select these two railings here, click on edit part. I can even select this railing, click on finish. Then I can click on this one and delete this. So instead of creating two railings, I can just click on this, edit this, and just create one comprehensive railing serving, even though their balcony is still demarcated. So I think it's still fine, all the same. So I'll click on this railing, click on copy, click on this, copy this here, click on escape, click on this railing, this shorter one, click on this single room one, click on copy, and copy this here. So now what we can do is to select 1, 2, 3, hold Control, select all of them, left click. Then we're going to click on mirror, pick this center point here and mirror this to this one. So now we can just click on this one. We can delete this particular one here. We can now click on this here, click on copy, copy from this point to this point. Then click on this too, click on copy, copy from this point to this point, which is nice and good. So we are just going to click on this railing here, click on copy, copy this from here, copy this here. Then we're going to click on this, rotate this by 90 degrees. After rotating it, we're going to pick this. We're going to try and move this and move it from this center point here. Then we're just going to move it and join it here. So after doing this, we're just going to basically be repeating the same process. Copy this here, pick this point here, copy this to this point, click on escape, click on edit path, drag this to this wall, to the center line of this wall here, click on finish, click on this one too. Okay, click on the, since it's this one, click on this, copy this here, click on escape, click on this railing, click on this, and copy this here. So after doing all this, we are going to just select this railing, hold Ctrl, select this, hold Ctrl, select this, hold Ctrl, select this, then click on mirror. Then we're just going to pick this line here, mirror this to the back. So if you go to 3D view now, we are going to see, so far you can see all the railings we have created. So what we can now do now is to go back to this second floor, click one railing, right click, select all instances in visible view. Then once you have selected them, click on copy and click on paste. Instead of pasting it to 3rd floor, remember we're going to paste it to 4th floor because of the alternating facade element we are doing. So if you go to 3D, you are going to see it's pasted on this 4th floor. So now we have done with this and we have basically created the basis for our facade design. We're now going to go back to this 4th floor now. So this 4th floor is actually the highest floor, and for this I intend to not just use, I don't plan on using the typical rooms just for normal rooms. So I'm going to be fusing all 2 of these rooms together to form one comprehensive master's, will I call it, executive lounge. So for instance, we have some issues here. The walls demarcating these ones, we have not copied it across each floors. So as we are looking at this element, even these walls here, we are going to be rectifying them. So let's go back to DPC where it's supposed to all start. We're going to click on this wall here. We are going to even click on this wall here, click on this wall here. Then we are going to click on this, or let's go to 1st floor, sorry, since we did it here. So I'm going to click on this wall. I'm going to hold Ctrl, click on this wall too. I'm also going to hold Ctrl, click on this wall, click on this wall, hold Shift on select this wall, copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, 2nd, hold Ctrl, 3rd, 4th, click OK. Then let's go to 3D and just verify our issues. So I'm going to go to this 3D now. I'm going to rotate this. Then I'm just going to click on this wall here that we just added. Hold Ctrl, select this one. Hold Ctrl to select this one and change it. Make this offset, top offset to be 0. Click on this and change it to roof level. So after we have done this, I think we've rectified a lot. So let's go to this 4th floor now, and we're going to try and design one unit of this. We're going to try and design one unit of the executive lounge. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to delete all the line works and all the components in these views, so except for 2 rooms. So we're just going to highlight everything here up to this point here. We're going to go to zoom in, we're going to hold Ctrl, highlight everything. Then we're going to go to filter, we're going to click on check none. Then we're going to check line works. We're going to go to plumbing fixtures, we're going to go to furnitures, and we're going to click OK. Then we're just going to click, we're even going to, let's just select it again. We're even going to delete all the doors because we're going to reset the doors. So I'm just going to hit Ctrl, select everything here, hit Ctrl, select everything here, Ctrl, select everything here. Then I'm going to go to filter, check none. I'm going to click on doors, furnitures, generic models too, line works, plumbing fixtures, and I think that is okay. So after I've selected all of this, I can go over here, this elevator shaft, I can hold Shift to deselect this one. Then I think the others can go. I will just click on delete. Okay, then I'm also going to select, click on this. I'm going to also hold Ctrl, select this again because I'm going to be deleting all the rooms too, because I'm going to give the rooms new names. Hold Ctrl, select this, go to filter, check this, click on rooms and room tags, click on OK and delete them. So this is now empty for us, like a virgin room. So we are now going to work on this one in particular. So for this executive suite, what we're going to do is we're going to delete these walls first. oh sorry, we are going to be deleting this WIC first, these wardrobes first. We are going to delete a door here. Delete this. Okay, so note that in this highest floor, some rooms that are like this, we are going to still leave it, because we are going to be working with these two set of rooms that are pairs. These two. We are going to also be doing the same for this 2. Okay, so these two rooms can remain the same. We are still going to rectify them back. So after we've done this, we are now going to draw a wall here. Okay, so in this executive lounge, we want to have a separate bedroom space. At the same time, we're also going to have a lounge space. So what I'm just going to do now is I'm just going to delete this here, or just drag this down. Alright, so we're just going to click on this wall here, and we're going to drag this wall here. Then we're going to click on this door, and we're going to be deleting this door. We're going to click on this wall and drag this back here. Okay, then we're going to click on this, and we're just going to delete this bed here, delete this, and delete this center table. Okay, we can leave the center table there and the mat, and we can just place this somewhere here. We can leave this TV console. Then we're going to go to architecture again. We're going to click on doors, and we're going to place another single swing door somewhere here. Okay, I can just place this here. So after I've done this now, I'm now going to go over to this. I'm going to delete all the components here. I'm just going to go to this detail level, click on it, and I'm going to change it to fine. Then I'm going to delete all these things here and delete this here. Then I'm going to be kind of redesigning this toilet. So I'm just going to delete this from here. I'm going to push this somewhere here. I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to components. I'm going to search for WC. Then I'm just going to paste this WC here instead. Okay, then after doing this, I'm just going to click on modify. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to drag this off here. So after dragging this off here, it's going to ask, because now these two rooms are clashing, it's going to ask whether I want to delete room. I'm not going to click delete. I'm just going to click OK. So this is going to be a redundant room. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to detail line. I'm going to draw a line to the depth of 600 millimeter here, and draw the line up to this point here. Then okay, let me hit Ctrl Z. So it's going to click on this end here and join it with this end. So we have this line here. So another thing we want to do is that we have a window here. So this is a closet here, so we don't necessarily need this window, at least this size. All right, so we are just going to click on this wall. We are going to drag this to this point here, so it's going to align with this wardrobe here. So we can also go to, you remember that the reason why these windows are not showing is because of the view range. So we're going to click on edit type. We're going to go to this view range, and we're going to set the cut plane at 1.5, or rather we're going to set it at 1.9 meter. So we're going to be seeing, and click apply, click OK, so we can see these windows here. Okay, so what we're now going to do, this particular windows, we're just going to reduce it to this point here, so it's not going to interfere with the main wardrobe. Then I can delete this grid here. So what I can now do now is I can just go to annotate. I can go to detail line. Then I can now put the dressing shelf here, or the makeup shelf, in this part here. Then I'm also going to give this deluxe suits an extra wardrobe up to 4.2 meter. Then I'm going to just extend it by 600 millimeter. So it's going to go all the way to this point down here for more wardrobe and storage space for the occupant, because this is like a VIP. So now I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to doors. Once I click on these doors, I'm now going to I'm going to basically set this D2 here, and I'm going to click on space and place this here. So this is going to be our closet, and it's going to be our WC. So this is the stand. This now I'm now going to change this to deluxe suit, deluxe, or I can even give it a more grand name, executive suit. So after giving it this name, I'm going to hit let me just delete this S here. Click on backspace. I'm going to hit Ctrl A. I'm going to hit Ctrl C now to copy this. Then I'm going to double click here, get Ctrl V, and I'm going to call this executive lounge. Okay, so these two are like two two comprehensive space. So this is the executive lounge, this is the executive suite. So now I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to room separator lines, and I'm going to pick two room separator lines here. Then after picking these two room separator lines, I'm now going to go to annotate and overlap it with overhead lines here. Then I'm just going to overhead here. Then I'm going to call this closet. I'm now going to start placing furnitures in this executive lounge. So I'm just going to go to architecture, going to go to components. I'm going to be looking out for our Luga chairs, and I'm going to place one here. Click on space. I'm going to just place one here. Okay, so after placing one here, I think this is fine. So along this space, we can place a small dining set here, just a small dining set. Alright, so now this is done. We are going to now try and arrange a dining set. So I'm going to go to component. I'm just going to click on search and type dining, and then I'm just going to place this 900mm dining and see if I can place one somewhere here. So what I can do now is to just go over here and place this one here. I'm going to rearrange this a bit, so I'm going to adjust this chair here. I'm going to push this here and push this to somewhere here. Okay, this doesn't make sense. So I'm just going to hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to see, okay, I'm going to click on escape, click on this dining alone and see if I can move it to somewhere here. Then I'm just going to click on rotate and rotate it by 45 degrees. So this 45 degrees is going to make the position more versatile. So this is just too tight, so I'm going to delete this. So I'm just going to leave here clear. So now what I'm now going to do is I'm going to try and be copying this thing I just did here to these other spaces. So what I'm just going to do now is I'm just going to select all these furnitures, select these lines here, select this door here, these two doors, select these lines too, hold Ctrl, select these spaces here along with this room separator line. Let me go to filter. I've currently selected the rooms, so I'm going to click on escape first. I'm going to click on tab, select this room separator lines, click on tab till I select room separator lines, then hold Ctrl, select these room spaces, the furnitures, very important. I'm also going to select this door, these lines here. Then this other normal WC placings, this door here, these furnitures, this lounge furnitures, and this door too. Then after I've set this way, I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to click on join this constraint, uncheck this constraint. Then I'm going to pick this wall here, and I'm going to pick this wall as a reference and copy this here. Then I'm also going to uncheck this constraint, copy it here too. Then we're going to click on escape. We're now going to start adjusting this. So I'm going to click on this wall and I'm going to drag it to this point here. So it's going to be like this one. The same thing for this. Drag it to this point here. So now I'm just going to go to detail line now. I'm going to go to annotate, click on detail line, then change this from overhead back to thin lines. Then I'm just going to close this loop here. Close this loop here. So what I'm now going to do now is I'm just going to select all the furnitures, doors and line works here. I'm going to click on annotate detail line. I'm going to draw a line here. Then I'm just going to highlight all the everything here. Click on filter and click on check now. Click on furnitures, doors, lines, plumbing fixtures, and just click OK. So after setting this, I think we have picked all the things we want to set. Then I'm just going to manually go and pick these room separators. So I'm going to click on tab, hold Ctrl, click on tab again, hold Ctrl here. The same thing for this, click on tab here, select this room separator, click on tab till I select the room separator line. Hover around there, click on tab, select the room separator, hover, click on tab, select the room separator. Then I'm just going to click on filter. I think it's plumbing fixtures, doors, room separators, doors, furnishes. Okay, so now I've done this. Now I'm just going to, okay, it seems apparently I can't mirror this, so I'm going to go to filter and see what is making me not to be able to mirror it. So I'm just going to uncheck these room separator lines, and I can't still mirror it for some reason. Okay, so what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on filter here, and I'm going to uncheck this line works. I can't still mirror. I'm going to go to filter and uncheck this plumbing fixture. Okay, so apparently it seems it's the door that is preventing me from mirroring this to this other wing. So I'm going to click on escape again. I'm just going to select everything. I'm going to go to filter, check none. I'm going to check all the line works, furnitures, and okay, line work, furnitures, and plumbing fixtures. I'm going to check all of them. Then I'm just going to manually select this room separator lines the same way, click tab. Then let me just quickly do it in order to save time. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on this mirror tool. Then I'm just going to pick this line here, pick this center point from this line we created. Then I'm just going to mirror it. So after mirroring this, I'm now going to adjust this wall here and drag this here. Then I'm just going to click on this tool and drag this here. Then I'm going to click on this tool and drag it here. So after doing this now, we are now going to just click on these doors here alone. Then see if we can mirror these doors from this point here and mirror the doors to this other wing, which we have done successfully. So what we are going to do is the same way we copied this here, we are just going to copy it to this other, to this wing here. Okay, then we're just going to do the same for these other spaces. Alright, so let's just select everything here the same way we did for this. So another thing we'll be doing is that, remember this window, we're just going to be adjusting it to here and deleting this grid here. The same thing for this. Drag this. You see why I'm just using cutting ones? It's just very easy for me to make some of these changes. So we're going to drag this here. I didn't say you shouldn't use your windows, but I'm just showing you how I do my own. So if you have seen the reason, which I feel you must have done already by this point of this video, so you understand why we do this. So let me just select everything here again. Go to filter. Under this filter, click on check none. Okay, not check none, check all again. Then we're just going to, okay, let's check none here. Then we're just going to select public plumbing fixtures, line works, furniture, doors, and I think that is pretty much it. Room separation. So I'm just going to click on OK. Then I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm just going to uncheck this constraint, copy this here to this point. So they say selection cannot be copied for some reason. Then I'm just going to click on cancel. I'm going to save this project first. Then let me just select it again. So I'm just going to select everything here. I'm going to go to filter, check none. Then after doing this, then I'm just going to try and click copy here and click on this point here. For some reason this is not copying, so this is actually a bit annoying. So let me just select this again, and this time I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to check none, plumbing fixtures, and just the line works first, and furniture. Then let me just select this up to the doors. Then I'm just going to click on copy. Then I'm just going to go click on escape first, click on filter. I'm going to uncheck these doors here, so it's going to be only the furnitures I'm going to be copying. Then I'm just going to make sure and check this constraint, and I'm going to click on copy and copy this here. Okay, this was able to copy. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select things like these doors. Now hold control. I didn't even copy some of these doors, so I'm just going to click on these 3 toilet doors, and I'm going to click on mirror and mirror from this point here to this other wing. So after doing this now, I'm just going to select this wall here. So I'm just going to go over here, click on this wall here, try and select this wall. Then I'm going to drag it back to this point here. Okay, then I'm just going to click on these doors here. After I click on these 2 doors, I think 3 of them, then I'm just going to click on copy, normal copy tool. Then I'm going to uncheck this constraint, and I'm just going to click on this point here and just copy it to this point here. Okay, then we're just going to save this project. So what we're now going to do is we're going to try and mirror what is here to this side. Okay, so what we're now going to do is we're going to go to detail line. We're going to draw a line from here. We're also going to click on this point here and draw another line from here. Okay, so I'm going to try something a bit interesting. So I'm just going to trim this. Okay, so instead of, okay, what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to highlight everything here. So this is going to include the furnitures, the doors. I doubt if this will work, but let me just do it. Okay, it's not going to include the door, so I'm just going to select everything here up to this point. I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to click on check none. I'm going to check the plumbing fixtures, line works, furnitures, room separation. Then I'm going to click on OK. So I think that is all. Then I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm going to pick this point here and draw this at a draw the mirror axis as a perpendicular distance. Then after I do this, I'm just going to click on move here, and I'm going to move this from this point here and just align this here. So now I'm just going to go over to this line here, and I'm going to start editing. Okay, so I'm just going to start working on this wing here. Then I'm going to mirror it here. Then I'm just going to copy it the same way I did for this other project. So I'm going to click on this wall here, and I'm going to just click on it and drag it down to meet this point here. Okay, so I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on doors. I'm going to save the project again. So okay, then once it's saved, I'm going to change this door from D2 to D1, and I'm just going to hover around here and place this here. So after doing this, now we are now going to work more. Okay, so we are just going to go here. I'm going to place another door here. I'm going to go to, okay, I'm just looking at something here. Okay, yes, okay, it still goes in line. So I'm going to click on door here. I'm going to click on this D2. I'm going to place this door here. Then I'm going to click on this D1, and I'm just going to place this one here. Okay, so we have a door here, we have another door here linking to this bedroom. So we are going to go to components. We are going to select WC. Then I'm just going to place this WC here. I'm going to click on this and go to components, go to sink. Then I'm just going to click on this sink head here, and I'm going to be placing it here. So after doing this, now I'm just going to click on escape now. So I'm just going to try and mirror what I have here to this other wing. So I'm just going to highlight everything here. I'm going to go to filters. Under this filter, I'm going to uncheck everything, click on check none. Then I'm going to click on the lines, furnitures, plumbing fixtures, and doors. Then I'm going to click on OK. So another thing I forgot to do is I forgot to draw a line here. So this line is meant to serve as a reference point for our mirror. So I'm going to go to annotate, click on detail line, and I'm going to draw a line from this point to this point. Then I'm going to pick the middle here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to highlight everything here. Okay, then click on filter, then click on check none, click on plumbing fixtures, the same thing I selected before. Okay, I can even click on room separation too. Then I can mirror this. I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to uncheck these doors. Then I think I can mirror them now. I'm now going to click on mirror by drawing axis, and I'm going to sketch this axis here. So now I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on this wall and drag this door to this point to meet up with this point. Then I'm still going to try and mirror this door. So I'm going to click on this door and change the swing here. The swing is meant to enter this room space. So I'm going to click on these three doors here, and I'm going to see if I can still mirror this here. So after I've selected this and I've mirrored everything here, which is nice and good, I'm just going to select it and copy it into these remaining rooms. So I'm just going to hover around here. I'm going to select everything here. I'm going to click on filter, check none. Then I'm going to check all the line works, furnitures, doors, plumbing fixtures, room separator, and click OK. Then I'm just going to click on copy, uncheck this constraint, then click on this and just start copying. Copy here. Okay, you can't copy, so let's start from copying other things before copying the door. Let me just select this, click on filter, check none, go to check all the lines, doors, furnitures, plumbing fixtures. Okay, I think room separation. I'm going to uncheck these doors because I'm not going to copy the doors now. Then I'm just going to hold shift, deselect this line here, then click on copy. uncheck this constraint, click on this here and paste this here. Let's see if it copies. So it copies. I'm going to uncheck this constraint here and just copy it again. Okay, so now we have copied this. What we can now do is to click on this wall here and just drag this line to this point. The good thing we did is that we copied this room separator across each room. So once we add click on rooms, the room tool in Revit is just going to identify it as a room. So we're just going to click on these walls here and create our closet space. So you can see that even with this with these walls here, you can see with the same modular design of the bedrooms on the lower floor, we're able to design an executive suite without altering the structure, which is very wonderful. So I'm just going to do that here, and let's see. So I think we are done with the rearranging this closet. So what we can now do now is we're just going to select these doors here, and we're going to click on copy, and we're just going to click on change this constraint. Then we're going to copy here, we're going to paste this here, we're going to uncheck this constraint again, we're going to now click on this point here, then we're going to click on escape. So now we have done this, we are now going to start adjusting this. We're going to be adjusting these windows of this this particular closet. So I'm just going to be deleting all the windows in this closet first. So after deleting them, I'm going to go over to this tool here. I'm going to click on this and drag this to this point here. After dragging it, I'm just going to click on this middle grid line, delete it in the middle. Okay, so I'm going to click on this and drag this to this point, then click on this middle grid line, delete it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to hold Control, select this, also hold Control and select this curtain wall here. Then I'm just going to click on copy and find a reference point. Let's say here, click on copy and just do the needful. So after we're done with this, I think we have done a great job. So we're now going to go back to first floor and we're going to start doing some things. So let's go back to this first floor. So now in this first floor, now we are going to create a wall here. So this wall is going to, we are going to create, basically we're going to draft the walls that are going to cover these main open spaces here. All right, so we're just going to go back to DPC, and we're just going to, now we're in first floor, we're going to go to this underlay. We're going to click on this underlay button and we're just going to change it to view to DPC. Okay, so we're just going to click on architecture, we're going to click on walls. So this time we're going to be running walls from ground floor, from this first floor to the roof level. So I'm just going to click on these walls and I'm going to set it back to this normal 2254. Then I'm going to set the top constraint at roof level. Okay, let me just set it to roof level. Then I'm going to set this base offset at -450. Okay, so it's going to give. So now I'm just going to click on this wall here and I'm just going to draw it to this point here. Okay, then I'm going to go over to this region here. Okay, I don't think there's any. So now what I'm going to do now is we have something a bit tricky here. So we have this diagonal wall here and we have this straight wall here. So instead of following this diagonal wall, I want for this entrance point. Okay, this diagonal wall will actually make sense in this entrance. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to go here, then I'm just going to click on architecture, I'm going to click on walls. So once I click on walls, I'm just going to remove this base offset from this, change it to 0. Then I'm just going to continue these walls here and continue these walls here. Okay, then I'm going to click on 3D. So now we are just going to be looking, remember our scope box is still on. So we're just going to be looking at this and we're going to start planning the main entrance porch. Okay, so I think most of what we have done is coming out well. So now we are now going to go to this side and we're going to start copying some important things like this emergency staircase. So let's go back to this first floor. So as you can see, we can see this staircase going from DPC to the first floor. So we just need to create a new staircase going from this first floor to second floor. And remember that our DPC to first floor headroom is very high. So unlike the first floor to subsequent floors, so we are going to, the staircase we are going to be creating for these subsequent floors is not going to be as plenty, like the risers are not going to be plenty like these ones. So what we are just going to do, in order not to get some visual distractions, I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to hit Control, click on this. I'm going to hit Control, click on this, and I'm going to type HH on my keyboard to hide them. Then I'm also going to hit Control, select this railing, hold Control and select these railings here. Select this, hold Control, select this, hold Control, select this. Then I'm just going to click HH. Okay, so now we are not seeing anything. We are going to start sketching or drafting the typical staircase that is going to grow across each of these subsequent floors. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to stairs. So it's asking me to save project again. I'm going to save it to make sure our progress is saved. Then I'm going to set a constraint from first floor to second floor. Then after setting it, I'm going to set the desired number of stairs to 24. Okay, I'm going to set it to 25 since it's the tread depth. I'm going to make it 300. So now in it's set, I'm just going to click on sketch. Then I'm just going to click on boundary first. I'm just going to draft out this. Then I'm just going to click on offset and offset it by 1.2. Then I'm just going to trim this. So after trimming this, I'm going to click on riser. I'm going to place one riser here. I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to offset 300 millimeter here. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to select this line. I'm going to click on copy and I'm just going to copy this here. Then I'm going to click on riser and I'm going to draw another riser here too and copy these risers. Okay, so there are two risers remaining. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to click on riser again and I'm going to draw a riser from this point to this point. Then I'm going to hover around here. I'm just going to look for the midpoint, maybe at 75 millimeter from any side. Then I'm just going to use it to complete this. So it's 25 risers created, 0 remaining. So I'm going to click on this stair path and I'm going to draw a stair path from here. Okay, then I'm going to click on finish. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to DPC. Then in this DPC, I can see where the stairs start from. So it starts from here on this DPC. So on the first floor, it's going to also start from here. So it's going to continue in that manner. So I'm going to go back to first floor. I'm going to click on this stairs. Since it's starting from this side, it's not going to work. I'm going to click on flip and it's going to start from here. So what I can now do now is I can also create this staircase while still in this editable interface of this one. I can also still create the subsequent staircase for this. So once I copy all of them is going to copy together. So I'm going to click on sketch again. I'm going to go here and start sketching. So for this one, I'm going to be clicking on offset and I'm going to offsetting 1650 because this is the main stairway, so it's very big. So I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to trim this together. So I'm going to click on riser here and I'm going to pick this here. I'm also going to pick this here. Then I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to offset 300 millimeter from here. So we are going to zoom out. We are going to see it's showing. Okay, so we have an issue here. Okay, I think okay, it's supposed to work, but just for safety's sake, let me just delete this. Let me cancel this sketch, and I think I'm just going to finish this one first before I go to the other side, just for clarity's sake. So once I click on finish now, I'm now going to click on this staircase now. I'm going to click on these two railings here, and I'm just going to change the two railings. I'm going to, okay, let me select them again. Select this handrail here and select this one. Let me just click on this, select this properly. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to change this, or rather instead of changing this railing, we're just going to edit it and see what is the issue. So I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to click on this edit baluster placement. Then I'm going to see what is really causing the baluster to to change. So I think these balusters are okay. So I'm just going to go to this top rail and I'm going to be changing this. I'm going to changing these materials from curbs to, okay, I think the curb material, I'm just going to change it to metal. Let me just use this steel polished. Click on OK. Then I'm going to change this profile from curbs and I'm going to change it from square rail 45. So this is where the issue was. So I just changed the profile from that curbs profile and I'm just going to click on OK. Okay, so now after doing this, I can just click on escape, click on this railing here and delete this one. Then I'm just going to click on this staircase here. I'm going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels. I'm going to click on second and third. Then I'm just going to click on OK. Okay, so now we are also going to put a door here. So we are going to go back to this DPC. So this door here, we are going to copy it across each floor. So I'm just going to click on the door. I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. Then I'm going to click on first, second, third, fourth and click OK. So if we even go to the fourth floor now, we're also going to see this door. We are going to see this staircase here. Okay, so we can even remember I've not created floors for the typical floor, but we have already created a lot of spaces and a lot of components here. So let's go back to this first floor again and we're going to go over here and we're going to draft our typical staircase. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to stairs. Okay, so we are just going to click on this and set the constraint to second floor. So once we've set it to second floor, we're going to set this desired number of risers to 25 risers. Okay, then we're going to change this actual thread depth to 300 millimeter. Then we're just going to click on this create sketch. Then we're going to start from the boundary line. We're going to pick a line here, pick to this point here, pick to this point here, pick to this point here. Then we're going to click on offset. We're going to be offsetting 1650. Then we're going to click on copy. We're going to copy these lines here. Then we're just going to trim this and trim this here. So I'm going to click on sketch. I'm going to click on risers. I'm going to draw one riser here. Then I'm going to draw another riser here. So if I zoom out here, I'm going to see that text that is showing how many risers remaining. So I'm just going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 300 millimeter from each of these risers here. So after doing this, we have 7 risers remaining. I'm going to click on riser again and I'm going to click create a riser here. Then I'm going to click on offset 2. Okay, Ctrl Z, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So after I've created these risers, I can still create one more here. Then I can just remove one of these risers from here, delete. If I zoom out, okay, it's 1 remaining, minus 1 remaining actually. If I zoom out, so I'm going to delete one more riser here. So if you are wondering where I'm seeing this minus 1 from, if you zoom out here, you're going to see 25 risers created, 0 remaining. So it means the risers are complete. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to click on trim here, trim here to this point, trim here to this point. Then I'm going to click on step part. I'm going to draw one from here, another one from here, then another one from here. Then I'm just going to click on trim and I'm going to trim this step part together. So after I've trimmed this now, I'm just going to go and I'm going to go to this DPC here. Then I'm just going to make sure I look at how the staircase flows on this ground floor. So it flows from here going up. So I'm just going to go back to this first floor. I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm going to make sure it flows the same way, which I think it does. Then I'm going to click on finish. So after I've created this staircase, I don't need any railing to be there. So I'm just going to delete this and I'm just going to click on this railing too and delete this. So now we have done this, we are going to go over to this emergency staircase. Okay, before we go there, let's just copy it across each floor. So I'm going to click on this staircase. I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. Then I'm going to click on second and third, hold control and select third floor. Then I'm going to copy it across each levels. So now I think we're now going to go over to this edge here and we're going to be creating this emergency staircase. Okay, so if you go back to DPC, we have already created one before. Okay, and this one starts from here, goes up from this point here and lands here. So we are going to go back to this first floor, and we're going to create it in that same fashion. So we are just going to go to architecture. Let me just go back to DPC and just confirm the width of this emergency stair. So if I click on it, let me click on modify. Okay, let me click on edit stair, click on this, edit sketch. If I just click on this, I should be able to, and click on extend this dimension. It is 1.2, so it's fine. So I'm just going to click on finish. Then I'm going to go to first floor. So in this first floor, I'm now going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to stairs. Under this stair, I'm going to set the top level at second floor level. Then I'm going to set the desired number to 25. Then the actual thread depth to 300 millimeter. Then I'm going to click on this edit boundaries. So I'm now going to edit sketch, and I'm now going to start sketching. So I'm going to draw a line from here to this point first. I'm going to draw another line here and draw another line here. Then I'm now going to click on offset here, click on this offset tab here. Then I'm just going to be offsetting I'm going to be offsetting 1.2 here, here, and here. Then I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim everything together. So after doing so, I'm going to click on this riser here. I'm going to pick this line here and pick this riser here. Then I'm just going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 300 millimeter. So I'll just be gradually offsetting this. If I zoom out, I'm going to see how many risers remaining. So okay, so it's one riser remaining. I can just push it here. Then I'm just going to click on trim. So I'm going to trim this here, trim this here, trim this here, trim this here. Then I'm going to click on stair part, and I'm going to draw a stair part here, draw a stair part here. Select the middle of this. Okay, if I can't select it, it doesn't mean, but just click on this and set it at 600 from here, so it's going to be the middle. Then I'm going to click on finish. So the stair is coming from here and landing here. So let's go back to DPC and see whether it concurs. So it's coming from here and landing here, which I think it does. So on this first floor, I think this stair is good, so I'm going to click on finish. So after doing this, now I'm just going to click on this particular railing, and I'm going to delete this. Then I'm going to click on this staircase, and I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. Then I'm going to select second, third, and fourth. Okay, I don't need to select, I just need second and third, because fourth floor there's no need to climb up to the roof. So now we have done this, we're also going to put a major door here, and we're going to be putting, click on this and put this D3 here. So this is like an emergency escape door. Then we're going to click on this door here, and we're going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels. We're going to set it to second, third, and fourth floor, and we're going to click OK. So now we have done this. I think we have set all the levels on this floor. We have set all the emergency staircase on each floor. So we are then going to go to 3D. Okay, and so now this is where we'll now start doing some more things on the facade design, and we'll start doing. So now we are going to create this entrance porch. If we go over to this properties panel here, and we turn on our section box, we are going to see the whole site plan. So you can see this our building is coming out, but yet it still lacks a lot in terms of the facade. So I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to create an entrance covering, a slab entrance covering for this hotel. So the aim is to try and make it as good looking as possible. So we're just going to think of a way creatively to work with it. But for now, let's start with the simple stuff by just creating a shade. So we're going to go to first floor. Then I'm just going to click on a wall. Under this wall, I'm going to set this base offset at -450. Then I'm going to set this top level at, instead of first floor, I'm going to go to second floor, or I'm going to go to lintel 2, and I'm going to set the lintel 2 at -2100. Okay, so I'm just going to draw a wall from here, from this point here, and I'm going to draw another wall from this point. So if this is not even big enough, which I may be guessing is not big enough, I may extend this from here up to this point here. So I'm going to extend this from here, drag this here, and once it joins the middle of this line here, I'm just going to drag it to join here. So after doing this, I'm now going to create a concrete slab here. So this is going to be a concrete slab that is just going to slab this whole place. I'm going to serve as the cover for this entrance. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to floor. Under this floor, I'm just going to select concrete slab. If I don't see this floor main, I can click on this floor main, change this height offset to 0, then click on edit type, duplicate this and call this slab depth. After giving this name, I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on this, right click, duplicate, and click on 00, call this roof deck. So after doing this, I'm going to click on this icon here. I'm going to click on appearance. I'm going to click on concrete, and I'm just going to apply this concrete material. I'm going to click on graphics, apply, click OK here, click OK. Then I'm just going to click on this pick line tool. I'm going to pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, and pick here. Then I'm just going to trim everything together. So I'm going to click on finish and click on don't attach. So if I go to this 3D view, we are going to see this kind of small entrance porch now. So I want to also be adding some facade elements to this. So for this, I want to add a third color to this facade. So this third color, I want it to be clad in blue. Okay, so instead of using walls to create them, I'm just going to use extrusions. So this can be some cladding panel. I'm going to use, let's say, a brown cladding panel. So I'm just going to be using an extrusion to create those elements. So what I'm simply going to do is I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to component, model in place. I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to set this at walls. Then I'm going to click on extrusion. I'm going to set this. I'm going to click on pick. Then I'm just going to pick this plane here. Then I'm just going to draw a box from here up to this point. Then I'm going to draw this box from here up to this point. So now I'm not going to be editing this box here. I'm going to be putting the extrusion end at 75mm. Then I'm going to click on this material and I'm just going to right click, duplicate, and I'm going to call this cladding brown. So after giving it this name, I'm going to click on this icon. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to go to wall paint and I'm just going to give it this brindle color. And I'm going to click apply and I'm going to click OK. So now I'm just going to edit this extrusion. I'm just going to be adding more cups here, or I'm just going to draw a box, pick this point. Then I'm going to go over here to go to this corner exactly, pick this point up to this point here. So after I do this now, I'm now going to go to this point here. This time I'm going to be drawing a line from here, another one here. Then I'm going to draw it to this ground level. I think this is where the ground meets. Then I'm going to extend this line from this point here to this and join this here. Then I can select these three lines here, click on mirror, select the center point and mirror it here. Then I'm just going to trim these two lines here. Okay, I'm going to hit Ctrl Z, zoom in, trim these two here, trim these two here. So the project is already very heavy, which is normal. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to now draw another line from here. Then I'm just going to trim everything together. So this is going to be some aluminium Alucobond. Okay, Alucobond is a company, an aluminium cladding panel. So I'm going to select all this profile. I'm going to click on copy and I'm just going to click on copy from here. I'm going to paste this here. I'm going to go again and paste this here. So if I click on finish now, you are going to see, okay, I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on this material again. I'm going to go to graphics and make sure I check this user render appearance. So I'm going to click on apply, click on OK. So you can see the kind of element it's creating. So it's creating an interesting interplay of elements in this facade. Okay, so now what I'm going to do now is I don't feel this part is looking fine, so I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit extrusion. So instead of leaving them, delete this first. Instead of leaving this open, this place open-ended kind of, I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to cover this up here. Okay, so already you can see by creating this facade like this, you can see the leftover parts of this facade is already enough for you to place whatever glazing you want to place. Okay, so and everything we just did is just modular and simple. So I'm just going to delete this line here, click on this line too, and I'm going to delete it. Then I'm just going to click on trim here to here, trim here to here, trim here to here. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to select this whole profile. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to pick here, copy this here, and copy this here. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So after clicking on finish now, I'm just going to click on this, rotate this to this front part of this building. Then I'm just going to click on this, click on copy, and copy this here. So this is an extrusion, so we cannot just come with this extrusion and just copy it and place on here. The only way you can do it is to click on this, then click on this pick new plane. Then we're going to hover around till we get this plane here. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to zoom out and try and select this plane here. So I'm just going to click pick face, then I'm going to be picking this face here. So once I pick this wall here, what I can now do is to rotate this to the front of this building. Okay, now this is seriously hanging. So, and this is a very risky point for your Revit to crash. So it's very risky because once it crashes at this point, you can't really, it's going to save where you last saved. So I'm going to click on move, and I'm just going to click on this point here and move it to this point. Okay, so these cladding panels, they are not necessary for the other parts of this facade. So we're just going to click on finish here, and we're just going to click Ctrl save to save our project. So now, while planning for the other parts of this facade and the fenestrations, we are also going to start making plans for the roof. Okay, so the way I want this building to be, I don't want the roof to be complex. I want the roof to be as simple as it gets. Okay, so we are going to be working with that in mind. So I think I must have said this before, but I want to go into the facade design more proper. Okay, so everything I'm going to be doing, even though I'm going to be working on the plans, is still going to key into the facade. So let's go to 3D and let's look at what we want to do first. So now I'm going to try and create an element for this front of this building. So as you can see, this 3D is already hanging very much. So what we are just going to do is we're just going to zoom out first, select the whole project, then we're just going to wait for it to select. Once it's selected, we're going to click on filter. We're going to click on check none, check these furnitures, check these generic models, and check these plumbing fixtures. Okay, we can click on this room separator, where is plumbing fixtures, click on this, check these plumbing fixtures, and click OK. So once we have selected all of this, okay, we are just going to right click, hide in view by element. So once we have hid them by element, I think the view is going to become much lighter, which is better for us and easier to work with. So let's just start from here. So I'm going to try and be creating a trellis element over this whole front. So this trellis element is also going to serve as shading for not only this side of the building, so this front side is going to serve for all these balconies on this side. So what we are going to do now is we are going to rotate this to the top, or we could just, okay, I think it's better working from 3D. Then I'm just going to click on walls. Under this wall, I'm going to make sure it's this 2254. Then I'm going to go to this base offset, change it to 0 for now, go to top offset, change it to 0. Then we're now going to set the levels. Okay, the top constraint, we're going to set the top constraint at roof level, and we're going to save the base constraint at ceiling level. So this roof to ceiling level is quite high, so we're just going to put an offset of 300 millimeters. So after we've done this, now we're now going to be running some walls. So we're going to run some walls from these edges here. So I'm just going to click. So you can see this constraint here. Once we have set this constraint right, we can now start drawing. So I'm just going to click on this point here. I'm going to pick from here and stop it somewhere here. Then I'm going to click on this railing here that we are seeing here. I'm going to click on HH, double click HH to hide in view by category. Hide in view, temporarily hide in view. So I'm just going to click on walls, the same walls, the same parameter, and I'm going to draw another wall to this point here. So after doing this, now there's something I want to do here. I'm going to click on this wall here. You know, I joined it here. I'm going to drag it out and disjoin it. Then I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to move it by 900 millimeter. so it's going to extend even to this point. Okay, then after doing this, I'm just going to click on this wall and I'm just going to drag this and drag this to this point here. So now I'm just going to click on this railing here. I'm going to click on HH. Then I'm going to go on wall again. I'm now going to draw the same wall from this center point here, matching this, and draw this here. Okay, so now that is done, what I'm now going to do, I'm going to go over here too. I'm going to draw a wall here. I'm going to click on this railing here, click on HH. The reason I'm clicking on this railing is so I can easily pick the center point of this wall as reference. So I'm going to do the same here, click on this railing, click on HH. Then I'm going to go to walls. Under these walls, I'm now going to draw a wall from here, another wall here. Then I'm going to draw this wall here, which is good and fine. So now we have done this. Now if you rotate this to 3D, we are going to see that this has already created a shade. So you are going to see the element I want to do now. So I also want to create an element going protruding from this point here. Then it's also going to create another element extending to this point. So all this grammar I'm speaking, let me just show you what I mean. So I'm going to go back to this first floor. So this first floor is where this starts from. Then I'm just going to click on wall again. I'm going to be using this normal wall. I'm going to change this base offset. Instead of 300mm, I want it to align with the beams of the first floor. So I'm going to click on -450. Then after doing so, I'm going to click on this top constraint and I'm going to set it at roof level. Then I'm just going to draw a wall to this point here and draw another wall to this point. Draw this wall to join here. Then I'm going to click on escape. Then for this now, I'm now going to set this top constraint back to lintel level 2, and I'm going to set this top offset now. I'm going to click on -2400. Let me just put it like that, or -2375. Then I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on this and draw these walls. Okay, so after doing this now, we are just going to go back to 3D view here. Let's just click on 3D. So we're going to see what we've done. So looking at this now, I'm just going to, I didn't even offset this by 450mm before, so I'm just going to click on this wall here and I'm going to click on this base offset and click on -450. So after doing this now, I'm just going to rotate this back to top. Then I'm just going to zoom in here. I'm going to click on this wall and drag this to this point now, so it's going to form the effect I want it to form. So now I'm going to start placing some slabs, some slabs here. So this slab is going to serve as a decking for this. So I'm just going to rotate this to the top again, and I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to floorings. Then I'm still going to be selecting this roof deck. I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to set this at roof level. Then after setting it, I'm just going to click on pick part and I'm going to pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, and pick here. Then I'm also going to go here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here, and I'm going to pick here too. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on trim and I'm going to trim this here. I'm also going to go here. I'm going to click on trim and trim this two here. Then I'm going to trim this here and I'm going to trim this here, and I'm just going to trim this here. So I'm also going to trim this. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to trim all the loops that are not closed. I'm going to trim these two lines here, trim these two lines here. Then I'm also going to click on this line and trim it. Let me just click on TL, so you are going to see the line profile as well, so you can see the lines trimmed and all. So I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm going to click on don't attach. So now I'm just going to rotate this way. So we are going to see that, okay, this is our slab. Okay, another mistake we made is we need to edit this. Let me just click on TL again, so I'll turn on 10 lines. So I'm going to click on this, click on edit type. Then I'm just going to click on trim. I'm going to trim this line to this line here. Click on escape, delete these two lines. Then I'm going to rotate this to this top level. Now I'm going to zoom in to this point here. I'm going to draw a line from here to this point, to this point, and to this point. Then I'm just going to trim here. So after trimming here now, I'm going to click on offset. I'm going to offset 300 from here, 300 from here. Then I'm going to now offset 600mm from here. and click on copy. Then I'm just going to trim this together, trim here, click on offset 300 millimeter from this other side and do this. So I'm just going to click on this and trim this together. Then I'm going to click tab, select all these lines here, click on copy. I'm going to pick here, copy this to here, here and here. Then after doing this, I'm just creating provisions for a glass trellis, so it's going to aid this view aesthetically and it's just going to make sense overall. So I'm just going to click on finish. Now I'm going to click on don't attach. So now I'm going to start making provisions for the roof. So I'm now going to start drafting out I'm going to start bringing out some walls. So these walls, they are going to come above the roof level, but just by a slight distance. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to walls. So I'm going to set the base offset to 0. I'm going to change the base constraint to roof level. Then I'm going to go to the top constraint, change it to parapet, change this top offset to 0. So now the top offset, so the distance between the roof level and the parapet level is 1.8. So I'm now going to click on minus minus 1.2 or minus 1.5. So it's going to be 300 millimeter remaining. Then I'm just going to be drawing it on these perimeter walls where I want the roof to span from. So I'm just going to be picking this point. So I hope you are following, because I'll be working with mainly the 3D view now. I'm going to draw it to this point. I'm going to draw this here, draw this here, draw this here, draw this here. I'm going to draw this here. Okay, I don't know if I've drawn that here there before. Then I'm going to also click a wall here and draw this here. Okay, so now we have done this. Now I'm just going to rotate this to this top here. So you are going to see that, okay, our element is already shaping up. So like this part now, you can see that this diagonal part, I don't want it to actually go with this roof, or I can make it just to reduce the complications. So after doing this, now I'm just going to click on architecture wall again, and I'm going to draw this wall here and join this. So I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this together. Okay, so now this is done. Now we are now going to create our roof. So to create roof in Revit is very simple. There are many ways of creating roof, specifically 3. So you are just going to go to architecture, you are going to go to this roof, and you are going to click this drop down icon. So you have basically 3 main roof tools: roof by footprint, roof by extrusion, roof by face. So we are going to be working with mainly roof by footprint, which is, you can actually use it to get most of the roof you'll be needing. Okay, so we're just going to click on roof by footprint. Since we're not in a plan view, it's going to ask you to pick the level you want to work on. So we're going to click on this drop down, and we're just going to set this at roof level. Then I'm going to click on yes. So I'm just going to go and put the offset from this roof level at 300 millimeters. Then I'm just going to click on pick boundary line, and I'm just going to be picking the part I want to roof. So even though our boundary lines are not perfect yet, we are still going to trim it. So we're just going to be picking these walls here. So remember that I'm not picking this wall because I want it to be slabbed. I'm just going to be picking these ones that I want the roof to actually be covering. So after picking this here, we are now going to carefully trim it. We are going to click on this trim tool. We are going to trim here, trim here, trim here too, trim here too, trim this to this, trim this to this, trim this here, trim this here, trim this here, trim this here, click on this and trim this here. So now the next thing we're now going to do is we're going to click on offset here, and we're going to be offsetting 1.2 meters. So once we click on offset to 1.2, we're now going to click on uncheck this copy here. So we're just going to hover around one line, click on tab, and it's going to offset the whole thing. So now once creating roof in Autodesk, especially by footprint, it works with slope. So depending on how you tweak these slopes, you can get the desired roof you want. For instance, you can see that all these triangles attached to these lines. What this triangle means is that these lines have a slope. So if you click on any line, you are going to see the slope attached to it, which you can change the value if you want. So now let's just click on finish first and see what it creates. So you can see that it has simply created a normal hip roof. That is the normal hip roof we all know, because of it has slopes from all angles. So if you know about roof in architecture, you should know that roofs have slope from each angle. That is what creates the geometrical roof we all love and know. So I'm just going to click on this roof. I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm just going to select all of these lines apart from these two lines at the back, because I want the slope to come from there. After I've selected all these lines, I'm just going to click on uncheck this. You are going to see these defined slopes here. I'm just going to untick it. Then I'm now going to go over to this slope overall, and I'm going to change it to 10 degrees, or okay, let me just use 10 degrees. Then I'm going to click on finish. So if I now rotate this to a more appropriate view, we're now going to see how it really looks. Okay, so another thing I want to do for this roof design is I want to create a very nice design for this roof. So what I'm planning to do is I'm going to be using some model in place roof. Okay, but so I'm just using this normal Revit roof as kind of a testing subject. So I'm going to click on this roof now. I want to change some things. I don't want this porch to be here, so the roof, I'm going to make the eaves overhang at this point, which is possible. Okay, so I'm going to click on this, and I'm just going to click on these two lines. I'm going to delete them. Then I'm going to click on these two lines. I'm going to delete this. Then I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this together, and I'm going to trim this together. Then I'm going to click on finish. So looking at this now, we can see that this has formed one comprehensive roof. So once you have created this roof, we can click on these walls here. We can click on tab. Once we've hovered around one wall, once they are chained together, we're just going to click on tab, and we're going to select all of them. Okay, I hope you have followed up to this point. Then I'm just going to click on attach to top base over here. Once I click on it, I'm just going to select this roof, and it's going to attach to it. Okay, so this is just what it simply means. So now what I want to do now is I want to create a comprehensive roof element, but the roof eave is not just going to be this simple roof like this. It's going to be a bit more complicated. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to click on delete. So now I'm just going to rotate this to top view. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to, because of this is getting heavy, I'm going to click on this and change it to hidden line, so it will not have colors. I think it should be lighter like that. So now if you look at this, even though it's quite confusing, we can still see where the roof is and where we want to place the roof on. So now we understand this, and we know that our roof is going to end here. We are now going to go to architecture. We're going to go to components. We're going to click on this drop down. We're going to click on model in place. Then we're just going to click on roof. Scroll down, and we're going to click on roofs. Okay, so now once we have clicked on roof, what we're now going to do is we're now going to click on sweep. Then we're just going to click on sketch path. We're going to click on set level. We're going to click on set work plane. Then we're going to click on this drop down, and we're going to set this at roof level. Then we're going to click OK. So we're going to rotate this to this top part, and then we're now going to zoom in from here. Then we're going to pick a line from here and pick it up to this point. I think this is where the roof stops. Then we're just going to extend it by 1.2 meter, which are going to be the roof eaves. I want the roof eaves to be very big, so I'm also going to click here and extend it by 1.2 meter. So after doing this, I'm going to rotate this to the front, and I'm now going to zoom in now. So now I'm going to click on finish. I'm going to click on edit profile. So let me just go back again. After I clicked on sketch path, I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm going to click on select profile and edit profile. So now I'm going to draw my roof from here. So of course I'm going to start by extending the eave 1.2 from here. So after doing so, I'm going to drag this up by 300 millimeter. Then after doing so, I'm now going to go over here now, and I'm going to go over to this end of this wall here. Then I'm going to draw a line 1.2 meter. Then I'm just going to draw, okay, I think it's 1.2. Then I'm going to draw a straight line up. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on this, and I'm going to draw a random diagonal line. So I'm now going to click on this line tool again. I'm going to draw another line straight up. Then I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to angular. I'm going to just pick this line, and just put this angle dimension. Then I'm going to click on this and change this angle dimension to 10. So I'm going to make sure it's 10 degrees. Then I'm just going to click on this trim and extend here. I'm going to pick this line here and trim this to. Okay, so after doing this now, I'm going to click on detail line again. I'm going to click on this line now and I'm going to delete. Then I'm going to click on detail line. I'm going to pick this point and drag this line to 1/5. So after doing this, I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to draw another line to 1.2 meter. Then I'm just going to draw this line and join it here. Then I'm now going to delete all these lines in between and delete this dimension. So I'm just going to go and delete this now. Then I'm just going to click on edit this material and I'm going to call this material, I'm going to call it roof tiles. Let me just call it like, I'm going to call it roof white, sorry. So I'm just going to click on roof. Let me search if I already have a material like that. If I don't have, I'm going to create one. So I can see white roof paint and I'm just going to click OK. Then I'm going to click finish and finish here. So now you can see we already have this roof here and it's not looking bad. So what you can now do, since the thing created well, we can click on this, click on edit sweep, click on sketch path, go to this top view. Then instead of just picking this part to this point, we're going to draw another line from here and draw a line here up to this point here. Then draw it to 1.2 meter. So after this, I'm just going to click on delete and I'm going to delete this line here. Then I'm going to click finish and we're going to just click finish model. So now we have done this now. If you look at this from 3D, we're just going to do that same thing we did before. It's going to work because once you model something we model in place, as far as you set the family category as the appropriate thing, is going to work like that family. So I'm going to click on tab here, select these walls, attach top to base. Then I'm just going to attach it to this one here. So if you click on this and change it back to shaded, we're just going to see how this worked. Okay, so by this now we can see we have an issue here. So this diagonal wall here is not meeting up well with this roof. So we're going to try and fix that now. So I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click detach from base and I'm going to click on this. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to find a way to modify this roof white in such a way that it also makes provisions for this sloped side here. So now we have this, we can see this our roof here. This model in place we just did is not yet complete. So I'm going to click on edit in place. I'm going to click OK. So I'm going to try and resolve this. But to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this roof, this sweep here. Click on edit sweep, click on edit sketch profile, then rotate this to this view here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to select this here, select all this. I'm going to go over to this place. I'm going to left click and hold, then select this whole profile, go to filter, uncheck this reference line and leave only the sketch line and click OK. Then I'm going to go over here and I'm going to click copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so now I've done this. Now I'm now going to go to architecture, create again. I'm going to go to sweep. And this time I'm going to click on sketch paths. Of course, I'm going to set the level at roof level. Then I'm just going to be clicking on these pick lines and I'm just going to pick this line here. So after doing this, I'm just going to rotate this to 45 degrees. Then I'm going to click on escape. So I'm just going to hit go to this and hit control, just click on paste and click on paste from clipboard. Then I'm just going to paste this somewhere here. Okay, this is not actually it. I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. So I'm going to hit Ctrl V now. So you can't even paste well. So I'm just going to go to one of these elevations. Okay, so what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go back to this 3D view since I'm having issue placing it. Then I'm just going to see if I can hit Ctrl V. But if I can't, it's all good. So I'm just going to hit this wireframe, click on this icon, change this to wireframe. Then what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to click on pick line and I'm just going to be picking here. Why is this so complicated? So I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. Okay, so I'll have to click on finish first. I'm going to click on edit profile. So that is why it wasn't opening. Then I'm going to change it back to shaded. So I made a mistake. I didn't click on edit profile. I was still drawing the sketch lines. Then I'm going to rotate it to this view. I'm going to zoom in here. Don't mind, it's just hanging. So I'm just going to now hit Ctrl V. So what I'm going to place it anyhow first, then I'm just going to select it again. Then I'm just going to click on move, and I'm going to move this here first. After moving this here, I'm going to click on move it by 1.2 meter horizontally. Then I'm just going to click on move, and I'm just going to move this to this point here. Okay, so after doing this now, I'm just going to click on finish just and see what it does. So I'm going to go over here now, and I'm going to see what this is currently yielding. So currently looking at this is not too bad. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to do some void forms. So we are going to be using some void extrusion forms to cut through this. So we are going to make this join at this point and these two join at this point. You are going to see what I mean just now. So I'm just going to rotate this to top view. I'm now going to start using these void forms. So I'm going to go to click on this. Okay, this is the same white roof material. I'm going to go to create. I'm going to click on void forms. I'm going to click on void extrusion. So I'm practically going to show you how to use the void form. So in this void extrusion, we're going to click on set. We're going to set work plane, and we're going to set this work plane to roof level. Then what we're now going to do is we're now going to draw this line from here. See what we're going to do first. We're going to click on cancel, yes, and cancel this roof as void extrusion. Then we're going to click on finish. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to be using the normal roof tool to use roof by footprint and create the roofing sheet. So this roofing sheet is now going to help us see the pattern. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to roof. Under this roof, I'm going to set it to roof level. I'm going to click on yes. Then I'm going to click on this drop down. Instead of using this normal default roof we have, we're going to be using this roof white, and I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on edit, and I'm going to change the thickness to 10 millimeters. So I'm later going to convert this to a roofing sheet. So I'm just going to click OK. Click OK. So now we are going to make sure this base offset is 300 millimeter. Then I'm going to click on pick lines. I'm just going to pick here, pick here too, pick here as well, pick here, pick here too, pick here. Then I'm just going to click on trim and just trim all these lines together. So after trimming all these lines, okay, we're not yet done trimming. I'm going to trim this as well. So after trimming all these lines, we're just going to left click and hold. Then we're going to select all these lines here. We're going to uncheck this slope. Then for this remaining two, we're going to go over here and change it to 10 degrees to match what we have done before. Then I'm going to click on finish. So if you rotate this to this top view now, we are now going to see what is coming out. So let me just rotate this to the front view, not the top view, sorry. Then we'll notice there are kind of some discrepancies here. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on move. We're going to click on this point here. You can see the roof here, and we're going to move it right on top of here. So it's going to be placed on top. So now what we're now going to do is we're going to rotate this here, and we're going to see what this is, how this part of this roof actually formed. Okay. Okay, so now we have a clear idea of how this is supposed to be. We're going to click on this. We're now going to click edit in place. So now we are seeing that this doesn't really fit into what we are looking for. So I'm just going to click on this and click on delete. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to go to create. I'm going to go to sweep. I'm going to go to pick path. Then I'm going to pick here, and I'm going to now also pick here. Then after picking these 2 points, I'm just going to rotate this to this view. Then I'm just going to click on finish. Then I'm going to click on modify sweep, edit profile. Then I'm just going to go over here and turn on this wireframe mode a bit. click on this wireframe. Then what I'm now going to do now is I'm now going to sketch this profile here. I'm going to click on pick line tool. I'm going to pick here. I'm also going to pick here. Then I'm going to pick here too. So I'm now going to click on trim and trim these 3 lines together. Okay, so you can see the lines I picked. So I can just click on this and close this loop here. Click on this, make sure it's a straight line. Then I'm just going to click on trim. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on this and change it back to shaded. Then I'm going to click finish first. Then I'm going to rotate this to this view and see how it's created, whether it's still having some funny stuff going on there. So looking at this now, it's still having some stuff. I'm not yet satisfied with this. So I'm going to look for another means. So I'm going to click on this and I'm just going to delete this first. So instead of doing all this now, I'm just going to click on finish first. Then I'm just going to simply click on this roof here. I'm going to rotate this to this top view. Then what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to click on copy and I'm going to be copying this roof. So I'm going to pick the top of this roof here and I'm just going to click on this one and copy it to this point. Then I'm going to click on this roof. I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and call this white roof 150. Then I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm going to click on edit and change this thickness to 150. Then I'm just going to click OK, apply, and click OK. So now it's 150. I'm still going to click on move and I'm going to move it to be under this particular roof here. So after I've done this now, I'm going to rotate this to the top view. I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm just going to, from this point, draw some lines here. I'm going to draw a line to this point here and draw another line to this point. So this is a vertical, this is horizontal. Then I'm just going to delete these 2 lines here. I'm going to delete these 2 lines here. I'm going to click on these 2 new lines, hold Ctrl and select both of them and click on check to undefine those slopes. Then I'm just going to trim it together. So this is what I will have done since I was just thinking of how to model it. So now I've done this. If we look at this 3D view now, we are going to see that here fills up quite well and it doesn't really have much of an issue. Now we've created it like this. Then I'm just going to click on this wall here. I'm going to click on attach to top base and I'm going to be selecting this one for it to attach to it. Then I can now select this one on top, this other roofing on top. That is this one I said will be roofing sheet. I can click on edit type, edit. I'm just going to click on this material and call this, search for a material called roofing sheet. I think it should be in this template, but if it's not there, I'm just going to create a new one. So okay, so we have this roofing sheet. I'm going to click on use render appearance, click on apply, click on OK, click on OK. So if you want to change this roofing sheet from this blue material, you can click on it, click on edit type, click on edit, click on this roofing sheet, click on this icon here, go to appearance library. Under appearance library, you are going to see roof. So now I've seen roofing. I'm just going to click on this asphalt black, this asphalt tiles. Then I'm just going to click apply, OK, OK, apply, OK. So it's going to look like this. So these are basically our roofing. We have done our roofing sheets and all. So now we have done this. We're now going to go back and we are going to be working on this other facade element. So remember, we have some trellis here. So we are going to just model some frosted glass panels here. So let's go back to this first floor. And you know, for an area like this, we are going to need to put a cover. But this cover we are going to be putting here doesn't need to be too serious. It's just going to basically going to be some metal works. So what we are going to do is we are going to click on this roof we just created, click on HH for now because I want to be doing a lot of works. Click on this one, HH. So I'm going to be doing a lot of works that is going to involve me not really seeing what is happening. I just want to be seeing everything beneath this roof. Okay, then while we have done that, we are now going to also create floors for slabs for this our typical floors. So now I'm going to go back to first floor and I'm going to start creating the floors for this first floor. I'm going to, of course, this underlay is making this our view complicated, so I'm going to click on it and I'm going to set it to none for now. Then after setting it to none, I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to floor. Under this floor, I'm just going to click on this and change this back to floor main. Then I'm going to make sure this height offset is 0. So I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to start drafting our floors. Remember what I told you about floors earlier. So remember, while I'm drafting this floor, I'm going to be avoiding all these ducts here because the duct is going to be open. So I'm just going to navigate around this and create these floors. So normally I will have tried to use shortcuts by copying some stuff, but just for accuracy I might just take my time and draft this carefully. And remember why I told you I'm driving into end of the walls, because I told you earlier that normally in actuality the floors extend to the outer surface of the walls, but just for visualization and modeling sake I do it inside the walls. Then I use detail line to complement for the remaining. So I'm just going to pick this point here. I'm going to still draft inside, create for this balcony, and make provisions for this duct, make provision for this staircase here. Okay, so I can just briefly go to this second floor. The reason why is I want to see where this normal typical staircase stops, so I'm going to drag this to this point. So after this, I'm just going to, since the second and first floor are the same thing, I can use the second floor. So after reaching this point, I'm just going to reach this and draft it around here, forming this emergency staircase landing. So remember, we're not going to go back to first floor. The reason why is I just remember we have an offset from this point, so I'm just going to click on this and draft a box from here. Then I can now, let me now try and use some shortcuts. I'm just going to draw a line here, annotate. Okay, instead of annotate, I'm going to click on this too, just draw a line here, a temporary line. Then I'm just going to select all of these lines I've manually sketched, click on mirror and mirror it to this side here. Then I'm just going to click on this and complete this to this point here. So another thing I've been considering is due to the space here, I've been thinking of creating kind of an open balcony here, an open void here running across each of these floors, because I'm just looking at this structurally that it will make sense if we create an open void because of the amount of space this is going to take on all these subsequent floors. So it's something I may consider, but for now I'm just going to leave it. Okay, then I'm just going to go over here to select all of this and click on mirror, find this line here and just mirror it to this point. So it's going to make our sketching quicker. Then I'm just going to join the remaining, click on this to this point. Okay, click on this point here. So after doing so now, I'm now going to go here, click on this, follow here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on trim and I'm going to trim this. I think that is all for trimming. Then I'm going to delete this temporary line we used to mirror. I think we have covered basic much 8. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So I'm going to click on don't attach. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to 3D view I'm going to click on this floor now, and I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. Then I'm just going to select this second floor. So after I've copied it to this second floor. It's nice, but it's not, we are not yet done yet. I'm just going to click on it, click on edit type. Since we don't have this on the second floor, I'm going to click on tab, select these 4 lines, delete it. Then I'm now going to click on finish, click on don't attach. Then I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels, 3rd and 4th floor, and I'm going to click on OK. Okay, so this is looking good. We have created all the slabs for each floor. So now we are now going to go over here, and we are going to be creating some elements on this facade. So remember, I said something like we are going to need, I'm going to put another extra wall here just to create a character here. So by that, I'm just going to go back to this 1st floor, because this is going to be the front of the hotel. That is this side. So that is why I'm making a lot of provisions for the kind of design I'm going to use. So I'm going to click on this wall, and I'm going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy this wall out. So after copying this wall out, I'm going to click on it, click on this, and change it from normal dark wall to I'm going to click on, once I click on it, I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to call this, instead of dark wall 225, I'm going to be calling this dark wall 150. Then I'm just going to click on OK. I'm going to click on edit type, change this thickness to 150 millimeters, and I'm just going to click OK, apply, OK. So now it's 150. I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to be moving this to this point here. Then I'm just going to move this here. So now I'm going to drag this and move this up to, let's say, this point here. So since this is suit, I can't really put windows here. If not, it's going to spoil the design arrangement. I'm just going to go to 3D here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to rotate this here. I'm still going to push this a bit and push this close to about 900 from here. You can see this dimension showing 900. Then I can now do some touches here. I can click on components, model in place. I can click on casework, click on OK. Okay, then click on void forms, click on void extrusion, click on set pick work plane. Then I'm just going to hover around the surface of this wall here. Once it's highlighted, I can click on tab and select it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to draw a line here. I'm going to hover around here, draw another line here. The same thing for this point somewhere here. I'm just going to draw a line here, and maybe click on this edge of this wall and draw another line here. So after doing this now, I think I'm just going to click on this just to confirm distance from this line. This 975, this 900. I think 4 of them are fine. Then I'm just going to click on offsets. I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 25 millimeter from each of them. So I'm going to offset this here, offset this here, offset this here, offset this. The same thing here. Okay, and the same thing here. So now I'm going to delete this line here. I'm going to delete this line here as well. I'm also going to click on this and delete this line. Then I'm going to click on this, delete this line. Then I'm just going to click on split elements, and I'm going to be splitting here, splitting here, splitting here, splitting here. I'm also going to split these 4 lines here. I'm also going to go here, split these 4 lines. Then I'm just going to click on this line here, and I'm going to draw a line from here to here. I'm going to click on this, draw another line from here to here, draw another line from here to here, and draw another line from here to here. Then I'm just going to highlight these 2 lines, and I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy from this point here down to this point here. Then I'm going to select these 2 lines as well. I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy from this point here and copy to this point here. Then I'm just going to click on this trim tool, and I'm going to trim here, trim this other side too, trim this other side too, trim this side, trim this side, trim this side, trim this side, trim this, trim this, trim this, trim this here, trim this here, trim this here, trim this, trim this. Then after doing this, I'm just going to set this extrusion at 50 millimeters, and I'm going to click finish. So now I've done this, I'm just going to click on cut, and I'm going to click on cut geometry, select this and select this wall here. So now I've done, I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm going to click on this wall, I'm going to click on copy to clipboard, I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels, then I'm going to select third floor. So it's just going to copy. So now I can click on this void extrusion I just did. I'm going to click on manual copy. I'm going to pick this point here. Then I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, so it's showing me something like host cannot be copied. So I'm going to click on edit profile. Then I'm going to click on the void, click on copy. So I'm going to try and copy it to this point too. So once I've copied it, I can now click on cut geometry, select this void, select this wall, and it's going to cut it. Then I'm going to click on finish. So we have this wall finished this way. So now after doing this, now I think this is coming out well. We're now going to go to this side of the facade. So in this side of the facade, I'm going to put the hotel signage here. Then after putting the hotel signage, I'm now going to put after putting the hotel signage here, I'm now going to put some design panels over this. So to do this now, what I'm simply going to do is I'm going to be using some curtain wall system to create this cladding panels I want to put here. Okay, so let's model the signage first. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to components, I'm going to go to model in place, I'm going to go to casework, and I'm going to click OK. So I'm going to click on extrusion, and I'm going to click on set work plane. I'm going to click on pick work plane. Then I'm just going to be picking one of these surfaces here. So if I'm not sure, I can always click on escape, rotate this here, then click on set, pick work plane, then maybe pick this wall here. Okay, then rotate it back to the front. So after picking this now, I'm just going to create the extrusion I want to do. So I'm going to be creating a long vertical signage. So this long vertical signage is going to hold the details and information of the hotel. So I'm going to start from this grid here. I'm going to extend it to 1.2. I'm going to drag this down. So I'm also going to go here, drag this down to this point, and drag it to this lower point here. Then I'm going to bring this back here. So I'm going to click on this offset, and I'm going to be putting 1.2 offset. I'm going to uncheck this copy, and I'm going to offset it here. Then I'm just going to, once I've clicked on this offset, I'm going to offset 25 millimeters from here, and I'm going to check copy, and I'm going to be offsetting this here, offsetting this. So this is just to create like a band. So this band is going to be strip light. So I'm just going to join this here, close this loop. I'm going to go over here to close this loop. Then I'm going to simply click on trim. I'm going to trim this here. I'm also going to click on this and trim this here. So I'm going to be setting this extrusion at 50 millimeters. I'm going to click on this material. Then I'm going to look for any material. Okay, I'm just going to create a new material from this steel. Right click on this steel, duplicate materials, and call this steel. Okay, let me just call this signage light. And this can be any material. I can leave it as this steel, it doesn't matter. I'm going to click on apply, click on OK. Then I'm going to click on finish. So now we've created this signage light. Now what we're now going to do is we're now going to go to create again, click on extrusion, then we're going to click on set, pick work plane, and we're just going to pick the top here. So now we're just going to click a box from here and click from this point here to this point. Then we're just going to click on offset, and we're going to be offsetting 75 millimeters from here. Uncheck this copy, 75, offset here, offset here. Then I could just click on this fillet arc tool, pick these two lines here, bevel this edge, pick these two lines here, bevel this edge. Then click on this fillet curved line, change the radius to 75. Go over here to the same thing, 75. Then after doing this, we're now going to create a new distance. So the thickness, we're going to set it at 75 millimeter. I'm going to click on edit extrusion, and I'm going to right click on duplicate and call this signage board. For this, I'm going to click on this icon here. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to go to metal, and I'm going to be using a dark metal. So I'm going to be using this iodized black. I'm going to click on apply, click on OK, click on finish. So we can, if you want to do more on this, we can always do more, but it's not really important. So I'm just going to click on finish. So now we are going to be placing some 3D text on this signage board here. So what we are now going to do is, so actually I'm feeling that this signage board is not wide enough. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this extrusion, click on edit type. Then I'm just going to click on this main board and click on edit extrusion. Then I'm just going to left click. Once I left click and hold, I'm going to select these lines here. Then I'm just going to click on move, and I'm going to move this by, let's say, 450. So the same thing, I'm going to click on this, click on HH first. So I'm going to click on this and edit it. This HH is just temporary height. Select these two lines, click on move it by 450. So after doing so, I'm going to click on HR. Then I'm going to click on finish. So HR is going, simply means to reverse all the temporary height. So I'm going to click on finish. So you can see even this roof I hit with that time, it has come back, which is fine. We are still in the process of working. So now I'm not going to go to architecture now. I'm going to go to this model text. But before, okay, it's asking us to save, so I'll save the project quick. So once we've selected this, we are going to see this model text here. So what we are now going to do, let's click on escape first. So we are just going to click on architecture first. We are going to go to this set work plane. Then we are going to click on pick work plane. Then once we are clicking, we are just going to click on this and pick this work plane. Then we are just going to click on model text. Then the model text, we are going to call it, let's just say H, and we're going to click OK. So we are just going to place this model text here. So what you can now do now is to click on this model. If you rotate it to 3D, you're going to see it's going to come on this plane. So we're going to click on this model text. We're going to click on it, edit, duplicate, and call this 00 signage big. Okay, then I'm going to click on OK. So I'm just going to change the text font to Helvetica. Then I'm going to change the text size to 900. I'm going to click on apply and click on OK. Then after I've changed this, I'm going to change this depth to 25mm, and I'm going to assign a material. I'm going to assign this signage light first as the material. Then after I've done this, I'm going to click on this now, then click on rotate and rotate this by 90 degrees. So now this is not what I'm looking for. It's still not big enough. I'm going to click on this, click on edit type. Then I'm going to change it to 1.35 meters. Then I'm going to drag this somewhere here. Okay, so this is good, but still not there yet. I'm going to edit type and make it 1.5 meter in size. Apply, click on OK. So after I've made this like this, I'm going to kind of drag it to this point. Click on it to move it. So I'm going to copy it into 5 places, so it's going to form different letters. So I'm just going to click on copy, and I'm going to be copying this by 2001. Okay, I think 2001 might be too close, but let me just try it first. 2001 again. So hotel is 5-letter words, 2001. So this is not bad, but this is too tight, so I'm going to hit Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. Then I'm going to click on this, move it upwards a bit, then click on copy and copy it. Instead of 2001, I'm going to be copying it 2004. 2004. 2400. 2400. So now I've done this, I'm going to click on this, double click, then I'm going to change this to O, H-O. I'm going to double click, change this to T. I'm going to call double click. So you can give this whatever name you want. I'm just going to call it hotel. E. Double click and call this L. So now after doing this, you are seeing we're not seeing this text very well. So what you can now do now, because I told you this is just the first, this text, the material I gave it is signage lights. So I'm going to click on this, select these 5 of them, rotate this to the front. Then I'm just going to click on copy, normal copy. I'm going to uncheck this constraint, So I'm just going to pick this edge here and place this at 25 in front. Then I'm just going to click on this and change the material of them, and I'm going to right click duplicate, and I'm going to call this signage text. Then I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to go to white, okay, wall paint, and I'm just going to select pure white. So I'm going to scroll down till I see white. Click on this icon, go to graphics, check this use render appearance, click on apply. Okay, then our signage board is good to go. So now we have done this, I'm going to show you how to create panels. Okay, so these panels can be very useful. So we're just going to create these panels here. So this is going to be some cladding panels of our desired choice. So what I'm now going to do is, remember we gave this a brown cladding panel, so we might be using something similar on this face here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to this first floor where it's going to be, that is around this side up to this side too. All right, so now we're on this first floor. We're going to go to architecture. Now we're now going to go to walls. Under these walls, we're going to click on this drop down, and we're going to be selecting this normal curtain wall. Then we're going to click on edit type, and I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm now going to call this 00 really dark cladding. So after calling this really dark cladding, I'm just going to call really dark wooden cladding. So I'm going to click OK. Then I'm now going to give it a layout, a vertical layout. I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to call this fixed distance. Click on this fixed distance. Then I think the vertical layout should be 1.5. Then the horizontal layout should be 2.1. Okay, then for now I'm just going to click OK. So I'm just going to set it, click on this offset, change it to 0, this offset 0. Then I'm just going to set it up to roof level. Then I'm just going to draw this. I'm going to draw it from this point here and draw it to this point. So I'm going to click on escape. Then I'm going to go to this 3D view now. So I'm just going to click on tab, select one of these panels, then I'm going to unpin it. So I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on this drop down, change it to solid. Then I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate. Then I'm just going to call this 00. Let me just call this dark wood clad. So after I've selected this, I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to set this offset to very minimum 5 millimeters. Then I'm going to set these materials to, instead of default, I'm going to click on this, right click duplicate, and I'm just going to call this the same name, dark wood clad 00 dark wood clad. So after calling this dark wood cladding, I'm just going to click on this icon, go to appearance, go to wood. So this is not necessarily going to be timber, but the appearance is going to look like timber. So I'm just going to be looking for something dark I can use. So I'm going to be using this walnut. I'm going to go to graphics, use render appearance, click on apply, OK. And then I'm going to click on apply. The thickness, I'm going to make the thickness 25 millimeter. Apply again, click OK. So now I've done this for this one. Now I'm now going to go over here now, and I'm going to click on Munion. Then after I click on Munion, I'm going to click on this drop down. I'm just going to click on edit type, click on duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 invisible Munion. So after calling this invisible Munion, I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to change the thickness of this Munion to 5, or I can make it 10. Then I'm going to change the width on one side to 5, the width on the other side to 5. Then I'm going to assign a new material. I'm just going to go to the top. Then I'm just going to search for air. So this air is basically the best thing for invisible. So once I see air, I'm going to click on it. I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click apply and click OK here. So I can place one here for sample. So you can see it just creates a gap in between. Then now I'm going to select this cladding panel again, and I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to go under this cutting panel. Since I've already created this brown cladding panel, let me just push this here. We have seen this ground planning panel. If you click on this drop down, we're also going to see it here. So you can see the system panel, dark wood cladding. So I'm going to select it. I'm also going to select these munions. For the borders, I'm not going to select any munion. I'm just going to select this interior type, invisible munion. Interior type, invisible, not main munion, please, invisible munion. Then I'm going to click on apply, and I'm going to click OK. So you can see as this thing just set with what we are working with. So this is still a bit too wide, so I can click on this. I can click on edit type. I can still even change this spacing to 2.8 or 2.7. Then reduce this width to 1.2. Click on apply and see how it looks. Okay, this is too wide. I can increase this back to 1.5, and I can click on OK. So now we have arranged these cladding panels. Let's go back to first floor. Then we can just click it and drag it to this end. The same thing, we can just click on mirror here. Click on this edge here. Let me just pick this edge here and mirror it at 45 degrees. Then we can now click on this cladding and drag it back here. Then if you go back to 3D, okay, it's going to show unjoin elements. If you go back to 3D view now, we can always go to this part of the building. We're going to click on this, and we can drop this down to NGL. Unjoin elements. Okay, so we can even go to this NGL too, and we can just go. So you see the advantage of using cutting walls to create your cladding panels. So we can go to this wall, can select the cladding panel, set it up to first floor. Then we can just draw it from here to here. Okay, then if you click on 3D view, we're going to see it. So so far this is looking beautiful, I think, and our element is coming out well. The design is coming out well itself. So I can just click on this stuff. I can even delete this here. I don't need this cladding panel. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to select this wall here and click Control, hold Control, select this wall as well. Click on it and change it to dark wall 225. I'm going to click on unjoin elements. Oh, I think this is going to contrast very well in this area. So now we have created these cladding panels. We are now going to create some normal cutting wall system here. After we create the cutting wall system here, we are now going to also create columns that are going to support this slab entrance here. So let's go back to first floor again. So now we are going to go over to this side. We are going to be drawing some cutting wall. So instead of stressing ourselves, we can go back to DPC. We can just select this cutting wall here and select this one here. Then we can click on copy to clipboard. We can click on paste, align to selected levels, then paste it on first floor. Click OK. Then on this first floor, we are just going to go to this first floor. Then we are going to click on this door and change it back to normal panel glazed. So we are going to go over here and put it at glazed. So I'm just going to go back to this 3D view now. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to select this cutting wall. I'm going to set the top constraint to the ceiling level. Then I'm also going to click on this one here, click on escape, select this one too, and do the same thing for it. Then I'm going to make sure this top offset is checked at 0. Click on this, make sure this is set at 0. Okay, so slowly but surely our hotel is coming out well. So another thing to do is, like, for example, I want to create some contrast on this side. So I can just click on this wall here, click on this wall here, and I'm going to change this to dark wall paint. This dark wall 225, that is dark. Okay, so we have a contrasting element here. So now what we are going to do for this, okay, I think we are working on here. So let's just take this one after the other, even though it's tempting for me to run around the whole place. So I'm still going to come back to this side because I want to do some things. So I'm just going to click on this corner here. So I'm going to get a direct 45 degrees here. So I'm just going to go here. I'm going to go to cutting grid, and I'm just going to be placing some cutting grid here. I'm just basically be placing a cutting grid on this soffit of this floor, then placing it on the lintel level. So it's just going to be continuous like that. So it's just going to be a long glaze panel. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to hover around this. I'm going to click on tab here. Once I've selected this panel, I'm just going to click it. Then I'm just going to unpin it here. Then I'm going to click on this drop down, change it to solid. Then I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate. Then I'm just going to call this 0100 brown cladding panels. So after giving it this name, I'm just going to click on OK. I'm going to go to this thickness, change it to 25. Then this offset, I think I can leave it at 10. Then after I've done this, I'm now going to click on this material and I'm going to look for this brown cladding we've used previously. So I'm going to click on this cladding brown, click on OK, apply, and click OK. So what we can now do is we are going to manually select some panels here, and we're just going to be altering the properties. So I'm going to go here, click on tab here, select this middle one, click on tab 2. After I hover around it and I've highlighted this one, I'm going to hold Control and select it. I need to hold Control to select multiple. I'm going to remove from my hand from Control, click on tab again. Once the panel is highlighted, I'm going to hold Control and select it again. I'm going to click on tab again, hold Control, select it, click on tab here, hold Control, select this, hover around this, click on tab, hold Control, select this. So after doing this, okay, I'm not meant to select those two there. I'm going to click on tab again, hold Shift to deselect it, click on tab again, hold Shift, deselect this, and click on tab. Once it's highlighted, hold Shift, deselect it. Then I'm going to click on tab again. Once this middle one is selected, I'm going to hold Control. So already by what I'm picking, you can see the pattern here. I'm going to unpin this, click on this drop down and change it to brown cladding panels. So you can see the kind of jittered effect I'm creating. Then I'm going to rotate this to left view, so I'm going to see this other cutting wall panel very well. So now I'm going to be doing the same thing I did for that one, but this time I'm just going to go to cutting grid. I'm going to pick here, pick this soffit, pick here, pick this soffit, pick here, pick this soffit here. I think these ones are good. So now I'm also going to be selecting some panels here. So I'm going to click on tab here, select this one. I'm going to select this one here, click on tab, hold Control, select this, click on tab, hold Control, this two, tab, select this, hold Control, tab, hold Control, tab here, hold Control, tab here too, hold Control, tab here too, hold Control. Then I'm just going to go over, unpin this, click on this drop down, and I'm now going to select brown cladding panels. Okay, so now this is done. You can see how this facade is already coming out. So like I said, let's create columns for you. So for these columns, the columns is going to use to create an element here. So for this, I'm going to go to NGL now because I have an idea in mind. Then once I go to this NGL, what I'm always going to do, I can see the highlight of the first floor because the underlay is turned on. So I'm just going to go over here. I think here is good for the columns, and I'm going to go to architecture, mod component, model in place. Then I'm just going to select columns as the family category. Then I'm going to click on sweep, I'm going to click on sketch path, and I'm going to pick from this point up to 450. Then after I've done this, I'm going to click on finish. I'm going to click on edit profile. I'm going to click on, it's going to ask me to select a view. I'm going to click on open 3D view. Then I'm going to rotate this to the front. So after rotating this, I'm just going to zoom in here. Then I'm going to draw a line from here. Draw it to this point. Then I can click on offset and offset this line back by 225. So it's going to make sure it catches the wall. I'm going to make sure the copy is checked off. click on this. Then I'm just going to click on this and just draw this profile around here up to this point. Then I'm going to extend this to 450, that is to align here. Then I'm going to bring this to this point here. Then I'm just going to bring this out by 600, bring this to this point, bring this out by another 600, bring this down to this point here, then bring this out by 300. Then I'm just going to join this here. Okay, I can still always click on this and want to extend this to 1.2, so the slope is going to come out well. I'm going to click on this, then join this here. So after doing this, I'm going to give this a material. I'm just going to be giving it wall paint, so I'm going to be saying wall. So once I see this wall paint, white wall paint, I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click finish and finish. So you can see as this element is coming out. Then I'm going to go back to NGL. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to be copying it by 900 millimeters. So the gap is going to be just moderate. So if you rotate this to this view now, you can see these columns here, the way it came out, which I think it's looking beautiful. Then I'm going to click on finish. So just simple and straight to the point. So now I'm now going to go back. I think it's time to now go back to this front now. So in this front now, there's still some things I want to do, especially pertaining to this entrance here. So remember that in this ground floor, I've not created most of the fenestration, but the character of the facade has already come out to a large extent. So I'm going to be creating the light shading cover for this entrance. So for this, I'm going to go to first floor where the cover is going to be. Okay, sorry, not fourth floor, first floor. So once I go to that first floor, I'm going to go to this underlay and set it back to DPC. So we're going to see the underlay of the DPC. We can see where the terrace is. We can also see here too, this terrace here. And I think, okay, I think this one too. I think this one at the back too is another one. So what we're now going to do now is we're just going to go here. We're going to go to architecture. We're going to go to components. We're going to go to model in place. So this time I'm going to be using floors. The reason why I'm using floors is that it's not because I'm creating floors. It's once I create something, I want to be seeing it on this level. So once I create these floors, I'm now going to go to sweep. Then I'm going to go to sketch paths. I'm now going to draw the path I want to sketch from here to this point here, up to this point here, then draw it to this point here. Okay, then I'm going to click on finish. So after doing this, I'm now going to click on edit profile. I'm going to go to 3D view. Then I'm now going to edit the profile. So I'm going to rotate this to this left side. So what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to draft a box first. I'm going to be drawing a line from here. The line is going to extend up to 150. The line is going to go as deep as 100. Then I'm just going to pick here and join this here. So for this, I'm just going to create another line here, 15 millimeter, 10 here, 10 here. Then I'm going to click on escape, delete this line in between. I'm going to select these 4 lines, click on mirror. I'm going to pick this middle line here and pick this here. So I'm going to click on split. I'm going to split here too. Then I'm just going to trim this here. So I'm just going to click on fillet arc. I'm going to pick here, bevel here, pick this line here, bevel here, pick this line too, bevel here too, pick this line here, bevel here. So after I've done this now, I'm now going to click on this edge of this arc, change this to 5, click on this, 5, click on this, this is 5, click on this, this is 5. Then I'm going to click on this and assign a new material. I'm going to just click on this, right click, duplicate, and I'm going to be calling this trellis metal. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on this icon. I'm going to go to appearance. Then I'm just going to go to metals. Then I'm just going to select this aluminum gray. Graphics, make sure I choose render appearance, click on apply, click OK. Then I'm going to click on finish. So after I've outlined this, I'm going to go back to first floor. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy this out to this point where I have this here. So after doing this, now I'm going to click on this, click on edit sweep, click on edit sketch path. Then I'm just going to drag this line to this point here. I'm also going to click on this and try and drag this line. I'm just going to click on AL here. I'm going to select this line here, then align this here. So I can now delete this line here. Then I can just click on this and push this out to this point here. Then I'm just going to click on this line work here, and I'm going to just pick this line from here up to here. Then I'm going to trim this together. Then I can click on finish. So after I've done this, now we're now going to go back to this 3D view now. So I'm going to rotate this now. So what I'm now going to do is I'm basically going to be creating another kind of repetitive trellis. So this trellis I'm going to create, or what I can do now is to now use cutting walls to create this trellis system. Okay, so I'm going to click on finish. So what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to go to this first floor. Then I'm just going to go to architecture. Then I'm now going to go to components. Okay, sorry, I'm going to go to roof. Under this roof, instead of this white roof, I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to click on slope glazing. So once I click on this slope glazing, I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate. Then I'm just going to call this trellis. So after I click on trellis, I'm just going to click OK, and I'm going to click OK. Then I can just click on this box here and just draw a simple box for now, and just click on finish. Okay, so this is just a normal glaze panel system. So what we're now going to do now is now going to be what really makes this different. So I'm now going to go to file. I'm going to go to, okay, so instead of going to file, I'm just going to click on munions first. I can click on save project. So it's always important to save your project. I'm now going to click on this drop down. I'm going to select this main munion. So I'm going to click on edit, and I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 trellis munion. So after calling this trellis munion, I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click on this material, and I'm going to change it to trellis metal. Then after clicking on this trellis metal, I'm going to click OK. I'm going to change the width on each side to be 35 or 37.5. The same here, 37.5. I'm going to set the depth to be 100 millimeter. Then after doing this now, I'm now going to just click on escape. I'm going to click on this now. I'm going to click on edit type. Then I'm now going to click on this grid 1, and I'm just going to click on this grid layout to be fixed distance, and I'm going to fix this distance at 600 or 900 millimeters. Then I'm just going to go to this cutting panel, and I'm going to change this to cutting panel glazed. Then I'm now going to go to this grid, and I'm just going to call this grid 1. That is, I'm going to be calling this grid 1 I'm going to put the munion as trellis munion. Then I'm just going to click on apply and click OK. So now what I'm now going to do now is I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit footprint. I'm going to delete all of this first. I'm just going to now go to pick line. I'm going to be picking the edges here. So if I can't pick the edges, I'm just going to pick from here. Draw this here. Here as well. Pick to this point here. And pick to this point. So now I'm just going to join this here. So after I've done this, I'm just going to select all of this, and I'm going to uncheck all these define slopes. Then I'm going to uncheck this base offset to 0. Then I'm going to click on finish. So it's showing issue with the sketch. I'm going to click on continue. I'm just going to use this trim tool and trim everything I can trim. Then click on finish. So now we have done this. If you go to 3D view now, and we go to this back region where we worked on, you are going to see we have created this trellis. So what we can now do now is we are going to change this type of glass here. So instead of this being glass, this is going to be some polystyrene panels. So I can just click on this and I can make the offset 75 millimeters. Then I can click on tab, select one of this panel, click on edit type, okay, unpin it first, sorry, then click on edit type, duplicate, and call this 00 blue polystyrene. So polystyrene is a material they can use for, is a lightweight material they can use for shading device. So I'm going to click on OK. I'm going to click on this material, right click, duplicate, call this 00 blue polystyrene, blue poly. Then I'm just going to click on this icon here to change them, assign a new material. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to go to glass. Then I'm just going to select this blue glazing, click on graphics, click on use render appearance, click on apply, click on OK, apply and OK. So now I've done this, I'm just going to select this whole roofing system. I'm going to go to edit type. I'm going to go over to this glazing here and change this to polystyrene, blue polystyrene, apply. I'm going to click OK. So now I've done this, I'm going to go back to first floor. I'm going to go over here where this entrance is, and I'm just going to do the same thing. I'm just going to go to roof. I'm going to now change this to 75, this base offset. Then instead of basic roof, I'm going to change this to trellis. Then I can just click this pick line to pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here as well, pick here, pick here too, pick here. Then I can now use my line work, pick this corner here, pick this point here, pick this and pick this. Then I'm now going to click on trim and I'm going to trim everything together. Trim here too, trim here too, trim here. Then I'm going to select all these profile lines. I'm going to uncheck this define slopes. Then I'm just going to click on finish. Okay, so what I can do now is I can click on this now. Since this is facing this way, I can click on this, edit type, duplicate and call this trellis 2. Then instead of setting this as fixed grade 1 as fixed distance, I'm going to set this as fixed distance and I'm going to put the same 900. Then I'm going to click on this and change it to none. Click on apply, click on OK, and click on delete grid line. Then I can click on this, change it back to slope glazing. Okay, then click on this and change it back to trellis 2. So it's going to work. So if I click on, okay, there's a mistake. I'm just going to click on this now. I've not yet fully edited it. I'm going to click on tab. I'm going to click on edit type. So now I'm going to set this grids 2. I'm going to set this to trellis mullion. Click on apply and click on OK. So it's going to form the trellis mullion. So if you click on 3D view now, we're going to see that we have nice trellis mullions here and a nice cover for this. Okay. So now this is done. We're now going to do the small thing I wanted to do at this front too, which is I want to create a band, just a normal band of sweep here. So I'm just going to click on these two cladding panels and I'm going to click this top offset as -150. So what I'm now going to do is going to say on join element. So what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to go to ceiling level, or I think I'm going to go to, okay, let me just go to ceiling level now. Then I'm now going to go to click on this roof, click on HH to hide it. I can also click on this curtain wall panel here, HH to temporarily hide it. Click on this HH. So I'm just going to go to component model in place. I'm going to use normal case work. Then I'm just going to click OK. So I'm going to click on sweep. I'm going to click on sketch path. So I'm going to be sketching my path from here. Pick here, pick here too, pick here, pick here. Okay, so I think this works. Then I'm now going to draw it up to here. Then I'm going to click on finish. I'm going to go to 3D. I'm going to rotate this to this approach. Select profile, edit the profile. Then I'm just going to go here and draft out the profile. I want to draft out 150. Then I'm going to put 75, just basically a box. Then I'm just going to assign a new material. This material will be normal white plaster, my favorite material in Revit. So it's just for a white gypsum painted finish or white paint finish, stuff like that. Okay, so this is looking nice and all, so I'm going to click on finish. So another thing I want to do on this facade now is if you look at this place now, we are going to look, this is black, and this thing is not just still giving me that contemporary vibes I'm looking for. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select some of these walls here. So you see this wall now, I'm now going to create another set of character. So I'm going to hold Control, select this wall here, select this wall here, select this wall here, select this one here. Then I'm going to go here too, select this wall, select this one here, select this wall, hold Control, select this one here, select this wall here. Then I'm also going to go here too, I think like this. Yeah, I'm going to select this, select this, select this, select this, and select this. Then the same thing for here. Hold Control and do it. So after I've selected all of this, I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change it back to normal white wall. That is normal wall 225. Okay, so after changing this to normal wall 225, so you this is just going to create an altering character. So not just I'm going to do this, I'm still going to create a cladding extrusion on top, this similar to what I did here. So let me just go over to this view here and do the same thing. I'm going to rotate this view to this point here and just basically do the same stuff. So we're going to do the same here. I'm going to hold Control, select this, select this, so the same here. So after selecting this now, I'm now going to click on this and change it back to normal white wall 2251. So now when I've done this, I'm now going to rotate this to this front now. So I'm now going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to components, model in place, I'm going to scroll down, I'm going to select walls, then I'm going to click OK. So I'm just going to click on extrusion, I'm going to click on set, pick work plane, then I'm just going to be clicking on tab, select this work plane, then I'm going to draw a box here to this point. Now I'm going to click on this and draw another box here from here to this point. Then I'm just going to assign a material, so I'm going to be assigning this normal white wall paint. So I'm going to start wall and I'm just going to, I think I should see it. So I'm going to click OK. So now I've assigned this, I can now select this, the same thing, just click another box here and do basically repeat what I just did now. So after I've done this, I'm going to select this too. I'm going to click on copy and I'm just going to copy this from this point and paste this here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So now you see that this facade element now has more depth and I think it's coming out well. So we're just going to click on this, we're going to click on copy, we're going to copy this off here. Then after copying this off here, I'm just going to go and click on this, pick new surface, then I'm just going to be picking this plane here. So after doing this now, we're going to rotate to this view now. And I'm just going to click on move and I'm just going to move this from this end here to this point here. Click on tab and pick this point here. So now we have done this looking beautiful. I'm going to click on finish. So you can see how this effect is coming out. I think it's coming out very nice, and so far we have done a wonderful work. So now we are going to go back to this DPC, and we are going to be running cutting walls where cutting walls are and the necessary fenestrations. So this is now where the facade should finally come out. Okay, before we do that, I want to create an effect here. So I just want to create a void extrusion here and create a dark line here. So it's very simple. I'm going to go to architecture, components, model in place, casework, click OK, click OK as well. Then I'm going to go to void forms, click on void extrusion, set, pick plane. Then I'm just going to click on tab, pick this plane. Then I'm going to draw a box from this corner here to this corner here. So I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting from this side, offsetting from here, offsetting from here. This is 225 from here, 225 from here. Okay, now after I've done this, I'm now going to click on 150 offset, offset 150 here, offset 150 here, offset 150 from this top side, offset 150 here, offset 150 here. Then I'm going to set this extrusion end to be 75, click on finish. Then I'm just going to click on this, zoom out here. Okay, rotate this a bit. Then I'm going to click on cut. I'm going to click on cut geometry, click on this void and select this wall for it to cut it. Then I'm going to click on finish. Then now I've done this, now I can go to this icon here called paint, click on it. Then I'm just going to look for this dark wall paint, and I'm going to paint the intrusion here. So I can just simply click on gray and just paint here gray, click on escape. So this is just looking nice. So look at how it's looking. I think this is looking decent so far. So I'm going to click on escape now. Then I'm now going to finally go back to DPC. So in this DPC, you are going to see that we have basically not really done anything in terms of fenestration. So let's start working. So I'm going to go to annotate detail line, and I'm going to just draw a line from here. So this line is going to segment where I want to create cutting walls. So in these corners like this, I'm just going to leave it free without cutting walls because there might be columns there. So for structural consideration, it's good we leave it clear. So I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to walls, I'm going to click on this and look for a normal window CW. Then I'm going to set this from DPC up to even first floor. Then I'm going to put this offset at -450. So this is the main entrance to the hall. So I'm just going to pick it well, pick this and put a big glaze in here. Okay, then I'm just going to go to this 3D view. So in this 3D view, you can already see the interiors of the hall, which is looking nice. So I'm going to go to cutting grids, and I'm going to be placing some here. I'm going to be placing let me start from this side. One, I'm going to place one. This is the main entrance, 1.8 meter. Then I'm going to place two here. Then I'm going to place another one here. So after doing this, I'm going to hover around this center tab, click on tab here to select this big one here. Click on tab, select this big panel, unpin it, click on this drop down and change it to double swing door. Okay, so this is the main entrance of the hall. It's looking fine and hell. Okay, so now we're now going to go over back to DPC, and we're going to continue our draft. So I'm just going to go to wall again. So this time I'm going to be clicking on this and changing the top constraint to the lintel, not lintel 2, sorry, lintel 1. I'm going to remove this top offset, change this to 0. Then I'm going to be putting the base offset to 300 millimeter. So I'm going to draw from here up to, okay, I'm going to hover around, draw from here up to this point. Then after I do that, I'm now going to go over to this, go to this 3D view here. Then I'm going to rotate this to this side here. So now I've rotated this to this side. Honestly, this spacing here is not really making sense to me. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on this, set it up to first floor, change this to -450. Okay, from this first floor. So we are using a lot of glass panels in this work. So I'm going to go to cutting grid now, and I'm going to place some cutting grid here. So this is 3 meters here, so I'm going to place 3 here and 1 horizontal. So what I can do now to just increase the complexity of this, I can click on tab here, select this panel here, and just click on unpin and click on this and change it to this our brown cladding panels. Okay, Then I'm just going to go back to this DPC. So I can use this as a single unit of windows. So what I can do now is, just for structural consideration, I can click on this underlay and change it back to first floor. So another important thing I was supposed to do earlier, but it's just that with my experience of design, I didn't need to do it. So, and we got this far without any much problems, is the grid lines. So normally grid lines used to come earlier than this, but I'll just draw it after I finish creating these curtain walls. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy this, click on this curtain wall from here and copy this here. Okay, then we're going to click on this again, click on this edge here, and copy this to this edge here. So I think this spacing in the center is good, because so if they are running any columns from here, it's not going to be a problem. So we're just going to select these two here. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy this from here and paste this here. So the same thing on this side, I'm just going to click on this one here, click on copy, copy this here and place this here. Okay, so you can see that even from this design, if you look at this 3D view, from this design that is actually structurally just basic, you can see that we can work with the facade so much that it's going to come out to be this beautiful. So we're just going to go back to this DPC now, and we're going to select this curtain wall here, hold Control, select this, hold Control, select this, select this. Then we're just going to click on copy, and we're going to just copy this from this point to this other wall here. So you can see this hall is well cross ventilated. Then we can even click on this one here, click on copy, copy this from here and copy this to this point. Okay, so now we have done this, we're now going to go over to these spaces. So unlike these spaces now, unlike these other spaces here, some of these spaces don't really need the biggest of windows. For example, this cloakroom, but we can still put big windows here and it's not really going to mean too much. Okay, so this is the front of the building, so why not? What am I even saying? So I'm going to click on this, I'm going to just copy this out of here. So after copying this out of here, I'm going to click on this, I'm going to click on rotate this by 90 degrees. Then I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to move this from this point here to this point. Then I'm going to click on copy, I'm going to pick this point here, copy this here. I'm going to also pick this point here and copy this here. So I'm going to click on escape, I'm going to click this wall here, click on copy. Then I'm going to click on this and copy this to this point here. Then I'm also going to copy this here. So now after we have done this, let's just look at the 3D and look at what it's looking at. So if you look at the 3D now, you can see that this is already coming out now. Okay, so now we have gotten to this point. I think it's time we work on the grids. So grids are important elements in architectural designs. Let me just define it properly. So what are grids? So grids basically are imaginary lines. So these imaginary lines are like reference lines. So they help you know where elements are in designs. For instance, you have a grid. If you are working in a construction now, you have grids on the horizontal and grids on the vertical axis. So each of these grids on this horizontal axis, they tell you where things on that horizontal axis is. Like for example, you are looking for a particular structural column, you are looking for a particular element, you are looking for a particular space in consideration. So grids are those imaginary lines, and these imaginary lines are reflected in all the floors. So it basically helps you know where what is what and what you are looking for. Okay, so we are going to create these grids. They are very simple to create in Revit. So now we're in first floor. Let's first turn off this underlay. Then we're just going to go to this architecture tab. We're now going to see this icon called grids here. So once we have selected this grid, we are now going to click on this and select the type of grid. So if you have transferred this template, you are going to see this 8mm bubble. We are going to click on edit. We are going to make sure these two symbols are checked on and click OK. So we are going to start from here. So grids are usually placed at major structural walls. So these major structural walls includes external walls. It also includes like walls that are really important structurally. Okay, so another big mistake I just made now, I just found out now, is I didn't create an expansion joint here, which is very important. I'm supposed to do that, but we are going to find a way and see how we can create it, even if it means reducing this room by a bit, which is fine. So I'm just going to click on this and call this grid 1. Okay, it's going to automatically name it. So if this is grid 1, if I click on this and click to this point, this is going to be grid 2. I'm going to click again to this point here, this is going to be grid 3. I'm going to click from this point here, this is going to be grid 4. I'm going to click from this point here now, this is the expansion joint, this is going to be grid 5. From this point here, this is going to be grid 6. So you can see, because of my experience in design, you can see automatically most of these grids and most of these walls are created are aligning, meaning they are into grids, that is why it's structurally stable. So after we select this one, we are now going to select this here. We are going to call this grid 7. I'm going to click on this, call this grid 8. Going to call this I think we can call this grid 9. Okay, let's click on this one first. Click on this grid 9. Click on this grid 10. Click on this grid 11. Click on this grid 12 and click on this grid 13. So now we've selected all these grids. What we can now do now is to click on one of them. After we click on one of them, we just drag it, and once it aligns with the other one, it's going to like snap and highlight. So you can see this highlight blue line as attached to this one. Then once it's attached, we can click and it's going to drag them together. Then we can now click this and drag this out of this wall element. So we can click on this one too. We can drag this too. We can go further, see if there's any grid left. Click on this, drag this to this point here. Click on this grid 3, drag it to align here. Then click on this, all of them will go together, and drag this out here. So now we have created all these grids. Just to fact check that we didn't leave any grid behind, we are going to count from here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 5 is not here, so we can click on this 5 now and try and drag this 5 to join here. Okay, so 5, 6. So if these grids are closely packed together, we can click on one of them. We are going to see this zigzag icon here. Click on it and it's going to distort a bit, so we can adjust it how we want. Can adjust it how we want. So we have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So after we have done creating these grids, we are now going to create the vertical ones. So we are going to click on grid here. We are going to start from here. And instead of calling this 14, we are now going to give this a new name, numerical system or naming system. So we are going to be calling this alphabetical A. So I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on grid again. I'm going to pick this from here. This is going to be B. I'm going to pick this here. This is going to be C. I'm going to be, so grids go from top to bottom and from left to right, just like architectural drawing. So just like that is by the way. So I'm going to pick this to this point. I'm going to pick this here, grid E. Here I'm going to pick this grid F. Here I'm going to also pick this grid G. Here I'm going to pick this too, grid H. I'm going to also pick this now, grid I. So now remember I said I'm going to add an expansion joint. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on this door here, and I'm just going to move this by 250. Okay, so after moving this by 250, I'm just going to click on this wall here. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm just going to copy this by 250. Okay, so the same thing for this. Click on this, copy this by 250. Then after doing so, I can now click on this wall here, join this here. Then I can click on these two walls, go to copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, second, third and fourth. Click OK. So after this, I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to click on this cutting wall here. I'm going to drag this here. Then I'm going to click on this cutting grid, change it back to 750. So it's going to adjust back. So I'm going to go to the subsequent floors and I'm just going to adjust this change here quickly. So I'm going to select, okay, 1, 2, move this by 250. Click on this, drag this to join here. Click on this 750. So I'm going to go to third floor, the same thing. Click on this, select this, move it 250. Click on this, drag this to this second wall. Click on this, make this, okay, make sure it's dragged here. Then just click on this cutting wall system now. Drag this, click on this, make sure it's 750. Go to fourth floor. So in this fourth floor, it's kind of a bit different, but still the same thing. Click on this, move this by 250. So after moving this by 250, we're going to click on this, drag this here. Click on this 750. Okay, so now we have adjusted this thing quickly. We are going to go back to this first floor where we are drawing our grid. We're now going to click on grid and we're going to draw it on this expansion joint here. So this is going to be I and J. We're going to click on this and we're going to draw another grid here. Very important grid. We're now going to go here and we're going to draw another grid from here. We're going to draw another one from here. Then we're going to draw one from here. So now the same zigzag stuff, we're going to click on this icon here. Then we can click on one of these grid line. We can now go and start dragging this to this point. Click on this one too. Drag this here. We can also find anyone left. Then we're just going to click on these ones here and drag this up. Okay. Join this here together. Then drag them up. Click on this and drag them up. So now all of them are aligned. You can now drag all of them together off here. Can click on this and just give this. So we have our grid lines here, and if you go to even lintel, you are going to see those grid lines. If you go to DPC, you are going to see those grid lines. So let's just off this underlay since we don't need them now. So this grid line is going to help us to be locating things. So for instance, now we have this is grid F. So if I'm talking about go to grid F, if you go to this first floor too, we are going to see where this grid F is, which is around here. So this is how grids can be helpful in Revit. So now let's go back to DPC and complete the fenestrations we were working in. So I'm going to go back to this DPC now. So I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy this to this AC unit side. Then I'm just going to click on escape, click on this, and I'm going to reduce it to 2.4. Then once I reduce it to 2.4, I'm going to click on this grid now and I'm going to distribute the distance between the 2.4. Change this to 800 too. Let me just make sure this is 2.4. So what I can do is to go to annotate detail line, draw a line to 2.4. And once I do it, I can just click on this, click escape, click on this cutting wall system job. So since this is an AC unit room, if you go to 3D view, this window doesn't need to be high in this AC unit room. It doesn't need to be this big. So we're just going to click on this and we're going to increase the height offset to 1.8 meters. Then after doing so, it's going to delete some grid elements. Then I'm going to change this top constraint to lintel to 1, and I'm going to remove this 0. So it's just going to be a simple high level window. So I'm just going to click on copy to clipboard. I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels, first, second, third and fourth. So remember that this is an AC unit room, so it doesn't need to have many big windows. I'm going to click on unjoin element, unjoin. So it's going to Okay, let me just hope it doesn't delete anything major. Okay, so this is just basically me just creating some small windows for what is called again, for this cutting this AC unit. So this single unit AC is just where they were going to be keeping the single unit AC of each floor. So we are going to go to this first floor now, and we are going to now create a cutting wall system for this. We are going to be creating the long cutting wall system. So this long cutting wall system includes places like here and here, where we will need to throw light into this lobby. So what we can do for here is we can click on this cutting wall, click on copy, and we can just copy this from here up to this point here. Then I can click on move and move this here. Okay, so we have our cutting wall simple like that. We can also do the same for this. Click on this, click on copy, click on this edge here, copy this to this point here. Then after copying this, we can click on this and just drag this to this point here. So we are going to click on delete elements and drag this to this point here. So after doing this now, we are just going to go over to this utility room, and we're going to just do the same thing. So I'm going to click on this window here, I'm going to click on copy, I'm going to click on this point here, and I'm just going to paste this point here. Then I'm going to click on move, and I'm just going to move this to this end here. Then I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to click on copy. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. Then I'm just going to align it to second, third, and fourth floor, and click OK, because this is going to be a storage utility here. Then I'm going to go back to this 3D view. I'm going to see so far what we have done, which is still coming out nice. So I'm going to go to this back side. So this place where this restaurant is, I'm also going to still create railings here and still do something similar to what I did in the restaurant here by creating a glazed opening here, as well as these other spaces. So let me go back to DPC now. So now in this DPC, okay, I think there's an issue here. So this wall, for some reason, let me go to 3D view and rotate this to the front. The wall is deleted, so I'm going to try and find out why the thing deleted. So let me go back to this DPC again. So I'm just going to click on this wall here, and I'm going to extend it all the way here. Okay, so now it has rectified. Now I think we can continue. So this dry and cold store, we're going to be using this high level windows here, as well as this laundry store. Click on this, click on copy, and we're just going to paste this here. We're also going to paste this here, and we're going to click on mirror and just mirror this to this point here. So after doing this now, we're going to be selecting these two windows here, or these two walls slash windows. Okay, these two cutting walls. We're going to click on this. We're going to click on copy to this kitchen. So the only difference between windows in kitchen and windows in normal places, let me just click on this and adjust it to the center line. Just move this here. The difference between windows in kitchens and windows in normal space is that windows in kitchens are usually 1 meter above the DPC. So this 1 meter is because of the cabinet that is going to go around the kitchen. So we're going to change this base offset to 1 meter. So after doing so, if you go back to 3D and we rotate this here, we can now see that this kitchen, okay, we can see that this high level windows is going to serve for this kitchen. So going back to DPC again, we're now going to go over here, this long cutting wall. We're now going to click on copy. Then we're going to copy it from here off to this point here. Then we're just going to, before we paste it, drag it back inside this wall, we're going to drag it to this level here. We're going to delete the elements. Then we're just going to click on move, and we're just going to move this here. So now, instead of leaving this as glazing, I'm going to select these two panels, and I'm going to change it back to normal glazed panels. So I'm going to select this glazed, so it's going to just be normal cutting wall. So now I remember what I said I'm going to do. I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to railing, I'm going to select this minimalist railing, change this offset to 0. Then I'm just going to click on this line, draw line tool, but this time I'm going to be putting this offset at -25. Then I'm just going to draw this from here. Okay, let me draw this from here instead. Click on this point and draw this to this point. Then I'm just going to click on trim, and I'm going to trim this here, and I'm going to click on finish. So now we have our full we have done some nice work. So now another important thing to do is we will need to place some windows, toilet windows here. So those are also very important too. We need to place these toilet windows here. So what we can do now is to go over to this space here, this where we have this toilet, high level toilet windows. Click on copy it out of here, then paste it somewhere here. Then we're going to rotate it by 90 degrees. Then we're just going to reduce this, drag this and reduce the length to about 600. Delete the element. Then we're going to click on move. Click on this point here. Move this to this point here. Then we're just going to adjust this here. Okay, so now we're just going to be doing the same thing. We're going to copy this, click on this and copy this to here. So I'm going to click on this too. I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm going to mirror this from this point here to this other point. Then after doing this, I'm just going to select this windows here, and I'm going to click on copy. I'm going to copy from here, paste here, paste here too, paste here, paste here too. Okay, so now we are done with this convenience windows now. By the way, we use curtain wall for all the fenestration well, which I've explained the reason why I use it. So we're now going to be creating some ground to ceiling, ground to roof curtain walls for these stairways. So these ones we're just going to go to walls here. So we're going to click on edit type. We're going to click on duplicate, so it's going to be faster. We're going to call this CW2. Click OK. Then we're now going to add this vertical grid to fix distance. This we're going to ask you to fix distance. Then this vertical grid, we're going to be setting it at 1.2, or okay, I think 1.2 or 600 is okay. Then this horizontal spacing, we're going to be setting it 2.1. Going to click apply, click OK. Then before I do that, I'm still going to edit it. I think okay, the munions are there, so I'm going to click from this point here and drag it up to 1.2 meter. So now we're going to click on this. We're going to set the top constraint to roof level or ceiling level. Then after setting it, I can click on this to adjust this. Then I'm just going to copy it across this emergency stairway and all those stuff. So I'm going to click on this, click here and copy it to here, copy this down to this point here. So I'm going to click on move. I'm going to move this here. Then I'm also going to copy this to this edge here. Then I can always click on mirror it from this angle and copy it to this edge here. Then I can click on this, drag it and adjust it. Then change this back to 600. Okay, so now I've done this, I can click on this and adjust this here. We can go back to this space now. We are going to look whether we can create, we need to create another window for this. Instead of creating a window, we can just extend this to 1.8. So it's going to be 3 panels. Then we can just click on this curtain wall, click on this glaze cladding panel curtain wall over it, drag it and adjust it to suit. Go to first floor, then click on the same thing and adjust it to suit. So let's look at this building overall again, and let's look at what is left, especially pertaining to this facade. So far it's going very well, and what we are just going to do is we're now going to do some refining touches for this trellis here, this slab here, this deck here that is shading this, and also a design element. We're just going to try and refine it and see whether we can also add some ceilings to this work now. So we're just going to go to this, click on this. For this we can use walls to do this. We are just going to click on this, click on HH, this roof, click on this roof again, HH. So we are going to rotate this to top view. So if you remember these walls I created there, let me just zoom in. If I select them, we're going to see the constraint. So it started from ceiling level to roof level with a base offset of 300. So we're going to do exactly that. We're going to go to architecture. We're going to go to walls. Under these walls, we're just going to click on this drop down. I'm going to be selecting this normal 150mm wall, this 150 white one. Then I'm going to be setting the top constraint to roof level, the base constraint to ceiling level. Then I'm going to set this base offset to 300. I'm going to set this wall center line to finish face interior. Then I'm going to be picking this edge here, pick this edge here, pick this edge, pick this edge, pick this edge. So after picking this, I'm just going to click on tab, select these 4 of them, click on copy, and just copy it accordingly. So after doing this now, we know this is good. So we can now use some extrusions to just do the okay, when we're creating ceiling, we're going to do that. So to start creating ceiling, we're going to need to turn on this our section box. So I'm just going to rotate this to the front. I'm going to click on this section box here. Then once I turn it on, I'm now going to click on it and I'm just going to drag it to this point here. So this section box helps us control even heavy projects, optimize it, and helps us control our views. So I'm going to rotate this so I'm going to see underneath it. So what I'm now going to do now is I'm just going to go to architecture, component, model in place. I'm going to go to ceiling and I'm going to click OK. Click OK. Then I'm going to click on extrusion. I'm going to click on set. I'm going to click on pick plane. I'm going to go underneath these walls here and pick this plane. Then I'm going to set the extrusion into 15mm. Then I'm going to just click a new material. I'm going to call this search for ceiling material. Let me see if I have. Then if I don't see any good ceiling material, I'm just going to click on this default ceiling. I'm going to click OK. Then I'm just going to use this pick line tool. I'm going to pick this edge here, pick this edge here, pick this edge as well. Then I'm going to pick here too. I'm also going to pick here too. I'm going to pick here too, pick here too, pick here too, pick here too. I'm also going to pick here as well. Then if you don't understand this thing I'm doing, you can go to let's say you can go to ceiling level so you can see everything clearly if you can't pick it from 3D. So I'm just going to click on trim here too, trim here as well. I'm going to go over here, trim here, trim here. Then I can go to this point and draw another line joining this. So for this part here, especially where we created these protrusions, we can just click on box tool. We can draw a box here. The same way, making provisions for those openings, select the 4 lines, then copy it repeatedly. After doing this, we're just going to click finish. If you go back to 3D, you're going to see how the thing came out, and it's going to be looking very refined. So now we have done this, okay, we don't even need to reach it up to this point. Create edit extrusion. Then I'm just going to trim here and trim here. Then I can delete these 2 lines. So I think this is fine like this. So after doing this now, we're now going to go to this, rotate this to the top. So once we've rotated it to the top, we're going to click on create again. I'm now going to click on extrusion. Then I'm going to click on set. I'm going to click on pick work plane. I'm going to be picking the top of this. Then I'm just going to rotate this to the top again. Then I'm just going to pick this box tool. The same way, pick here and pick here to create a box. Then I'm going to select this, click on copy, copy here, 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 and here. So after doing this, I'm now going to set this extrusion start at -25. Then I'm going to set this extrusion end at -35. Then I'm going to click on this material and I'm going to call this that blue polystyrene. I think I can call this CD cover. Okay, blue poly. Click OK, click finish, then click finish. So you can see that this element has been created well. So you can go over here and turn off this section box, or yeah, I think section box. Then I'm going to click on H arrow to unhide the roofs. So now we are now going to start going into some finishing touches. Okay, so even though we are still going to create the same way we created this ceiling here, we are going to create ceiling for each of these floors here, which I'm going to do gradually. Then I'm now going to create a kind of iconic element at this main entrance of this building to see how it's going to come out. Alright, so we're going to try and start creating this iconic element I want at this entrance of this building, and we're just going to see how it looks. If it doesn't look good, we are going to delete it, so it's not a risky thing. So we're going to go to this first floor level, and for this I want something like a funnel. So you can see this line here. I'm actually going to create it again, so let me delete this. So I'm going to go to annotate. I'm now going to go, in short, I'm going to go to architecture. Then I'm now going to go to model lines. So once I click on this model lines, I'm going to be selecting this start end radius arc. Then I'm going to click on it. I'm just going to pick this point. I'm going to draw it at 45 degrees to this point. Then I'm just going to arc it to form a perfect arc. So after doing this now, what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go to 3D view now. Then I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on set. I'm going to click pick work plane, and I'm just going to be picking this surface here. Then once I've picked this surface, I'm just going to rotate this here. Then I'm going to go to model line again. So once I click on model line, I'm now going to draft new set of line. So now I've rotated this to this view. If I'm not getting a good view, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go to NGL now, or go back to that first floor. Then I'm just going to go over to view, and I'm now going to click on section. Then I'm going to draw a new section from here, and I'm going to extend it up to this point. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on this section, and I'm going to see. So now from here, I'm now going to have the option to draw a line from this point here. So remember that if you go back to this first floor on the plan view, we are going to see this model line started from this edge here. So if you go back to this section here, we are also going to continue this model line from this same edge here. You are going to see the reason once I start massing. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to model lines. I'm going to click on pick a plane. I'm going to set this work plane as the plane. So after setting this, I'm now going to click on this line here, and I'm going to draw a line from here to this point. Then click on this point and extend this line up until this level here. So after doing this now, I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to just draw another line from here to 600 millimeter. Then I'm just going to drag this here and drag this here. So I've created something like a box now. So if you want this to be visible more, you can click on TL2 and turn off these 10 lines, so we are going to be seeing the lines clearly, so we can see the green line. Okay, so I just adjusted my mouse now, it was lagging. So I'm going to draw another line from here, and I'm going to be drawing this up to 600 millimeter. So what I'm going to now do now is I'm going to click on this arc, start arc 2. You can see the tool here. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to pick this point here, and I'm now going to go here and pick this point here. Then I'm just going to try and arc it and stop it at this line here if I can. Or if I can't do it, what I'm just simply going to do is I'm just going to click on escape. I'm going to click on this 600, and I'm going to make it 1.2, or let me just see how it looks, 1.2. Then I'm just going to delete this extra line that bulged out. Then I'm just going to go to model lines again, and I'm just going to click on this arc 2 here. I'm going to pick this point here, scroll down to this last point, pick this point here. Then I'm just going to stop this, hover around the center point. Once I get the center point, once this triangle is highlighted, I'm just going to place this here. So now I can click on this straight line and delete this. So the advantage of using this model line, delete this straight line. So what we are going to have left is just this arc line. So I can also delete these top ones too. So the advantage of using model line is that if you go to 3D view, you are going to see the model line. So you are going to see the advantage of this when we now start massing, because this is going to help us with our massing, with the massing we want to do. So now I'm now going to go to massing and site. In this massing and site, I'm now going to click on in place massing, mass in place. Then it's going to give a name, mass 1. Okay, so now what we are now going to do now is we are now going to pick a model line and a reference line. So we're going to start from the model line. So I'm going to click on model line. I'm going to click on set work plane. I'm just going to set the work plane as this same wall too. Then I'm just going to click on this model line. I'm going to be using these pick line tools here. Then I'm just going to pick this. So after picking this now, okay, I don't know if there's an issue. Let me rotate this and just make sure. Okay, so there's an issue here. It's actually picking this line here, so I'm going to delete this. I'm actually going to click on model line. I'm going to click on set work plane. Then I'm just going to try and pick here. Then I'm now going to click on this model line, pick this here. I'm going to click on set. So I'm just going to pick this line here. So I've picked our model line on this line. You can see that if I click on escape, it's overlapping that green model line we created, not using the massing interface. So I'm going to click on this reference line now. I'm going to click on pick. This time I'm now going to click on set work plane. Then I'm just going to be setting this slab here as the work plane. Then I'm just going to pick this one as the reference line here. So you see that me creating those lines is just making things easier for me. So I can just, instead of going to plan and start drafting while in this massing interface, I can just pick the lines and just click on this this select line tool and pick line tool and use it. So I'm going to click on this reference line here. I'm going to also hold control and select this model line here. Then I'm going to click on this create form and I'm going to create a solid form. So I'm just going to hit Ctrl Z. So now what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to click on cancel massing first. Then I'm going to cancel this massing. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to this first floor. So in this first floor now, I'm going to create a reference plane. So I'm going to type RP on my keyboard and I'm going to be drawing this reference plane from this point here, 45 degrees. So because I hid this reference plane by category, I'm not seeing this here. So I'm just going to go over to this reveal hidden element. Then I'm going to click on this reference plane, right click on hide in view by category. Then I'm just going to go over to this reveal element and turn it off now. So now I'm going to click on this reference plane here and I'm going to be calling this, let me just call this massing line. So after doing this now, we're now going to go over to this. So I'm now going to also go to view now. I'm going to click on section and I'm now going to draw a section that is at 45 degrees. So it's going to be parallel to this reference plane here. So once I draw this section, I can now double click on it now. So let me just double click. So now we can see the section. So what I'm now going to do now is I'm going to go and start drawing out the model line I want to use. I'm going to try and use the model line here. So let me just click on this crop region, extend it to get a better grasp of what I'm working with. Okay, so I'm going to go back to this first floor now. So according to this, okay, this section isn't really clear, so I'm just going to drag this section to this point here. So it's not going to be too confusing, and I'm just going to open it, double click on it to open the section. So I'm just going to double click on it. So now I've done this, now what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to go to model line. So I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to model line here. I'm now going to pick a plane. This time I'm going to call this plane I'm going to be looking for this plane, this reference plane we created. So I'm just going to be calling this massing line and I'm going to click OK. Then I'm just going to click on this arc radius here and I'm going to start it. So I'm going to do something similar to this one. The only difference is I'm going to extend it a bit. So I'm going to be finding the point where that reference line is. So I'm just going to hit TL on my keyboard to turn off the thin lines. Then once I think I've gotten the point, okay, let me go back to this first floor here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to go here. I think this, okay, it seems I'm a mock on 3D. That is the best option now. So I'm just going to go to this architecture, go to this model line. Then I'm just going to pick from this point here. I'm going to set the placement of the work plane. I'm going to set it to massing line. Then I'm just going to hover around here with this line here. So once I select this middle line, I'm going to draw a line upwards. So after drawing this line upwards, I can now go back to this first floor. I can now go back to this section here. So now this line that is existing, we can now use this. I'm going to click on this and drag this back here. After dragging this back here, I'm going to go to annotate. I'm going to go to architecture, model line again. Then I'm just going to draw this 600 from here, 600 millimeter. Another 600 from here. Then I'm just going to pick this arc line here, and I'm going to click on this. Click on this and just align this here. So now I'm just going to delete all these other lines here. Delete this one too here as well. Then I'm going to go back to this 3D view. So with this 3D view now, and I think we have we have now created this model lines here. So we're now going to go to massing again. We're going to go to mass in place. Okay, so I'm just going to click OK. So I'm now going to click on model line. This time I'm going to set this plane. I'm going to set this model line to massing line. Then I'm just going to click on these pick lines. So once I've set it to massing line, I can now pick this line here. Then I'm now going to go to another model line, and I'm going to set it at first floor. Then once I set it at first floor, I can now pick this line. Then I'm going to click escape once. So I'm now going to select this line here. Okay, Ctrl Z, because the line overlapped. I'm going to select this here, and try and create a solid form. So our form has created finally. So after we have created this form now, we are now yet done with this. Even though this form is not as crazy as I imagined it to be. So what I can now do now is I'm just going to hit Ctrl Z now. I'm going to click on this model line, and I'm going to see whether I can drag the model line inside. Okay, that will be too much. So what I'm just going to do is I'm going to click on model line again. I'm going to set the thing at massing line now. Then I'm going to be using this arc tool here, and I'm going to create a much steeper arc using this model line I've created before. So I'm going to pick this point here. I'm also going to go over here to this point and pick it. Then I'm going to arc this line more inside. So after arcing it more inside like this, I can click on tab. Once I hover around this, you can see it's selecting the two model lines together. So I'm just going to hover around this, click on tab to select this one. I can click on delete. Then I'm just going to select this model line, select this here. Then I'm going to click on create void form, create form, sorry. So it's going to create the form. So you can see this is more, will I say, swishy. So after doing this, we're just going to click on this. We're going to click on this form as a whole. So we don't need to select one line. We can just go to one edge and select the whole form, or just select the whole form. Then we're just going to click on this divide surface. So once we've clicked on divide surface, we are going to go to this layout and change it from, instead of fixed number, we're going to change it to fixed distance. We're also going to go to this V layout and change it to fixed distance. Then we're now going to impute the distance. So for this distance, I'm going to be imputing, let's use 1.2. This one too, we're going to impute 1.2 for this our frames. So after imputing this 1.2, or we can impute 1.5 in this one and 900 in this second one. Let's see how it looks. So after imputing this value now, we can now go over here and we can change this grid rotation to 45 degrees and this one also to 45 degrees. So it's going to give you this X frame. Okay, so like this, we have not yet still done anything. We are just setting like the preambles for what we want to do. So now we are going to go to file. Under this file, we are now going to click on new. Okay, once we highlight new, we are going to click on new family. So instead of English Imperial, as usual, as always, we are going to go back. We are now going to go to this English metric. So we are now going to be looking for cutting wall cutting system. Okay, so we are now going to go to this metric cutting panel pattern based system. So we're going to click on it and open it. Okay, so we're now going to be creating a single unit from here, or rather we're going to be creating two units. Then we're now going to bring it into that master. Okay, so the first thing to do is we're just going to click on this reference. We're now going to click, we're just going to go to reference. We're going to click on this reference point here, so we can use this reference point, highlight over this line here. We're just going to select the center here, place this at this center, place this at this center, place this at this center. So after doing this now, we're just going to click on this 4 and we're going to click on create form. So after we have created this form, we're just going to click on the form itself. We're going to set the extrusion to let's use 25 millimeter. Then we're now going to assign a material to it. So I'm just going to click on this by category. Then I'm just going to right click duplicate and I'm going to call this 000. Let's call this frosted polystyrene, frosted polyglass. So after giving it this name, we're just going to click on this icon here. We're going to go to appearance and we're going to give it a material. So we're going to go under glass. We're just going to, we can even search for the frosted glass, but I think we're just going to click on this lightly frosted or clear frosted. Then we're going to go to graphics. We're going to make sure we check this use render appearance, click apply and click OK. So we have our frosted glass here. Then I'm now going to go to model line. Then I'm going to click on circle. I'm going to look for this circle too. Then I'm going to click on pick work plane. Then I'm just going to hover around this reference point we created and pick the work plane. Then I'm just going to click on this circle too and draw it from here. So I'm going to be creating a circle with a diameter, let's say a diameter of, let's just make it 50. So it's going to be 100 millimeter thick. So once we've done this, we're just going to click on this, the profile for the circle. So I'm just going to click on this circle. I'm just going to, instead of selecting them individually, I'm just going to hold Control, select the 4 of them. Then I'm going to create form. So it's going to create all of them once. So I'm going to hover around one of these geometry, click on tab, select all of them. Then I'm now going to assign a new material. Then I'm going to right click, duplicate. Then I'm just going to call this 00 steel framing or bronze framing, whatever. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on this icon here. Then I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to go to metal. So after going to metal now, I'm just going to scroll down and I'm going to select this bronze, polished bronze I selected before. Click graphics, make sure I check this use render appearance, click apply and click OK. So after doing this now, I'm going to go over here, click on this and I'm going to change it back to shaded. So we can now see this panel I've created. So now you're going to be wondering how am I going to use this thing I just did now. So just chill and follow. So I'm going to hit Ctrl S. I'm going to go to where I kept the other files. So let me just quickly go there. Then I'm going to give this a name. I'm going to call this frosted glass frame. So after giving it this name, I'm going to give it and save. I'm going to save this. So now I'm going to click on file. I'm going to click on save as now. I'm going to click on family. Then I'm now going to save another one as panel frame, cladding panel frame. So once I've I need to clear this frame. So once I've given this cladding panel frame, I'm just going to save it. So it's going to be 2 of these families I saved. So I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on tab to select this glass here. So what I can do now is to just try and click on this. Okay, let me just hover around this. I'm going to go to filter. I'm going to go to these curtain panels. Then I'm going to click on shift to uncheck this here. So once this glass is selected, I'm now going to click on this material and I'm just going to right click, duplicate, and I'm going to give this one let's say cladding panels 0100 cladding panels. So after doing this panels, so I'm going to click on this icon. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to go to metal. Then I'm just going to give it a nice cladding panel. So I'm going to give this brass polished. So I'm going to go to graphics, make sure this is checked on, click apply, click OK. So we have this brass polish. So now I'm going to load this into the project. I'm going to hit Ctrl S to save this. So it's going to save as cladding panel. Then we're going to click on load into project and close. Okay, so we're going to go back to this 3D. So after we have gone back to this 3D, we're now still going to go to our file, open our folder now. We're now going to go to our recently opened files in our file explorer. Then we're going to right click on this frosted glass, open file location, minimize this file explorer tab. Then we're just going to click on this frosted glass frame and we're going to drag it and open it here. Then after we open it now, okay, let me just see if I can open it to edit it now. So I'm just going to double click on it to see if I can open it to edit it. So now we are going to see this glass one. So this is like a glass alternative of what we just loaded into the project. We're also going to click on this one and we're going to load it into this project. Then I'm going to go to 3D now. So now I'm now going to click on this now. After clicking on this, I'm now going to go over to this properties panel here. You know, I already did the whole diagonal layout stuff and fixed distance. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm just going to replace it with this frosted glass frame. Then you're going to see the magic happen. So now you can see this is the frosted glass frame. You can see it's glass. So what we're now going to be doing now is we're going to be clicking on tab and replacing some of these things with panels. So what I can do now, looking at this, is kind of looking too weird. So I'm just going to click on it and I'm going to adjust some things. I'm going to reduce this to 750 and I'm going to increase this distance to 1650. Let's see how it fits. So let's wait for it. This is already becoming heavy. So I think this is better. Then I'm now going to go over here. This blue, annoying blue color, you are going to see is going to disappear once we click on finish mask. So we're just going to click on tab, select one of this panel here. Click on tab 2, select another panel here. I'm just going to click on tab till I select this panel, hold Ctrl, select this. Then I can always click on this and change this back to this cladding frame panel. So you can see the thing is going to change now. Hold Ctrl, select this. So this can be difficult, but you just need to carefully do it. So on the flip side, I just looked at this and I didn't see any need for one of these panels to be longer. So I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to set the two distances to be 750. So it's going to be a perfect box. So it's just looking kind of off. Okay, let's make it 900. Okay, so I think this is better. So now we can now gradually be changing this panel. So I can click on tab. Okay, so if this is wasting time, we can just click on finish mask first. Then after we finish mask, we are going to see how it comes out in the project. Then we can now go to this masking and site. Then we can just click on this show masking to turn off this masking so it will not be visible. So we are only going to be seeing the panels here. So we can click on each of these panel, any of these panels here. We can just select any of them. Then we can always click on this, click on unpin. Okay, I can't even change it from here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to click on this now. I'm going to go to masking and site. I'm going to click on this show masking. Then I'm just going to click on this and I'm going to click on edit in place. So after doing this now, I'm just going to try and carefully select some of these panels like this one. I'm just going to hover around this, click tab once, select this one too. Hover around this, click tab 2, hold Ctrl, select this. Hover around this, click tab, hold Ctrl, select this. Hover around this, click tab here, hold Ctrl, select this. So I'm just going to be picking some of them. Click tab here, hold Ctrl, select this. Hover around this, click tab here, hold Ctrl, select this. Then I'm just going to click on this drop down and change these ones to cladding panels. Then I'm just going to do the same for some of these other ones. Click on tab here, select this. Click on tab here, hold Ctrl, select this. Click on tab here, hold Ctrl, select this. Click on tab, select this. Click on tab. So you can see I'm just randomly selecting some of these panels here. So I'm just selecting them to kind of create an effect with this with the displacement. So I'm going to click on tab, hold Ctrl, select this. Hover around here. I want to select this one now. Click on tab, hold Ctrl. Over this one, click on tab here, select this. Go to this one, click on tab here. Tab here once, select the, hold Ctrl, select this. Click on tab, hold Ctrl, select this. So after I've selected some of them for some time, I'm going to click on this drop down and change them to cladding. I'm going to hover around here, click on tab, select this one at this edge. Go here, click on tab, select this one here. select this, hover around this, click on tab, hold Control, select this. So while picking all these things, you need to be very careful so your effort will not be in vain. So you just be carefully picking them. After some time you change it, click on tab 2, hold Control, select this, click on tab 2, okay, select this, click on tab, hold Control, select this, click on tab, hold Control, select this, and I think can click on tab, select this last one here, and click on tab, this edge one here. Then we're just going to click on it and change it to cladding panels. So looking at this now, you can see how this is coming out. Then we're going to click on finish mask. Okay, so overall now we're just going to click on save the project. So if you look at this from another view now, we are going to see that this actually came out very nice. So if you look at this and click on this front of this building now, and we just zoom in here, you are going to say, although this is not too pronounced, but I still like the way the thing just came out as a unique element. So now we are done with this. We are just going to go to modeling the ceiling. So it's always good that if you finish this kind of modeling, you work on the ceiling. So if you pick a 3D shot, it's going to be looking very, very refined. Okay, so we are just going to go to this section box here and check it on. So this section box helps us isolate part of this project. So once we click on it, we are just going to drag it and adjust it to this point here. So we were going to work on this ceiling here. So once we click on it, we are just going to rotate it. So this is like kind of like the first ceiling we'll be working with. So for ceilings, we can create ceilings manually in Revit, and we can create it the normal way in Revit, which is going to architecture, then going to ceiling. Okay, so but this ceiling, working in this with this ceiling, it requires you to be in a plan view. So I don't usually use it, but let me just show you how to do it. So in Autodesk Revit, in your project browser, you have some ceiling plans in the project browser. If you click on this plus icon and you go to this DPC now, so for instance, in this DPC, in this ceiling reflected ceiling plan views, we can see the top part of our plan. So for instance, we're in the DPC. So what we are currently seeing in this view, it's like the ceiling of the DPC. So if you go to architecture and you go to ceiling, then you can create scaling by sketching the same way you sketch your floor profile. You can create it by just placing it automatically. Then you are now going to set the height offset of the ceiling. So you can set it to first floor and set the height offset to be -450. Just like the way we kept our floor, so we can place it here if you want. So once I've set it like this, remember that we dropped down our walls by -450 because of the beam. So that's why I'm setting the height of this ceiling at -450 from the first floor on this DPC. So I can place this here. The only problem with setting this at first floor in DPC is that once you place it once, it's automatically going to revert back to DPC. So this is very important to put in mind. So I'm just going to click on this and change it back to first floor. Then we can just click on this one. Okay, so this is all good and nice. I'm just doing it to show you how to use ceiling normal way in Revit, but me personally, I want to use the model in place. So we're going to go back to 3D view so we can just see what we have done here. So I'm just going to click on this and delete this, click on this ceiling wall and delete this. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to model in place. Then I'm just going to go, or instead of using this casework, I'm going to be using ceiling as the category and click OK. So I'm just going to click on extrusion. I'm going to click on set. I'm going to click on pick work plane. So due to the way I worked with my levels very well, almost all the walls, all the top walls of this first floor, they are aligned. So once I click on this and set the plane to be here, you'll notice that most of my entrances, the beams stop at this same level. So if I create a ceiling, it's going to serve all of them. Okay, so I'm going to rotate this to this bottom. Then I'm going to now zoom in. Then I'm just going to click on this box too, and I'm going to draw a box here up to this point here. So another thing to note while creating ceiling is that, for example, especially in modern designs, we use stuffs like LED lights. So in this, while creating the ceilings, I always usually like making provisions for my LED lights. So I'm just going to go over here. I'm still going to pick here to draw another box to this point here. So after doing such now, I'm going to also draw a box here. So this one is for this terrace here. Then I'm just going to click on offset. I'm going to be offsetting 225 first. 225 here. After 225, I'm now going to offset 50 millimeter. Okay, so after doing this now, we're now going to do some trimming. So I'm going to click on trim. I'm going to trim here, trim here, trim here, trim here too. I'm also going to trim here and trim here. Then I'm going to trim here too and trim here. Then I'm just going to click on this split element. I'm going to split here. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to split here too. I'm going to go over here. I'm just going to split here too. Go over here, split here. Then I'm just going to click on this trim tool here and trim this together. So the reason why I just did this too is, if you notice, all these balconies that protruded now, this is what I need for them, because I'm just going to replicate this profile, like copy it around. Then the only profile I'm going to uniquely create is something is like this entrance porch. So after doing this now, what we're going to do is we're just going to select this one as it is like this. We're going to click on copy. We're going to pick this point here and we're going to copy it to this point here. Note that while I was placing this ceiling, I didn't consider these little protrusions I did as part of the ceiling. So I just did the ceiling to when the main wall stops. So you should always also keep that in mind. So I'm just going to select this whole profile as I just drew here. I'm going to click on mirror and I'm just going to go to this corner here of this building and mirror it by 45 degrees. So it's going to come to this side. So what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to click on move and I'm going to be adjusting some of them, their positions. So I'm going to just click on move here. I'm going to move this from this point here up to this point here. Okay, so after moving this up to this point, I think we can now select all of this here. We can click on copy. I can copy from here, copy to this one, from here to this point here, and paste this here. So after doing this now, we're now going to draw our ceiling for this profile that protruded here. So I'm just going to click on it. This one I'm just going to be drawing a simple, just follow the shape and fill up the open regions. Okay, so this is all good. We can also do this for, select this too and copy this to this other, to this floor here. Okay, so since this floor, this balcony here is still under this main entrance, I think we can just try and unify this ceiling from here. Draw another ceiling here. Draw it to this point. Pick this point here. Pick this point here. Pick this point. So now we're just going to trim these two lines together. Then we're going to delete this. So now I'm going to click on another offset, 225 offset, because this is the entrance, so they have to be LED light here. Click 225 offset. Go to this trim tool, this middle one here. Click on this line here and trim this to this point. Then I'm just going to click on this normal trim tool and trim these two lines together. Click on offset again, offset this by 50 millimeter. So I'm going to offset here, offset here. Okay, so since this crosses through this column, I can just select this and just click on move, and I'm going to move it from this point as a reference to this point. So it's not going to in any way meet this these columns. So because of that, I'm also going to click on select this to move this by, let's say, 450. Then I'm going to click on split and I'm going to split here, Ctrl Z. I'm going to zoom out, split here too. Then I'm just going to click on trim this here, zoom out, click on this to trim this and trim this here. So after doing this now, I'm going to go to this extrusion parameters. I'm going to set this start to 0 and this end to 15. Then I'm just going to change this blue poly, and I'm going to give this material we've created before ceiling white. So I can select this default ceiling too. I'm going to click OK. Then I'm going to click on finish. So after clicking on finish, this is nice. What we can now do now is we can just, with this profile we've created, we can now go over and just add some LED light here. So I'm just going to go to create. I'm going to go to extrusion here. Then I'm just going to click on set. I'm going to click on pick work plane, and I'm going to be picking this one here. Then I'm just going to click on this pick line tool. I'm going to pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here. Click Ctrl Z. Pick here this line too. pick this one here, pick this one here. So I can always rotate this to this bottom, zoom out, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here. Just be picking, okay, uncheck this padlock. Just be picking basically these intrusions I made, these provisions I made for the LED lights. So know that this stuff is, this LED lights I'm putting, these provisions I made is mainly for the renders. Okay, so it's not like for the floor plan itself. So it's not for the Revit. You're not going to see the light in Revit per se, but you should just take it like that. Okay, so after picking all this, let me just pick this here. I'm picking this here too. Then pick this here too. Then I'm just going to draw a line here, and I'm just going to pick here. And once I've drawn this line, I'm going to click on this line. I'm going to click on copy. I'm just going to pick this point and be copying it. So I'm also going to copy this here. Okay, so I'm just going to click on this line here, and I'm going to draw a line here. Then I'm just going to do the same thing, click on copy. So after doing this now, we're now going to set the extrusion parameters. So since we set our work plane to be on this ceiling itself, what we're now going to do is we're going to set this extrusion start to -5. Then we're going to set this extrusion end to -10. Then we're just going to click on this material and we're going to give it LED, those LED lights. Okay, let me just click on it, LED. So we can click on this white glass high luminance, it's still fine. Click this, click apply, click OK. Then we're just going to click on this. Maybe let's change the material. Okay, I think this is still fine. Click on finish. So after doing this now, what we're now going to do now is we're going to select this ceiling we just modeled. We're going to rotate this now. So after rotating this, we're just going to click on copy, and we're going to copy this from this point here, this base of this one here. So normally we are meant to copy it to the next floor, but the reason why we can't copy it to the next floor is because the next floor is not really like this first floor, this DPC ceiling. So if you copy it to this floor itself, we still need to do a lot of adjustments. So we are going to be doing the ceiling of this this floor separately. So instead of doing that, we're just going to zoom out. Sorry, this might be lagging a bit, so I'm just going to pick this point here. I'm going to uncheck this constraint. Then instead of pasting it here that we are meant to paste it, that is in this ceiling here, we are going to paste it under this soffit here. Okay, so after pasting it under this soffit, we are now going to do some adjustments now. For instance, if you rotate this now, we can see that in this floor here, this ceiling doesn't work this way. So I'm going to click on it. I'm going to click on edit extrusion. So I'm just going to delete this profile here. I'm going to go over to this profile here and delete this. So I'm just going to go to this top view here, rotate this to this bottom view, sorry. Then I'm just going to draw a line from here, I think this point here. Then I'm just going to click on trim and trim this here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to click on finish for now. Okay, so it's showing loop must be flow, so I'm going to click on continue. Then I'm going to delete this line here and I'm going to click finish. So what we are going to do now is we're just going to click on finish model for now. Then after we click on finish model, remember what I told you about the section box? We are going to now adjust it again. So we are going to move to the next floor. So now we are done with this level. Now we are just going to click on this section box and we're going to drag it up to this one now. Or rather, let's draw it up to this one first. Then we're still going to get back to this one. So after doing this now, we're going to rotate this up to this bottom view again. Then we're now going to have the appropriate view to see what we're doing here. So I'm going to click on this, click on edit type. Then I'm just going to click on this one here, click on edit this ceiling here. Then I'm going to delete this one too, because we don't need it on this floor. So I'm now going to go select this one here, click on copy it from here and paste it here. So after doing this now, we're now going to click on finish here. So I'm just going to click on this this luminous or LED light, click on edit profile. I'm going to delete this here. Then I'm just going to select this once here. I'm going to click on copy and I'm going to pick this point here and copy this to this point. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on finish. I think we have pretty much done justice to it. So after clicking this now, we're now going to place ceiling in the lower floor below it. Okay, the reason why I did this one first is once I've sorted the one on the first floor and sorted this one, I can now settle down to do this one. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on finish first. Then I'm going to go back to this section box here, click on it and drag this down to this point. So I'm going to drag it a bit more to this point here. So after dragging it down, and I want to create the ceiling for this. So I'm just going to click on this again, because you remember that this is one comprehensive model in place for all the ceilings. So I'm just going to click on edit in place. Then I'm just going to select all the ceiling work here. Then I'm going to click copy and I'm going to copy it from here and I'm going to paste it here. So once the line wall aligns, we've just pasted it. So you can see that it's already bulging out of these walls here, because this wall is enclosed, unlike this one. So we're going to rotate this to the bottom again. Then we're now going to start adjusting this. So the first thing to do is to just click on this and to click on edit extrusion. Then we're just going to be offsetting 225 from all of them. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to offset 225. So I'm just going to uncheck this copy. Start from here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, not this way. 3. 1, 2, 3. Then click on finish. Then the same thing. Okay, click on edit. Well, so we'll still just do it for all of them. Or after we do it for one or two, we can just copy the rest. So we're just going to do it for these two here. Ctrl Z. Then we can now delete these two here. Then after doing this, we can now select this one here, click on copy, select this point here and copy this here. Then we're just going to select these two, click on copy, select this point here and copy this here. Okay, so after doing this now, we're just going to delete these two for this one here. We're going to click on offset. We're going to offset 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Remember, I click on offset. I made sure I uncheck copy, so it should just be offsetting it down inwards. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So after doing this now, we're just going to click on escape. We're going to select this again the same way. We're going to click on copy. We're going to be picking this point here and we're going to copy it to this point here. Then we're going to click escape, select these two, click on copy and copy it. Click on this point too and copy it to this one. Okay, so after this, I think this is good. We are going to click on finish. So another important part we are going to be doing is this LED light. So we are going to click on this, click on edit extrusion. Then we're just going to be using the same offset. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, basically the same here. So after doing this, I'm just going to delete all of this here. Click on delete. Then I'm just going to select this now. I'm going to click on copy and I'm just going to copy it inside this ceiling here. Copy this here. Then I'm going to select this one too. Click on copy, pick here, and copy it to this point here. Okay, then we're just going to basically do the same. Select all of this, delete this. Then I'm going to click on offset 1 2 1 2 1 2. Go here to 1 2 1 2. Then here to 1 2. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to select all of this, click on copy, pick this point here and then paste this here. So after doing this, now we're just going to select this here. I'm going to click on copy and copy this to this end. So this has been over 15 minutes of ceiling works, but I think the results are going to be worth it. So I'm going to click on finish. Now we have done this. I'm going to rotate this to this front. So now I'm just going to select all this ceiling work we have done here. I'm going to click on copy and I'm just going to copy it from here and I'm going to paste this here. So another important thing to note is when we were creating this ceiling, we didn't keep in mind this part of the building at the back of this building. So what we are going to do is we are going to click on each of this ceiling, click on edit type, then we're just going to select this here. So what we're now going to do is we're just going to click on detail line, draw a line here, draw another line here. So we're going to be using it as a reference for mirroring. So once we draw this line here, we're just going to select everything, click on mirror it to the rear side. The same thing for this, select everything here, click on mirror it to this rear side. Then we're going to click on this and delete this two here, click on finish. So the same thing for this, we're also going to do this for this one here. We're going to click on edit type, we're going to rotate this now. We're going to click on line, just draw a temporary line as reference here, another temporary line here. Then we're just going to select all we have here, click on mirror this here. We're going to select all we have here too, click on mirror this here too, delete these two lines here and click on finish. So it's basically the same thing both for even the LED light here. So I think this one too, click on edit type, rotate this here, go to detail line, draw a line here, draw a line from this point here to this point, click on escape, go over here, draw another line from here to this point too, click on escape. Then I'm going to select all of this, click on mirror this to this rear, select all of this, mirror this to this rear and mirror. Okay, I made a mistake, hit Ctrl Z, select all of this, click on mirror, click on this point here and mirror this to the rear. Then I'm going to click escape, I'm going to delete this here, click on finish. So another thing, this LED light here, I'm going to click on this one there, click on edit type, the same thing basically, click on a line here, draw it here, click on detail line again, draw it here. Then I'm just going to select all of this and All right, so now we've completely set these ceilings we wanted to model. We're going to go over here and we're going to turn off this section box. Okay, so now this is done. We're now going to go into the presentation, setting up the presentation drawings for this project. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create the sheets in which we're going to be placing the views. Okay, so we're going to go over to sheet. So once we go to this sheet here, we're just going to go to this project browser. We're going to click on sheet. Then we're going to click on right click and click on new sheet. So by default, you're going to see some sheets here: A0 metric, A0 metric cover, A1. So we want to just create a regular A3 sheet. So as we don't have it here, we're just going to create a new one. So I'm just going to click on this to close this first. Then I'm going to go to file. Then once I go to file now, I'm just going to click on file. Let me just wait for it. I'm going to click on new. I'm going to click on family. Then instead of English Imperial, I'm going to go back and I'm going to go to English metric. Then I'm going to click on title blocks. Then I'm just going to select this A3 metric. So I'm just going to click OK. So this is a presentation sheet, so I don't need to do much in terms of the paneling and details. So I'm just going to do some few stuff. So I'm just going to click on this line here. Then I'm going to change this from, click on this drop down, change it from title blocks to wide lines. Then I'm just going to click on this box 2 here. So note that this when you are editing sheets or creating sheets, it's usually in centimeters. So we're just going to be putting -10 centimeters. Okay, I think this -10 millimeters. Then I'm just going to click on this point. So this is like an offset here. So let me just do it again. So if I click on create, I'm just going to click on this line here. Then I'm going to select this box rectangle 2. Then I'm going to go to this offset here and just, okay, I'm going to uncheck this radius. I'm going to go to this offset and set this as -10 millimeters. So scratch that thing I said about it being in centimeters. So I'm just going to pick this point here. So you can see once I've picked this point, it's going to automatically offset 10 millimeters. Then I'm just going to pick this other point. So it's going to form something like this. So now after doing this, we're just going to go to create. We're going to be going to field region here. So in this field region, we're just going to click on edit type, duplicate, and we're just going to give this, call this blue. Okay, or let me just call it red. Then as the name implies, we're going to click on this and change it from this diagonal crosshatch to this solid fill. We're going to click OK. We're going to click on this black and we're going to click on the red and just make it lighter here. Then we can just click on this. Okay. Then we can, okay, let me just click on this red here, make this lighter here. And I'm just going to click on add. So it's going to add a new color. Then I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm going to click on this too. I'm going to select this red, click on this and click OK. Then I'm going to click on this drop down. Instead of using this title blocks, I'm just going to set this as invisible lines. Then I'm going to click on this box too. I'm just going to drag a box up to, I think, here. Then I'm just going to click on it and I'm going to click on finish. So we're just going to create like a naming box here, just graphically, just a little touch of colors. So I'm going to click on create again, and this time I'm not going to click on labels. So labels are tools to set parameters while naming like your sheet, so it can be helpful. So we're just going to place this anywhere. Once we place this, a catalog is going to come out. From this catalog, you are going to scroll down and you are going to select sheet name. Then we're just going to go over to this icon and just click on it to attach the sheet name to it. So we want to do this in a way that if you name any sheet, if you like rename any view or name any sheet, it's going to reflect on this sheet the way you named it. So I'm just going to click on OK, and the sheet name is automatically placed here. So what I'm now going to do, I'm going to click on this sheet name. I'm now going to edit this text now. So I can just click on duplicate. I can call this text sheet text. But let's be honest, we don't need to name this. It doesn't really mean anything. So I'm going to click OK. I'm going to change this text font to my desired text font. In the case, I'm going to use Beber's Newer. Then I'm going to change the size to 5. Then I'm going to click apply and I'm going to click OK. Then now on is 5, I'm just going to extend this to here. In case if the name of the sheet is very long, it's still going to reach up to this point. Then once I've clicked it, I'm just going to hit Ctrl S to save this sheet. Then I'm going to save it in our folder where I'm keeping the other files too. So let me just quickly do that now. So once we have gotten the place we want to save it, we're just going to save it as A3 presentation sheet. Then I'm just going to click on save. So once I've saved this, I'm just going to load it into the project. I'm just going to click on load into project and I'm going to load it. So now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to click on close here. I'm going to right click, I'm going to click on new sheet, then I'm just going to click OK. Once it's automatically going to highlight this A3 presentation sheet, I'm going to click OK. Then I'm just going to click on this plus icon in this sheet. I'm now going to right click, rename, then I'm going to call this sheet number as A001, which basically means architectural 001. Then I'm just going to start by naming this the site plan sheet. Then I'm just going to click on sheet again, right click, click on new, click OK. Then I'm going to right click and rename this as ground floor plan. Okay, then after naming this one, now I'm going to click on new sheet, then I'm just going to click OK. Okay, so we're just going to go to this sheet 3. We're now going to rename it. So this time we're going to name this one typical first. Okay, instead of using first, I'm just going to put first like the numeric distance, first to I think 3rd floor. Then I'm just going to click OK. You know that the 4th floor is different from the 1st to 3rd floor, so that is why I just renamed it that way. So I'm just going to click on new sheet, then I'm just going to right click, click on rename, and I'm going to now name this 4th floor plan. Okay, then I'm just going to click on this just typical for 1st to 3rd floor. So I'm just going to rename this and just add plan to it. Then I'm going to click OK. So you can see that because of the label we put, any floor, if we go to any sheet and we rename it like that, you are going to see the sheet is going to, this label is also going to be renamed. So I'm going to click on sheet, click on new sheet, then I'm just going to give this, call this the section. I'm going to click on rename and call this section. Then I'm going to click OK. I'm also going to click on this new sheet, then I'm going to call this new sheet now. I'm going to rename this and call this 3D view 1. 3D view 1. Then I'm just going to right click, click on new sheet, and I'm going to be calling this 3D view 2. Okay, so after I've given these sheets all these specific names, I'm now going to start placing the respective views on them. So I'm going to start from the site plan. I'm going to click on this plus icon here under this floor plan site plan, and I'm just going to click on this. So now I'm going to start setting up this site plan. But first thing I'm going to do is to hide these elements that I don't need to be here. So I'm going to click on this scope box, right click, hide in view by category. I'm going to do the same for these grid lines. I'm going to right click, hide in view by category. Then I'm going to do something because it's the roof level that is currently showing. So what I'm now going to do now is I'm now going to go to this view range, click on edit type, then I'm going to change this offset here. I'm going to change it to 1.2. I'm going to click on apply, and I'm going to click OK. So now I'm now going to click on this crop region, and I'm just going to extend it here and extend this here as well. So I'm going to extend this here as well too, so I think this should be enough. Then I'm going to go over to this view, and I'm going to click on hide crop region. I'm going to select this elevation points, right click, hide in view by category. I'm going to click on these reference planes, right click, hide in view by category. Okay, so what's mainly going to remain here is just the main elements themselves. So I'm going to click on these room separator lines, right click, hide in view by category. So after doing this, now we're now going to do the footprint of this building. So the footprints mainly includes the walls, the floors, and just the main elements. Okay, so we're just going to go to annotate. We're now going to go to region. Under this region, we're going to click on this drop down, and we're going to look for footprints. Okay, if you don't have any footprint, we're just going to click on any of this. We're going to click on edit, we're going to click on duplicate, and we're just going to call this building footprint. Okay, then we're just going to click OK. Then we're going to click on this, and we're going to set it to diagonal down. That is like diagonal strokes of line like this one. We're just going to click OK. We're now going to set the color to be black. click OK. Click on this, set the color to be black, click OK. Then I'm going to click on apply and OK. So now instead of using these thin lines, I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to be using wide lines. So I'm actually going to use some wider lines for this. So these wide lines, they are not enough for me. So I'm just going to use these wide lines for now, but I'm still going to adjust them later. But for now, let me just use it to outline. So I'm just going to be drafting the line from here up to this point here. Then I'm going to reach this point here as well. I'm going to go all the way to this point here, all the way here, all the way to this floor here, up to here, down to this point here. Okay, let me even include this staircase. So all the way here, here as well to this point. Here, here too, here too, extending here. Then I'm going to drag this line to this point and just encompass this staircase up to the edges of these buildings. So I can just pick this point from here and join it with here. Okay, so after doing this now, I'm just going to click on finish. Okay, so it still has some loops I've not yet closed, so I'm just going to click on continue. I'm going to click on this and just join this here. Okay, so I'm going to click on finish. So now we have our building footprint here. We are going to do some more things. So I'm just going to go to this manage because I want to create a ticker line for the purpose of this building footprint. Then I'm now going to go to additional settings. I'm going to go to line styles. Then I'm going to click on new line. I'm just going to click on this new line here and I'm going to call this point 0.8. Then I'm going to click on OK. Okay, we already have 0.8. I'm just going to call this 0.8 line. Then I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm just going to change the thickness to 8. Since we already have it, I'm just going to click apply. OK. So that is basically how to create new lines in Revit, but since we already have it, there wasn't need in the first place, but regardless, it's something you can use later. So I'm going to click on edit profile. I'm just going to select all these boundary lines. I'm going to click on this drop down here and I'm going to change it to this 0.8 and I'm going to click on finish. So now we have done this, we are now going to use some detail lines. So I'm going to click on TL. So this TL is going to turn off my 10 lines. The 10 lines I set it as for graphical reasons, so it's going to turn it off. So we are going to be seeing the thickness of these lines here. So another thing we're going to do is we're going to edit the graphics of these green areas, and we're also going to edit the graphical pattern of these walkways. So let's start from the green area. For this green area, I'm just going to click on tab, select this floor. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on edit. Then I'm just going to click on this grass material itself because I want to edit it from the roots. Then I'm just going to go to this foreground pattern, click on it. Then I'm just going to be looking for sand. I can just click on this sand dense and click on OK. Then I'm just going to click on this color and change it to green, towards green first. Then I'm just going to drag this green and make it darker, and just drag this green down to be dark green. I'm going to click apply and I'm going to click apply, click OK. Then I'm just going to click OK, apply, OK. Then we're going to see it graphical. So it's not still coming out very well, so I'm going to click on tab here and I'm going to click on tab, select the green area, the floor again, click on edit type, click on edit, click on this grass material. Then I'm going to click on this sand. I'm going to click on this icon here to duplicate. Then I'm going to reduce the scale of this sand to 0.5, so it's going to be denser. Then I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click apply, click OK. OK here, apply, OK. So you're going to see it's going to come out dense. So I'm now going to go to annotate. So if you transfer the template, if you click on detail line, you are supposed to see this sight line I've created before. So I'm just going to click on this sight line. So this is like a sight boundary line. So I'm going to pick from here to this edge here, up to this edge here, and also this edge here, and this edge here, to this point here. So now we have done this. We are now going to do another max region here. So this, okay, or we can make it field region. So this let's just make it max region. So we're going to indicate the gate, but let's edit the graphics parameter of this asphalt road. So I'm just going to find a way to select it. I'm going to click, once I hover around an edge where it's connected to directly, I'm going to click on tab, then select the asphalt floor. I'm going to click on edit type, edit, then I'm going to click on this asphalt floor. Then I'm just going to click on this foreground pattern, click on this, then change it to this solid fill. Then instead of the color being black, I'm going to make it towards light gray. So I'm going to make it very light. I'm going to click on apply, click on OK, click on OK here, apply and OK. So now we have done this. I'm now going to go over to this now, and I'm going to edit this walkway. So I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to click on this paved area. I'm going to go to this pattern. So instead of drafting, I'm going to go to modeling because I'm looking for some nice pattern. So if okay, so I've already seen the pattern I'm looking for, which is this one. I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm just going to click on it, and I'm going to make it a bit lighter, but not too dark, but dark. Then I'm going to click apply. I'm going to click OK. So currently, if I click on OK now, you can see that this scale now is too small. So I'm just going to click on it and edit it. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on duplicate. Then I'm just going to make this 1.5. Then I'm going to click OK. OK. Apply. OK. So this is still too big, too small. I'm still going to click on edit. I'm going to click on this paved area, edit it. Then I'm just going to click on this edit pattern, and I'm going to change it to 2.5. Then I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click OK here. I'm going to click OK here. OK here. Apply. And I'm going to click OK. So the difference is now significant. So you can see this is graphically making some sense. Then I'm now going to go over to this pool area. I'm going to click on this pool floor. I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on tab here to try and select this pool water. I'm going to click on this. Then I'm going to click on this pattern foreground. I'm going to select this field region too. Then I'm going to click on this and just look for click on this color here, this aquarium blue. Then drag it upward so it's going to look very light blue. Click on apply. OK. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So graphically this is going to make sense. So now we're now going to try and place this site plan on this sheet, because before we start working more on it, even though we are still working graphically, we need to make sure it's able to enter the sheet we created. So I'm going to go back to this sheet. I'm simply going to go scroll up to where this site plan is, and I'm just going to click and drag it. So once I drag it like this, it's supposed to enter. If it's not entering, we're not going to change the scale. So this scale is way bigger than what we have on this sheet. So I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm going to change it to 500. So I'm now going to drag this, and I think scale 1:500 barely enter this sheet. So after doing this now, I'm just going to adjust this up a bit. Then I'm going to click on this. I'm going to go over to this show crop region. Then I'm now going to click on this and crop this up to this point. Even though the access road may not be showing well, I think we can manage the compromise. Then I'm just going to click on this to hide this crop region. So now I'm going to click on this view. I'm going to adjust it and centralize it on this sheet. I'm going to click on this. So we have already renamed all the sheets, so we don't need for this view name. So I'm just going to click on this drop down and select this no title. Now we have placed this. So after we have placed this view on this sheet, we can still work on this view by just hovering around this and double clicking. So we are still going to work on the view like we are doing normally. So now I'm now going to go to graphics display option, that is GD, that is the shortcut for it. Then I'm going to turn on this smooth lines with anti-aliasing. I'm going to go to shadows, click on this drop down, turn on cast shadows, turn on show ambient shadows, go to lighting. Then I'm going to increase the sun amount, increase the ambient light to 40, change the shadows to 5. Then change this in-light session and change it from, click on this sunlight from top left. Click on apply, click OK, click apply here and click OK. So we have our site plan. So now we're now going to annotate some of the major components of this site plan. So we're just going to click on annotate. We're going to click on text. We're going to be using this annotation text one, and we're going to just try and use this. Okay, this is rather too big, so I'm going to click on edit, duplicate, and click OK. Then I'm going to change this text size to, let's use 4 or 5, and I'm going to click OK. So I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to call this main building. After calling this main building, I'm going to click on escape, I'm going to click on tab to select it. Since there are many elements here that I may select by mistake, click on tab. Once I've selected it, I'm going to adjust it and centralize it. I'm going to click on copy this here. Then I'm just going to call this. I can click on this text now. Since these ones are minor parts of the project, I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and this is going to be annotation text 3, and I'm going to change this size to 3 mm. Then I can now call this public parking 1, public car park 1. Then I'm just going to centralize this here. So I'm just going to click on copy this here, paste this here, and I'm going to call this public car park 2. Then I'm going to click on this, copy this here. So another thing I should have done is when I click on this footprint, I'm going to edit this boundary, and I'm going to add another footprint here because this is the security post and generator house. So I'm going to click on this box 2 here. I'm just going to click on this drop down and select this 0.8 line. So I'm just going to pick from here to this point now. Then I'm going to click on finish. So I can click on escape, click on this, copy this here, and I will now call this security post. Ctrl A, backspace, then call this security post / gatehouse. Okay, so after I've annotated this, I'm going to copy this here. So I'm going to click on copy and copy this to this back region. So I'm just going to call this pool area, Ctrl A, backspace, pool area, pool / recreation area. Okay, then I'm just going to click on copy and copy this here. So I'm just going to click on this, Ctrl A, and call this services / staff package. Then I'm going to paste this here. So basically the rest, I think the rest is self-explanatory. So I'm just going to click on this footprint, edit boundary, click on this box 2, and also draw another footprint here indicating an ancillary storage in the site. So now I'm not going to go to just to indicate the gate, that this is a gate. I'm going to go to region. I'm going to go to max region. Then I'm just going to be click, instead of this 0.8 line, I'm going to be using, I may even use this invisible lines. Then I'm just going to draw a line from this point to this point. Then from the center of this line, I'm just going to draw a diagonal line from here and join it here. Then I'm going to click on escape, select the both of them, click on mirror, and mirror this to this side. Then I can delete this central line which I started from. Then I'm just going to click finish. Then I'm going to click on this, click on mirror, and mirror this to this side. So this just indicates the gatehouse. So if you want to still do some more stuff graphically, you can add some arrows and all, but we don't need that now. So we're just going to indicate the knot. So to indicate knot is straightforward in Revit. We're just going to double click out of the view. So for instance, if I want to access this view and edit it, I'm just going to double click. So if I want to exit it and edit the sheet, I'm just going to zoom outside the sheet and double click. So I'm going to double click outside the scope of this, and it's going to make this sheet selectable in of its own. So I can go to this annotate, and I can just click on these symbols. Then I can click on this drop down, and I'm just going to click on this knot arrow I have here. So I can click on this. I think I've created a knot arrow with this template. So I'm just going to click on this one here. Okay, let me just see how it looks. Alright, so instead of leaving this knot arrow here, I'm just going to delete this. Then I'm going to open our template file. I think it created a very nice knot arrow, so I'm just going to be opening this Revit mini. I opened it, so just open the template file wherever you kept it. I just opened it recently. So I'm just going to go to this sheet here, go to this site plan sheet. Then I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on edit family. Then I'm just going to click on loading. So if you want to see how I created this knot arrow, if you go to that my full course video where I modeled this template project, you are going to see everything there. So I'm just going to click on load into projects. I'm going to select hotel tutorials. I'm going to click OK. I'm going to click on no, and I'm going to load it into the project. Then I'm just going to place it here. Okay, let me hit Ctrl Z so I will not place it 2 times. So I've already placed the knot arrow here. So this project is hypothetical. I'm just showing you how to place a knot arrow. Unfortunately, this our knot arrow, you can change it. You can click on edit type, and you can change the angle to any angle you want. So That is the nice stuff about it. Okay, so we're now going to go to this ground floor sheet, and we're going to start working on this DPC. DPC is the ground floor. So once we double click on it, we can just click on right click, we can click on rename now, and we can call this 02 ground floor plan. Okay, there is no even need to rename it, because remember that we have already named all the sheets, so there will not be need to start renaming it again. So what we're now going to do is we're going to start working on the graphics of this ground floor plan. Then we're going to save it as a template. So I'm going to click on this grid here. I'm going to right click, I'm going to override graphics in view by category. Then I'm going to check this halftone, and I'm going to click OK. So after clicking OK now, I'm going to go over to this section here. I don't need this diagonal section now. This was just a temporal section. I'm going to click on delete, and it's going to delete. So for this particular section here, I'm just going to delete this section. When I come to section, I'm going to create a proper section, okay, for a view. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go to GD. That is graphics display. Then I'm going to turn on this smooth line with anti-aliasing. I'm going to click on shadow, cast shadow, show ambient shadow. I'm going to click on lighting. I'm going to increase this sunlight amount to 100, increase the ambient light to 40, and reduce the shadows to 5. Then I'm going to click on this insertion lighting, and I'm going to put top to right, sunlight from top to right. Click on apply, click on OK, click on apply here, and click on OK. So after I've done these settings now, I'm now going to go over to these furnitures here. So another thing we can do is these furnitures now, they are kind of looking, will I say, overwhelming. So I'm just going to click on one of them like this seat, right click, override graphics in view by category. Then I'm just going to half tone them, so the furnitures are going to be half toned. So I'm also going to do this for the plumbing fixtures. Click on one of them, right click, override graphics in view by category, and I'm going to half tone it. So after doing this now, this is looking nice and all, but we'll still need to go to the next step of graphics options. So we're now going to go to this. We're going to go to our properties panel here. So under this properties panel, we're going to go to this thing called color scheme, and we're just going to click on it. So what color scheme does is that it's going to give the spaces colors, like different colors. So it's now going to make it graphically more clear. So I'm just going to click on this drop down of this space and select rooms. Then I'm going to click on this room name. Then I'm just going to make sure I double click this by value. So I'm just going to click OK, and you're going to see colors is going to appear on all these rooms. So you can see clearly the reception is defined by its own color, the display shop, the multipurpose hall, the concourse, the waiting lounge, the female and male. So spaces that repeat, you can see this female is somewhat green, this female, this thing will also be somewhat green. So it's just consistent like that. Okay, so what we can now do now is we can just go to annotate now. Then we can just go over here and click on this color fill legend and place this here. Okay, so the thing about this thing we just did now is we made a big mistake. We have not yet dragged this floor plan and placed it on sheets. Okay, so what we're now going to do is we're now going to go over to this. We're going to go to this sheet here, and we're going to go to this DPC and drag it and try and place it on sheet. So you can see obviously this is far bigger than what we anticipated to be on sheet. So I'm just going to click on this. I'm going to click on this scale and change it to scale 1:200 and see whether it will enter. So even scale 1:200 didn't enter. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to go to custom scales. Then I'm going to change this to 1:250 and see how it fits. Okay, so 1:250 just barely enters. Like barely. So what we are going to do is now just going to adjust it to, I think, this level. Then we're now going to work on it overall. So what we are going to do is, well, now we have reduced the scale. We're just going to double click to access this view. So I'm going to click on this color fill legend, and I'm going to edit it. So I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to change the font of the, okay, so we have two fonts here. We have the text and the title text. So I'm just going to change the title text to Beber's Newer. Then I'm going to change the font to 4. I'm going to go to this normal text, Beber's Newer again, and I'm going to change this font to 2.7. I'm going to click on apply, and I'm going to click on OK. So after doing this now, this is still a lot, so I'm still going to click on edit type, and I'm going to look for some other parameters I can tweak again to So I'm going to reduce this swatch height. I'm going to reduce it to 5. I'm going to click on apply. Okay, so this swatch height is like the box here, so I think this 5 is okay. Then I'm going to click OK and just drag this here. So now I've done this, I can click on this and drag this to this point. Then I can just go to these views. Now I can click on this grid, just displace here. I can click on this one here, then I can click on this grid here and drag this back. So now we have reduced the scale to this level. You are going to see that some of these tags here are now going to be going to become convoluted. So what you can do is to select the ones that are convoluted, and we're going to just delete the tags. It doesn't mean the room is deleted, it just means the tags has been deleted. So I'm just going to delete this, click on this female too, and delete this. So what is going to help us now is we are going to be using this legend as a key, as a guide to be able to denote some of these spaces. So we're just going to adjust some of these spaces here. See this grid here that we left here? I'm just going to click on it and pull it up here. Then I'm going to click on this, drag this, click on this icon here. So after this, now I remember we have not created a room for this, so I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on rooms, and I think we created room separator lines. I'm going to set it up to first floor. I'm going to remove this limit offset, then I'm just going to place this here. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to call this outdoor restaurant, or just outdoor eatery. Then I think so far this is good. So I'm just going to click outside the sheet now, double click outside the sheet. Then I'm going to click on this drop down, change it to no title. Then I'm going to try and centralize this floor plan here. I'm also going to try and adjust it upwards a bit. Okay, then I'm going to so what I'm now going to do now is, because this our sheet is looking too tight, so I'm going to click on this sheet. I'm going to click on edit family, then I'm just going to click on offset, modify. I'm going to click on offset now, then I'm going to be offsetting 5 millimeters. I'm going to uncheck this copy here. I'm going to hover around one line, click on tab, offset this. Then I'm just going to select both of this, and I'm going to click on move, and I'm going to click on this point here and move it here. Then I'm going to click on load into project. I'm just going to click OK. I'm going to click no. I'm going to override existing view and parameters. So I think now the plans can enter with much more balance. So I'm going to double click. Another thing is this place now. I'm going to go this laundry store. I can drag this here now. What I can now do now is for this tag. Now you can notice that this room tags, the area is far from the room name. So I'm going to click on edit family, and I'm just going to try and resolve that by clicking on this and bringing it closer to this, to the together. Then I'm going to click on load into project. Okay, click on no. Then I'm going to click on override graphics in view. Then I can click on this tag here. I can click on tag to select this room tag here. Then I can delete it. Okay, then after doing this now, I think our floor plan is ready. Then I'm just going to click on this room legend and place this here. So I think by this we are now good to go. Okay, so now what we can do, let me just double click on this view now, click on this expansion joint here and just extend this here. Okay, so what we can now do now is especially pertaining to this view now is, after we have set this view, instead of repeating this whole thing we just did in this view, now we are just going to simply go under this view here. We're going to go to view template, and we're going to click on create template, and we're going to just call this template plan presentation plan 00 presentation plan, or press plan. Then once we have created this template, I'm going to click on OK, and it's going to create the template. So if you go to this first floor now, okay, we're just going to click on view template, we're going to click on apply, and we're just going to set it as this 00 press plan. Then the view template is also going to apply here. So what we can now do now is, these room tags are looking too convoluted, so I can let me just delete these dimensions first. because so what I can now do is to click on this room tags, click on edit family, then I'm going to reduce this room tag as much as possible. I'm going to click on this, click on edit type, and I'm going to reduce it from the text size to 1.7. then I'm going to click on apply. I'm going to click OK. I'm going to go to this area room tag, click on edit type, change it to Century Gothic. Then I'm just going to now reduce the text size to 1.2. Going to click on apply. Okay, Century Gothic is too big. I'm going to just change it to area. Then I'm just going to click on apply. Okay, Arial is even too small on its own. I can now change this to even 1 millimeter self. Click on apply, click on OK. Then I'm just going to drag this up a bit. So by reducing this text size, I feel that it's going to be more accommodating on the sheet. So I'm going to click on load into project, click on OK, click on no, override graphics in view by category. So I think now the tags are much better in the spaces. So what we're now going to do now is we're now going to go and add some more rooms, because we have not added some rooms. So we're just going to click on this line here, delete it. We don't need this line. Click on this line to delete it. We don't also need this line. So this is now like the typical, let me just delete this text here. So this first floor will now serve as the typical ground to, I think, typical first to third floor. Then I'm going to go to architecture now. I'm going to click on rooms, and I'm going to place some rooms. So I'm going to be placing this as the concourse again on this. Okay, so I'm going to click on escape first. I'm going to click on room separator, and I'm going to draw a room separator line from this point here up to this point. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go to rooms, and I'm going to place a room here. This room, I'll set it to link to the second floor and change this limit offset to 0. Then so it's from first floor to second floor. Then I'm just going to place this here. I'm going to place another one here. I'm going to place one here, and I'm going to place one here. So now what I'm now going to do is I'm going to go back to this DPC. I'm going to go over to this AC unit, double click on the room tag, hit Ctrl C to copy it, go to this first floor, double click on it, hit Ctrl V and paste this here. Then I can go here now and call this concourse. Okay, so this is the main circulation area. Okay, so I can even do the same for these two emergency staircase. I can just go to rooms first. Okay, go to rooms, then place some rooms there first. Then go back to DPC. Then I'm just going to copy. Okay, so remember that I deleted the text here, so I can just click on this text, this dimension, delete this. Okay, so after deleting that, we're going to go back to first floor. Then I'm just going to rename this as service stairway. Then after renaming this, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to call this emergency. Okay, so now after doing this now, I think our first floor is ready. Then we're going to go to this sheet here called typical first to third floor, and we're just going to click on this first floor and drag it to the sheet. Then we're just going to place this here. So after placing this here, I'm just going to click on this drop down, click on no title. I'm going to click on this and drag this to the side a bit. Then I'm going to double click. I'm going to go to annotate. Then I'm just going to add color fill legend, and I'm going to add this color fill legend here. Okay, so now we're now going to go to the fourth floor. I think that is our third floor plan. Then we're just going to simply go to view. Under view, we're going to go to view template, apply view template, and we're just going to select presentation plan, and all the parameters is going to just align. So we have the executive lounge, we have the closet and the bedroom. So what we're now going to do, our job here is just to create all these room spaces and annotate it accordingly. Okay, so for instance, now in the front of this building now, I don't know, for some reason, if I go to the 3D view, let me just go to the 3D view first. I think there was something we are supposed to do that we forgot to do, which is these walls here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to rotate this here. I'm going to click on this wall demarcating this fourth floor. hold Control, select these walls here. Also go over here, select these walls, hold Control, select these walls here. So after I've selected them, I'm going to click on this top offset and change it from 300 to -150. So it's not going to be bulging out here. So this is temporal. So what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to select these demarcating brick walls I used to demarcate the balconies, because in the end there are two separate rooms. I'm going to click on copy to clipboard, paste, align to selected levels, 4th floor. Then I'm going to set the constraint to be to ceiling level, and I'm going to set the top offset to be at 300. So it's going to just match up with this wall here. Okay, so I think if you rotate it now, it matches very well to this wall here. So I think it serves very well. So we're going to go back to this 4th floor plan, and we're just going to go and start mirroring some of these things we've done. So I'm just going to click on this demarcating wall. Okay, I think I've already done something like that here. So I'm going to select these ones at the back. I'm going to also select these ones here, hold Control and select them. Then I'm going to change this top offset to 300 millimeters, so it's just going to match what we've done in this other side. Okay, so since that is out of the way, we're going to start placing our rooms. So I'm just going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to rooms. I'm going to be setting it from 4th floor to ceiling level, and I'm going to change this limit offset to 0. So I'm just going to be placing this. I'm going to place this concourse here. I'm going to do the same here for this. Okay, for some reason we didn't actually copy this room separator line, so I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go to architecture, room separator. Even though we cannot see room separator in this view, I'm just going to draw it. It doesn't mean it's not going to create. It's going to create, but we're not seeing it. So I'm just going to click on rooms. You see it as separated. The same thing here. So I think just based on the organization of this work, we can give ourselves a round of applause, because this work is looking very organized. So I'm going to click on this line here, delete this line, click on this second line, delete this line. I'm going to click on room separator lines again. I'm going to separate this here, click on this room separator and separate this. Okay, then I can even delete these lines here I used as reference for mirroring. Then I'm just going to continue creating rooms. Okay, so now we have annotated the spaces basically. Let me annotate this stairway. Okay, so now we have basically annotated most of these spaces. We are just going to, instead of renaming all this text manually, we're just going to be copying and pasting the text. So let's just go to 1st floor. I'm just going to double click on this AC unit, copy this text, Ctrl C, go to 4th floor, then double click, Ctrl V. Then I'm just going to click on copy for this. I'm going to go back to this 1st floor again. I'm going to copy this service stairway, double click, Ctrl C, go to 4th floor and paste it, double click and Ctrl V. Then the same thing, I'm going to go back to 1st floor. I'm going to go over here now, and I'm going to copy this emergency staircase text, Ctrl C, and I'm going to go back to 4th floor and paste it, Ctrl V. So another thing I can copy, if you go back to this ground floor, you can see that we have not put anything in this room. That is because, remember, we were changing the room designs on this 4th floor. So in the sequence of doing that, we deleted some things for this room. So let's just go and rectify it. So I'm just going to go back to 1st floor. I'm going to go to this particular room at this corner. Then I'm going to click on Control and hold Control to be selecting the things I want to select, like this wardrobe lines, this door here. this component here, including click on tab and select the shower. We forgot to put WC, but we're going to do that manually. Select this, hold Control, select this rug, select this console here. We're also going to be selecting these diagonal lines indicating duct. So I'm just going to hit Control to be selecting all of them, because we still want to copy it to that 4th floor. So we're going to go over here and copy this too. I'm also going to go here, hit Control, just carefully select it. Hold Control, select this. Okay, so after selecting all this line, we're just going to click on copy to clipboard. We're going to go to paste, align, note align to current view. I'm going to click on cancel. I'm going to go to modify. I'm going to click on paste. I cannot even align to selected views. That is the annoying thing now for some reason. Then I'm just going to go to 4th floor now. I'm going to click on paste and align to this current view here. Okay, so after doing this now, I'm now going to go and I'm going to click on architecture again. I'm going to click on rooms. I'm just going to place this room here. Then I think what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to zoom out. I'm going to click on components. I'm going to search WC. Click on this drop down, just search WC. Then I'm just going to paste this normal WC here. So after doing all this now, what I'm now going to do, I'm just going to name some of these places. I'm going to go back to 1st floor. I'm going to click on this door here. I'm going to click on copy to clipboard. Then I'm going to click on paste, align to selected levels. I'm going to select this at 4th floor. And I'm going to click OK. Then I'm going to go back to that 4th floor now. So I'm just going to rename this as utility room. Then I'm just going to go back to 1st floor, the 1st floor. Then I'm just going to copy this standard suite here, Ctrl C. Then go back to 4th floor and paste it here. So this is the only standard suite we have on this 4th floor. I'm going to go back to 1st floor again. I'm going to copy this bedroom as WC, Ctrl C. Then I'm just going to go over here, this 4th floor, and I'm going to paste it here, Ctrl V. Okay, hit Ctrl Z. I'm going to double click and paste it. So another thing we can do, if you go back to this 1st floor, one thing I noticed is that some of this text, especially the room tags on this side, they are kind of going the opposite way. I don't want them to actually be placed at 90 degrees. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hit Control, select all of the everything here. Hit Control, select everything here. Then I'm going to click on filter. I'm going to click on check none. I'm going to go under rooms and I'm going to click on check only these room tags. Then I'm just going to change the angle, the orientation. Then I'm just going to click on this orientation and change it to horizontal, all of them. So you're going to see it's going to be placed horizontally, unlike this one. So this one that is still called room name, I'm going to click on it and I'm going to call this staircase. Then after giving this the name, I'm now going to go to this 4th floor. Then I'm just going to, okay, I think the ones on this 4th floor are fine. So what I'm now going to do, I'm still going to click on rooms again. Then I'm just going to place this room here, place some rooms here. So what I'm now going to be doing now is these rooms that I've annotated as executive lounge and executive suite. I'm just going to double click this executive lounge, hit Ctrl C and just start replicating the return, Ctrl V. Ctrl V. Hit Ctrl V. Ctrl V. going to hit Ctrl V. So let me just redirect. I'm copying it and hitting. I've copied it already, so I'll just double click and hit Ctrl V to paste the text. So that's what I'm doing now. So now we have completely copied the executive lounges around. So the executive lounge, I'm going to click on architecture again, click on room. I forgot to place a room tag here. Then I'm just going to go here and I'm going to copy this bedroom/WC. Okay, so I'm going to load this into project. I mistakenly double clicked on the door, so be careful of that. So I'm just going to double click on this bedroom/WC, hit Ctrl C, then go over here, hit Ctrl V. Same thing here. So we need to be very careful that what we are not placing this bedroom and WC is the closet. So we need to be careful of that, so we'll not make that mistake. Okay, so now we have done the bedroom/WC. We're now going to be doing for the closet. So I'm just going to double click and hit Ctrl C. Then I'm just going to paste the one for the closet here. So I think these closets are okay. So I can click on architecture, I can click on tag room and tag these two. Tag these two here. Then I can go here and start giving the empty rooms, the closet. So after doing that, now we're now going to be copying the executive suite, Ctrl C. Okay, so now after doing this, we're just going to manually name some of these spaces. Like we're going to call this the concourse. Then we're going to go over here, call this the stairway. Okay, so I think we're done with this fourth floor. So what you can now do is to click on annotate. Then we're just going to click on color fill legend. It's asking us to save the project, which is important. So we're just going to place this here. We're going to click on this and just displace this grid here. So after doing this, we're now going to go back to the plan view. We're going to select this fourth floor. Then we're just going to click on this fourth floor here and drag this here. So this is the fourth floor, or you can even call it executive floor. Then once we click on this, we're just going to click on this drop down, click on no title. So this is going to be the fourth floor. So we're now going to go into the section now. So to section, we'll need to go back to the first floor, because I think it's better we pick a section from the fourth floor. So if you are picking a section, there is one major thing to consider about. your section is going to be at a position where it captures enough of the key elements of a building. So let's say we have two major staircases here. We have an elevator shaft here. We also have an elevator shaft. So by default, if we are creating two sections, one is going to cut across this elevator shaft and this staircase, and the other one is going to cut across this. But since we are creating one in this view, I'm just going to click on view. I'm going to click on section, and I'm going to pick a section from around here. So I'm just going to left click on this point here, then all the way to this point here. Okay, then I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to click on this zigzag icon here and just extend it here. So sometimes this our section head can be too big. What you can now do is to edit it to make it smaller. So let me just, by the way, I just saw one issue here. Let me just call this utility room. Okay, so what we can now do now is we can now go to this families here, click on this plus icon, go to annotation symbols, then look for section here. So I think this section head field should be here. So I'm just going to right click and click on edit. Then we're going to see it here. I'm just going to click on this, and I'm going to change this label. I'm going to click on edit. Let me see if I can change the parameter of the label. So this is showing sheet number. So I'm just going to call this view name and click on this sheet number. Click on this red icon here to remove it. Then add this view name. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So after doing this, I'm going to click on this, click on edit type, reduce the text size to 1.5 and set it to Beber's New. Then I'm going to click on apply and click on OK. So I'm now going to click on this line here, and I'm going to reduce it to 2 or 3. So then I'm just going to click on this and adjust this. Click on this, adjust this here. Click on this. So now what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on these lines, this field region here, adjust this. Then I'm just going to click on this and drag this here. I'm also going to click on this and drag this here. So I think now this is somewhat here. I can now click on trim here and trim this here, trim this here. So I can now delete these lines here, some of these lines. Click on this, delete this, click on this, edit sketch, click on pick part, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here. Then I'm just going to click on split these two lines here. Click on trim these two together, trim these two together. Then select all of this and delete this here. So I think now it's much smaller. I'm going to click on this and drag this somewhere here. Then I'm going to click on load into family. I'm going to load into this hotel. Click on no and click override graphics, existing graphics. So you can see it's already looking more compact. So I'm going to drag it somewhere here, and I'm going to just quickly drag it somewhere here. Then in order for our project browser not to be convoluted, we can simply scroll up and click on this minus icon on this family. So it's going to hide everything. Okay, so you can see the view name is already, we changed the parameter to view name. That is why it's showing section 1. Okay, so after doing this, now we are now going to double click on this section here to see the section. If the double clicking is not working, we're just going to go to this project browser, click on this section, look for section there. So we are saying this section 1, that is the only one we've created. We're now going to double click it. So if you click on section, as you can see, the section has cut through the project, and you can see all these elements here. So what we can do first is to edit the graphics parameters. So I'm just going to click on things like this scope box, right click, hide in view by category. Okay, click on this reference plane, hide in view by category. Click on these levels, right click, override graphics in view by category. Then I'm going to check this halftone, click OK. Then after doing such, I'm going to click on these levels now, and I'm going to drag these levels outwards a bit towards this point. Then it's going to be hanging, but I'm going to be patient. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on this add elbow now, and I'm going to drag this up here. So I'm going to also click on this add elbow here. I'm going to see if I can drag this up here, but apparently it's looking okay. See it here. I'm just going to drag it up here. So this is looking tight. So what we can now do now is all these outdoor slabs, you can just select everything here, go to filter, uncheck, click on slabs and floors, slab edge and floors, then right click, hide in view by element. Okay, so this is going to be clear. So we're also going to click on these grid lines here. We're going to right click override graphics in view by category, half tone it. Then we're just going to click on this and displace this here and drag this to this side, which I think is fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to this and we're going to click on hide crop region. Then we're just going to go to architecture. We're going to click on tag rooms. So we cannot give new rooms here, but we can tag them. So we're just going to be tagging these spaces here. So you can see all these spaces we created, we can tag them here. Now as you can see, as I'm just going through the floors, I'm just tagging all the rooms. Okay, so I think there is enough. So I'm going to click on escape. You can see all our tag rooms. So another thing we can do for this room tags is we can click on this, click on edit type. Then we're just going to click on this room tags here. We're going to click on edit text type. Then we're going to change this background from transparent to opaque. We're going to click OK. We're also going to click on this and do the same thing. Click on edit type, change this background from transparent to opaque. Click on apply, click OK. Load into project. Then we're going to load into it. Click on no. Then override graphics in view by parameter. So you can see now we have this opaque background. Is going to still come out despite all these graphical interactions. So now we have done this, we're going to click on VV, that is visual graphics. We're going to go and change start from the floors. So we're going to click on these floors. We're going to click on patterns. Then we're going to click on this drop down and we're going to change this to solid fill black. Then we're going to click OK. We're also going to scroll down. We're going to go to walls. We're going to click on these patterns. We're going to click on this drop down solid fill. We're going to click on OK. We're going to click on apply and click on OK. So both our floors and walls are solid fill. So we have an issue. If you go back to this DPC now, this floor place is looking black, and the reason why is you are going to see it. If you go back to this first floor now, we're now going to see that if you this section here, at some point it cut through a wall, it went through this wall directly. So we're just going to adjust it a bit to this point. Then we're going to double click to see it. So now you can see it's now cutting better properly now. Okay, so we can even see the furnitures of the spaces we are cutting through. We can see this stage, we can see this multi-purpose hall, and this overall is looking nice. So for the foundation footprint, there are actually ways of modeling foundation in Revit, but I'm not going to go into that in this video. I'm just going to go how to use annotation symbols to indicate that this is footing. So the foundation footing is for this kind of heavy project. Normally, to be honest, it's usually pad foundation or pile foundation they use, but in most cases we usually indicate graphically pad strip foundations. So we're just going to be using annotation symbols to indicate that okay, this can be a strip foundation. So we are going to start from annotate. We are going to go to regions now. So instead of we're going to click on these regions, drop down and click on field regions. So in this template I've already created a lot of field regions for foundation elements. So we are going to click on this drop down and we're going to start from the hardcore. So I'm just going to search hard, H-A-R-D, the hardcore. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to set this at wide lines to just set the line weight I want to be using. Then I'm going to click on this box and I'm going to draw a box from here to up until here. In short, I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. I'm just going to click on this and draw the box up to here. Then I'm going to draw another box up to this point here. I'm going to click on this point here and draw another box up to this point here. So now I'm just going to click on this lower end of this box and I'm going to change the value to 300 millimeters. I'm also going to do the same here. Click on this, the value 300 millimeters, because that is the thickness of hardcore. click on this again, change it to 300 millimeters. Then I'm going to click on finish. Then after creating this hardcore now, I'm now going to go to not detail line, sorry, I'm going to go to regions again, and I'm going to now select laterite. After selecting laterite, I'm just going to look for this 01 laterite. Then I'm now going to draw another line from here to this point here, and just follow this hardcore, follow here up to here, follow here up to here. Then I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to change this line weight to I'm still going to leave it at wide lines, and I'm going to draw it to this point here. I'm also going to draw this to this point here. Then I'm going to click on this and change it to invisible lines. Then I'm just going to draw it here. I'm going to draw this here. So once two of them are about the same level here, I'm now going to click on this spline, and I'm going to click here and just click on different points and make sure it joins here at the end. Then I'm going to click on finish, and it's going to create the laterite. So now we have created the laterite. We are now going to start creating the foundation footing. Okay, so I'm just going to click on this show crop region first, and I'm going to drag this crop region down a bit just to show a bit of the foundation. Then I'm going to hide it again. So you can see the laterite, you can see the hardcore, which are key elements. So I'm just going to go to this region now. Instead of laterite, I'm just going to click on solid black, because I'm just going to be using this now. So for this solid black, I'm going to change this to wide lines. Then I'm just going to draw from this point here. I'm going to draw this to this point here. Then I'm going to go up to 1.2. Draw this here, go up to 1.2. Then I'm just going to click on this and look for invisible lines now. Then I'm just going to do like something like this. Let me click on TL on my keyboard so you'll be able to see the workings I'm doing. So I'm just going to draw another invisible line here. Then I'm just going to discontinue it using this graphical symbol. Then what I can now do now is to select these two lines here. I'm just going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to select any random position here, like here, and mirror this here. So what this does is that it shows that this foundation depth is not certain, it's dependent on a specialist like a structural engineer. So I'm just going to click on this drop down, change it back to wide lines. Then I'm just going to extend this by 225 millimeter from this side. I'm also going to go over here, extend it by 225 millimeter. I'm going to make it 150 millimeter deep, extend it to this point and join it here. So after creating this now, I can now select this here. I can click on copy, and I can be copying this per each of these walls I pass through. Click on this, paste this here, paste this here, paste here, paste here, paste. Okay, let me adjust this back here. So in the case of this is an expansion joint. What we are going to do is we are just going to delete a lot of these lines here. So after deleting this, let me hit Ctrl+Z to remove the dimension. I'm just going to click on trim, because this expansion joint will share the same foundation footing, so it's like a peculiar case. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm also going to select here again. I'm going to click on copy, select the center point here, copy this here, here and here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on finish, and you're going to see how it's going to look. So this is nice. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to displace this here. So after doing this, in terms of the roof elements, for this video I'm not going to delve into the roof elements of this section. Okay, so I've covered that in my full section video in Revit, so you can check that out too. So what we're now going to do now is we're going to click on all these furnitures, right click, override graphics in view by category, and we're going to half tone it. Then after doing this, we're now going to hit GD for the graphics display option. I'm going to turn on this smooth line with anti-aliasing. I'm going to go to shadows. I don't need to cast shadows, so I'm just going to click on show ambient shadows. I'm going to click on lighting, increase the sun amount, increase the ambient light, reduce the shadows to 10. Click on apply and click on OK. So now we have our section. So what we can now do now is we're going to right click and rename this section AA. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So after I've renamed this section, I'm going to click on this section sheet, and I'm just going to drag this. here. So the section automatically goes with the scale in which you, or the scale of the plan you drew it at. So the scale of our plan is 1:250. So the section is 1:250. So I'm going to click on this, change this to no title here. Then I can just click on this sheet, rename, right click, rename this sheet to section AA as well. So now we have come to this part. We are done with section, and I think we have reached the favorite part of my tutorial videos, which is creating nice 3Ds. Okay, so to create a very nice perspective, we are just going to go back to the NGL. So from this NGL, we are going to look at the position where we are going to capture, because in picking 3D views, you are going to look at the position of camera where you are going to capture the best aspect of this building. So honestly, I'm leaning towards capturing it from here. So I'm going to pick our camera here, and I think here can capture a very nice aspect of this building. So we're just going to click on view. We're going to click on this 3D drop down, and we're just going to click on camera shot. Then once we click on camera shot, we're going to pick from somewhere here. Then I think, or picking from here. So I think picking from here will just is going to capture a lot. So we're also going to change the height of this offset. So this offset shows the height of the camera, because normally I think 1.75 is a human height, but I usually like using something lower like 1.2 of the NGL. Then I'm just going to pick here, and I'm going to pick up to this point here. So once we pick this camera shot, we are going to see how we create. So I'm not satisfied with this view in any way. So I'm going to go back to this NGL, and I'm going to delete this camera shot and click on this. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to view again. I'm going to go to 3D view, go to camera, change this to 1.2. Then I'm going to go off very far from this. Then I'm just going to pick from this corner here. Try and see if I can pick a good perspective from here. So we're just going to be trying this distance here to we see if we can get. So I'm going to pick from here, and I'm going to see how it's looking. So this one, I don't know, I'm not feeling this camera too much. It's looking too close. It's not giving that perspective. So I'm just going to click on it, and I'm going to delete it. Then I'm just going to click on view, go to camera shot. So I'm going to be trying one from the front, or I'm going to be trying one from this corner here. So I think this should be able to get a perfect perspective. So I'm going to go from here, and I'm going to pick from here up to here. Okay, so this is not bad per se, but I feel we can pick something much better. So let me go back to NGL. I'm going to delete this now. So sometimes in picking camera shots, it might waste your time because you want to get a very nice camera shot. So we should take our time. Alright, so what we're going to do, we're just going to click on this 3D again, drop down, click on camera, set the height offset at 1.2. So I feel we are going to pick the best shot from this point here. So we're just going to click on shift. Okay, we don't need to click on shift, we're just going to click on this and set it straight forward from here up till here. Okay, so now we have created this. We are just going to click on this and extend this to this point. Click on this crop region too, extend it, drag it upward. Then we're just going to try and balance out this, drag this to this point here. Then we're just going to drag this here. Okay, so we can close this up here around this point here. So I think now this perspective for this kind of view is very good and I like it. So we're now going to graphically edit this now. So we're first going to go over here. We're going to click on hide crop region. We're going to select things like this scope box, right click, hide in view by category. Then we're also going to go and look for this model lines, select all instances in entire project, and we're going to right click, hide in view by element. So you can see even this ceiling works we created, even though I think this one has some errors here, but I think we can we can just ignore it for now. We'll rectify it later. So I'm now going to click on this. Now I'm going to go over to this detail level and I'm going to change this to fine. Okay, Then I'm now going to click on this. Okay, so now this is fine. We can see things like this room separator lines. If we click on TL on our keyboard, it's going to show you that these room separator lines are really thick. So I'm going to click on this, hide in view by category. Then I'm going to also go over back to this, and I'm just going to go to VV, that is visibility graphics. So in this visibility graphics, what we are going to do is we are going to be reducing the projection lines of all these walls and stuff. So I'm just going to go here, go down to walls, click on cut, click on lines. Then I'm going to so I'm going to go to these projection lines. I'm going to go to the width of the projection lines, and I'm going to reduce it to 1. Click OK. This projection, I'm just going to click on lines, change the line width, override it to 2. So after doing that, I'm going to go to which other element is predominant. I'm going to go to Windows. Okay, I'm just scroll down. Then I'm going to also click on this, and I'm going to change the width of these lines to 1. Click OK, click apply, and click OK. So now what I'm now going to do now is I'm now going to click on GD, that is graphics display option. I'm going to turn on this smooth line with anti-aliasing. I'm going to click on this and change it to shaded first. Then I'm going to click on uncheck this show edges, so this edges is not going to show. I'm going to go to shadows, cast shadows, show ambient shadows. I'm going to go to lighting. I'm going to increase the sun amount to about 90, increase this ambient light to about 20, change the shadows to about 15. Go to click on this insertion lighting, click on still. Then I'm now going to set the, so usually I like using summer or spring, so I'm just going to click on spring or falls. Then I'm going to set the time to 10 a.m. or 9 a.m. So I'm going to click apply, click OK. Then I'm just going to click on this background. Then I'm going to click on this background and change it to gradient. Then I'm going to click on this sky color and drag it towards blue. Make it very light as possible. Click on OK. Then I'm going to change this ground color, even though we don't need to change it much. I'm going to drag it towards this brownish side, make it darker a bit like this. Then click OK, click apply. Then we are going to wait for it to show. Then I'm just going to click OK. So this is looking good. I think this is 9 a.m. so if you zoom in here, we can see the quality of this, but I'm somewhat feeling that this is not nice enough. So what I can now do now is to click on this. Okay, I'm looking at this now. Okay, so this asphalt roads, they are actually too light. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on 3D view. Click on this normal 3D view now. Then I'm going to rotate this, and I'm going to click on this asphalt here. So after clicking on asphalt, I'm just going to click on edit. Then I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on the asphalt material, and I'm just going to I'm going to click on it to use render. I'm going to click on this icon here. Then I'm going to go to appearance, and I'm now going to go to what is called again. I'm going to go to site work. Then I'm going to use a darker asphalt. I'm going to use this aggregate high. Click on graphics, apply, click OK, click OK, apply, click OK. Then if I go back to this 3D view I've created, so I can click on this drop down, so it's going to show these 3D views. So I'm going to click on this 3D view one, that is the one we just created, and it's still looking very light, probably because of the graphics. Alright, so if you noticed, our asphalt road is too light, so we are going to make them dark now. So we are simply going to click on it. Once we've clicked on it like we've did here, so I'm just going to, let me just show you how I clicked on it. Then I'm just going to click on this now. Then I'm just going to, okay, let me do it again. I'm going to hover, click on this asphalt, click on edit type, click on edit. Then I'm just going to click on this asphalt material. Then I'm going to go over to this pattern here. I'm going to click on it and make sure it's set as solid fill, that is this dark one here. Then I'm going to click on this to adjust the color. I can make it lighter or darker, but I think somewhere around this gray will be okay. So I'm just going to click OK, apply, and I'm going to click OK. And I'm going to click OK, yeah. So I think this is looking nice as it is. So once I click off, you're going to see the asphalt is going to come out. Our hotel 3D view is very nice. So we are going to go to this sheet here, this 3D view one, and we're going to go over under these 3D views in our project browser. Then I'm just going to drag in this 3D view one here and place it. So as you can see now, this 3D view one is kind of small. So what we're going to do, we're going to click on it. We're going to click on size crop. Then we're going to make sure we check this scale locked proportions. Then we're going to change this to 360, which I think is the width of an A3. I think we'll fill it up well. So now is this big. I think the thing entered. So I'm just going to click on this drop down and click on no title, so this 3D title here will disappear. Then I'm just going to click on this manually and adjust it. So now this is adjusted. Now I'm now going to go to this next sheet, that is 007. So I'm going to be creating an aerial view for this sheet. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to go over to this normal 3D view. So I'm going to go under coordination. I'm going to click on plus this 3D view. I'm going to double click on this normal 3D. Then I'm going to right click. I'm going to click on duplicate view, duplicate with detailing. Then I'm just going to right click and click on rename, and I'm going to call this 3D view 2. So after giving this name, I'm going to click on OK. So I'm just going to click on this icon here, like this 3D gizmo, this top part. I'm just going to click on it. So it's going to create a kind of nice 3D here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm not satisfied with this 3D here. So I'm going to do something. I'm going to go to this high level. I'm going to go to this ceiling level. Then I'm just going to go over here. I'm going to click on view. I'm going to click on 3D view. I'm going to pick a camera shot from somewhere here. And I'm going to pick this and just pick it straight up here. So once I've done this now, it's going to create something, a view like this. Then I'm just going to click on this and rotate this here. And once I've rotated it, I'm just going to click on this crop region, and I'm just going to crop this here. Okay. So what I'm now going to do is that I don't know if I've done it before, but I'm just going to go back to this. Now I've created this 3D view 2, so you're going to see it here as 3D view 2. I'm going to go to this 3D view 1, and I'm going to use this and save create a template. Then I'm going to click on view templates. I'm going to click on create template, and I'm going to call this 3D presentation 3D presentation. So all the settings are applied on this view is going to save. Okay, then I'm just going to let me spell it well. Then I'm just going to click on OK. So after I've created that template, is saving the template. I'm going to click OK. Then I'm going to go to this 3D view 2. I'm going to click on view template. I'm going to click on apply template. Then I'm just going to go and place 3D view 2. Go to this 3D presentation, and I'm just going to click OK. So it's going to apply all the settings we applied in that one, which I think now is looking very nice. So now I'm still seeing this grid line, so I'm just going to click on these grid lines, right click, hide in view by category. So I'm also going to hide these grid lines. So now we have this 3D view 2. We are going to go to we're going to click on this crop region here. We're going to click on size crop. We're going to make sure we check this scale lock proportion, and we're going to change this width to, let's use 300. And I'm going to click on OK, since the thing is longer than it's wider. It's taller than it's wider. Let me just put. Then another thing, we're also going to click on this. Okay, I think this is fine. Okay, so I feel this asphalt road should be a bit darker, but on the flip side I feel it's okay, so I'm just going to leave it like this. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to hover around this 3D view. I'm going to right click. I'm going to duplicate view. Just click on duplicate. Then I'm just going to right click, and I'm going to rename this view as 3D view 3. So this is just an area view. I'm just going to select from this part of the name and change this to 3. So this is just an area view, so I'm just going to kind of rotate it because I want to get. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on this icon here. Then I'm going to click on this center point. Okay, sorry, I'm just going to click on this center point and drag it, click hold and drag this center point to this place here. So once I've dragged this gizmo point here, I clicked on this center line and held left click and held the key while holding it. So it's going to give you the option to select your gizmo point, which I want the gizmo point to be somewhere here. Then I'm going to make sure I click on this X to close it. Then I'm just going to rotate it since I've changed the gizmo point. So now I want to pick a view that is going to show the swimming pool. So I'm just going to rotate this a bit. Let me just rotate it to this point here. So after doing this now, I'm just going to click on this here. I'm going to extend this here, and I'm going to click on this here, and I'm going to extend this here. So this is our three views, and you can see the hotel is looking beautiful. So another thing we can do now is to change the material of this roof, because I feel it's too dark, and we're going to change the shadows in this view. So I'm going to click on GD again. I'm going to go to lighting. Under this lighting, I'm going to go to insertion. Then I'm just going to change it from 9 AM to, let's change it to 3 PM, and I'm going to click apply. So I think 3 PM is better, but we can still make it 4 PM. Let's see what it will do. Apply. Okay, 4 PM is too dark. I'm going to make it sure it's 3 PM. I'm going to click apply, and I'm going to click OK. Then I'm going to click OK. So another thing we can do now is, I noticed that there are model lines in this 3D view. So I'm just going to click on it, one model line, right click, hide in view by category. So you can see this element you created here. It's looking beautiful, isn't it? So now we have created this view. We're going to go to these other 3 views, and we're just going to be touching them up. Like for example, this model line here, I'm going to select it, right click, hide in view by category. Then I'm going to go to this 3D view one. I'm going to, okay, I've already hit the model line. So let me just go back to this area view. I'm now going to pick this roof we placed. Then I'm just going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on edit. I'm going to select the material. Then I'm going to click on this icon. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to click on roofing. Then I'm just going to select this brown roof here. Click graphics and click apply. Click OK. Then I'm just going to click OK as well. Apply. Click OK again. Okay, so now we have clicked this, you can see the whole area view. This is looking nice, and with a red roof I think is better. So we are going to place these other 3D views on sheet. So in our sheet we only created for 2 3D views, but I'm going to right click on new sheet, and I'm going to be creating another presentation sheet for another 3D view. Then I'm going to click on rename and rename this 3D view 3. So after creating this 3D view, I'm just going to click OK. Then I'm going to go to this 3D view 2. I'm going to go over here and drag this 3D view 2 here. So I think this is too big. I'm going to click on crop size. I'm going to click on scale, and I'm going to change the height to this height. I'm going to scale it to around 295. Let's see how it does. Then I'm going to click on apply. I'm going to click OK. So it's going to scale it everything down. So this is still too big now. So what I can do now is I can just click OK. I can double click on this, then click on this crop region, then drag this down to crop it to this point. Then I'm just going to go over to this tab here, and I'm going to click on this hide crop region. Then I'm going to double click outside the sheet to make the sheet selectable. Click on this drop down, change this to no title. So we have our 3D view 2 here, looking nice. So we are going to go to this last sheet here. Okay, sorry, this 3D view 3 sheet. We should be careful of selecting when we are selecting the sheet and when we are selecting the view on the sheet. So this one with this house icon here means the view on the sheet. Then this is the actual sheet. So this is the 3D view 3, and I'm just going to drag in this 3D view 3 to this point here. And I think this one just placed almost perfectly. Then I can even go to this crop size, make sure I click on this scale proportion, then increase this width to, let's increase the width to about should I 400? Will 400 enter? Let me just try 400. Okay, 400 should enter, and I'm going to click OK. So this is nice, it entered. Click on this drop down, change this to no title. So we have our full hotel here. So let me just click on sheet 1, the site plan. Click on sheet 2, the ground floor, the typical 1st to 3rd floor, the 4th floor, the section, and the 3D views. So this 3D view is a killer, let's be honest. I mean, okay, so now we have placed all the 3D views, we have placed all the sheets. I will always advise, once you've reached this stage, go through your work very well and look for errors. Just fact check it very well, cross check it very well, and proof check it basically. So I'm just going to hit Ctrl P because I'm going to show you how to convert to PDF. What I just did is hit Code Ctrl and click on P on my keyboard. Then I'm going to make sure this is Microsoft Print to PDF. Then I'm going to make sure this combine multiple file is on. Then I'm just going to check this select sheet and views. Then also go back again. Once you click on select views and sheets, this combine is going to untick. So your job is just to click on this combine multiple again. Then I'm going to click on select. I'm going to go over to this icon here, this multiples here, click on this drop down and uncheck these 2D and 3D views. So it's only going to be sheets you have checked. So after checking the sheets, you are just going to check all the sheets. You are going to see all the sheets will appear. So in this case, we want to print everything, so I'm going to check all of them. I'm now going to click on this icon, edit print order. Then I'm just going to make sure, just in case, normally this our manual order is already correct, but I'm just going to say click on sheet number. I'm going to check this sheet number just to make sure and click OK. Then I'm going to click select. It's going to ask you whether I want to save these settings for future Revit use. I'm going to say no. Then I'm going to click on setup. I'm going to go here first. I'm going to make sure this is landscape, which is already ticked in. I'm going to click on the size of this sheet from letter to A3 because we used A3 sheet. Then I'm going to make sure I click on this zoom 100%. I'm going to click OK. Then after all this setup, I'm just going to click OK. Then I'm just going to, it's going to open our file explorer. Then our job is now to locate where we want to keep it. So now I'm just going to call this hotel tutorials print. So after giving it this name, I'm just going to click on save and we're going to be right back. Okay. So if you have made it so far to this video, I'm going to use this waiting opportunity to congratulate you. It's not easy. Even me that is creating the video, I know what I'm facing. So you that is following a video and using it to learn Revit is going to be crazy. So I want to use this opportunity to congratulate you very well. I also like to encourage you, if you have reached this point, I'm sure you must have already subscribed, so that one is not even a question. Hit the like button. Hit the notification bell to get notified when we release new contents like this, and share with your friends. If you also want to get the project file, if you want to get the template file, that one is for free, but if you want to get the project file, you can also support the channel with that. So thanks very much, and we'll be right back. Okay, so now our printout is ready. So we have just opened the file location where it is. I'm just going to double click on it to open it with my Microsoft Adobe Acrobat. So you can see the site plan, it printed clearly. I think we don't have problems here. Go to the ground floor plan. It's also looking nice, good stuff. You can see all the spaces here, although I forgot to name the space, but that is by the way. We can see the typical first to third floor plan, which contains the basic rooms. Okay, it's looking nice here, and I think this is looking good. The rooms are well arranged and nice stuff. So we now have the fourth floor where we have the executive rooms with their own lounge and their own suites. Makes sense, all good. So this is the section. Nice. The 3D views, the favorite part. You can see how beautiful this facade is looking, very organized and interesting. So so this is basically it. This is basically how to use Revit. I hope you followed this video very well. Okay, so once again, thank you very much. This is the end of this video. Check out my channel for more videos. Check out for more Revit tutorials and also D5 full render courses. So have a wonderful day.